The winner of Best Screenplay at the 30th Golden Rooster Awards is. As the words rang out, a cheer erupted in front of Zhang Tan. A middle-aged man with braids stood up excitedly, throwing 2 punches into the air and shooting Zhang a provocative glance before turning back. Zhang Tan's lips twitched as he silently cursed under his breath. His right hand instinctively patted the pocket of his suit. Inside was a small piece of paper. The speech head spent an hour preparing last night. He hadn't expected not to use it at all. It said that things don't happen 3 times without consequence. But Zhang Tan, once considered a strong contender for the Golden Rooster, had been a runner-up for 3 years straight. He thought this time would be different. Instead, he was met with this result. Applause and murmurs of surprise filled the room. Wasn't the only one stunned. Zhang didn't attend the evening banquet. Alone, he got drunk in a bar and collapsed on the street. The next morning, he woke up with a pounding headache, as if dozens of needles were piercing his brain. He clenched his head, trying to ease the pain. Opening his eyes, he heard loud chatter around him. Above was a blue ceiling fan spinning noisily. Turning his head, he saw a group of young people eating breakfast, and there he was leaning across a row of tables. He sat up abruptly. Around him, people were eating breakfast while stealing glances at him, whispering among themselves. Where am I? Last night, he remembered drinking at the bar, then leaving, then he walked onto the stage under the spotlight, accepted the Golden Rooster Award from the hands of a famous actress. Zhang shook his head. No spotlight above, just a noisy fan, which seemed like it might fall and finally sober him up. This is the Beijing Film Academy, said a short-haired girl nearby. Zhang blinked. An academy? How did he end up here? Wait, BJ, no vaping? He reached into his pockets, finding nothing. That's when he realized he wasn't wearing the same suit had worn to the Golden Rooster ceremony. Of course, the speech wasn't there either. The sun shone high, bright and clear. Zhang stepped out of the cafeteria. Everything ahead looked hazy, red banners fluttering in the wind. A bright red 5-star red flag waved atop a flagpole. On the notice board in front of him were various job postings, the most eye-catching one reading: Campus Recruitment by Vaping Bank, June 25th, Venue 1. Vaping Bank. So it really was vaping. Zhang felt dizzy, still unable to believe it. Students passing by kept glancing at him. Following their stares, Zhang reached behind and pulled off a note stuck to his back. Scrawled in neat handwriting, "Die, you heartbreaker." Zhang, who put this on me? Heartbreaker. In his mind flashed an image of a pretty girl glaring at him, spitting on the ground in disgust. She had cute dimples, but her eyes held only hatred. Heartbreaker. Another voice, this time spitting at his face. After several more such memories flooded in, Zhang shook his head hard, tried to push the swarm of angry girls out of his thoughts. The heartbreaker is dead. Don't hit the wrong target. He sat down on a bench by the lake, sorting through his tangled thoughts. He had crossed over. Weird. Nearby, a group of graduating students were taking photos. Dressed in black academic robes, they laughed and chatted, their voices carried by the wind. That guy looks like the Sea King. At the mention, Zhang turned his head. They looked familiar. One of them had just appeared in his memory, glaring and spitting at him. Now, he remembered they were his classmates. Today was graduation day, the big day of their lives. Everyone was busy taking graduation photos, while he sat by the lake, smelly and lost in thought. Instinctively, Zhang rose to join them, but stopped. Looking down at himself, shirt and jeans, she felt completely out of place. Searching his memory, he realized he hadn't known about today's photo session. Hadn't anyone told him? Before he could decide, the class photo was already over. Cheers erupted as graduates tossed their caps into the air. Why are you so late? Zhang Tan. He smells. The Sea King's late again, probably out drinking. There's the Sea King. Some teased, some mocked, some gloated. Clearly, the original owner of this body wasn't popular. Zhang gave a weak smile, then turned and walked away without hesitation. More memories surfaced. He recalled his poor relationships in class, and his nickname the Sea King. Not a compliment. It came from an ex-girlfriend who spread it widely. Full name, Sea King type heartbreaker. You think you've entered Zhang Tan's heart, but you're just swimming in his pond. You think he only has one pond, but no, he's a Sea King ruling 7 oceans. That's the Sea King type heartbreaker, so broad-minded. He can hold multiple concubines in his heart. Heartbreaker. After understanding himself, Zhang scoffed in agreement. Day 2 dormitory. Zhang woke up with a clear head. His phone buzzed nonstop on the pillow. The class WeChat group had over 999 unread messages. As graduation approached, everyone was saying their goodbyes. The latest message was from his roommate, expressing deep feelings toward everyone. Zhang sat up in bed, looking around. The dorm was empty, only he remained. No one had said goodbye to him. He glanced at his buzzing phone and the silent dorm, shaking his head. He seemed to have been isolated. Brushing his teeth and washing his face, he looked into the mirror. Estimated height over 180 centimeters, slim frame, pale yet handsome face. Long hair tied into a ponytail. Same name, Zhang Tan. Age 22. Graduate of the directing department at Beiping Film Academy. During university, he dated countless girls, earning the nickname Sea King. Why'd he ended up sleeping on a cafeteria table? Recently, had used connections to get into a TV drama crew, working as an assistant director. But due to interference from an ex-girlfriend, he was fired. Angry and disappointed, he got drunk and died, apparently. Good looks, but terrible at life. Zhang muttered to his reflection, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a train ticket. Beiping West Train G7008 Pudongjiang. Departure, June 28th, 11 a.m. today, less than an hour from now. Zhang's parents had passed away early. Raised by his grandparents in Pujiang, both died last year, leaving him an ancestral home and a school. Yesterday, after being fired, he impulsively bought a southbound ticket. If Zhang were still the old Zhang, had have thrown the ticket away. Original Zhang wanted to stay in Beiping. But now, Zhang didn't hesitate. He decided to head south to Pujiang. Pujiang here was essentially the Shanghai he knew. Before today, he had lived there nearly 10 years, accustomed to its culture and lifestyle. Packing his bags, he closed the window, locked the door, and headed downstairs. Passing through the campus where Head lived 4 years, he waved at the gate, waving goodbye to the old Zhang and his reckless youth. Boarding the train at 11 a.m., he arrived at Pujiang East Station at 4:30 p.m. Stepping off with the crowd, he curiously observed this version of Pujiang City. It looked almost identical to the Shanghai he remembered. Pujiang Grand Theater arriving. The metro station announcement startled him. He hadn't realized Head boarded the line heading to Pujiang Grand Theater. Yesterday, he had attended the 30th Golden Rooster Awards at Pujiang Grand Theater. Waking up, he somehow ended up in Beiping, becoming someone else. He hesitated, then exited the station. Night had begun to fall. The theater surroundings were quiet, lights glowing softly on the square. Few pedestrians wandered around. A billboard displayed the theater's upcoming schedule. Symphony concert, My People, My Country. Comedy play, Oh Mom. No mention of the 30th Golden Rooster Awards. Confirmation again, these two worlds had zero connection. The times have changed. The world is completely different. Zhang stared at the grand building, re-entered the station, switched to line 1, and got off at Chengcheng Street. Following his memory, he searched for his grandparents' ancestral home. Chengcheng Street was a bustling area of Pujiang. Yet oddly, there was a massive urban village occupying prime land. His ancestral home lay within. Over 500 square meters, the house was old and in disrepair. Zhang examined it for a while, then entered a nearby barber shop. Inside was a single barbera man who looked old enough to be his grandfather, wearing a yellowed white undershirt, belly sticking out. The old man was peeling peas for dinner. Upon seeing Zhang enter, he looked up squinting, then grinned. Well, finally here. Putting down the peas, he grabbed large scissors and cut off Zhang's braid, leaving a short crew cut. Zhang studied himself in the mirror. His whole appearance had transformed fresh and clean. Combined with the fact that this Zhang was not the same as the original, his aura had completely changed. Even former classmates might not recognize him as the old Sea King. How much? They'll pay you. I've hated your little braid for ages. They were from the same village. The barber knew Zhang. Seeing him walk past with that annoying braid for years had annoyed him endlessly. Had wanted to pay him to cut it off, and today, he finally got his wish. Zhang left with 5 yuan in hand, smiling wryly. He found Little Red Horse School, another property left by his grandparents. Also located in the urban village, right on the edge of the busy Chengcheng Street. On this side village, houses hidden among trees. Across the street, skyscrapers, shopping malls, bars, neon lights flashing, a lively scene of nightlife. Night deepened. A crescent moon hung overhead. The Little Red Horse School glowed with lights. Zhang checked his watch, 6:30 p.m. Normal schools had long dismissed, but this was a night school, operating only after dark. A pink electric scooter parked outside. The rider, a man in his 30s in a yellow delivery uniform, took a 34-year-old girl from his arms, fastened her backpack, and urged her to go play inside with other kids. The little girl didn't want friends right now, she just wanted her dad. Clinging to his pants, she refused to let go. Reluctantly, the man dismounted, crouching in front of her gently. Dad has to work now. Xiaomi, go find friends to play with inside, okay? We promised each other. Wiping tears, the little girl sadly entered the school. Chapter 2. The Little Black One. Perhaps Zhang Tan had lingered too long at the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy. For the watchful guard approached him with a wary inquiry. Is there something you need? He asked. Zhang Tan smiled and replied, Oldly, do you not recognize me? It's Zhang Tan. The guard paused, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His initial confusion quickly transformed into realization. Ah, it's young Master Zhang. I didn't recognize you after your haircut. Has summer vacation arrived? Zhang Tan replied, I have graduated from university and returned to Pujiang. That is wonderful. You should consider making Pujiang your permanent residence, the guard suggested. As they were engaged in casual conversation, a sudden commotion erupted from within the academy, and a throng of individuals emerged. At the forefront were two officers clad in police uniforms, with a female officer cradling a little girl. Behind them trailed a group of distraught children, wailing and lamenting. A little girl in a red dress dashed out from the classroom, brandishing a water gun, and caught up with the officers. She seized one of them, declaring, You rascals, you're stealing my doll. If you dare, I will shoot. Her words were laced with a thick Sichuan dialect, and her fierce demeanor suggested she was ready for a confrontation. The teachers from the academy rushed over to mediate, urging everyone to resolve their differences amicably, without resorting to violence. What is happening? Zhang Tan inquired, puzzled. Oldly, adjusting his security uniform and standing tall, explained. These officers are from the local police station, called here by the principal. There is a little girl, only 4 years old, who was left in our care 2 days ago and has not been picked up. We have been unable to contact her family, and it appears she has been abandoned. We had no choice but to call the police to take her back, in hopes of locating her relatives. And what is the situation now? Zhang Tan asked. Oldly observed the little girl in the red dress, who was leading the charge against the two officers, eliciting a cacophony of cries from her peers. And he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The children are quite attached. The girl in red is called Xiaobai. You haven't met her before, have you? She just arrived 3 months ago. She has only known Xiaomi for about a month. The Little Red Horse Academy had been in existence for over a decade, yet Zhang Tan had never taken much interest in it. In the past, he had been indifferent to its workings, preoccupied instead with bars, clubs, luxury goods, and beautiful women. From what you imply, it seems there are quite a number of abandoned children at the academy? Zhang Tan queried. Old Li's expression and tone suggested he had encountered this situation before. Indeed. The guard nodded. There have been several instances. As you might imagine, families that can send their children here are not in the best of circumstances. The Little Red Horse Academy occupies an area of over 900 square meters and was once a legitimate kindergarten. Most children from the nearby urban village attended this institution. 3 years prior, the academy was transformed into a nighttime facility, operating from 5:30 p.m. to 1 o'clock a.m., catering to night workers in the bustling city. This included delivery workers, like the one Zhang Tan had just observed, who needed to work during the night and had no one to care for their children, thus entrusting them to the Little Red Horse Academy only to retrieve them after their shifts. Pujiang is a city that never sleeps, and the Xiaomi Academy is situated in a bustling area of the urban center. During the day, the nearby Chengcheng Street is teeming with well-dressed professionals, but as night falls, it transforms into a vibrant spectacle of neon lights and lively gatherings, with fashionable men and women frequenting the bars and shops that remain open all night. Behind this facade of prosperity lies a community of tireless workers, akin to ants, laboring in obscurity. If one delves deeper, they may catch a glimpse of their numerous silhouettes in the mire. The Late Night Academy serves this very demographic. The children brought to the Late Night Academy hail from families of modest means, belonging to the lower middle class of Pujiang's nocturnal metropolis. In such an international city, the struggle is immense. Some parents, overwhelmed by the pressure, abandon their children at the academy. Although such occurrences are rare, they are not unheard of, and the gatekeeper, Old Li, has witnessed a few, rendering him unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. A young girl, cradled in a police officer's arms, weeps profusely, desperately attempting to break free. A throng of children pursues her, their high-pitched cries echoing with indignation as they attempt to obstruct the officer's path. While the teacher's attempts to soothe them prove futile, the female officer, holding the girl, exclaims helplessly, "Children, I assure you, I am not a villain. We are police officers, here to reunite Xiaomi with her mother." Director Huang, you see this situation. We cannot proceed, she adds. Director Huang, a woman in her 50s and a longtime resident of the urban village, has known Xiaomi's grandparents for decades and has been managing the academy diligently. Let me try to reason with them, she suggests. Xiaobai, could you please let go? The police officer is a good person. She is here to help Xiaomi find her mother. The girl in the red dress hesitates momentarily, but but then clings to the police officer's uniform, asserting fiercely that Xiaomi is her dear friend and cannot be taken away, for she is not a villain. Despite the continuous reassurances from Director Huang and others, the sobbing children remain unyielding, and as the situation escalates, the teachers must intervene, allowing the police to hurriedly escort Xiaomi away. The uproar intensifies, resembling a heart-wrenching farewell. All the children are crying, except for Xiaobai. This little girl, instead of weeping, becomes increasingly defiant, resembling a stray pup, letting out a fierce growl in her tiny voice. While the other children are restrained, Xiaobai manages to break free, racing after her friend Xiaomi. Just as she is about to catch up, a hand suddenly reaches out and seizes her. It is Zhang Tan. The two police officers exchange grateful glances as they swiftly depart with Xiaomi. Xiaomi, Xiaobai cries out, attempting to bite Zhang Tan's hand in frustration. Zhang Tan winces, instinctively loosening his grip, and Xiaobai darts away like a little rabbit, chasing after the police car, shouting until she tumbles to the ground. In her fall, her small water gun slips from her grasp, and she watches helplessly as the police vehicle fades from view. Her heart breaking as she cries out, "You bad people." At last, tears stream down her cheeks, mirroring the sorrow of the other children. Half an hour later, Zhang Tan sits in a clinic, tending to the bite mark on his hand. "I sincerely apologize, Zhang Tan. Just as you return, you encounter this situation. I will certainly educate Xiaobai properly later." Accompanying me to the clinic is Director Huang. Zhang Tan reflects on the heart-wrenching tears of little Xiaobai and cannot bring himself to blame her, shaking his head helplessly. "Forget it, children act without malice. She was truly anxious. Perhaps we should allow them to bid farewell properly. The farewell has lingered for quite some time now. The longer it lasts, the harder it becomes to let go. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Come to my house." "No, I'm not hungry right now." "Don't be shy. I prepared a meal, knowing you would come today." Upon arriving at Aunt Huang's home, her husband is also present, and a lavish spread awaits him. "Zhang Tan has arrived? What happened to your hand?" Zhang Tan offers an explanation. It turns out it involves Xiaobai. Uncle Huang seems quite familiar with her. "What about Afong and Ame?" Zhang Tan inquires, and Huang ushers him to sit and sets the table. Afong has married and bought a house in Minang. He has his own family now. Ame is on a business trip to Guangdong and will be back in a few days. Time flies so quickly. "Indeed, let us have a drink." No. I was hungover yesterday. My head ached for quite some time, and I dare not drink again." "Good that you're not drinking. Alcohol is harmful to health. Eat more of the dishes." Aunt Huang is an excellent cook. After dinner, Aunt Huang's husband clears the dishes, and Zhang Tan and Aunt Huang return to the academy. Aunt Huang says, "I'll take you to your room. It's already on the 3rd floor." She reaches to help Zhang Tan with his suitcase, but he takes it up first. There are 4 rooms on the 3rd floor, and Aunt Huang has prepared the largest one for Zhang Tan. Located at the end of the corridor, measuring over 90 square meters. This room was originally a dormitory for the children, renovated to be quite spacious, though the furniture is somewhat outdated. If it's not suitable, I can arrange for replacements tomorrow. The room boasts a living area, a bedroom, a balcony, and a bathroom. Fully furnished. As Aunt Huang mentioned, while the furnishings are a bit old, they possess a certain warmth, having been moved from the ancestral home. Zhang Tan's decision to return to Pujiang was sudden, finalized only today, and he arrived immediately. The house had been undergoing renovations since the Spring Festival this year, as Zhang's old family home was dilapidated. To ensure he had somewhere to stay upon his return to Pujiang, Aunt Huang transformed this space into Zhang Tan's residence, preventing him from returning to a place without a home. "It's very clean, and the furniture is in good condition. There is no need to buy new items." "Thank you, Aunt Huang, for your thoughtfulness." Zhang Tan expressed his gratitude. Aunt Huang couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, recalling how, during this year's Spring Festival, he sported a head of intertwined yellow and purple braids. After paying respects to the 2 deceased elders, he spent every night indulging with friends, and once, inebriated, he stumbled into the academy, startling the children into screams. She had chased him away, but he had boasted that he was in charge of the academy and would oust her. Aunt Huang dismissed it as drunken ramblings, not taking it to heart. Yet her impression of him was exceedingly poor. She even prepared for the worst, contemplating that his expulsion would be the least of her worries, all while feeling regretful about the promise made to the 2 elders. Today, Zhang Tan returned, and she was pleasantly surprised. Gone were the dazzlingly peculiar hairstyles. Instead, he now exuded a refreshing clarity, embodying a composed maturity. He treated others with sincerity and respect, frequently expressing gratitude, an entirely different person from before. Perhaps the passing of his grandparents has catalyzed his sudden growth, and Huang felt a profound sense of relief in her heart, hoping fervently that this transformation is not merely a fleeting facade. Chapter 3. Pujiang Film Studio. Although the Little Red Horse Academy is situated in a bustling urban area, it possesses an extraordinary tranquility. The lush trees shield it from the clamor of the city, presenting a verdant vista that separates the academy from the bustling West Chang'an Street, evoking a sense of seclusion amidst the urban sprawl. Zhang Tan lay on his bed, his eyes wide open in the darkness, contemplating matters both of his past life and the present. Ultimately, he concluded that overthinking was futile and resolved to live life to the fullest. He closed his eyes, turned over, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by the cheerful chirping of a flock of small birds perched on the branches outside the tree. A flourishing mulberry is a rare sight in the city. Zhang Tan stepped onto the balcony, inhaling deeply the crisp air, surrounded by a sea of greenery. Yet with a view of distant skyscrapers, the faint sound of traffic lingering in the background. It truly is a splendid place. The academy, which had been lively throughout the night, was strikingly serene during the day. Zhang Tan donned his running shoes and jogged in the courtyard. His body felt somewhat feeble and in need of exercise. After completing 10 laps, Aunt Huang arrived. Standing by and watching him approach, she greeted him. "Good morning, Zhang Tan. I've brought you breakfast." Zhang Tan halted, wiped the sweat from his brow, accepted the breakfast bag, peered inside, and exclaimed, "Wow, this looks sumptuous." "I see, Zongzi. Thank you, Aunt Huang, for remembering my favorite." Delighted by the compliment on her culinary preparations, Aunt Huang smiled back. "Of course, I remember. Your grandmother's zongzi was a village specialty. It was my favorite when I was young." The two shared light-hearted banter as they returned to the classroom building. Zhang Tan first retreated to his room to shower, then enjoyed his breakfast before heading to Aunt Huang's office. A gentle aroma of tea wafted through the air. With 2 cups of fragrant tea set upon the table, and the sound of bubbling water emanating from a purple clay teapot, Aunt Huang proceeded to explain the academy's circumstances. The institution had been operating at a loss throughout the night, struggling to balance its finances with dwindling funds. Since its transformation into a nighttime academy, the income and expenditure had been difficult to reconcile. On one hand, the number of enrolled children had decreased significantly, and on the other, the fees were quite modest. "How many children are currently enrolled?" Zhang Tan inquired, taking a sip of tea, which bore a slight bitterness that countered the lingering richness and sweetness on his palate. He still had not acclimated to the sweetness characteristic of Pujiang. "There are presently 30 children, and the numbers tend to fluctuate only slightly," and Huang replied. "The nighttime academy has a limited student base. We do not charge by semesters, as there is no semester system. Instead, we calculate fees by the week, which leads to considerable turnover." Zhang Tan nodded, indicating his understanding. Given the absence of teaching responsibilities, the primary function of the nighttime academy is custodial care. Many parents have been busy with work lately, often working overtime at night and unable to care for their children, thus opting for the academy's services, with fees payable weekly, making it accessible and practical. He pondered how his grandparents must have felt, transforming a perfectly good regular academy into a nighttime institution, leading to financial losses. "How much is left in the account?" Zhang Tan asked, and Huang handed him the ledger, saying, 100,000. Noticing Zhang Tan's serious examination of the account book, she paused for a moment before continuing. "It should sustain the academy's operations for about 6 more months." Zhang Tan nodded, returned the ledger, lifted the teacup, drained it in one gulp, and before departing, remarked, "Do not worry, the funds will be credited to the account in due time." He ascended the stairs, returned to his room, sat at his desk, opened the window, and powered on his computer to browse recruitment websites. He found himself financially destitute. Once wealthy, but now squandered, with less than 10,000 remaining in his bank account. His previous words were merely to console Aunt Huang. He needed to secure employment promptly. During his train journey from Beijing to Pujiang, he gained a comprehensive understanding of this world, where everything seemed ambiguous, particularly in the entertainment industry. Where he had been a screenwriter in his past life, he was acutely aware that none of the films and television series he knew existed in this realm. He accessed a recruitment site, searching for screenwriting positions. The film and television industry is notoriously treacherous. Mere talent does not guarantee success. Despite being nominated 3 times for Best Screenwriter, he was merely a participant, and to claim that extrinsic factors did not play a role would be utterly implausible. He could rewrite his past scripts or even replicate a renowned work, However, even if he crafted a script akin to Infernal Affairs and sent it to a prominent director or posted it on a forum, hoping for a discerning talent scout to discover him, it would be a futile dream. Based on Zhang Tan's extensive experience in the industry, this endeavor resembled searching for a needle in a haystack. The chances were exceedingly slim. A recruitment notice appeared on his computer screen. Pujiang Film Studio was seeking 2 screenwriters, offering generous remuneration. The mention of Pujiang Film Studio evoked memories of his grandmother's fan, as he recalled sitting on a small stool, watching mecha warriors transform while she fanned him to ward off mosquitoes. He had watched animated films produced by Pujiang Film Studio, with his grandmother gazing at him with profound affection. In Pujiang, the dominant player in the film industry was undoubtedly Pujiang Film Studio, a century-old brand that had nurtured countless viewers with their animated features. Nationally, Pujiang Film Studio ranked among the top 3. The recruitment notice stipulated that applicants should submit a resume along with a script, merely requiring a story outline. Which script should he write? Zhang Tan pondered while gazing out at the mulberry tree. Pujiang Film Studio's greatest strength and core business was animation. Having produced numerous beloved animated films that garnered accolades both domestically and internationally, the safest approach would be to compose a script for an animated story. Although Zhang Tan had previously worked in live-action film, he had never ventured into animation, yet the fundamentals of scriptwriting remained constant. Furthermore, he regularly watched anime. And among those he had seen, one particularly renowned series before his transmigration was This Hero is clearly strong but excessively cautious. He had analyzed this anime and found that its most compelling and innovative element lay in the contrasting characterization of being both formidable and overly cautious. This dichotomy created a dramatic tension within the narrative. While Zhang Tan could not recall the specific plot details of this anime, his memory was not sufficiently sharp for that. Nonetheless, that was inconsequential. He possessed his own methodology for expanding storylines, and he merely needed to seize upon that creative concept. For him, that idea was all that mattered. Seizing the spark of inspiration, he is capable of crafting a splendid screenplay. It is creativity that holds the utmost value. He begins by enumerating the 8 essential elements of storytelling on his computer: characters, desires, actions, core conflicts, obstacles, outcomes, positive values, and negative values. Subsequently, adhering to the fundamental structure of introduction, development, twist, and conclusion, he outlines 10 sequences, each crafted according to the 8 elements. This is a formula. While one need not strictly adhere to it when writing, it often proves useful. The sun, having shifted from its position before the window, now casts its fading light upon Zhang Tan's back. He has finally completed a 10,000 word outline for a heroic tale, along with his resume, which he promptly submits to the recruitment email of the Pujiang Film Studio. Having accomplished this, Zhang Tan hesitates for a moment, changes his attire, and steps outside. The gatekeeper, Old Li, greets him. "Young Master Zhang, going out?" Zhang Tan replies, "I am visiting my grandparents at the cemetery." Old Li solemnly responds, "Ah, that is only right." Chapter 4. Laozi will not for 2 consecutive days. The Pujiang Film Studio remained silent, and Zhang Tan, unwilling to linger idly, sought out 2 additional job opportunities. He dispatched his resume and even interviewed at one of them, successfully passing, yet the terms were far from his expectations, leading him to graciously decline. Scouring the internet for job postings yielded no suitable prospects, prompting him to resolve to visit the job market the following day. As Zhang Tan stretched, he noticed that dusk had settled outside, and the once tranquil Little Red Horse Academy began to buzz with life as children trickled in. Having dined out for several days, he felt inspired to prepare a meal today, crafting 2 dishes. After enjoying his dinner, he descended to the yard for a stroll, the cheerful chatter of children filling the air. The Little Red Horse Academy boasted a spacious courtyard, surrounded by numerous camphor trees, locust trees, golden osmanthus, and 2 mulberry trees. The establishment consisted of 2 3-story red brick buildings, though currently, only one was in use. The first floor served as a play area for the children. The second housed their dormitories and the teachers' offices, while the 3rd floor was occupied solely by Zhang Tan, along with storage. The other building lay dormant, having not been repurposed into a night school, as there were not enough children to warrant its use. Lost in thought, Zhang Tan suddenly heard a yelp, and in the dim light, a child collided with him, tumbling head over heels. He quickly rushed to assist. "Are you all right?" he inquired. A tender voice, laced with a Sichuan dialect, responded, "I got bumped badly." "Which one are you?" Zhang Tan momentarily hesitated, recalling the little girl who had bitten him just 2 days prior. I'm sorry, I didn't TC you. Did it hurt? He helped the child to her feet. She was a petite girl with a bobbed haircut. Her face small enough to fit in his palm, with a pointed chin and large, expressive eyes. Dressed in a red tracksuit with a zipper adorned with the character Zhanghua. Her sleeves were frayed as if nibbled by a mouse, and the fabric had faded over time. Zhang Tan recognized such attire from his memories, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, it was none other than the girl who had bitten him. Her shoes and pant cuffs were dusted with sand, and a small red plastic bucket lay at her feet. She had been rushing with this bucket and, in the twilight, failed to notice him, resulting in her collision, spilling sand everywhere. Which one are you? I've never seen you before. The girl curiously examined him, her eyes widening as recognition dawned upon her. Oh, it's you. Blackie. Zhang Tan could only respond with silence. The girl swiftly turned and fled, leaving the bucket behind, as if fearing he might devour her. Thus, he found himself branded with a nickname by the children, Blackie, which was far less endearing than Sea King, at least in terms of connotation. Zhang Tan observed as she dashed to the guard post, conversing with Lao Li and gesturing in his direction, likely reporting him. He wagered a pack of spicy strips that her words were not flattering. Indeed, he was correct. Xiaobai lowered his voice and shouted towards the security guard, Old Li. Oh no, a wicked person has arrived. Old Li inquired, where is this villain? Xiaobai pointed to Zhang Tan, standing under the distant streetlight. It's him. The same wicked one from last time. I've never seen him before. He is going to find other children. Quick, catch him. Upon recognizing Zhang Tan, Old Li replied, that is not a bad person. He is the owner of our academy. Xiaobai, bewildered, asked the owner. Old Li confirmed, yes, everything here belongs to him. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that he was the owner. His charming Sichuan dialect emerged once more. He is so wicked. He made me furious just now. I feel like he is a bit shady. Old Li chuckled. Shady? You mustn't let the owner hear that. When Xiaobai first arrived at the academy, he struggled to understand the delightful dialect, but the little one loved to chat and often sought him out, gradually helping him comprehend. Shady is not a compliment but implies someone is peculiar or troublesome. Despite knowing he was the owner, Xiaobai still dared to challenge him. When Xiaomi was taken away, she believed that it was Zhang Tan's fault. If it weren't for Zhang Tan blocking her, she would have caught up with Xiaomi and saved her. Grandpa, here is a water gun for you. Go take down the owner. Give him a couple of slaps. Xiaobai handed his little water gun to Old Li, urging him to confront Zhang Tan. Old Li responded, do I look like a fool? Don't be afraid, Grandpa. Just a moment. Xiaobai encouraged. Old Li was speechless. I'm not afraid. I'm worried the owner will think I'm causing trouble. Why don't you go? Xiaobai's face was filled with astonishment, as if Old Li had uttered words unbefitting an adult. I'm still just a child. When I grow up, I'll definitely give Zhang Tan a good whack. Old Li decided not to engage further. Xiaobai was becoming increasingly audacious. If Zhang Tan heard, it would be quite embarrassing, as he might think Old Li was encouraging the child to speak ill behind his back. The owner has already left, you see. Old Li said, noticing that Zhang Tan was no longer under the streetlight. Xiaobai glanced around, and indeed, he was gone. With a huff, she remarked, Zhang Tan runs so fast. Grandpa, don't let him in tomorrow. If he does come in, you must give him a couple of slaps. You make it sound easy. Old Li replied non-committally, urging Xiaobai to return. You've slipped out to play again. Hurry back. Teacher Xiao Lu will be worried if she can't find you. Teacher Xiao Lu is busy with her boyfriend and doesn't have time to look after me, the clever little rascal retorted, showing her understanding of the situation. Old Li nudged her forward, saying, quickly now, don't dawdle. This little one was both fierce and loquacious. Reluctantly, Xiaobai returned to the classroom, where she saw teacher Xiao Lu playing games with the other children. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could she persuade teacher Xiao Lu to confront Zhang Tan? Teacher Xiao Lu often scolded her boyfriend over the phone with great fervor. Surely, she wouldn't be as timid as Grandpa. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tan, who had captured the attention of the young children, he retreated to his room, switched on the television for a brief moment before turning it off, and then opened his computer. He sought out a video streaming site, registered as a member, and endeavored to find a domestic film with a rating exceeding 9. After an exhaustive search, he ultimately settled on one rated 8.6. His intention in watching was not merely for entertainment, but rather to fulfill a purpose, to gain insight into the cinematic industry of this world. For a screenwriter, the primary prerequisite is to watch films, an insatiable consumption of them. Without a substantial accumulation of experience, one finds it challenging to contribute meaningfully in script discussions. After viewing the film, Zhang Tan pinned his reflections. By the time he concluded, the clock had already passed 9. He ventured out to the activity area on the first floor, where he observed clusters of children gathered. Some were engrossed in picture books. Others were listening to stories, while a few were singing and dancing, all under the guidance of teachers. The children here ranged from a maximum age of 8 to a minimum of 3. Among those dancing was a little girl named Xiaomi, who moments earlier had been joyfully watching her peers dance, her hands flailing in delight. However, upon spotting Zhang Tan, her countenance darkened, her expression turning serious. She directed her large eyes toward Teacher Lu, having previously requested Teacher Lu to praise her in the same manner as she did her boyfriend. She now found herself disappointed when Teacher Lu merely smiled at her. "Teacher Lu, I finished my dance," the little girl announced. Zhang Tan recognized her as the same Xiaoqian he had encountered on his first day at the academy. Teacher Lu offered a few words of encouragement to Xiaoqian, her gaze sweeping over the group of children until it landed on Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, why don't you show us a dance?" Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. The anticipated praise had not materialized, and instead, she was being asked to perform. With a huff, she turned her head slightly, raised it just enough to glance at the wall, crossed her arms defiantly, and exclaimed, "I won tea." If her boyfriend were not present, she might have danced. But with him right in front of her, she certainly would not perform for him. Teacher Lu, assuming Zhang Tan was merely shy, encouraged. Girls should be a bit more confident and bold. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately retorted with bravado, "I want to do it." Chapter 5. Incompatible fates. Amidst the gentle cadence of the night, the audacious young student, Xiaobai, ultimately refrained from joining the dance. Occasionally, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tan, successfully driving him away with her playful disdain. As the hour grew late, the little ones began to retire to their beds. After 10 o'clock, parents gradually arrived at the Little Red Horse Academy to collect their children. Some youngsters, utterly exhausted, were cradled from their beds by their mothers and fathers, continuing to sleep soundly in their arms while gripping their parents' hands tightly. Others, more mischievous, awoke after a brief slumber, brimming with energy, insisting on playing games with the adults before they would agree to go home. As the clock struck midnight, only 5 children remained in the academy, including Xiaobai. 3 were deeply asleep, while one had just roused, propping himself up and peering toward the door, eagerly awaiting his father's arrival. Xiaobai, wide awake and full of vitality, tossed and turned in bed before deciding to rise. She scampered to the reading area, engrossed in a picture book. Though feeling somewhat solitary without friends to converse with or play, Zhang Tan remained until the last child departed before finally retreating to his quarters for rest. Such was the demanding routine of the academy during the late hours, a world turned upside down, fraught with labor. The following day, Zhang Tan adhered to his customary routine of jogging in the yard, followed by a breakfast outing. After a refreshing shower and donning his attire, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and ventured to the talent market. Upon boarding the subway, he received a text message informing him of an interview scheduled for 2 o'clock at the Puzhong Film Studio. Zhang Tan chose not to alter his morning plans. Still wandering through the talent market, he noted a peculiar phenomenon. While there were numerous job postings for screenwriters and a significant number of applicants, the actual opportunities for success were scant. The screenwriting profession is characterized by a structural scarcity. On one hand, the market urgently requires a plethora of experienced and capable individuals, while on the other, many aspiring screenwriters struggle to find suitable employment, often relegated to editing roles or assuming titles of screenwriters without the corresponding responsibilities, merely serving as jack of all trades. Zhang Tan left empty-handed and lunched at a nearby restaurant before arriving early at the Puzhong Film Studio. With time to spare, he settled in a nearby CAF until it was 20 minutes before his scheduled interview. "Hello, I am here for an interview. May I present my notification text?" Zhang Tan displayed his message to the receptionist. "Thank you, please follow me." She guided him to the elevator, ascending to the 8th floor. "All of you are here for interviews as well. Please wait here. The interviews will commence at 2 o'clock, and you will be called in one by one." The waiting room was occupied by more than a dozen individuals, a mix of genders and ages, each absorbed in their own thoughts, the silence palpable. Zhang Tan chose a seat and awaited his turn in quiet anticipation. After a brief interval, a staff member entered, announcing preparations for the interviews, directing candidates to proceed in the order of their arrival. Over an hour later, another staff member re-entered, calling out, "Zhang Tan, who is Zhang Tan? It is your turn." Zhang Tan raised his hand, replying, "I am." He gathered his backpack, following the staff member into the meeting room. 2 men and a woman were seated inside. with the woman positioned centrally, seemingly the chief examiner. "Are you Zhang Tan?" inquired a middle-aged man to the left. "Did you graduate from the Beijing Film Academy, the directing department?" Zhang Tan took a seat, feeling little tension, and nodded. "Indeed, I just graduated and returned to Pujiang a few days ago." "Are you from Pujiang?" "I grew up here." "You studied directing. What made you consider becoming a screenwriter?" In less than 10 minutes, the interview concluded, instructing him to await further news at home. By the time he returned to Chengcheng Street, night had fallen. Zhang Tan stood beside the late-night academy, observing. He had previously overlooked that the neighboring establishment was a boxing gym. Curiosity piqued, he ventured inside to take a look. The space was modest, less than half the size of the academy, with 7 or 8 individuals practicing their punches, none paying him any mind, so he exited. Oldly greeted him. "Young Master Zhang, you're back." Zhang Tan responded with a smile. "Has the little one arrived yet?" "Soon. Xiaobai will be here." That little one was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. The gatekeeper, Oldly, felt a bit helpless and pained, knowing that once Xiaobai arrived, she would undoubtedly urge him to spar with Zhang Tan, as if he would acquiesce. Xiaobai, that feisty little girl who had already taken a disliking to him upon his arrival, was a source of mild exasperation for Zhang Tan. She had nipped at him and seemed perpetually displeased with him. According to insiders, Xiaobai had been spreading rumors among the children and teachers, portraying him in a less than flattering light. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tan recalled the little girl, Xiaomi, who had been taken away by the police. He wondered if she had reunited with her family and resolved to ask Aunt Huang. After returning to his room, he set down his backpack, took a shower, and changed into a sporty outfit of short sleeves and shorts before stepping out for a stroll. Turning a corner, he accidentally bumped into a child, sending them tumbling onto their back. Ouch! The child, remarkably agile, quickly sprang back to their feet without waiting for Zhang Tan's assistance, placing their hands on their hips and glaring at him. "What do you want, you rascal? You knocked me over again. Humph, you've made me furious." This child donned a faded blue tracksuit, reminiscent of the red one, emblazoned with 2 large Chinese characters on the front. Only Xiaobai would wear something like that. Indeed, the child he had knocked over was none other than the outspoken Xiaobai. Zhang Tan was taken aback, wondering how he had managed to bump into her once more. It felt rather targeted. "I'm so sorry, Xiaobai. Did you hurt yourself?" "I'm furious. I truly apologize." Zhang Tan thought to himself. "You're just too small and always running around. I can't stop in time." Xiaobai launched into a tirade against him, huffed, gave him a disdainful look, and walked away, unwilling to converse further. In Zhang Tan's gaze, she swiftly made her way to the guard booth to talk to Oldly. Zhang Tan mused about Oldly's affability, noting how even such a troublesome little girl sought him out for a chat. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaobai was not merely conversing, she was reporting him. "Grandpa, that rascal knocked me over again. What do you think?" "Are you angry?" Oldly glanced at Zhang Tan, who was walking down the corridor, and humorously inquired of the young Bai before him. "What is going on?" Bai chattered incessantly, urging Oldly to confront Zhang Tan and advocate for the children. "Oh dear, I must use the restroom. My stomach aches." "Bai, please do not run off." Oldly excused himself and slipped away. Bai, taken aback, saw that Oldly had genuinely left, and with no one at the guard post, she scanned her surroundings. Not a soul was in sight, so she crept to the iron gate of the academy, eager to push it open and sneak out to play. However, upon attempting to open it, she discovered it was locked. Frustrated, she kicked it and turned back. "Little friends, are you there?" Bai called out helplessly, wandering alone through the academy. Although she knew she was the only child present, she could not help but hope that perhaps someone might emerge from the ground. Finding no one, Bai picked up a soccer ball and began to play by herself. The ball rolled to Zhang Tan's feet, and they exchanged a moment of astonishment. Should he kick it back? Zhang Tan, not wishing to stoop to the level of a child, smiled at her, which earned him a roll of her eyes. Undeterred, he skillfully juggled the ball and sent it back her way. Bai appeared somewhat surprised, perhaps not anticipating Zhang Tan's prowess. As the ball soared toward her, she decided to showcase her skills and shouted, "Watch my kick." With a mighty effort, she swung her foot, aiming to launch the ball skyward, but instead, she missed and sent her own little shoe flying. To her dismay, the ball then struck her on the head, causing her to yelp and tumble onto the ground. Zhang Tan stood in stunned silence, while Oldly, who had discreetly returned to his post, was equally astonished. Pretending not to notice, he continued to scroll through his phone, and Zhang Tan quickly vacated the scene to avoid any mishap. It was not his fault. Perhaps he and Bai were destined to clash at every turn. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Tan glanced back but saw no sign of Bai. Instead, he heard laughter and commotion from the courtyard below. Peering over the balcony, he spotted Bai energetically chasing the soccer ball, full of vigor, seemingly venting her frustrations upon it. Before long, other children began to arrive, joining Bai's ranks. And soon a lively group of children was joyfully pursuing the soccer ball. At that moment, Zhang Tan's phone on the desk rang. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Is this Zhang Tan? I am from the Human Resources Department of Pujiang Film Studio. Chapter 6. Do not offend the little woman. Zhang Tan officially joined the Pujiang Film Studio as a member of the script evaluation team. The studio operates under a departmental structure, currently comprising both an animation division and a live-action film division. Zhang was assigned to the animation department, reportedly because the script he submitted was an animated screenplay. However, most of the new recruits at Pujiang Film Studio are drawn to the animation division. The live-action department remains relatively underdeveloped, having struggled for 7 or 8 years, relying on a couple of web dramas to sustain itself. The personnel within the script evaluation team can be broadly categorized into 2 groups. One consists of newcomers like Zhang Tan, who are at the beginning of their careers, starting with script evaluation to gain experience. The other group comprises seasoned veterans nearing retirement, who, rich in experience, have moved to a secondary role akin to a comfortable retirement. As a state-owned enterprise, the studio offers commendable employee benefits and a humane work environment, thus retaining a cohort of such veteran employees. Having completed the necessary formalities, Zhang Tan became a salaried screenwriter. As a salaried writer, he had a formal position, clocking in daily, receiving a monthly salary, and earning commissions based on projects. In contrast, there exists a category of freelance writers who work independently, their income dependent on the availability of projects, harboring dreams while tolerating the challenges of financial instability. Of course, a few among them are already well known, possessing connections and resources, but they represent a minority. Zhang Tan opted against becoming a freelance writer, for he lacked resources and connections. His scripts would likely go unused. He needed to accumulate experience first. On his first day, he reviewed the studio's operational guidelines, beginning to examine scripts on the following day. The scripts were not sourced from the internet, but were submitted internally by the studio. Most of these scripts were authored by in-house writers, with some submissions from freelance writers. Prior to utilization, the studio typically presents these scripts to the evaluation team for assessment. Mornings are dedicated to script reviews, while afternoons are reserved for meetings to discuss opinions. This process serves both as a script critique and a means for the studio to gauge the capabilities of newcomers, facilitating future work arrangements. Each month, the studio rates the evaluation team members, identifying who has made progress, who shows potential, who can contribute significantly, and who is capable of taking on responsibilities independently. Daily performance serves as the standard for evaluation. After work that day, the team leader and deputy leader of the evaluation group convened for a brief meeting. Currently, there are 15 members in the group. Apart from 5 veteran writers, the remaining 10 are newcomers. Their performances over the past 5 days have been observed closely, and it was time to discuss them. Let us share our thoughts, said team leader Lao Lu, a veteran screenwriter with over 30 years at Pujiang Film Studio, now nearing retirement and focusing on nurturing new talent. Although newcomers are evaluated monthly, as the team leader, he holds weekly assessment meetings, where feedback will serve as a crucial reference for the monthly evaluations. Zhang Fan is not promising. This young man is beyond redemption, remarked one deputy leader. Another added lamentingly. He graduated from a prestigious university with a major in Chinese, possessing a solid foundation, yet he is too rigid and inflexible in his thinking. Lao Lu nodded, jotting down Zhang Fan's name along with AD in his notebook. Jiang Rong has been with us for over a month, and her growth has not progressed as swiftly as I had anticipated. I perceive her to possess a certain ethereal charm, a whimsical nature that is indeed intriguing. While technique can be cultivated over time, that innate brilliance is something one is born with. Lao Lu remarked that Jiang Rong could continue to be nurtured. He inscribed her name in his notebook, accompanied by AB. The 3 of them assessed each newcomer one by one, and when it was Zhang Tan's turn, both deputy team leaders simultaneously declared, "This Zhang Tan is a talent. Where did you find him?" Quite impressive. After hearing their evaluations of Zhang Tan, Lao Lu stated, "Tomorrow, let us assign them a task to craft a story outline and observe the outcomes." He recorded Zhang Tan's name in his notebook, followed by an A. Meanwhile, Zhang Tan was at home preparing dinner. Having spent 5 days in the evaluation group, he felt no impatience. Rather, he relished the experience. Seizing the opportunity to gain a more nuanced understanding of the world of film and animation, pondering the taste of the market, regardless of how well a script is pinned. It must align with market demands. Not every excellent script will garner market favor. Outside, the sounds of children frolicking filled the air. A group was engaged in a game of Eagle Catches Chicks, with the role of the eagle played by a little girl named Xiaomi. At merely 4 years old, she was among the youngest of the children, and her petite stature made her appear even smaller. Yet, despite her age and size, Xiaomi exhibited a fierce spirit. Charging ahead without fear, commanding respect even from older and taller children who willingly followed her lead. At that moment, this diminutive figure had taken on the role of the eagle, attempting to catch a gaggle of older children. The hen was portrayed by a tall boy, the oldest in the group at 8 years of age. Zhang Tan felt a surge of concern for Xiaomi. Nevertheless, Xiaomi brimmed with confidence, boasting gleefully, "You bunch of silly heads, clumsy as can be, you won't escape me." She laughed heartily, skillfully darting past the hen's wings, and amidst a cacophony of screams, managed to capture a child lagging behind. Having completed dinner, Zhang Tan sat on the balcony, savoring his meal while observing the children at play. Suddenly, one of the children spotted him and exclaimed, pointing at him, "Look, he's all black." The children raised their heads in unison, scrutinizing him like a row of little radishes. Bursting into laughter, their teasing words filling the air. They jeered, calling out about his blackness. Xiaobai was the loudest among them. Despite Zhang Tan's complexion being fair, his face flushed with indignation. He sat frozen in his chair, the once appetizing meal now lacking flavor, contemplating whether to hurl his bowl. Had that nickname spread? Was it Xiaobai's doing? Must the conflict be brought to light? Fortunately, Teacher Lu, having heard the commotion, rushed over to intervene. Her foresight was timely. Had she arrived any later, the situation might have escalated beyond control, for Zhang Tan had already resolved to leap into the fray, ready to confront the little ones to defend his honor, especially against that Xiaobai. It was time for a display of authority, a lesson to be learned. Despite this, the young Bai still made faces at him, sticking out her tongue. It seemed she was locked in a rivalry with Zhang Tan, perhaps destined for an unyielding conflict. As for the public nature of their discord, it was evident. It had long been laid bare. The antics continued, with several other children joining in the mockery. Bai's talent for inciting such behavior was remarkable. Zhang Tan exclaimed, "Enough, enough. We're all sweating now. Let us return to the classroom and watch television." Teacher Lu ushered the children back to class like ducks being herded. "I'll deal with you all after I finish my meal." Zhang Tan muttered harshly to himself as he returned to his room, feeling vexed and nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Taking a few deep breaths, he composed himself and quickly finished his dinner, which tasted as bland as chewing wax. After washing the dishes, he ascended to Aunt Huang's office on the second floor to inquire about Xiaomi. Aunt Huang was busy knitting a pair of small cloth shoes for a baby, preparing in advance for her daughter-in-law, who was 5 months along. Upon hearing Zhang Tan's inquiry, she replied, "I called the police station the day before yesterday. They are still searching for Xiaomi's family. I plan to visit the station tomorrow to see if there is any assistance I can offer." Zhang Tan nodded, acknowledging the situation. Without clarity regarding Xiaomi's fate, he would undoubtedly continue to bear the ignominious nickname. He regretted ever extending a helping hand. For Bai was not to be trifled with. Confucius was indeed correct. It is wise to avoid provoking a woman. Chapter 7. The vivid adventure. Upon his arrival at the office, Zhang Tan was promptly summoned to the conference room, accompanied by 9 other colleagues, all of whom were youthful. The assistant team leader entered and announced, "You have all been with the company for a while now, some for over 3 months. While the shortest tenure belongs to Zhang Tan and He Chao, who have been here for a week. I present to you a theme. You have 1 day to compose a story outline of no less than 5,000 words. Submit it to me by the end of the day." The group perked up at this announcement. The title is The Little Mud's Grand Adventure, which narrates the escapades of a mud toy, Little Mud, who escapes from a toy factory and encounters a myriad of toys, leading to a series of delightful events. You are to develop the story from this premise. With that, the assistant team leader concluded his introduction and exited the room, prompting the dissolution of the meeting. As everyone dispersed, Zhang Tan returned to his cubicle, contemplating the narrative. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had printed and bound his story outline, which he then submitted to the assistant team leader. It was a swift endeavor. The assistant team leader glanced at Zhang Tan's submission before placing it on his right, where 2 other submissions already lay. It appeared that Zhang Tan was the third to turn in his work. After submitting his outline, Zhang Tan headed home. Aunt Huang called, inviting him to dinner at her home that evening. Purchasing some fruit, he arrived at Aunt Huang's residence, where her husband was also present. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Huang poked her head out from the kitchen and said, "Please take a seat, Zhang Tan. It will only be 10 minutes. Lao Huang, why don't you chat with Zhang Tan about your rather sour novel?" Lao Huang, Aunt Huang's husband, appeared somewhat awkward at this remark. "What sour novel? I just don't understand it," he replied. Aunt Huang interjected from the kitchen, "Not sour at all. It's my teeth that are sensitive." Zhang Tan smiled at Lao Huang and asked, "Uncle Huang enjoys writing?" Lao Huang, a bit bashful, chuckled and replied, "Just a hobby. I heard you are now working at the Puzhong film studio, writing scripts?" Zhang Tan responded, "I'm still in the learning phase. By the way, has May returned from her business trip yet?" "Not yet," Lao Huang replied. "I heard her trip has been extended by 2 days beyond the original schedule." Lao Huang seemed quite displeased, remarking, "An unmarried woman on a business trip for over 10 days, and the company shows no consideration. They really treat her like a workhorse." After a casual exchange, they soon gathered around the dining table for dinner. As Zhang Tan surveyed the spread of dishes, he was suddenly overcome with emotion. "Thank you, Aunt Huang. You've outdone yourself. All of these are my grandmother's signature dishes." Although Aunt Huang was not related by blood, she had raised him since childhood, nurturing a bond akin to that of mother and son. Perhaps recalling his grandmother, Aunt Huang sighed but quickly brightened her expression, saying, "I'm glad you enjoy it. I believe your grandmother would be even happier to see how much you've changed." Throughout the week, Aunt Huang had been quietly observing Zhang Tan and noted his genuine transformation. The rebellious and obstinate demeanor he once possessed had vanished without a trace. "Let us see if you've learned any of your grandmother's culinary skills," Uncle Huang prompted. Zhang Tan sampled a piece of crystal pork knuckle, exclaiming, "The flavor is identical." As dinner progressed, Aunt Huang mentioned, "Today I went to the police station and saw Xiaomi. That little girl has lost so much weight. When she saw me, she cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom. It was truly pitiful." Zhang Tan inquired, "Have they yet found her family?" Aunt Huang, "Her hometown is in Shandong, and I have already contacted the local police there, but they have not found anything yet." Lao Huang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "It is utterly irresponsible for parents to simply lose track of a child of such an age." Aunt Huang remarked, "Indeed, I have seen Xiaomi's mother. She is a frail woman, raising Xiaomi alone in Puzhong. The pressure must be overwhelming for her. Perhaps she just couldn't bear it anymore. She usually dotes on her daughter. She must love her, but I wonder what could have happened to make her leave like this." Lao Huang raised his voice. "What love for a daughter? If she truly cared, she would not abandon her. Is that something a mother can do?" Aunt Huang cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Then let me ask, where is the father? Leaving the mother and daughter behind, how can he have the audacity? Is that what a father does?" Lao Huang's frustration waned. "We are discussing the issue of Xiaomi being abandoned." Aunt Huang seized the opportunity. "Her father is even worse. Not only has he abandoned Xiaomi, but he has also deserted her mother. Is he even human? Is he a man?" Zhang sighed, and Lao Huang felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Please don't be so emotional. Let us remain focused on the matter at hand." Aunt Huang shot him a disdainful look. "I have no time for idle chatter with you. I need to head to the academy." It was evident that she maintained her position of authority within the family. Upon hearing this, Zhang also rose to leave. "Uncle, I shall return as well." Lao Huang saw them out. "Please come again next time." On the way back, Aunt Huang suddenly said, "Today, the police officer at the station asked me if we could bring Xiaomi back for now, and once her family is found, they can take her away. I haven't replied yet. This decision is yours to make." Zhang inquired, "Why is that necessary?" Aunt Huang explained, "Xiaomi has been crying and throwing tantrums at the station. No matter how we try to soothe her, it is ineffective. She has lost so much weight, and if this continues, she may fall ill before her family is found. She has many friends at the academy, and Sibai is one of her close companions. The police believe that returning her to the academy might help stabilize her emotions and seek our opinion. Of course, the station will cover the expenses." Zhang replied, "I'm not very familiar with these matters. What do you think, Aunt Huang? It's quite pitiable, and it's not a serious issue. I believe we can agree to it." "All right, then let us bring her back. Once Xiaomi is back, Xiaobai should put aside her resentment. And let us hope she stops shouting. If she continues, I might have to discipline her." Just as I thought of Xiaobai, a commotion erupted in the academy. Xiaobai was ferociously chasing a chubby boy, shouting, "You little rascal." The chubby boy, unable to outrun her, was pinned to the ground and struck, but he was stronger. flipping Xiaobai over, and the two began to wrestle. Zhang mused, "How fierce. Xiaobai, you truly are something else, daring to confront a boy much larger than yourself. Where do you find such courage? Moreover, you managed to hold your own. One must respect that." Teacher Xiaolu and Old Li rushed in to separate them, commanding them to stand still. Both were covered in dust. Xiaobai's hair was disheveled, her small face smeared with dirt, and there was a streak of blood. She resembled a battle-hardened little wildcat. Her zipper on the traditional Chinese outfit was broken, and she was preoccupied with fiddling with it. Seemingly more concerned about the state of her clothing than the scars adorning her face, she appeared quite distressed. The chubby boy nearby was no better off. His trousers sagged perilously, exposing his bottom. A clear shoe print marred his pale rear, alongside a patch of bright red, evidence of being pinched by the fierce little girl. Zhang Tan had witnessed it all with great clarity. But that was not the end of it. Nestled within the chubby boy's backside was a brown and white patterned toy snake. The snake's head was tucked inside, while its tail protruded from his trousers, rhythmically swaying, revealing it to be a battery-operated prank. It was utterly ridiculous. Moreover, the boy's plump face was smeared with dirt, his mouth stained, and he was crying, with blood trickling from his nose, covering it as he sobbed in fear. "Whoa, Xiaobai hit me," he lamented, ultimately just a 5-year-old child, overwhelmed by the ferocity of such a young girl. Xiaobai retorted sharply, "What do you say? You silly fool, with your square head and silly antics." Had it not been for Teacher Lu's intervention, she would have charged at him again. And Huang, with a stern expression, instructed, "Take Luo Zikong back and let Xiao Tang have a look at him to stop the bleeding." The chubby boy left in tears, while Aunt Huang fixed her gaze on the defiant Xiaobai, remaining silent, intending to quell her arrogance with mere presence and a steely gaze. Gradually, Xiaobai sensed the atmosphere shifting, retracting her claws and fangs, transforming from a feisty wildcat into a docile kitten. "Why were you fighting?" Aunt Huang inquired. Xiaobai wiped her face, only to smudge it further. Luo Zikong used a toy snake to scare Chengcheng. "Speak in Mandarin." Aunt Huang interrupted. Xiaobai obediently switched to Mandarin. Luo Zikong frightened Chengcheng with a little snake. Her words flowed clearly and articulately, absolving herself of any blame, placing the entire fault squarely on Luo Zikong. Aunt Huang was left speechless, while Zhang Tan internally applauded her eloquence. In essence, Luo Zikong had used a toy snake to terrify a girl named Chengcheng, causing her to cry. Xiaobai defended her, leading to a heated exchange, after which Luo Zikong resorted to physicality. Zhang Tan speculated that Luo Zikong, unable to compete with her in argument, had been vexed by Xiaobai's relentless spirit in recent days, contemplating a confrontation to teach her a lesson. And Huang asked, "Did Luo Zikong strike first?" Xiaobai nodded vigorously, her innocent demeanor a far cry from her earlier fierceness. Noticing her steadfast resolve to not change her story, Aunt Huang instructed, "Xiao Lu, take her to wash her face and tend to her clothes and hair. Be careful with her injury, we must avoid scarring. Bring both her and Luo Zikong to my office afterward." As Xiaobai was led away by Teacher Lu, she cast a fierce glare at Zhang Tan before departing. Zhang Tan sighed, "Let us hope she doesn't end up with a scar that would make her less charming." Xiaobai raised her chin, admonishing Teacher Lu with a series of reminders, chattering incessantly. Zhang Tan pondered whether he should inform her that she was already lacking in charm. Chapter 8. Distinct Emotions Later. Zhang Tan discovered that the punishment meted out to Xiaobai for their recent altercation was the prohibition of watching television. To others, this might seem trivial, a mere evening without television, but for Xiaobai, it felt akin to a death sentence, leaving her listless and dispirited. This was the script you all wrote yesterday, distributed randomly and anonymously. Each of you received a copy. Please provide your critiques, and we shall convene in an hour for discussion. The deputy team leader randomly handed out the 10 scripts from yesterday, each person receiving one, unacquainted with the authorship. Zhang Tan, too, received a copy, which he perused attentively. An hour later, the members gathered in the conference room, where, apart from the 2 deputy leaders, the team leader, Lao Lu, was also present. Once everyone had arrived, Lao Lu directly called out, "Zhang Tan, please share your thoughts on the script you have, discussing both its merits and shortcomings. Everyone, listen attentively." Zhang Tan closed the script and placed it on the conference table before him. The merits and demerits of this script are quite apparent. There are 3 strengths. Firstly, the language is lively and charming, fitting the narrative perfectly. However, there are also 3 notable weaknesses. The first is a lack of logical coherence in the plot, for instance. It begins by stating that Xiao Xiaoanai is impoverished yet fantasizes about winning the lottery, only to find that he actually does win. The progression of the story should not rely on mere coincidence. The attendees listened intently, and among them, a girl seated to Zhang Tan's right exhibited a particularly intriguing expression. Secondly, there is a segment where Xiao and his friends decide to make a youth film, and a considerable portion is devoted to detailing the plot of this film within the film. This play within a play is quite unsuitable. Having concluded his remarks, the team leader inquired, regarding these 3 issues, do you have any suggestions for revisions? Zhang Tan paused momentarily. Although he had not mentioned the need for revisions, he remained composed and confident as he replied, in response to the first issue of Mere Coincidence, we could establish Xiaomi's lottery win as a background element, such that he wins the prize upon his introduction. The narrative could then revolve around how he spends his newfound wealth, thus circumventing the reliance on coincidence. Upon finishing, Laolu nodded appreciatively and asked, who authored this piece? Please raise your hand. The group glanced around, and a voice emerged from Zhang Tan's right. It was I. The team leader smiled and remarked, I suspected as much, Jiang Rong. What are your thoughts on Zhang Tan's critique? Jiang Rong replied, his observations are astute, and I wholeheartedly accept them. Thank you. I have learned a great deal. After work, Zhang Tan received a call from Aunt Huang, informing him that Xiaomi had been brought home and was in a stable emotional state, neither crying nor causing a fuss. Zhang Tan did not head home immediately, for there was a gathering that evening to welcome him and He Chao, the 2 newcomers. The proposer of this gathering was Lao Lu, and all 15 members of the evaluation group were in attendance. Zhang Tan, being one of the focal participants, could not avoid partaking in the drinking, but fortunately, his tolerance was commendable, and he remained sober. He Chao, however, was not as fortunate, having reached a state of mild inebriation. Jiang Rong raised her glass to Zhang Tan, expressing that his critiques had been immensely beneficial to her. As Lao Lu toasted with Zhang Tan, he encouraged him to exercise patience, to remain humble and diligent, and to await the right opportunities. Among this new batch of individuals, Zhang Tan is the one he holds in the highest regard. After indulging in a considerable amount of wine, the restaurant owner entered with a beaming smile, presenting his business card and extending a warm invitation to return. Jiang Rong remarked, the food is indeed delightful, but it is rather far. Do you have any branch locations, owner? The proprietor responded enthusiastically, yes, indeed. We have 3 branches. One located on West Chang'an Street. Jiang Rong praised the owner for his successful enterprise, noting that all his branches are situated in bustling areas, where the monthly rent must be substantial, yet profitability suggests a thriving business. The owner acknowledged, the rent is exorbitant, especially on West Chang'an Street. The group chuckled, agreeing that while the rent is steep, the flourishing business might render it the most lucrative of his branches. Unintentionally, the word sparked a thought in Zhang Tan's mind. After dinner, the group parted ways. Upon returning to the academy, the gatekeeper, Old Li, greeted him as he emerged from the guardhouse. Ah, young Master Zhang is back. Enjoyed some drinks, I see. Zhang Tan sniffed the air but could not discern the scent, inquiring, does it smell strong? Old Li replied, a little. Initially intending to check on Xiaomi, who had returned today, Zhang Tan abandoned that thought and ascended directly to his room. After taking a shower and drying his hair, he heard a knock at the door. After a brief moment, he changed into fresh clothes, wiped the droplets from his hair, approached the door, and opened it to find no one there. Looking down, he was surprised to see 2 children standing before him, their little heads raised in curiosity, one with a timid expression and the other brimming with bravado, as if prepared for a confrontation. The brash one was clad in a red outfit, sporting a band-aid on his face. It was none other than his rival, Little Bai. This appearance bore a slight resemblance to a fierce little warrior. What is this? Have they come to hunt him down at home? Such actions violate the unwritten rules of their games. A calamity should not extend to one's family. The other child seemed familiar, yet he could not place them. Many children bore similar features, either resembling little dumplings or radishes. Little Bai, upon seeing him, maintained a serious demeanor, her large eyes darting around, betraying her inner turmoil. Noticing the 2 silent visitors, Zhang Tan broke the silence, asking, hello there. What brings you here? Do you need something? The timid child, looking down, fidgeted with her attire and took a step to the left, effectively hiding behind Little Bai. Little Bai cast a quick glance at Zhang Tan, appearing flustered, her gaze swiftly shifting to an inconspicuous spot on the corridor floor, as if it held the secret of a flower. What's the matter? Please, speak. Zhang Tan urged once more. Uncle, I'm sorry, Little Bai said, avoiding his gaze, yet the words undeniably came from her. Huh. Zhang Tan was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. Did she just say sorry? Is that how one pronounces it in their dialect? Does your hand still hurt? I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to bite you. Finally mustering her courage, Little Bai lifted her head to glance at him, then lowered her gaze to his hand, which was now unbandaged but still bore a band-aid, just like her own face. Zhang Tan was now certain that Xiaobai had come to apologize, rather than to issue threats. He then glanced at the other little girl Xiaobai was holding by the hand, who was of similar height, slender, with slightly swollen eyes, indicating she had just been crying. If he was not mistaken, this must be Xiaomi. Indeed, Xiaobai introduced her. Xiaomi is back. Thank you, uncle. She then gently urged the bashful Xiaomi, don't be afraid, just say it. With a deep breath, Xiaomi mustered her courage and whispered, thank you, uncle. Zhang Tan could hardly believe that, given the past grievances between him and Xiaobai, she would refrain from calling him derogatory names. He had never imagined, nor dared to hope, that she would come to apologize of her own volition, unless Aunt Huang had continued to pressure her with her stern demeanor. Xiaobai, who had always opposed him and spoken harshly, surprisingly demonstrated both humility and flexibility, such a child, clear in her affections and aversions. The scarred yet adorable apprentice was indeed extraordinary. Yet their world remained uncomplicated, devoid of pretenses or pride. Zhang Tan smiled, and the resentment he harbored due to the petty grievances dissipated like smoke. No need for thanks. I can understand how you felt at that moment. How is Xiaomi feeling today? Xiaomi remained silent, her head bowed. Xiaobai nudged her gently, reminding Xiaomi, Uncle is asking you a question. Why are you being so silly? Xiaomi stared blankly at her, unable to comprehend. Xiaobai puffed out her cheeks and spoke in Mandarin. Xiaomi, Uncle is asking how you are feeling. Don't just daze off. Xiaomi quietly replied, I'm not crying anymore. Good, Xiaobai said, don't just talk to me, speak to Uncle. Look at him. Xiaomi turned to Zhang Tan, repeating, Xiaomi is not crying anymore. Zhang Tan felt a bit exhausted. Was it not tiring to converse in such a manner? It's good that you're no longer crying. Tears are precious. Children should not shed them too often. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Xiaomi looked at Xiaobai, who peeked inside and exclaimed, Wow, your home is so nice. Let us sit. Holding Xiaomi's hand, she strolled in confidently, glancing around freely. Zhang Tan brought over chairs for them, inviting them to sit down, and asked, Would you like some water? Both Xiaobai and Xiaomi shook their heads. Suddenly, Xiaobai remembered something, rummaging through her pants pocket until she produced a handful of boiled peanuts, offering them to Zhang Tan. Uncle, have some. Boiled peanuts? I'll only try one. You should enjoy them, Zhang Tan replied. But Xiaobai insisted, placing them all in his palm. They're all for you. Unable to refuse, Zhang Tan accepted them, went to the kitchen to fetch a small bowl, poured the peanuts inside, and then washed a handful of green podocarpus and retrieved 2 orange-yellow tangerines to sample the fruits. Xiaobai popped a green podocarpus into her mouth, smiling politely and saying, So sweet. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and remarked, Uncle, have you been drinking? You caught me. Just a little, he confessed. Xiaobai immediately jumped off her chair, grabbing Xiaomi's hand. We're leaving now, bye. Their departure was swift and spirited, as if they had simply come and gone in a whirlwind. Zhang Tan called after them, Want you stay for a little longer? No, we want you stay. We need to go to sleep, they exclaimed, making their escape. Take the orange boatie away. No need for the orange boatie. Xiaobai quickly pulled Xiaomi downstairs, and after turning a corner, she glanced back cautiously, ensuring Zhang Tan had not followed. Only then did she feel reassured enough to say to her little companion, Xiaomi, remember this well. Adults who have been drinking can be quite fierce and may harm children. We must make our escape swiftly. Xiaomi, in her innocence, responded with a vague "oh." Suddenly, Xiaobai recalled the primary purpose of her venture and panicked. What should she do? She hesitated to return to Pairii, fearing that he might be intoxicated and could lash out at her. Looking at Xiaomi, she felt a wave of sympathy and summoned her courage, rubbing her small hands together and instructing Xiaomi to wait for her here, with a haphazard grasp of her hair and her tiny hand resting on her waist, where she tucked a small water gun filled with water. She took a few determined steps back to the door, gritting her teeth and putting on a fierce expression. After a moment of indecision, she finally knocked on the door. The door opened, and Xiaobai jumped back a couple of steps, warily eyeing Zhang Tan. With rapid-fire words, she exclaimed, Uncle, Xiaomi will be staying here tonight, so please treat her kindly and do not bully the children. Chapter 9. The comedian watching the adorable apprentice, Xiaobai, transform into a little rabbit and dart away. Zhang Tan was left perplexed. It seemed she was quite frightened of him. despite their earlier light-hearted conversation. Oh, but Xiaomi was anything but relaxed, her apprehension palpable throughout. Xiao Bai's rapid-fire barrage of words had left Zhang Tan momentarily dazed. It took him 3 mental rewinds to comprehend that she was merely advocating for Xiaomi, exuding a certain sisterly charm. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan selected a film and nestled into the sofa. Previously, he had opted for a critically acclaimed movie, but this time he chose one that boasted impressive box office numbers. Its ratings were relatively high, but its commercial success was undeniable. After the credits rolled, he realized it was quite late. Descending to the first-floor activity area, he found that some children had already retreated to their dorms for sleep, while others remained transfixed by the television, perched on their little chairs with heads held high, a sea of dark-haired youth. Amidst this assembly of children sat Xiao Bai, her large eyes seemingly glued to the screen, oblivious to everything else. Zhang Tan couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. She was simply captivating. Xiao Bai had her left arm draped around Xiaomi and her right hand resting on Chengcheng's shoulder, her face adorned with a band-aid, clad in a traditional outfit, exuding an air of authority that drew attention. Despite several reminders from Teacher Lu, Xiao Bai continued to embody a semblance of a leader rather than genuinely behaving as one, prompting the teacher to disregard her antics. After exchanging a few words with the staff, Zhang Tan advised them not to let the children watch television for too long. To his surprise, the staff promptly turned off the television and hurriedly ushered the children toward bedtime. A chorus of small voices erupted in protest, many of them casting innocent glances in his direction. Zhang Tan thought to himself, what is the meaning of this? I haven't even had the chance to leave yet. Won't the children resent me for this? Xiao Bai stared at the now blank screen for several seconds, then rushed to the staff member, pleading for just 5 more minutes of viewing time. 2 would suffice, insisting she had to know whether the little donkey would survive. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't sleep well. Tormented by dreams of donkeys, the staff member turned to Zhang Tan with a questioning gaze. Zhang Tan internally groaned. Are you pushing me into a predicament and seeking to make a spectacle of it? What will Xiao Bai think of me now? We just reconciled. Sure enough, Xiao Bai fixed her gaze upon him, grinding her small teeth, and tugged the staff member closer, asking, Uncle, how many is this? While wiggling 2 fingers before his eyes, Zhang Tan replied, 2. Are you saying I'm silly? She retorted, her expression incredulous, as if a new nickname were already being coined. Once assured that Zhang Tan was sober, Xiao Bai sighed in relief and earnestly requested to watch a little longer, vowing that seeing the little donkey alive was imperative for her peace of mind that night. Zhang Tan relented. All right, you may watch for 5 more minutes, but I shall start the timer now. He then instructed the staff member, please escort the other children to their dorms. I'll take care of this here. 10 minutes later, Zhang Tan remarked, 5 minutes have long passed. We are now into the second 5 minutes. Xiao Bai, her eyes still glued to the screen, replied without turning her head, but the little donkey has been rescued yet? Zhang Tan was also engrossed in an animated series. As a screenwriter, he mused that if he were to craft the story, the little donkey would remain in peril for at least 2 episodes, tantalizing the young audience before its eventual rescue. Such swift resolutions were far too simplistic. A build-up followed by a climactic resolution was essential to captivate innocent viewers like Xiao Bai. Time for bed, he announced, switching off the television. You can continue watching tomorrow. Just so you know, I've seen it. The little donkey does not perish and will indeed be saved. After finally ushering Xiao Bai to his dormitory, Zhang Tan returned to his own room, seated himself at his desk, and powered on his computer. His gaze fell upon a bowl of boiled peanuts, and as he picked one up, he cracked open its shell to reveal 2 plump, cooked nuts. A delightful aroma wafted to his nostrils, evoking an irresistible urge to savor them. He maneuvered his mouse and accessed a real estate agency's website to investigate the housing prices along West Chang'an Street. Indeed, as the private chef had mentioned, the prices in that area were exorbitantly high, with rental costs that left one in awe. After browsing for a while, he noticed a scarcity of properties for sale. Most listings were strictly for rent, indicating a market with high valuations but little availability. Zhang Tan calculated that if the land of the Little Red Horse Academy were sold, he would instantly amass a fortune exceeding $1 billion, freeing himself from financial worries regarding the academy and allowing him to pursue a life of his choosing. Should he feel inspired, he could pen his own script, assemble a crew, and direct it himself, thereby bypassing the initial stages of struggle and accumulation. Yet, the uncertainty of success loomed large. Zhang Tan felt a surge of temptation, but his only concern was that the Little Red Horse Academy had been a legacy from his grandparents, although he had not delved deeply into their sentiments. He could surmise that they had cherished this place immensely during their lifetimes. The academy represented the culmination of their efforts. Hesitant and uncertain, he closed the webpage and succumbed to sleep. The following morning at the office, a staff member presented him with a new script. Upon opening it, he discovered that the title was Beneath Tianyu Mountain. Zhang Tan's usual routine involved reading scripts in the morning and holding discussions in the afternoon. Others had also received the same script, and Jiang Rong, seated across from him, leaned over from her computer to inquire, Zhang Tan, what is the title of the script you've received? The distribution of scripts varied. Sometimes each person received a different one, while other times, some shared the same. Thus, Jiang Rong's question was quite natural. Beneath Tianyu Mountain, Zhang Tan replied, what about yours? Jiang Rong showcased her script, smiling as she remarked, what a peculiar title. It's the first time I've encountered such a lengthy name. Zhang Tan was taken aback to see. This brave one is both powerful yet excessively cautious. Wasn't this the script he had submitted alongside his resume? He had presumed the production company had overlooked it, but it seemed they intended to evaluate it today. I find this title quite distinctive. It sticks in one's mind immediately, and it's very much on point. Excessively cautious, which I find quite intriguing. Zhang Tan silently praised himself. Jiang Rong, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The scripts they evaluated were all anonymous, devoid of authors' names, allowing everyone to express their thoughts freely without hesitation. The script in Zhang Tan's hands also bore no name, yet upon reading it, he sensed it was undoubtedly penned by a seasoned writer. The narrative was meticulously crafted and logically compelling. Suddenly, Jiang Rong, sitting opposite him, burst into laughter and leaned over to Zhang Tan, exclaiming, Zhang Tan, this script is quite amusing. Have you seen it? This brave hero is hilariously earnest. Do you know how he tackles a bottom-tier slime in the food chain? Zhang Tan, fully engaged, responded, how does he do it? If we are to support him, we must go all in. Pretending to ponder, he asked, does he use a special move? Jiang Rong chuckled, you've guessed part of it, but it's not quite right. Keep trying. After 2 incorrect attempts, Jiang Rong could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, he actually goes all out. Do you realize that? He has summoned to save the world, a genius from the divine realm, and he still expends every ounce of effort to defeat a slime. How absurd. Zhang Tan chuckled along, and Jiang Rong continued, did you know? He prepares 3 sets of armor for battle, one to wear, one as a backup, and another as a backup for the backup. Who could have written this? It must be someone quite whimsical. Zhang Tan replied, allow you to rephrase that. He chose not to respond further, as others chimed in. Indeed, I'm also reading this script. This hero is making me laugh to death. I've never seen someone so cowardly. Another interjected, he's not cowardly. He is just excessively cautious. What has he experienced? Yet another voice joined in. He is simply someone who fears for his life. I don't think so. He is cautious, but certainly not cowardly. Isn't that the very definition of cowardice? Jiang Rong joined the debate. He is just amusing. Which script are you discussing? Another person inquired. With their own scripts in hand, Zhang Tan eagerly anticipated the afternoon evaluation meeting. After lunch and a brief nap, at 2 o'clock, the deputy leader summoned everyone to the conference room. Zhang Tan brought his laptop and took his usual seat, with Jiang Rong sitting to his right, excitedly whispering, finally, we'll discover which whimsical soul authored this brave hero. Zhang Tan shot her a glance, pondering whether she was truly intent on labeling the author as whimsical. The head, Old Lu, arrived last, and, upon settling in, stated, as usual, let us discuss the scripts you have. Zhang Tan, you start. He always called on Zhang Tan first. Zhang Tan had grown accustomed to this and responded. The title of my script is Beneath Tianyu Mountain, and it encompasses numerous strengths. After elaborating on various merits, he began to address the shortcomings. Jiang Rong quietly noted, there are 3 flaws. Zhang Tan echoed, there are 3 flaws. Jiang Rong cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Tan, accustomed to his habits, wondering if he might have a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, as he consistently listed 3 shortcomings during script evaluations. As for the advantages, there may be 1 or perhaps several. However, the shortcomings are invariably 3. Zhang Tan continued, stating, firstly, the entire narrative feels somewhat monotonous, lacking in novelty and appearing rather tedious. After he finished speaking, the team leader, Lao Lu, inquired, regarding these 3 deficiencies, could you propose some solutions? Zhang Tan replied, in response to the first point, I believe introducing a supporting character could enliven the atmosphere, such as a pet. There are numerous examples of this. Like Mushu the dragon in the animated film Mulan, whose presence greatly enhanced the vibrancy and enjoyment of the film. Many animated series incorporate such elements. This is not exclusive to animation. Live-action films often follow suit, frequently featuring a comedic character alongside the protagonist to lighten the mood, as seen with Fatty in Tomb Raider notes. After listening, team leader Lao Lu nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and asked the three colleagues who had also received the script to share their thoughts. Once everyone had spoken, he remarked, "I will relay all your feedback to the production team." Production team? Someone asked curiously. Lao Lu nodded and explained, "This is actually a project that the studio is preparing to launch. This script was penned by our in-house screenwriter, who specifically sought our opinions and suggestions. Your insights are commendable." The group felt a surge of excitement, as this was the first time they encountered a script they had evaluated being put into use. Lao Lu then said, "All right, let us proceed. Jiang Rong, I see you are eager to share. Please go ahead." Chapter 10. A performance of caution. When the team leader called on Jiang Rong to comment on this brave one is undeniably strong yet excessively cautious, she eagerly spoke up. "Team leader, I find this script quite intriguing." She extolled a plethora of merits. Unfazed, old Lu remarked, "But what about its shortcomings?" Taken aback, Jiang Rong replied, "I believe there are no flaws. It's splendid." Old Lu countered, "How can it possibly be devoid of shortcomings? Every script has its faults." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Rong insisted, "There truly are no flaws." The team leader quipped, "It seems you possess a lack of insight." Chuckling, Jiang Rong admitted, "I may be somewhat naive, indeed. There are some drawbacks, such as certain plot elements being rather cliché, like the princess summoning a hero to save the world." She managed to extract 3 criticisms from between clenched teeth but found herself at a loss for further observations. Oddly enough, 3 seemed to be the magic number. The team leader surveyed the others in attendance, inquiring, "What about the rest?" He Chao shared his perspective, concluding, "The final point I perceive as the most significant flaw is the potential difficulty in market acceptance." The team leader, visibly displeased, retorted, "Don't just skim the surface, delve deeper. Be forthright." The audience shuddered, prompting Yi Chao to hastily continue. "The hero's most notable trait is his remarkable strength coupled with extreme caution." Following him, 2 more individuals expressed their views on the hero, finding the concept engaging, yet when assessing its weaknesses, they echoed the sentiment that it did not align with contemporary market demands. What are the prevailing market demands, one might wonder? Passion, relentless challenges, fierce competition, or even overwhelming adversaries that plunge the protagonist into dire straits, leading to an explosive transformation. In summary, the hero must traverse arduous trials, facing near-death experiences to ultimately conquer foes and achieve metamorphosis. Conversely, the script of this brave hero diverges sharply from mainstream market trends. With such overwhelming strength and yet such caution, what is there to fight about? As the discussions concluded, team leader Old Lu remained non-committal and called upon the next group to speak. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Rong interjected, "Boss, who penned this script?" Old Lu cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "Does the author matter?" Jiang Rong countered, "I merely wish to meet this amusing genius." Old Lu suggested, "You might inquire with Zhang Tan, he knows." Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Tan. Jiang Rong said, "Zhang Tan, you knew all along. Yet you jested with me this morning, how untrustworthy." Zhang Tan replied, "I mentioned you might have reservations during your critique." Jiang Rong skeptically wondered, could it be the team leader himself who authored it? Old Lu, somewhat amused, denied, "My mindset is not that youthful." Subsequently, the remaining individuals took their turns to speak. After the meeting concluded, Old Lu retained Zhang Tan to discuss his script. Overall, it was commendable. Yet the consensus pointed out a significant issue, the disparity between its style and the current market demands, which inherently posed substantial risks. Zhang Tan comprehended the team leader's perspective. Creating animation is an arduous endeavor, more complicated than live-action films, with intricate production processes involving thousands of individuals working collaboratively. Each frame must be meticulously crafted, thus once a project is initiated, it typically requires at least 2 years to come to fruition. The magnitude of this undertaking is astonishing, and the expenditure is staggering. Thus, the animation company must proceed with caution. Rather than gamble on a singular hero, it is wiser to embark on a mainstream anime project, such as Under Tianyu Mountain. Upon reflection, Zhang Tan felt no regret. He had never anticipated that the hero could be greenlit. His sole intention was to glean insights from professional screenwriters regarding the story and gauge market reactions, and now that objective had been achieved. Returning to his seat, Zhang Tan began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave for the day when Zhang Rong caught up with him, asking, Zhang Tan, you still haven't told me who wrote the hero. As he walked, Zhang Tan replied, why are you so eager to know the author's identity? Zhang Rong replied, I find this author to be quite to my taste. I simply wish to meet them. Who is it? Please tell me. I am. Zhang Tan declared before stepping into the elevator, leaving Zhang Rong momentarily stunned outside. Are you coming in? The elevator is about to close. Oh. Zhang Rong hurriedly followed him inside, continuing to gaze at him. What kind of look is that? Zhang Tan, did you just say that the hero was written by you? Yes. I am indeed that fool. Ah, so you are the mastermind behind the scenes, deliberately watching me make a fool of myself. Without pausing for a moment, Zhang Tan exited the elevator, and as others entered, they were greeted by the sight of a girl repeatedly bumping her head against the elevator shaft, murmuring, I am the fool, I am. A kind individual inquired, the elevator is going up. Are you getting off? Zhang Rong touched her forehead, which felt taut, but thankfully, it was unscathed. 8th floor. Thank you. Returning to the office, Zhang Rong found her colleagues gradually departing for the day, and she excitedly ran to each one, exclaiming, did you know that the fool who wrote the hero is Zhang Tan? Feeling somewhat trivial and gossipy, Zhang Tan emerged from the subway station and made his way to the market, purchasing some vegetables. Upon returning home, he rolled up his sleeves, donned an apron, and began preparing dinner. He is quite particular about his meals and possesses considerable culinary skills. Opening the kitchen window, he could hear the sounds of children playing in the yard. Are there any little ones out there? Children, are you present? Not a single child could be seen. Hidden beneath the trees, he could not see anyone, yet he knew it was the little girl in white shoes, the only one speaking in the local dialect. Before long, the yard echoed with the sounds of thumping and pattering, as a small figure was seen kicking a soccer ball. Indeed, it was the girl in white shoes, dressed in a traditional outfit. This child was the first to arrive at the school, and when alone, she would either kick the soccer ball or dig in the sand. Lacking any finesse, she simply chased after the ball, kicked it, then chased it again, with the only distinction from running being the presence of a soccer ball teasing her along the way. Suddenly, the girl in white shoes looked up and spotted Zhang Tan at the window, her little head tilting in curiosity as she stared for a moment, her bandaged face reflecting his gaze. She picked up the soccer ball and ran closer, standing beneath the window. With 2 fingers raised high, she inquired, Uncle, what number is this? Zhang Tan, momentarily at a loss for words and reluctant to respond, felt it would be foolish to lower his own intellect. Yet he knew that if he remained silent, she might think him inebriated. This is a 2. Upon hearing this, the girl grinned widely and exclaimed, Uncle, would you like to come play? Come play with us. Embracing the soccer ball, she playfully dribbled it on the ground, inviting everyone to join in the game. On that day, upon witnessing Zhang Tan's impressive kick, she felt a spark of admiration, deeming her worthy of a match. Generally, she did not hold much regard for those less skilled. Within the Little Red Horse Academy, few girls could keep up with her in soccer, while the boys often found themselves in confrontations with her. My mother forbids me from playing with you, Zhang Tan thought, though she hesitated to voice her feelings. She had no desire to engage in soccer at that moment. Yet, Xiaobai persisted with her enthusiastic invitations. Come on, let's play. No, Zhang Tan replied. Come on. Let us have some fun. Get down here. I truly cannot. Hurry down to play. Thank you, but I really cannot. What? Are you refusing to come for the snacks? Xiaobai jumped up, her demeanor slightly fierce. She was baffled by the lack of response to her fervent invitation. Zhang Tan, caught between laughter and exasperation, found Xiaobai's enthusiasm overwhelming, almost akin to the oppressive charm of a domineering CEO. I am preparing dinner and cannot accompany you in the game, she explained, busy with her stir-fried mushrooms and pork. Have you eaten yet? Xiaobai inquired. What are you having? Mang, came the reply. What is that? Speak Mandarin. Haven't you had your meal yet? Not yet. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. You shouldn't engage in strenuous activity right after eating. It could upset your stomach. I'm not feeling any discomfort. As their conversation continued, Xiaobai imparted a peculiar sensation to Zhang Tan. She embodied a blend of adorableness and assertiveness, exuding a playful fierceness. One moment, she seemed ready to challenge someone, and the next, her intensity dissipated into the air. From a distance, Oldly, the guard at the booth, frequently glanced over, suspecting Xiaobai was provoking Zhang Tan. Having consistently attempted to befriend her, he worried she could instigate trouble. Concerned, he left his post to investigate. Upon approaching, He overheard their light-hearted banter about food. Although they were not the closest of friends, they were certainly not adversaries either. Weren't they just bickering? How has the atmosphere shifted so rapidly? After listening for a while and confirming there was no imminent conflict, he quietly retreated. Relieved that he hadn't been swayed by Xiaobai's influence to interfere with Zhang Tan. Children could be so unpredictable. One moment they were in discord, and the next, they were reconciled, almost causing him to strain his back in surprise. How delightful it smells, Xiaobai exclaimed from downstairs, sniffing the air before dramatically clutching her neck. What's wrong? Zhang Tan inquired, glancing at the kitchen exhaust fan, which was operational. It was improbable that any scent could have escaped, let alone wafted down to the first floor. Concerned, she adjusted the fan to its highest setting. My neck feels so sore. I think I shall come up to chat with you instead. With that, she dashed into the building. Before long, Xiaobai knocked on the door. Zhang Tan wiped her hands and opened it. Here, have some. Xiaobai reached into her pocket and produced a handful of boiled peanuts, offering them to Zhang Tan. Keep them for yourself. I'm not hungry. What? Are you refusing my peanuts? Xiaobai responded, her tone teasingly fierce, as if not accepting her gift would provoke her wrath. Zhang Tan sighed, expressing, I am about to have dinner. Once I am full, I shall have no appetite left. However, Xiaobai remained undeterred, forcefully stuffing peanuts into his hands, compelling him to eat. What a quintessential display of a domineering CEO. Zhang Tan found himself at a loss. And in a gesture of sincerity, he promptly peeled a peanut and consumed it, inviting Xiaobai to come inside and have a seat. Xiaobai leaned against the doorframe, glancing down at the gleaming floor, and shook his head, saying, My feet are quite dirty. I would soil your home. He then peered inside and inquired, Uncle, what are you cooking? Zhang Tan replied, Stir-fried mushrooms with meat. Would you like to come in and sample my culinary skills? Xiaobai shook his head, stating, I must wait for the little ones. Farewell. And with that, he dashed away like the wind. Chapter 11. Hand-pulled chicken. Shall I treat you to lunch? Huh? Why? Why should there be a reason to dine together? Can one truly forego a meal? I mean, what prompts you to invite me? My apologies. I was merely jesting. No worries. I am indifferent. Upon discovering that the hero was pinned by Zhang Tan, Zhang Rong insisted on treating him to a meal. On one hand, she claimed it was to apologize for her jesting demeanor, and on the other, she expressed a desire to seek his counsel. Zhang Tan believed the latter reason to be the more genuine of the two. What's this? Are you not interested? I shall treat you, Zhang Tan replied. During my first week here, you were of great assistance to me, and I must express my gratitude. Zhang Rong chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. I merely aided you because I found you handsome. Just look at Yi Chao. I ignored him completely. Zhang Tan was at a loss for words, prompting Zhang Rong to burst into laughter. I'm just teasing you. After all, we sit at adjacent tables. If you treat me now, I shall return the favor next time. Zhang Tan, the deputy team leader called, come here for a moment. All right. Zhang Tan quickly rose and said to Zhang Rong, I must excuse myself. Zhang Rong shouted after him. Then it's settled, noon. Don't forget. Zhang Tan waved his hand in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood. In the conference room, aside from the deputy team leader, there was an unremarkable man in his 40s. The deputy team leader introduced him. This is Luo Ming, the screenwriter of Under Tianyu Mountain. He then introduced Luo Ming to Zhang Tan. You two converse. I'll step out for a moment. Upon the deputy team leader's exit, Luo Ming further introduced himself. He had reviewed the evaluation team's suggestions for Under Tianyu Mountain the previous day and found them quite insightful, particularly the 3 points raised by Zhang Tan, which struck a chord with him, insight that he had previously overlooked. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly. He had come to the evaluation team first thing that morning to meet Zhang Tan and engage in discussion. Initially intending only a brief conversation, they unwittingly chatted for over half an hour. Luo Ming was pleasantly surprised. Zhang Tan's perspectives and insights were refreshingly novel, showcasing a commendably high level of screenwriting prowess. I hear you just graduated from university? Luo Ming inquired. Indeed, I joined the company merely 2 weeks ago, Zhang Tan replied. You must have penned several scripts during your university years. Have you participated in any projects? I have written a few and participated in several projects, but they were all rather minor undertakings. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ming stated, You should be aware that the Under Tianyu Mountain project has commenced. Currently, I am the sole screenwriter, and we are short-staffed. Would you be willing to assist me? Zhang Tan felt a surge of delight. Though he maintained a composed facade as he asked, as a script assistant? Yes, as a script assistant. I believe your suggestion to introduce a pet character is excellent. If you join us, I would like you to develop this character. What do you think? Zhang Tan replied, I have no objections, but I must consult with the team leader first. Of course, Luo Ming assured him, I will also discuss personnel matters with him, so you need not worry. After Zhang Tan left the conference room, he appeared to be unfazed by the matter. He had lunch with Jiang Rong nearby before finally seeking out the team leader to discuss the trip to Tianya Mountain. Team leader Lao Lu observed the tardy arrival of Zhang Tan and pondered how composed the young man was. Earlier that morning, Luo Ming had mentioned needing assistance, and Lao Lu had anticipated Zhang Tan would be eager to approach him. However, he waited in vain until Zhang Tan finally arrived. Naturally, he had no objections. The script evaluation team was designed to cultivate and train newcomers, and Zhang Tan's success would reflect well on him. In conclusion, the team leader encouraged him, stating that Luo Ming was experienced and had a wealth of project knowledge. By shadowing him, Zhang Tan could learn significantly. He reiterated the importance of patience, assuring him that opportunities would arise. He then realized that the young man had already demonstrated a remarkable level of patience himself, which led Lao Lu to regard him with even greater esteem. Once this was settled, Zhang Tan called Luo Ming to relay the details. Luo Ming instructed him to come by the next morning, emphasizing the urgency of the project and the need for immediate involvement. At Xiaohongma Academy, the gatekeeper, Lao Li, was increasingly intrigued as he saw Zhang Tan returning with groceries. A few days prior, he had merely found it odd to see Zhang Tan shopping and cooking. But after several instances, his curiosity turned into genuine amazement. The previous Zhang Tan was a wealthy young master, seldom cooking, and often reveling late into the night. Now, however, he was up early, returning home late, frequently buying groceries and preparing meals, a stark contrast to his former lifestyle, which delighted Lao Li despite its peculiarity. While cooking, Zhang Tan noticed Xiao Bai, clutching a football and swaying playfully beneath the window. Uncle, come down to play, Xiao Bai called out, and to his delight, this time she did not raise two fingers to ask how many. Zhang Tan mischievously thought, my mother doesn't allow me to play with you. I'm cooking, he replied. Xiao Bai sniffed the air, exclaiming, I can smell it. It smells delicious. Is that GAGA? GAGA? What is that? Meat. Shredded chicken. Would you like to come up and try some? Spicy chicken? I'll come take a look. She abandoned her football and darted into the building, quickly knocking on the door. When Zhang Tan opened the door, Xiao Bai leaned against the doorframe, peering curiously into the room, this time speaking in Mandarin. Is it dangerous? Zhang Tan was taken aback for a moment. Of course not. What danger could there be at home? Xiao Bai glanced towards the kitchen, asking curiously, why do you always cook for yourself? Where are your parents? Zhang Tan replied, they have passed away. Xiao Bai responded with sympathy, oh, how unfortunate. Come in and sit down. Do I need to take off my shoes? Xiao Bai inquired, having just played football in the yard, her shoes muddy. Yes, please do. Oh. Let me find you a pair of slippers. There were no children's slippers in the room, so he retrieved his own and placed them before Xiao Bai, saying, will these do? Xiao Bai removed her white shoes, revealing a pair of black socks that bore several holes, exposing her delicate little toes. Noticing that Zhang Tan was gazing at her tiny feet, she shyly exclaimed, 1, 2, 3, 4, look, I have 4 toes showing. Zhang Tan chuckled, it's quite warm. Your little feet must want some fresh air. Come inside, there are grapes on the table. Can you reach them? Xiao Bai rubbed her small hands together, dragging Zhang Tan's shoes along as if they were sleds, moving slowly and cautiously. She settled on the floor, grasped her tiny feet, brought them to her nose, and remarked to herself how fragrant they were, not at all smelly. She then inquired if she could walk barefoot without shoes. All right, Zhang Tan replied. Thus, Xiao Bai wandered around the house in her holy socks, curiously glancing left and right. Zhang Tan brought a plate of grapes down and set it on the coffee table while turning on the television. You can sit here, watch TV, and eat grapes while I continue preparing dinner. It will be ready shortly. Okay. You go ahead, she responded, then shyly added, I didn't cook peanuts today. Zhang Tan laughed. That's fine. Although boiled peanuts are quite delicious, my grapes are also delightful. Give them a try. Shall I taste one? Try a few more. The television displayed a cartoon, and Xiao Bai was instantly captivated. Meanwhile, Zhang Tan returned to the kitchen, where the first dish was completed, and he was now preparing the second, hand-pulled chicken. The chicken was pre-cooked, and after shredding it, he crushed some small chili peppers, garlic, and cilantro, mixed them with lemon juice, sesame oil, salt, soy sauce, and pepper oil. Then combined it all with the chicken to create a cold hand-pulled chicken dish. Do you want to help? Xiao Bai asked from the kitchen door. Can you cook? Zhang Tan mixed the chicken with the seasonings. Yes, Xiaobai can make bobo chicken. Are you boasting? Zhang Tan was somewhat skeptical, but seeing the serious expression on her face, he decided to swallow his doubts. Not bobo chicken, but hand-pulled chicken, like this, Zhang Tan demonstrated. I can do that too. Do you want Xiaobai to help? Thank you, but I have already finished. He brought the 2 dishes to the dining table. Come and taste, see if my cooking is any good. Xiaobai shook her head, saying Xiaomi is here. I hear her voice. I want to go play with her. Bye. Without heeding Zhang Tan's call to stay, she hurried off. Be careful going down the stairs, don't run. Zhang Tan shouted after her retreating figure. Xiaomi was at the Little Red Horse Academy in the evening, having been placed at a nearby kindergarten during the day, and would come here after class. Once Zhang Tan finished dinner and sat down to eat, he heard Xiaobai arguing downstairs. You silly goose, haha. You make me so angry. Zhang Tan found it amusing to listen to Xiaobai's playful banter. Even when she was scolding someone, it seemed almost endearing. However, the person she was arguing with likely did not find it amusing, as they were utterly overwhelmed. It appeared to be Luo Zikong once again. Luo Zikong is truly pitiable, having been utterly defeated by Xiaobai in their verbal exchange. One can easily envision Xiaobai's fierce demeanor, reminiscent of a little cat with sharp claws, starkly contrasting with her earlier polite and cordial visit. Which of these facets truly represents her essence? Chapter 12. What do you wish to do? Has Teacher Luo brought in a newcomer? In the production studio, upon seeing the fresh visage of Zhang Tan, the staff inquired about him from Luo Ming, who stood nearby. This is Zhang Tan, a remarkably talented young man, currently my script assistant. Please extend him your kindness. Luo Ming introduced him to everyone. Zhang Tan would pause, smiling and nodding at those who responded. Some would carry on their way, while others would linger for a brief chat. As they traversed the 9th floor office area, they entered the office. Although Luo Ming was not a leader, his extensive experience as a senior screenwriter granted him a dedicated workspace, a privilege afforded to every screenwriter assigned to a production team. His impressive skills and numerous completed projects led to his being assigned a permanent office. You will work here from now on, for the moment. It's just the 2 of us, Luo Ming stated. The office, spanning over 20 square meters, was equipped with a computer and desk, intended solely for Luo Ming and Zhang Tan. Thank you, Zhang Tan replied. Luo Ming waved his hand dismissively, plopping down into a chair and gesturing for Zhang Tan to take a seat as well. Let us discuss the script. Now that you are part of the team, feel free to express your thoughts. Collaboration in script writing thrives on open communication and honesty. The narrative backdrop of Under Tianyu Mountain is set in an era reminiscent of ancient Chinese mythology, within a fictitious feudal dynasty teeming with various kingdoms, including the great states of Wei, Zhou, and Chu, alongside the lesser realms of Qin and Zhongshan. The protagonist, the former crown prince of Qin, faces a palace coup at the tender age of 16, with a general seizing power and usurping the throne. The protagonist escapes from Qin, evading relentless pursuers. Tianyu Mountain serves as the cradle of civilization in this world, nurturing Chinese culture, and many legends of deities and supernatural beings emanate from it. In his quest to grow stronger and reclaim his kingdom, the protagonist resolves to seek out Tianyu Mountain, embarking on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. Last night, Zhang Tan meticulously pondered the script outline and gained new insights. May I present 3 points? Zhang Tan inquired. Luo Ming gestured for him to continue. They engaged in discussion throughout the morning, and by afternoon, Luo Ming began revising the script once more, while Zhang Tan diligently penned the pet's character design. Given the protagonist's tragic background and somber demeanor, Zhang Tan determined that the pet's character must embody a humorous essence, akin to Jiang Rong, to inject vibrancy and amusement into the story. Furthermore, the pet's personality should complement that of the protagonist. If the protagonist's nature is A, then the pet's must be B, representing 2 sides of the same coin. For instance, when faced with a formidable foe, the protagonist, aware of the odds, must confront the challenge, that is A. Conversely, the pet, being cowardly and fearful, seeks to flee, that is B. This B aspect reflects a latent facet of the protagonist himself. He too desires escape and experiences fear when confronted by a strong adversary. Such emotions are natural, part of the human experience. However, as the protagonist is central to the narrative, readers are drawn to his valor, strength, and integrity. He cannot simply retreat in the face of danger. Thus, it is the pet that embodies these reactions, subtly enriching the protagonist's character with depth and relatability. After considerable contemplation, Zhang Tan finalized the pet's design, sketching a quick illustration to present to Luo Ming. Zhou? Luo Ming expressed his astonishment. on the sketch paper handed to him. Zhang Tan hastily drew an extraordinarily peculiar mythical creature. It was as large as an elephant, adorned with the body of a tiger, sharp claws for curved, protruding fangs, and a shimmering mane reminiscent of lotus petals. Additionally, it possessed a tail akin to that of a peacock, artistically embellished with a myriad of colors. This rare beast, known as Zhou, is derived from the classic Shanhai Jing. Zhang Tan remarked that Zhou boasts a brilliantly colored tail, capable of immense destruction wherever it goes. According to the lore, while Zhou appears to be a fierce beast, it is, in fact, timid and often cowardly, indulging in gluttony and laziness, yet exuding a proud demeanor. When the protagonist wields a cat teaser, this seemingly ferocious creature instantly transforms into an adorable, wide-eyed companion, fixating on the small wooden stick and joyfully swaying its enormous tail, creating a delightful contrast. Interesting, Luo Ming commented upon reviewing Zhou's character design. Zhang Tan elaborated, Zhou is a mythical beast from the Shanhai Jing, colossal in size, resembling a fierce tiger with astonishing destructive power. It aligns perfectly with the narrative's backdrop and offers protection to the protagonist. Nevertheless, it also resembles a wildcat, with its vibrant tail being quite endearing. In modern society, where people are fond of cats, there is an inherent affinity towards Zhou. He then pointed to Zhou's peacock-like tail, explaining its tail is multicolored and possesses formidable strength, capable of disarming foes. This is attributed to its lineage from the Peacock King, though faint. Its origins are both mysterious and powerful. Zhang Tan shared his rationale for selecting Zhou. Luo Ming nodded in agreement, stating, it's quite good. I was immediately drawn to it. The design appears sound. How about this? I will ponder it tonight and confirm after work tomorrow. All right, Zhang Tan replied, concluding the day's work. After finishing for the day, as Zhang Tan prepared to head home, he spotted Jiang Rong and He Chao waiting downstairs. Upon seeing him, Jiang Rong warmly waved. What's up? Waiting for me? Zhang Tan inquired. Jiang Rong scrutinized him and playfully punched him, saying, well, Zhang Tan, you just left without a word. Didn't he even say goodbye? Do you not consider me a friend? Zhang Tan retorted, I didn't go far. You were on the 8th floor. I'm on the 9th. It's merely a couple of steps. Jiang Rong countered, that's different. You've taken a significant step, akin to a promotion. Is it merely a matter of walking a few steps? He Chao, standing nearby, expressed his envy, saying, Zhang Tan, congratulations. He had joined the company at the same time as Zhang Tan, but within less than half a month, Zhang Tan had advanced beyond the script evaluation team, effectively completing his internship and engaging in major projects. Meanwhile, He Chao remained a newcomer, the least experienced in the script evaluation team. Last week, the deputy team leader had a conversation with him, encouraging him to work harder, implying that his current abilities were insufficient for stability. Reflecting on this, He Chao felt a twinge of discouragement even as he congratulated Zhang Tan. Thank you. You will have your time too, Zhang Tan replied. Jiang Rong then suggested, let us go. I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate and hear more about your work as a script assistant. 3 individuals dined together, and Jiang Rong suggested they visit a KTV. This girl had a knack for enjoyment, judging by her attire and habits. It was apparent she hailed from a well-off family in Pujiang. He Chao could not join them, as he received a call from his girlfriend and promptly departed. Left with only Zhang Tan and Jiang Rong, Zhang Tan remarked that the atmosphere was lacking with so few people, suggesting they postpone their outing to invite more friends next time. Jiang Rong replied, it's easy to invite others. With just one call, I can gather a crowd. However, she realized that this would put Zhang Tan in an awkward position since he wouldn't know any of her friends. Thoughtfully, she suggested, all right, let's save it for another day. After hailing a taxi and disembarking on Xichang'an Street, Zhang Tan walked to the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy, greeting the doorman, Old Li, as he entered. The academy was aglow with lights, and the innocent voices of children floated through the night. As he ascended the stairs, he heard Xiaobai's distinct and penetrating Sichuan accent, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Among her spirited retorts was a phrase he had researched online the previous day. It was an insult. Upon returning home, before he could even close the door, he heard Xiaobai's voice call out, Uncle, you're just getting home? Was this child akin to a little puppy, always discovering him upon his return? Zhang Tan smiled and replied, yes, didn't you play with the other children? I just heard you arguing. Xiaobai, clad in her familiar blue outfit, perched herself on the doorframe, curiously scrutinizing him. It seemed she had only 2 sets of clothing, one red and one blue, which she alternated. Do you want to play football with me? She asked. Never mind. It's nearly dark. You might fall, he cautioned. If the Chinese men's football team had your enthusiasm, they would have no trouble breaking out of Asia. Are you scared? Xiaobai asked, leaning on the doorframe. It's dark, and you can't see where you're going. You might fall and hurt yourself. There are lights. If you fall, just get back up. Oh, you might cry, she teased. This little one could even mock him. Zhang Tan resorted to his old excuse. I haven't eaten. But you haven't fed the little ones either? Didn't you just get off work? Come in and sit for a while. Your favorite grapes are still uneaten, he invited. Xiaobai suspiciously inquired, have you been drinking? 1 + 1 = 2, she concluded. Immediately at ease. Then I'll come in. Come on in, he urged, as she removed her little shoes, revealing a pair of worn socks with holes. She seemed unfazed this time, even commenting that this was a sign of her mischievous spirit. Zhang Tan retrieved a pair of small slippers from his work backpack and placed them before her, saying, I got you a pair of little shoes. So you won't have to go barefoot. Xiaobai looked down at the slippers adorned with a cute bear design, her eyes lighting up in surprise. Are these for me? She asked. Zhang Tan nodded. Yes, they are for you. Wow, they're brand new, she exclaimed. I just bought them on my way home. Of course, they're new. As Xiaobai joyfully examined the slippers, her expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. She fixed her gaze on Zhang Tan, asking, Uncle, what do you want to do? Huh? Zhang Tan replied, perplexed. As Zhang, bemused yet amused, pondered the intentions behind purchasing shoes for the young girl, he could not help but think, do you truly believe I would attempt to win you over with a mere pair of slippers? Such a notion is rather trivial. He had no ulterior motives. It was simply that during her previous visit to his home, he lacked suitable footwear for her. Thus, on his way home from work today, he casually acquired a pair. Oh, the girl mused, examining the slippers with genuine interest, yet she hesitated. I cannot accept your gift. I understand. It is perfectly fine if you decline. However, I insist you take them. When you visit my home, it is only fitting that I provide you with proper shoes. It would be quite impolite to allow a guest to roam barefoot. The girl muttered softly, I do not quite grasp what you are saying. Zhang chuckled. There is no need for comprehension. Simply wear them. Still, she refrained from putting them on, not out of disdain, but rather from reluctance to part with them. Clutching the slippers in her hands, she wandered about in her worn socks until a sudden thought struck her. She dashed to the door, retrieved a glass jar she had leaned against the wall, and triumphantly presented it to Zhang, exclaiming, Look, Uncle, I have caught a dragonfly. None of the other children managed to do so. Only I. Am I not remarkable? A dragonfly? Zhang inquired, perplexed, as he peered into the jar to confirm her claim. Is this what you refer to as a ding-ding cat? Indeed. I captured it with my little hands. It is my specialty, she declared proudly, settling onto a small stool. One hand cradled the jar while the other rummaged through her pockets, ultimately producing a piece of candy which she offered to Zhang with a polite gesture. This little girl exhibited a commendable sense of etiquette, never arriving empty-handed during her visits. Previously, she had brought a handful of boiled peanuts, and now, a simple candy, each gift. A token of her heartfelt sentiment, truly delightful. Chapter 13. Do not return empty-handed. Little Bai sat on a small stool, cradling a glass bottle. Her head tilted as she observed Zhang Tan, who was wandering around the house. Noticing he wasn't heading to the kitchen, she curiously inquired, Uncle, why aren't you preparing a meal? Zhang Tan glanced at the clock on the wall and replied, It is already 9 o'clock. I have dined outside. Oh. Little Bai nodded her small head, then suddenly recalled something, frowning as she remarked, Then why don't you play with me? What do you mean by that? Previously, Zhang Tan had used the excuse of not having eaten as a reason not to play football with her. What are you saying? Why does it feel like you're questioning me? Are you expecting compensation? I apologize, Zhang Tan confessed. I was dishonest. The truth is, it's too late. And it's dark outside. How about this? We can play football tomorrow. Little Bai stared at him in surprise, her curiosity piqued as she examined his face. This was the first time an adult had said sorry to her. Didn't only children say sorry? Oh, fine. Just don't deceive me. I promise I won't deceive you. By the way, do you like playing as a forward? Little Bai was perplexed. What? A B? Is it a B? Realizing she was unfamiliar with football terminology, Zhang Tan gently clarified. Then tomorrow, I will be the goalkeeper, and you can take the shots. How does that sound? Little Bai understood this and confidently declared, Don't joke with me. Playing football is my forte. If I hurt you, don't blame me. Zhang Tan chuckled. I won't blame you at all. Bring it on. Bring what on? A horse. Why bring a horse? Bring a dog instead. Your reasoning is indeed sound. Zhang Tan retrieved some grapes from the refrigerator, washed them, and placed them on a small plate, offering them to little Bai. She glanced at them quickly, but instead of reaching for the grapes, she held up her glass bottle and asked, "Uncle, do you still want to see my dragonfly?" "Dragonfly? I won't look anymore." "You can keep it. Then I'll let the dragonfly go." She stood up and asked Zhang Tan if she could go to his balcony. Upon receiving permission, she carried the glass bottle over, gently reached in, and carefully caught the dragonfly, cradling it in her palm before releasing it into the air. Zhang Tan curiously asked, "Don't you like the dragonfly?" Little Bai watched the dragonfly soar into the distance until it disappeared, reluctantly returning indoors to respond, "I'll catch it again tomorrow." "So you let it go?" "Let the dragonfly find its mother. It needs to rest." "All right then. Bye." "Huh? Where are you going?" "I'm leaving. Bye." "Truly?" She came and went in a hurry. Zhang Tan politely urged, "Stay for a little while longer." Little Bai slipped into the little shoes by the door, stating she was busy and needed to play with her friends. "Then take some grapes with you." "I don't want any. I don't want any." "Just eat a little. I prepared them for you." "Are you really not going to give me the courtesy of accepting them?" This little friend's constant refusal of his offerings left him feeling a touch of frustration. Was it not warm enough? Today must be filled with fiery enthusiasm. "No more eating. No more eating. Just a little bit. Just a little. Here you go." "This isn't too good, is it? What could possibly be wrong? Come on. Show a little appreciation." Zhang Tan's voice had taken on a Trump-like quality. He enthusiastically poured the grapes from the small dish into a storage container, placing it in Xiaobai's hands, insisting that she take it, leaving no room for refusal. Since Zhang Tan was so eager, Xiaobai couldn't bear to dampen his spirits. "This isn't too good, is it? You should take it back for the little ones to enjoy." She accepted the container, exclaiming, "So many. This isn't too good, is it? There is nothing wrong. It's wonderful, truly wonderful. How should I express my gratitude to you?" She spoke with utmost sincerity. "Then how about you sing me a song?" Xiaobai, unfazed, began to sing. The monk rides his horse, Thump Thump, followed by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs fast, followed by Zhu Beiji. She finished a charming Sichuan folk tune. "Is it good?" Xiaobai inquired. "Absolutely, it's delightful." Zhang Tan accompanied the child to the door, feeling a bit uneasy. He said, "Let me walk you downstairs. Take your time." Xiaobai asked, "Are there ghosts?" Zhang Tan felt a bead of sweat form. Not really. Upon hearing there were no ghosts, Xiaobai waved him off, declaring she wasn't afraid of ghosts. What would she fear? Zhang Tan had heard from the gatekeeper, old Li, that she liked sneaking off to play in the courtyard, which made him uneasy, and he didn't relax until he entrusted her to teacher Lu. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan noticed neatly arranged slippers by the entrance, untouched. Xiaobai is such a good child, provided she doesn't throw tantrums, curse, or fight. The air conditioning was on in the room, and Zhang Tan firmly shut the balcony doors and windows. Suddenly, he spotted a dragonfly resting on the balcony, seemingly the one Xiaobai had released. Why didn't Tia heed her call to find its mother? He turned off the main light in the room, leaving only the spotlight above the sofa on. Placing his laptop on his lap, he searched for a newly released film. He had seen its trailer on the subway yesterday. It looked thrilling. If only he had a projector, he could cast the movie on the wall, far more exhilarating than being confined to an 18-inch laptop screen. The film, titled The Pursuer, was a modern martial arts movie. Zhang Tan didn't dive into watching the film immediately. Instead, he checked the real-time box office. In just 5 days, it had grossed over 1 billion, undoubtedly this summer's blockbuster, heralding an exhilarating summer season. Zhang Tan was more interested in the critiques than the box office figures. The most liked review bore the title, "A Tribute to Traditional Martial Arts Films, Inheriting and Innovating with the Pursuer." Below this review lay another titled, "Spoiler Alert. Please watch with caution, The Pursuer, a new height of aesthetic violence." Without hesitation, Zhang Tan clicked on the second article. He had a habit of wanting to know the outcome first. Otherwise, it felt like a cat scratching an itch. And he even contemplated jumping to the last 5 minutes of the film to watch the ending before starting from the beginning. The review concluded by asserting that The Pursuer could contend for an Oscar. Zhang Tan curled his lips in disdain and perused 3 more film critiques, ultimately forming a general impression of the movie The Chaser before selecting the feature presentation, setting it to full screen, and connecting the speakers. An hour and a half later, as the film concluded, Zhang Tan sat up, placed his laptop on the coffee table, and rewound the movie to the 70-minute mark to rewatch the climactic finale. The Chaser indeed proved to be an exceptional film, masterfully controlling its pacing, igniting fervor within its audience, and presenting itself as a popcorn flick rich in substance and exhilaration. Zhang Tan categorized it within the realm of popcorn cinema. As for the numerous reviews suggesting it could contend for an Oscar, Zhang Tan deemed such assertions to be utterly vacuous. He recalled the highly rated critiques he had just read. Either they missed the crux entirely or remained superficial. Unable to resist the urge to express his thoughts, he returned to his desk, fingers dancing across the keyboard, crafting a brief review of fewer than 1,000 words. He registered an account with the username Astonishing and posted it on a film review website. Closing his laptop, he noticed the wall clock indicating 11 o'clock. After pouring himself a glass of water, he stepped outside and descended the stairs. The children were all asleep in their dormitory on the second floor, though several stubborn ones lingered in the first floor activity area, playing. Among them was Xiaobai. Zhang Tan located her in the reading area, where she sat alone in a corner, her shadow cast at her feet. A picture book lay open on her lap, her elbows resting on her knees, palms cradling her delicate face. Her ear-length hair naturally fell, obscuring her visage, leaving one uncertain whether she was engrossed in reading or dozing off. Hearing footsteps, Xiaobai lifted her head, revealing her small face beneath her hair, eyes sparkling with excitement. Spotting Zhang Tan, she waved joyfully and inquired if he could narrate the story from the picture book. You should be asleep, Zhang Tan replied. The windmill, a foo, it's a delightful tale. Uncle, once you finish, I can go to sleep, okay? All right, Zhang Tan acquiesced, taking the picture book and flipping to the cover, realizing it was not the windmill, a foo, but rather the field mouse, a foo. Where did you leave off? I'll continue the story, he asked. Xiaobai shook her head, smiling silently. Her little face dark and adorned with 2 rows of pearly white teeth. I didn't read it. I can't recognize the words, Xiaobai confessed. What an excuse, Zhang Tan thought, unwilling to squander time. He opened one of the short stories titled Collecting Sunshine, narrating, Winter has arrived, and the little field mice are preparing for the season. Some are stockpiling corn, others rice. Xiaobai interjected, corn is called baogu. Zhang Tan nodded yes. Corn is also known as baogu. Some are hoarding biscuits, but only. Xiaobai chimed in again, this time quoting a local dialect. You are baogu. I'm the little hairs on the tip of the baogu. Zhang Tan wore a puzzled expression. What does that mean? Goose, 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 Xiaobai laughed, mimicking a goose's call. Shaking her head, Uncle, you continue. Zhang Tan stared at her in suspicion, feeling as though the little girl had just insulted him. He decided he would look it up online later, not understanding Sichuan dialects could be quite disadvantageous. All the little field mice are laboring. Yet a foo appears to be doing nothing but collecting sunshine, air, and colors. As winter truly arrived, the little field mice nestled in their homes, devoid of sunlight and color. It was then that Afu began to recount tales of sunshine and vibrant hues, instantly enveloping everyone in a warm embrace. With that, he concluded his stories, bidding them good night. Zhang Tan collected the picture book, denying Little by any chance to linger, placing the book back on the shelf while escorting her to the dormitory. Uncle, I am no longer called Little Bai. Oh, Little Bai is now a fewer. In an instant, the child wriggled free from his grasp and darted away. Zhang Tan, thinking she had changed her mind about sleeping, followed her, only to find her returning with a food container. Uncle, this is for you, she exclaimed, thrusting the container into Zhang Tan's hands. It was a disposable food container, typically meant to be discarded after use. Yet Little Bai had not only refrained from throwing it away, but had also cleaned it until it resembled new. Are the grapes delicious? Little Bai nodded eagerly. They are very sweet. The little ones adore them. Thank you, Uncle. If you enjoy them, come back tomorrow. I have plenty more. Little Bai shyly replied. That may not be appropriate. Chapter 14. Showcasing my strengths at 7:30 in the morning, Zhang Tan arrived at the office. Luo Ming had yet to arrive, and the windows were tightly shut, creating a rather stuffy atmosphere. He set down his backpack, approached the window, and flung it open to invite in the fresh air. The bustling sounds of Yong'an Street flooded in along with the breeze. Luo Ming preferred tranquility. Hence the windows were always closed and the air conditioning perpetually running. Seizing the opportunity before his arrival, Zhang Tan decided to refresh the air in the room. In a corner, he discovered a kettle, which, upon inspection, was coated in a layer of dust, suggesting it had not been used for some time. He diligently cleaned both the inside and outside of the kettle, filled it with water at the water dispenser, plugged it in, and then retrieved the Lushan Cloud Mist tea he had brought, along with a thermos and a teapot. Once the water reached a boil, he brewed a pot of tea. A few minutes past 8, estimating that Luo Ming would soon arrive, Zhang Tan closed the window and turned on the air conditioning, switching it to ventilation mode. The office's monotonous hues prompted him to contemplate bringing in a couple of pots of greenery the following day to enliven the space. Before long, Luo Ming entered. Remarking with mild curiosity, "The office looks a bit different. Did you tidy up?" Zhang Tan chuckled and replied, "I brewed a pot of tea. Give it a try." "How thoughtful," Luo Ming said with a grin, pouring himself a cup. After sipping it, he informed Zhang Tan, "Let us incorporate a Zhou Wu into the storyline as you suggested." Zhang Tan was not particularly surprised and nodded in affirmation. Luo Ming continued, "I have already outlined the plots for the first 5 episodes. Today, your task is to weave the Zhou Wu narrative into the script, ensuring it does not disrupt the main storyline." "No problem," Zhang Tan replied, setting down his teacup and refilling his thermos, placing it within reach as he powered on his computer and immersed himself in his work. Luo Ming's demeanor was somewhat somber. He was not one for idle chatter, and neither was Zhang Tan. As they delved into their tasks, the office fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic clatter of keyboard strokes and the occasional gurgle from the water dispenser. The challenge lay in introducing the Zhou Wu character without impacting the central plot, essentially serving as comic relief to lighten the atmosphere. Zhang Tan meticulously adhered to this principle, striving to establish Zhou Wu's character promptly within the permissible scope. By afternoon, after finalizing the script, Luo Ming took it to consult with the chief director. The ultimate approval rested with him. Not long after, Luo Ming returned with the news that the chief director had given his consent, prompting Zhang Tan to exhale a sigh of relief. The Zhou Wu character was finally confirmed. Luo Ming offered some encouraging words and then added, "That's the good news. The bad news is that the chief director expects us to deliver the scripts for the next 5 episodes within 3 days. Time is tight. I'll handle the first 2 episodes, while you can take a crack at the last 3. What do you think?" The animation series operated on a group basis, with one team producing the first 5 episodes and another team commencing work on the subsequent 5 after a few days, ensuring a systematic progression. As Luo Ming was scheduled to discuss storyboarding with the first team the following day and lacked the time to write the script, he recognized Zhang Tan's composed demeanor and considerable capability, prompting him to invite Zhang Tan to participate. Zhang Tan, of course, welcomed the opportunity with enthusiasm. "Let us revisit the main storyline," Luo Ming suggested. In the ensuing 3 days, Zhang Tan devoted himself entirely to script writing, striving to maintain a consistent style with the first 5 episodes while introducing subtle innovations around the central plot. The entire process unfolded smoothly, albeit with an ever-present sense of constraint. Luo Ming reviewed the 3 episodes Zhang had penned, made minor adjustments, and largely retained the original structure. He then integrated his own 2 episodes, culminating in a total of 5, which he printed out for the chief director's scrutiny. "Is this the newcomer you brought along?" The chief director, surnamed Fu, inquired curiously after perusing the 5 scripts and flipping to the latter 3 for an additional review. Luo Ming's brows involuntarily lifted as he replied, "His name is Zhang Tan. He authored them." Director Fu chuckled, neatly placing the scripts beside him, his palm resting atop them. "Quite impressive. It's no wonder you took notice so quickly. I have no objections to the script. It's excellent." Despite Luo Ming's extensive experience in project management, this affirmation brought him considerable relief. As a screenwriter, the most arduous aspect is not the ideation of the script itself, but rather the discussions with superiors, particularly when an outsider presumes to instruct an expert, which can be exasperating. He had witnessed a female screenwriter move to tears in such situations. "Shall we dine together after work? Do you have time?" Luo Ming asked upon returning to find Zhang Tan engrossed in scribbling at his desk. Observing Luo Ming's demeanor, Zhang Tan inferred that the conversation with the chief director had gone exceedingly well, suggesting that the recently submitted 5 episodes had passed muster. Thus, he smiled and replied, "I know of a delightful restaurant. Then I shall follow your lead. Will you drive, or shall I take my car?" Zhang Tan, lacking a vehicle, opted for the latter. "I'll ride with you." With half an hour left before the end of the workday, Luo Ming decided to leave early, reasoning that a few moments would not matter. As they gathered their belongings, Luo Ming glanced at the manuscript on Zhang Tan's desk, noticing some illustrations. Initially, he gave it a cursory look but soon turned back, intrigued, and picked it up for a closer inspection. "Did you draw this?" he asked curiously. Having packed his backpack, Zhang Tan responded, "I'm unsure if it aligns with the story style." Luo Ming was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by Zhang Tan's artistic flair. The illustration depicted a protagonist and a Zhou Wu standing by the riverbank, confronting a river demon, a scene from the 6th episode where, with Zhou Wu's assistance, the protagonist triumphs over the demon, obtaining a demon core and experiencing a significant surge in power. This moment represents a crucial climax in the narrative. Though Zhang Tan's drawing captured merely a still moment, it exuded an air of tension, conveying the palpable anticipation of an imminent confrontation. This is splendid. Perfectly in line with my imagination. We can take this to discuss with the storyboard artist tomorrow for their reference, Luo Ming remarked. Once the anime script is finalized, the subsequent step involves creating storyboards, translating the written word into visual imagery, necessitating thorough communication between the screenwriter and the storyboard artist to ensure mutual understanding of intent. As the two closed the office door and exited the building, they drove for about 10 minutes, guided by Zhang Tan, arriving at a rather unassuming restaurant. Although the ambience was not extravagant, Luo Ming found the cuisine to be quite remarkable, lavishing praise upon it. After finishing dinner, Luo Ming received a call from his wife, which Zhang Tan deduced from the conversation's content and tone, an easy guess indeed. Luo Ming, in his 40s and married, sported a wedding ring on his finger. Occasionally, he would bring a meticulously prepared bento for lunch, adorned with vibrant colors that were undeniably pleasing to the eye, a clear indication of a woman's touch. Upon concluding his call, Zhang Tan remarked with a smile, "Was that your wife's call?" Luo Ming tucked his phone away, replying, "She wants me to help our daughter with her homework." He then sighed, "The little one is in the 3rd year of junior high now. Some of the assignments are beyond me, so I need to brainstorm with my wife. It's quite a task." Zhang Tan chuckled, "Then you should hurry home." Luo Ming replied, "Not in a rush. I'll first take you home. No need to trouble yourself. I can take the subway. It's just a short ride." Ultimately, Luo Ming drove off, while Zhang Tan took the subway back to Xiaomi Street. Upon arriving at the Xiaomi Academy, he spotted 2 young girls standing beneath a mulberry tree. It was already 9 in the evening, and the other children were playing in the activity room, leaving these 2 outside. Zhang Tan recognized them. One was Xiaomi, and the other was Meng Chengcheng. Their sudden encounter startled the girls, causing them to glance around furtively like little thieves. "Am I that frightening?" Zhang Tan asked. "What are you doing out here? Come back inside and play. There are mosquitoes outside." Meng Chengcheng, looking somewhat dazed, nodded and turned to leave, though she glanced back every few steps. As for Xiaomi, she remained, her head tilted upward, peering at the tree in a sneaky manner. Following her gaze, Zhang Tan was taken aback to discover a little girl in a red outfit, perched on a tree branch, hugging the trunk. Upon noticing his gaze, she waved cheerfully and proclaimed in a proud tone, "I am a 4, showcasing my special talent." Chapter 15. Breathtaking on a serene evening, Little Bai ascended the mulberry tree, boldly proclaiming her intent to showcase her prowess. Zhang Tan contemplated admonishing her, yet hesitated, fearing that his reprimands might startle her into losing her grip and tumbling down. Instead, he opted for a gentle and amiable request for her to descend. "Goose, goose, goose." Little Bai laughed, her glee echoing like the call of a goose. Perhaps perceiving this moment as a pinnacle in her life, she had long desired to climb the trees within the academy, but had been closely monitored, deprived of the opportunity. Today, seizing the moment while teacher Lu was momentarily away, she enlisted her little followers to assist her ascent, and with a swift motion akin to a caterpillar, she darted up the tree, only to be met by Zhang Tan's timely arrival. It was indeed fortuitous, as he bore witness to her remarkable skill. She intended to perch atop the tree and sing a tune. "I am showcasing my talent," she declared with pride, clinging to the trunk like a sloth. "Could you please come down?" Zhang Tan urged. "Watch me," Little Bai replied, positioning herself on the branch, deftly crawling like a little monkey, her movements quick and nimble. This was no sloth. She was indeed like a caterpillar or a small monkey, as climbing trees was her true forte. Having performed her act, she was immensely pleased. While Zhang Tan, along with Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng, watched with bated breath, Zhang Tan threatened, "If you do not come down, I shall ascend and retrieve you myself." "What?" Little Bai exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you so furious?" Having frequently heard her use the phrase furious, Zhang Tan had looked it up online, understanding it to mean that she was in a state of great anger. He waved his hand dismissively, insisting she descend first. Little Bai grumbled, muttering something unintelligible, and began her descent. Zhang Tan hastily set down his backpack, standing beneath the tree with arms outstretched to catch her if she should fall. Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng, witnessing his actions, rushed to his side, mimicking him, lifting their little heads and opening their small hands, eager to contribute. Zhang Tan glanced down at the 2 children, urging them to step back. "I can manage this alone. You need not assist. Please keep your distance." Meng Chengcheng, in a daze, stared at him silently, while Xiaomi chimed in, just lending a hand. Despite not being from Sichuan, she had picked up a few phrases from Little Bai's dialect. Zhang Tan, preferring to handle it alone, insisted they move away to avoid being crushed should Little Bai fall. His concerns were unwarranted, as Little Bai skillfully descended the tree, triumphantly declaring, "Did you see that?" Xiaomi and Ming Chengcheng nodded vigorously, affirming her feat. Zhang Tan, speechless, scrutinized her attire. "Look at your clothes. They are filthy." Little Bai glanced down at herself. "Oh dear." Zhang Tan chuckled. "Oh dear indeed. And you still climb trees? With clothes so dirty, who will wash them for you?" Little Bai patted herself down and even enlisted Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng for assistance. Be gentle, be gentle. Xiaomi, are you intentionally hitting me? Chengcheng, don't pat my head so hard." Back inside, Zhang Tan escorted the trio to Teacher Liu, entrusting her with their supervision. He returned home, took a shower, and had just settled at his desk when a knock resounded at the door. Little Bai had come again, and a few meters behind her, near the staircase, stood her two timid companions, Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng, who were not as bold as Little Bai. "Uncle, have you been drinking?" she inquired. Zhang Tan was baffled as to why she kept asking this question. "No, I haven't had a drink," he replied. "Oh," Little Bai sighed heavily with relief. "I came to check on my little shoes." "Oh, they're still here." She leaned against the door frame, tilting her head to inspect the small bear-patterned slippers she had worn last time, which were neatly arranged on the shoe rack by the door. "What is there to see? They're not going anywhere," he pondered, struggling to comprehend the whimsical world of children. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Bring your little friends along," Zhang Tan asked. Little Bai shook her head, asserting that she had merely come to check on her shoes and not to visit him. Hence she wouldn't stay, as she was busy. Zhang Tan felt a wave of exasperation. It was disheartening that she wouldn't extend him the courtesy of a visit. Such thoughts were best kept to oneself. Why vocalize them? The innocence of childhood was truly unfiltered. "Just here to see your shoes? Since you're here, wouldn't it be a pity not to try them on?" Little Bai tilted her head, contemplating his suggestion. Although she found it reasonable, she remained slightly apprehensive and asked him again if he had been drinking, insisting that he squat down so she could smell his breath. "Are you really that afraid I might have been drinking?" Zhang Tan asked, bemused. Little Bai nodded, saying that adults who drink tend to strike children. Zhang Tan squatted down, allowing her to sniff, and feigned nonchalance as he asked, "Has someone ever drunk and hit you?" Little Bai did not respond, but she wrinkled her nose, detecting no scent of alcohol, and felt reassured enough to remove her small shoes. With gleeful delight, she slipped into the adorable slippers, scampering around the room in little steps. Nearly airborne with joy, she ran to the door, calling for Xiaomi and Chengcheng to admire her. After a little deliberation among the three children, Little Bai took off the slippers, returned them to the shoe rack, donned her sandals, and bid farewell, descending the stairs with her companions. It was a significant moment. She had finally chosen to wear her little shoes. Yet, it was disheartening that the busy Little Bai had truly only come to see the shoes, not to see him. And certainly not in regard to any friendship they might share, if indeed they shared one. After Little Bai left, Zhang Tan closed the door and returned to his desk, opening his computer to search for movies to study. Previously, he would seek them on video websites, but this time he altered his approach. First visiting a film review site he had perused last time to find films. The ratings there were more objective. Suddenly, he noticed that his account in the upper right corner displayed 56 unread messages. Having registered an account named Astonishing when he last submitted a review, he wondered how there could be so many unread messages. Curiously, he clicked to explore. Seafood Noodles replied to your article The Chaser. A hormone-peddling popcorn film. London Bridge replied to your article The Chaser, a hormone-peddling popcorn film. All such notifications. It appeared they were responses to the film review he had written previously. Zhang Tan clicked on the topmost message to see what Seafood Noodles had written. Director Wu's films require a wealth of experience to truly comprehend. It is evident that the author is too youthful, having only perceived the cinematic techniques and presentation, while failing to grasp the profound meanings that lie beneath. It is indeed regrettable for the author. Upon delving into the comments beneath London Bridge, I hoped for a positive response, but was met with disappointment as skepticism persisted. The Pursuer stands out as a rare gem in the realm of Chinese martial arts cinema over the past 5 years, embodying both tradition and innovation, harmonizing commercial appeal with artistic integrity, and is poised to be a significant contender at this year's Domestic Film Awards. As a student of directing, I feel entitled to voice my opinion. It is clear that the author is merely pretending to understand. to claim a lack of detail when one fails to observe subtleties, or to assert a lack of depth when one cannot perceive profundity while penning a lengthy critique is indeed ironic. Instead of expending effort on such writing, perhaps one should immerse themselves in literature. Astonishingly, this individual's reply garnered over 1,000 likes, with more than 100 responses, eclipsing even Zhang Tan's article in popularity. A prominent figure has emerged. Haven't you updated today? They remarked. Instead of engaging in disputes, one should perhaps focus on creating more content. It appears that this London Bridge individual is a social media sensation. Zhang Tan clicked on the account, entering the homepage, and indeed discovered that this person is a notable online influencer, a content creator on a video platform with over 1 million followers. It is no wonder that they claim greater authority, as their focus is solely on film critique. After perusing for a while, Zhang Tan closed the webpage and returned to his own article, which had received numerous responses. He read through them all. Many echoed sentiments similar to that of seafood noodles, disagreeing with the viewpoint that the pursuer is superficial, asserting instead that it is the author who lacks depth. Zhang Tan reopened the review page for the pursuer, noting a significant increase in critiques since his last visit. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, resonating with the adage, the director speaks nonsensically, while the audience lays the tracks. To be accused of feigning understanding is quite the irony. Zhang Tan contemplated this and opened the video platform, registering an account under the username Astonishing Views. After some exploration, he familiarized himself with the rules and processes of uploading videos. He opened a document and, building upon his previous 1,000-word review, began crafting a script for a video dedicated to analyzing the pursuer. Rarely does Zhang Tan devote himself so earnestly. After several hours, he had only completed half of the script. The time displayed in the bottom right corner of the computer screen indicated it was already 11 p.m., and it was getting late. It was clear that he would not finish tonight. There was no need to rush. Recording the explanatory video would require even more time. After saving the document, he closed his laptop and gazed out at the night sky to relieve his tired eyes. Prolonged exposure to the computer had left his face feeling greasy, so he went to the bathroom to wash his face, tidied his disheveled hair, put on his shoes, and stepped outside to visit the little ones. Chapter 16. By Chunhua at 11 o'clock in the evening. The parents of the children began to arrive at the academy to pick them up. Half of the dormitory had already emptied, with approximately the other half still slumbering. As Zhang Tan descended, he encountered a stranger, a man likely in his 30s or 40s, carrying a briefcase. Despite the sweltering heat of summer, he donned a white long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. His figure was somewhat corpulent, with a round face glistening with oil, and he dabbed at his visage with a tissue as he walked. Upon noticing Zhang Tan, he slightly bowed and greeted him with a smile. "Hello." Zhang Tan replied, "Hello. Are you here to pick up a child?" "Yes, indeed. You are as well, I presume?" Zhang Tan chuckled. Just then, Teacher Lu approached and remarked, "Chengcheng is still asleep. Would you prefer to sit for a while, or take her home now?" To Zhang Tan's surprise, this man was none other than Meng Chengcheng's father. He assessed the stranger anew, taken aback by the revelation, as Meng Chengcheng appeared as a sprite, and it seemed rather impolite to think otherwise, for he could discern no resemblance between them. "When did Chengcheng fall asleep?" the man inquired. "At 10:30. Teacher Lu responded. "Then we shall wait a little longer. Let her rest a while," he said. Teacher Lu suggested, "Why not take a seat over there?" As the man moved away, Zhang Tan turned to Teacher Lu and asked, "Is Xiaobai sleeping?" Teacher Lu shook her head. "She is on the first floor reading picture books, quite reluctant to sleep." "Indeed, what a little night owl. While all the other children are asleep, she remains wide awake." Zhang Tan did not immediately descend to search for Xiaobai. Instead, he made his way to Aunt Huang's office. The door was ajar, and the light spilled into the hallway. Aunt Huang, wearing glasses, was engrossed in her computer. Zhang Tan knocked gently on the door to capture her attention, saying, "Aunt Huang, still busy?" Upon recognizing him, Aunt Huang removed her glasses and invited him in, asking, "Haven't you gone to bed yet? I came down to see how everyone is doing." Zhang Tan replied as he took a seat. Aunt Huang glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, "At this hour, it is indeed peak time for parents to collect their children. It will be nearly over by 12. She continued, "I have heard you have been helping out these past few days. You should really rest early, for you have work tomorrow. Unlike us, it matters little if we sleep in a bit." Zhang Tan smiled. "It is quite all right. I simply wish to understand the operations of the academy. By the way, I would like to see Xiaobai's file. Do you have it here?" "Her file?" Aunt Huang was slightly taken aback, unsure why Zhang Tan desired to see it. Such documents were confidential, Yet he was the owner and thus fell outside the bounds of confidentiality. "Yes, I will retrieve it for you," she said, rising to approach the filing cabinet behind her desk. After unlocking it with a key and rummaging through the contents, she produced a file and handed it to Zhang Tan. "Here is Xiaomi's." Zhang Tan took the file, untied the string securing it, and extracted the document. Name, by Chunhua. Gender, female. Age, for birthday, December 1st. Place of origin, Chengdu, Sichuan. Family situation, adopted by uncle by Giant Pain and Aunt Malanhua. Address, number 1035. Huangjia Village, Pujiang City. After perusing the document, Zhang Tan let out a soft sigh and inquired, "What about Xiaomi's parents?" Aunt Huang's expression conveyed a sense of reluctance as she spoke. "Though it is not documented in the files, I have conversed with her aunt, who mentioned that Xiaomi passed away when she was merely a few months old. The family consists solely of a grandmother, who, due to her advanced age, is unable to care for her alone and thus entrusted her upbringing to them. Earlier this year, they came to Pujiang for work, and Xiaomi accompanied them." Zhang sighed and inquired further, "What do her uncle and aunt do?" Aunt Huang replied, "A fellow villager works on a construction site here, and both of them work alongside him, while in the evenings, they set up a stall to sell some small items." She added, "Life is not easy for adults." Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her statement. Aunt Huang then asked, "What prompted you to suddenly wish to see Xiaomi's file? Is something the matter?" Zhang reassured her, "No, I merely find this child to be quite exceptional. I will return the file to you now. I shall take my leave." He neatly organized the documents and handed them back to Aunt Huang. "All right, do rest early and avoid staying up too late," she advised, refraining from further inquiries. As Zhang exited the office, he spotted Chengcheng's father leaving the schoolyard, cradling a little one in his arms. "Goodbye. See you tomorrow." A small child stood under the eaves, bidding them farewell. Hearing her, Chengcheng's father turned around, smiling and waving, signaling both a farewell and an assurance that she need not bid goodbye anymore, encouraging her to return and rest. The one saying goodbye was none other than the reluctant little Xiaomi. As Zhang descended the staircase, Xiaomi, hearing the commotion, turned around with her eyes alight. "Uncle, you're here. Tell me a story." She had been thinking about the tale of the field mouse, Alfie, since he last shared it with her. The spirited child dashed to the bookshelf to find the picture book, and Zhang followed, saying, "You should be going to bed. Aren't you tired?" Xiaomi, on her tiptoes, quickly retrieved Alfie, the field mouse, from the shelf, presenting it to Zhang with her small, dark face glowing with excitement. "I'm not tired at all, Uncle. Please tell me a story. I will be so grateful." Just as Zhang was about to decline, he found himself grasping the picture book. "Well, since I've taken it, I might as well tell one," he thought, observing the child as hopeful demeanor, reminiscent of an eager puppy. "Shall I pick one at random? Or do you have a specific one in mind?" Xiaomi, on tiptoe, pointed at the open book, exclaiming, "I want to hear this one, this one, this one, and this one." Zhang, seeing her enthusiasm, quickly interjected, all right, no need to list them all. I understand you wish to hear them all." "Goose, goose, goose." Xiaomi erupted into laughter, mimicking a goose's call. Zhang instructed her to settle down, simultaneously agreeing that upon the completion of one story, she must go to bed. Xiaomi readily consented, her willingness evident at that moment. The most fearsome dog is the one that has been fed, yet the one before mealtime is the most agreeable. Zhang decided to test her, pointing to the cover of the picture book, which bore the title Alfie, the Field Mouse, and asked, "Do you know what these characters are?" Previously, Xiaomi had claimed she could not read. Zhang had been skeptical, but upon reviewing her file, he learned that she had never even attended preschool. Perhaps she truly had not begun to learn her letters yet. "Windmill Alfie. I'm not a country dog," Xiaomi retorted indignantly. "This is a field mouse, not a windmill." Zhang corrected her. Xiaomi insisted with conviction, "This is the windmill." Zhang Tan mused that it was likely a difference between Sichuan dialect and Mandarin. He decided to let it slide, acknowledging that she seemed to recognize a few characters. Flipping to a page of content, he casually pointed to a line of text, continuing to test her knowledge. "How do you pronounce this sentence?" Xiaomi stared intently for a while, smiling without speaking. "What is going on? Just smiling without saying anything? Can you read these few characters?" Xiaomi shook her head. "You don't recognize these two characters either?" Zhang Tan inquired, pointing at the characters for AFO. Xiaomi gazed earnestly at the text. Then at Zhang Tan, struggling to comprehend why she was expected to know these two characters based on his tone. She shook her head again, still not recognizing them. Zhang Tan remarked, "So you were bluffing earlier. These two characters are AFO." He deduced that Xiaomi had indeed been bluffing since the book title was quite easy to misinterpret. "What? Xiaobai was displeased by Zhang Tan's suggestion that she had been pretending. What did you say? Repeat that so I can hear it clearly. It seemed like a prelude to an outburst, potentially followed by a torrent of Sichuan dialect. It's nothing. I was talking about you. Let us tell a story instead. The field mouse AFO, one day, encountered a cat. Xiaobai gasped. What? A fake expert? That little wooden man is doomed. A mouse encountering a cat is a disaster. Zhang Tan sighed. The mention of the windmill had already given him a headache. And now there was talk of a fake expert. He was utterly confused. However, he did catch the term little wooden man. Zhang Tan fixed his gaze on Xiaobai, remaining silent. Xiaobai looked back innocently, puzzled by his silence, and urged him, Uncle, continue the story. Zhang Tan replied, Don't think I don't understand your little wooden man. Children shouldn't use foul language. Oh, all right, Xiaobai responded, then muttered, very troublesome. Zhang Tan caught that and asked, What did you say? All right. I'm such a good kid. How could I use foul language? You must have misheard. You should clean out your ears, she retorted. Can you speak Mandarin? Yes, uncle. Xiaobai is a good baby, she said, sitting up straight and adopting an innocent demeanor. Zhang Tan noted her phrase very troublesome in his mind. Troublesome implied something fiery, akin to the sun, which was also known as day. He suspected it was a derogatory term and resolved to look it up later. No, he couldn't wait until later. He needed to check immediately. He pulled out his phone and searched online. Fortunately, he discovered that very troublesome meant a big hassle. Xiaobai curiously leaned over to peek at his phone screen. Zhang Tan quickly withdrew his phone, thinking, You've narrowly escaped this time, Xiaobai. In less than 5 minutes, he finished yet another story about the field mouse AFO, then took her back to the dormitory. Urging her to lie down on her small bed, she rolled over, propped herself up, and said to Zhang Tan, Uncle, let me tell you something. What is it? Come a bit closer and lend me your ear. Zhang Tan leaned in to listen. My aunt is coming to pick me up, so I'm going to take a nap. Zhang sighed, casting a glance at teacher Xiaolu, who was stifling a laugh and nodded in agreement. Zhang sighed again, feeling exasperated. Chapter 17. The gold mine. It was heard that Xiaobai's aunt was coming to take her home, and Zhang Tan couldn't be bothered any longer. Whether she chose to sleep or not was of no concern to him. He could easily turn a blind eye. However, if she dared to damage any property, he would gladly hold the little ones accountable. Little Baiju sprang to her feet, sparkling as she made her way to the staircase. Just in time to see Xiaoqian's father arriving to pick her up. She hurried over to bid farewell with a wave. After seeing Xiaoqian off, she slipped back to her dormitory and picked up a small dog plush toy from an unfamiliar bed, certainly not hers, standing at the door to say goodbye to the departing parents and children. Bye, see you tomorrow, she chirped, her exuberance shining brightly in the late hour, a vivacious little greeter brimming with energy. Just when the crowd had thinned, her aunt arrived right on cue. Why is no one saying goodbye to me? Teacher Xiaolu kindly waved. Goodbye, Xiaobai. See you tomorrow. Xiaobai cheerfully waved back. Xiaobai's home was nestled within a village in the city, a mere 10-minute walk away. As they strolled home, her aunt, Malinhua, inquired, I heard there's a new teacher at your school? What kind of old guy? He's a big uncle, right? What does he do? I find him quite mysterious. Why do you think he is mysterious? I just feel that way. But you said it yourself. I was just casually chatting. You little rascal. Always so precious. Why do you call me precious? Because you are. I am not precious. I'm just annoyed. Such a tiny person, getting annoyed. Aunt, you have such a big backside. How did you end up like this? Is your backside itching? I need to go potty. At this hour? You need to go? Where were you earlier? I just want to fart. Keep your distance, you little stinker. Goose, 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 ha. Aunt, I'm so scared. Hold my hand. Get away. Don't come near me. You stink. Goose, goose, goose. The following morning, Zhang Tan was once again roused by a chorus of birdsong. He had stayed up far too late the previous night and sat on the bed for a moment, regaining his composure before pushing open the window. Following the sweet melodies, he spotted a flock of white-faced mountain sparrows perched on a mulberry tree. They chirped a variety of tunes, their voices melodious, 100 times more pleasant than an alarm clock, rousing him without the usual morning grumpiness. After freshening up, he descended the stairs and happened upon teacher Xiaolu in her pajamas. Zhang Tan paused briefly, nodding as he greeted, Good morning, teacher Xiaolu. Just waking up. Teacher Xiaolu appeared a bit dazed, still shaking off the remnants of sleep. Upon noticing the greeting, she instinctively replied, Good morning, her voice languid and lacking energy. As Zhang Tan brushed past her and walked a short distance, she suddenly realized and turned back sharply, only to see Zhang Tan's figure. with a backpack slung over his shoulders, heading to work. She touched her face, feeling the remnants of drool drying, and glanced at her hair, looking disheveled. Lowering her gaze to her pajamas, she found them utterly unappealing, and her flip-flops were embarrassingly greasy. Overwhelmed, she could not help but let out a scream and dashed back to her room, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. Standing before the mirror, she surveyed her bare face and was overtaken by a wave of sadness. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's scream, Zhang Tan couldn't help but smile, his lips curling upward in amusement. Xiao Lu was staying here at night to care for Xiaomi, taking turns with other teachers, and this week it was her turn. "Have you eaten?" asked the gatekeeper, boldly, as he poked his head out of the window, greeting him warmly. "I'm heading out to eat," Zhang Tan replied as he exited the courtyard. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to inquire, boldly, "Do you remember what time Xiaobai left last night?" "She was the last to leave, after midnight," boldly replied. "Oh, so late?" Zhang Tan remarked, and then asked, "Was her aunt here to pick her up?" "Yes, her aunt came. She usually does, while her uncle rarely comes." "All right, thank you. I'm off to work." The original artists for the Tianyu Mountain Under project were two young women, not much older than Zhang Tan. Upon arriving at the office, he brewed a pot of tea, and when Luo Ming arrived, he introduced Zhang Tan to the project team, where he met the two female artists. "You must be Zhang Tan," one of the fair-skinned artists said. "I heard you created an original piece." Zhang Tan handed them the folder he brought and said, "I created 3 pieces. They are quite simple. Have a look." "I'll take a look," the other artist said, setting aside her work to examine one of the sketches. "Have you studied art?" she inquired. "I've self-taught sketching," Zhang Tan replied. "Is this the newly added Zouwu?" "It's a very powerful yet proud and adorable creature. The tail is so beautiful, resembling a rainbow. It consists of 7 colors." They spent the entire morning discussing in the studio, and as lunchtime approached, the fair-skinned artist suggested, "Shall we have lunch together?" "Thank you for all the suggestions. They have saved us a lot of trouble." "Not at all. Please, it's just in the cafeteria," Zhang Tan replied. The production studio had its own cafeteria, offering a variety of dishes, 1 vegetarian, 2 floral, and 2 meat options, totaling 5 dishes. The 3 of them filled their plates and took a seat. Just as they settled down, Zhang Tan suddenly heard a heavy sigh from behind him, initially dismissing it. He then heard another, seemingly even heavier, prompting him to turn around. Luo Ming. Luo Ming appeared to be focused on his meal, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Tan, which left him unsure whether the sigh had indeed come from him, as there was no one else around. The female artist sitting opposite Zhang Tan smiled and asked, "Luo Lao, sure, why do you sigh while eating?" Luo Ming finally lifted his head, noticing Zhang Tan with an expression of surprise. "Zhang Tan, you're here. I was worried you hadn't eaten, so I specifically went to the studio to find you, only to discover you were dining with our beautiful artists." Zhang Tan realized that Luo Ming had deliberately sighed, as he was seated right in front of him, yet seemed oblivious. His attention seemingly consumed by the 2 lovely female painters, a quintessential example of being distracted by beauty. "In the afternoon, we discussed the plot of the 5th episode," Luo Ming remarked, rising with his plate in hand, and departed. "Is teacher Luo upset with us for keeping you occupied all morning?" "Not at all. How could that be? The morning's agenda was precisely to discuss the storyboard with you," Zhang Tan replied. "I think I might grasp what teacher Luo is implying." "What do you mean?" he asked, feeling envious. Haha. After lunch, upon returning to the office, Luo Ming was nowhere to be found, and Zhang Tan settled in front of the computer, opening the video script for the pursuer that he had written the previous night, seizing his break to continue writing. Time slipped away unnoticed until suddenly, "What are you so intently writing?" Luo Ming returned. "I'm crafting a film review," Zhang Tan answered. "Oh, then carry on. I'll take a nap." Luo Ming pulled out a folding lounge chair, set it up in the office, and reclined for a midday rest. Zhang Tan turned off the office lights, and with his eyes closed and still, Luo Ming remarked, "I'm fine. You can leave the lights on." "No problem." Zhang Tan continued typing, making an effort to minimize the noise. Upon returning home that evening, he revised the script and began exploring video production. Having studied directing, he was familiar with video software and editing, quickly becoming adept before officially starting the recording. Initially, he had prepared a camera, but upon commencing the recording, he decided against appearing on screen, opting instead to record only his voice, using film footage for visuals. He needed to edit the pursuer into fragmented segments for analysis, aiming to counter the opinions that excessively praised the director. This film was currently a sensation, the first box office hit of the summer season, adored by all, leaving no room for criticism. Consequently, Zhang Tan faced considerable backlash. Producing videos was time-consuming and labor-intensive. If it were merely to retaliate against critics, he wouldn't have the leisure to indulge in such endeavors. Instead, he sought to utilize this opportunity to manage a public account dedicated to film analysis, as there was substantial financial potential in this field. To profit from managing a public account, there are primarily two avenues: product promotion and advertising. For instance, a content creator with 1 million followers selling hot pot-based ingredients might generate over 10 million in revenue annually. However, the path of product promotion is fraught with obstacles: funding, supply chains, product selection, logistics, warehousing, after-sales service, and more. Thus, a more accessible route is through advertising. Zhang Tan had learned that the ad monetization capabilities of video platforms far surpassed those of other platforms. According to the advertising rates updated last week for content creators, those with over 2 million followers can command customized advertisements ranging from 100,000 to 600,000 yuan. Creators with between 1 and 2 million followers typically charge between 100,000 and 200,000 yuan. However, some with exceptional content quality and strong follower engagement can receive up to 400,000 yuan. Even those with around 50,000 followers can quote prices between 10,000 and 30,000 yuan. Take, for instance, the creator known for their confrontational stance under London Bridge, who boasts 23 million followers on the Xiaomi website. Zhang Tan uncovered that this individual's annual advertising revenue surpassed 10 million yuan last year. With effective management, a public account can transform into a lucrative goldmine, continuously generating a steady cash flow. Chapter 18. The clever little rascal Zhang Tan devoted 2 days of his spare time to complete the analysis video of The Pursuer. Initially, the video spanned over an hour, but through meticulous editing, it was condensed to a mere 20 minutes. Henceforth, all videos produced must not exceed 25 minutes. In this fast-paced era, lengthy videos fail to capture an audience's attention. This was his inaugural attempt, which understandably took longer. But he anticipated that future projects could be finished within 2 to 3 days. Reflecting on this experience, Zhang Tan spent 4 evenings on the endeavor. And with greater familiarity with the process, he believed he could streamline his efforts moving forward. Upon revisiting the short video, Zhang Tan ensured that no further modifications were necessary before uploading it to the streaming platform. As soon as the video was uploaded, he could not resist checking the various performance metrics. The view count stood at 2, both attributed to his own efforts. The comment count was a disheartening 0. While the likes totaled 1, again solely from himself, alas, one could only like a video once. The favorites count was also 1, again his own. Shares and coins were both at 0. It is a universal human trait to yearn for affirmation. And Zhang Tan found himself eagerly desiring widespread recognition for his freshly uploaded video. For half an hour, he did nothing but refresh the data, watching as the comment count incrementally rose from 0 to 5. The first comment was particularly uplifting. The voice of the young man is so warm. Zhang Tan silently liked this comment, envisioning a sweet and gentle girl behind those words. The second comment was lackluster, and the third similarly uninspired. Gritting his teeth, he deleted those two and turned to the fourth. I want to go to the balcony tonight. He hesitated, questioning whether this was a euphemism. The balcony? To gaze at the stars? To admire the moon? The world was simple for the Navi. Yet, Zhang Tan deleted it. He was not an innocent soul. The fifth comment was equally trivial, merely an advertisement. Zhang Tan felt weary. What sort of individuals were these? He closed the webpage, choosing to ignore the distressing figures. One moment he was filled with ambition, aspiring for wealth, and the next, he merely wished for a few likes, not daring to hope for more. Seeking distraction, he selected another film and settled into the sofa. Life, having traversed through time, felt profoundly lonely. Although he received invitations from acquaintances, they were remnants of a past self with whom he no longer resonated. Strictly speaking, these individuals were not his friends. They did not share his interests. And given that the former Zhang Tan was a rather privileged figure, his companions were an eclectic mix, few of whom were earnest. Due to his lack of companionship, Zhang Tan adhered to a rigid routine, diligently finishing work each day, returning to the academy, shopping for groceries, and preparing meals with a discipline that rivaled the strictest of households. In this regard, his leisure time paled in comparison to that of Oldley, the gatekeeper. Oldley, after his duties, often visited the village square to engage in conversations with the elderly, play chess, or partake in a few rounds of square dancing. In truth, He excelled at ballroom dancing, though the old men forbade their wives from dancing with him. As the film commenced, Zhang Tan found himself instinctively analyzing the plot through a critical lens. He initially scoffed at the protagonist's lack of intellect, only to subsequently derive a secret delight from the unfolding narrative. As the saying goes, being carefree and untroubled brings a certain flavor to life. When an individual's desires are uncomplicated, their happiness tends to be equally pure. Typically subjected to Zhang Tan's scathing critiques of films, today he found himself enjoying one until there came a knock at the door. At this hour, he presumed it was Xiaobai again. So he remained seated and called out, "Come in, the door's unlocked." The door swung open, revealing Aunt Huang standing outside. "Are you watching a movie?" she inquired. "Oh." Aunt Huang, Zhang Tan replied, pausing the film and rising to invite her in. "I won't come in. I just wanted to tell you that tomorrow noon you are to join us for lunch at my place. Xiaomi will be returning." "Ah, splendid. It's been quite a while since her business trip." "Indeed. I find it rather concerning that her company sent a young woman alone to Weizhou for over half a month, living and dining in a hotel. It's quite worrisome. Not long ago, there was a news story about a girl almost being taken by a stranger while staying in a hotel. It's frightening to think about." And Huang seemed to harbor quite a few grievances about Xiaomi's company. Zhang Tan patiently listened to her ramble for a while before seeing her off. Just as he was about to close the door, he overheard Aunt Huang conversing with someone downstairs. Listening closely, he realized it was Xiaobai. Xiaobai had intended to visit him, but had encountered Aunt Huang in the hallway and was promptly escorted back. Poor Xiaobai. He shut the door and nestled back onto the sofa to continue watching the unfinished movie. Zhang Tan had underestimated Xiaobai. She was a tenacious little girl. Although her first attempt had gone awry with the principal, she still had a second chance. Evading the watchful eye of Teacher Liu, she stealthily made her way to Zhang Tan's doorstep and knocked. When Zhang Tan opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of this little girl holding a glass jar, her head held high, smiling as she said, "Uncle, Xiaobai has come to visit. Are you welcoming me?" With such an inquiry, what could he possibly say? Of course, you are warmly welcomed. If only he knew that Xiaobai had described him as being strange to her aunt, perhaps his enthusiasm would have been tempered. Xiaobai beamed and presented the glass jar for him to see. "Look at my jar. I caught a creature called a chicken in the grass." Her adorable dialect left Zhang Tan both bemused and slightly confused. "Come inside," he urged her. Xiaobai, however, took off her little shoes and paused at the entrance. "Have you been drinking, uncle?" "No. You are so well behaved," she complimented, her large eyes scanning the shoe rack by the door before asking, "Where's my child?" "What?" Zhang Tan involuntarily slipped into her dialect. My child, my child." Furrowing his brow, he thought, what child could a 4.5-year-old have? Then he noticed her pointing at the shoes and suddenly recalled that in her dialect, shoes are referred to as children. Amused yet speechless, Zhang Tan retrieved her little shoes from the shoe cabinet and placed them by her feet, saying, "I washed them, which is why I put them away." "All right then." Zhang Tan closed the door, invited her to sit, and brought out some fruits and snacks. Xiaobai swiftly licked her lips and, with curiosity, inquired how it was that each visit brought an abundance of delectable treats. Upon learning that they were a staple at home, she immediately expressed her envy, exclaiming, "You truly cherish yourself, indulging in such exquisite delights." Zhang Tan sighed, while Xiaobai, desiring to partake yet remaining polite, presented the glass jar she was holding for Zhang Tan to inspect. "Uncle, look, I caught this creature called a chicken in the grass." Zhang Tan, puzzled by her terminology, noticed a black cricket nestled within the jar. "Is this the cricket you captured?" Xiaobai replied proudly, "This is my forte. I can perform for you. Are you planning to climb a tree again?" Zhang Tan assured her that he wholeheartedly believed in her prowess, thus suggesting that a performance was unnecessary. "A display of cricket catching? If you release it, the little creature will leap away and establish its residence in my home, breeding for generations." Xiaobai enthusiastically extolled the might of this chicken, declaring it the ruler of the grass, formidable beyond measure. She resembled a miniature saleswoman. "Are you attempting to sell me a cricket? Do I appear to be an heir?" Zhang Tan mused, just then hearing a knock at the door. Xiaobai abruptly halted her speech, exchanging a glance with him. "Who is it?" Zhang Tan asked. "It's me, Aunt Huang." "Chop chop. It's the director." Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. An ominous feeling washed over her, as she resembled a mischievous thief caught in the act, akin to a windmill that had mistakenly gripped its tail. "Coming," Zhang Tan called out, rising to open the door, only to witness Xiaobai darting into the kitchen, crouching at the doorframe to peek out, her small hand pressed to her lips, anxiously signaling Zhang Tan to remain silent about her presence. recalling how recently Xiaobai had been sent back by Aunt Huang. Zhang Tan nodded and proceeded to open the door. Aunt Huang remarked, "I apologize, Zhang Tan. I forgot to mention that 2 children will be enrolling next week. And I need your signature." She handed him a document containing the enrollment materials for the 2 little ones. "Come in and have a seat." Zhang Tan welcomed Aunt Huang inside, who noticed the glass jar on the floor. She looked down and smiled, asking, "Do you enjoy cricket fighting, Zhang Tan?" There are elderly folks in the urban village who share this passion, but for the young, it's either foolishness or the folly of the rich. Zhang Tan cast a furtive glance towards the kitchen. Xiaobai had abandoned her perch at the door and hidden away, yet a tiny foot peeked out. "Fool, you've revealed your little secret. Quickly retract it." Zhang Tan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to deflect the situation by claiming a mere interest in the pastime, while discreetly nudging a small stool aside with his foot, redirecting the conversation to the matter of the enrolling children. Just as they were speaking, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen, startling both of them. "What was that?" Aunt Huang exclaimed, instinctively moving toward the kitchen. "I'll check it out, Aunt Huang." "Please remain here," Zhang Tan urged, stopping her in her tracks as he proceeded into the kitchen. Inside, Xiaobai stood pressed against the corner, hands clasped behind her back. Looking as though she had just committed a grave error, her expression a mix of dread and anxiety. On the ground lay the bottom of a rice cooker, still trembling slightly. Zhang Tan and Xiaobai exchanged wide-eyed glances. Xiaobai pressed tightly against the corner, squeezing himself inward, his little feet shuffling nervously on the floor as he murmured, "I'm sorry." From the living room came Aunt Huang's voice. "Zhang Tan, who was talking? Is anyone else at home?" Xiaobai's eyes darted around, and he opened his mouth to meow softly. Zhang Tan sighed inwardly. Aunt Huang inquired from the living room, "Oh, is there a cat?" Zhang Tan glanced at Xiaobai and silently thought, "You little rascal." A broad grin spread across Xiaobai's face, revealing 2 rows of pristine little teeth. Now is not the time for chatter. He gestured for Xiaobai to be quiet and casually returned to the living room. A stray cat had come in, but had already slipped away. The village was teeming with stray cats, scaling walls and squeezing through fences. They were impossible to stop. Be sure to guard your fish and other belongings at home, lest they be whisked away by the strays. Though the little cat was mischievous, it was rather endearing. When provoked, it could be quite scratchy. Zhang Tan signed the materials and handed them back to Aunt Huang. She said, "All right, I'll head back now." As she went to change her shoes by the door, Zhang Tan noticed Xiaobai's little shoes right there and hurriedly stepped on them to hide them. "Remember to come for lunch tomorrow," Aunt Huang reminded once more. "Sure thing, I'll be there," he replied, relieved to see Aunt Huang off. Yet, he soon felt a pang of discomfort. Why act like a thief? He could have simply told her that Xiaobai was here. Closing the door, Zhang Tan proceeded to the kitchen, where he found the clever little Xiaobai imitating a cat's meow, tiptoeing at the sink to wash the rice cooker's bottom. Upon seeing him return, Xiaobai turned and said, "Uncle, I'm really sorry for breaking your pot. Haha, it was intentional." He then added, "I'm not scared of Aunt Yuan, you know. I was just playing hide and seek with her. It's my specialty. Let me show you." "Oh please." As if I didn't know you had been caught once before. Chapter 19. You are actually married. Zhang Tan and Xiaobai emerged from the kitchen. One nestled comfortably on the sofa while the other perched on a small stool. Zhang Tan, filled with concern, inquired, "Are you truly all right not returning? What if teacher Xiaolu cannot locate you?" "Let her search for a while," Xiaobai replied. Zhang Tan sighed, "You were quite the chatterbox, young one." His anxiety mounting, he picked up his phone and sent a message to teacher Xiaolu, informing her that Xiaobai was with him and requesting her discretion with the principal. "I'm about to watch a movie. Care to join?" "How splendid. Are you watching Fake Pro and Windmill?" "What on earth are those?" "I'm not watching that. I'm watching a movie meant for adults." "Then I shall accompany you. Watching television is also my forte. Every profession seems to be your strong suit." Zhang Tan retorted lazily as he started the film, where the protagonist was fleeing and desperately searching for a source of water, gulping it down vigorously. Gulp. Xiaobai swallowed hard. Zhang Tan asked, "Would you like some water?" Xiaobai nodded. Zhang Tan went to pour her a glass, only to find that their purified water had run out. He rummaged through the refrigerator and found a bottle of bear-shaped drink, asking her, "Is it all right to drink this? We have no drinking water left." "That's fine," Xiaobai replied, her curiosity piqued. "What is this?" She scrutinized the bottle, looking at it from all angles, noting the bear motif resembling her little slippers. "This is a beverage that children all around the world enjoy." "Children all over the world? What about the children from Little Red Horse Academy? Don't they count?" "None of the children here drink bear beverages." Xiaobai, puzzled, accepted the bear drink and noticed the beer in the fridge, exclaiming, "Uncle, you drink alcohol." She pointed at the beer, cautioning, "You mustn't drink alcohol. That's just leftover from cooking a couple of days ago. I don't drink. Don't lie to me. I truly don't drink. It's for cooking." However, Zhang Tan secretly battled an inclination toward alcohol. Once a heavy drinker, he was striving to overcome it, though the temptation occasionally resurfaced. Worried, Xiaobai moved her small stool closer to him, earnestly advising against drinking. Zhang Tan's head began to throb from her incessant chatter, prompting him to abandon the film and suggest a stroll downstairs. Xiaobai perked up, hopeful, asking, "Uncle, will you play with me? More football? Are you a fan of the game?" Zhang Tan replied, "It's too late. We might sweat. Let us instead explore picture books and sing and dance." Xiaobai hugged a glass jar containing crickets, saying, "Those little kids are no fun. They're too small. Are you really that much older than them? You are among the youngest." After bringing Xiaobai downstairs, Zhang Tan shared a tale about a windmill named AFO before slipping away. Upon returning home, he noticed a bottle of bear drink resting on the small stool. Xiaobai had left it there. Zhang Tan picked it up, realizing the cap had not been opened, and felt a pang of regret for forgetting to uncork it for her earlier. He descended the stairs, seeking out Xiaobai. The following day, Zhang Tan visited the market to purchase some tea leaves and fruits, which he carried to Aunt Huang's home. A young woman answered the door, embodying the most prominent features of both Aunt Huang and Uncle Huang. She inherited Aunt Huang's small eyes and Uncle Huang's broad face, exuding an aura of prosperity. This was Huang Mimi and Huang's daughter, who was 24 years old. "Who are you?" Huang Mimi asked, perplexed, failing to recognize Zhang Tan. "It's me." "Who?" Huang Mimi inquired, her confusion deepening. "The king covers the earth." Huang Mimi gasped, "Zhang the rogue? Is it really you, Zhang the rogue?" Huang Mimi could hardly believe her eyes. She stepped closer to examine Zhang Tan's face, and indeed, it was the same Zhang Tan she had known. A surprising transformation after just one semester apart, leaving her in awe. "You've changed so much, Zhang the rogue. Is that still you?" Zhang Tan sighed and replied, "Mimi, just call me Zhang Tan." Huang Mimi regarded him with curiosity, stepping aside. "Come in. Let me take a closer look." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tan glanced at the gifts he was holding, meant for Uncle and Aunt Huang, and realized he had nothing for Huang Mimi. "I should have bought a couple of packs of sanitary pads. I'll make up for it next time." No wonder Mimi's company allowed her to go on a business trip alone for half a month. With that mouth and appearance, she was quite safe. "Zhang Tan has arrived? Come in and sit down." Aunt Huang's cheerful voice emerged from the kitchen. Behind her, Uncle Huang's head popped up, smiling. "You two chat while I shell these beans." "Please, continue with your work," Zhang Tan said, setting down his gifts and engaging in conversation with Huang Mimi. Huang Mimi remarked, "My mom said you've changed a lot, and I didn't believe it." Zhang Tan replied, "Do you believe it now?" Shaking her head, Huang Mimi insisted, "I still don't believe it. You're probably just pretending. It's said that while one can change their surroundings, one's nature remains constant." Zhang Tan cast a glance at the television, where an animated show was playing, the very one Xiaobai had mentioned, featuring the pretentious and the windmill. "Have you not heard of the saying that a wayward son returning is worth more than gold?" Their conversation was less a dialogue and more an affirmation of Zhang Tan's identity, as he recounted his transformative journey to Huang Mimi. After lunch, Aunt Huang urged Huang Mimi to accompany Zhang Tan for a stroll. Uncle Huang watched the two depart, uncertainly asking Aunt Huang, "Are you trying to set them up? They are unlikely to connect." "How so? Are you concerned that Zhang Tan can't change?" "Zhang Tan is quite handsome, while Mimi is rather ordinary. He wouldn't be interested. Is it appropriate to speak of your own daughter like that? She resembles you. Having such looks gives a parent peace of mind." Though I'm still not entirely reassured about Zhang Tan. Who knows when his true nature might resurface. "Stop rambling and go wash the dishes." Outside, Zhang Tan and Huang Mimi wandered through the urban village. Although it was an urban village, it was far from shabby. Rather, it retained the authentic charm of the streets in Pujiang, filled with a vibrant atmosphere of life. Two individuals paused at a roadside stall, where Huang Mimi perused hair ties while Zhang Tan's gaze wandered, landing on a few pairs of diminutive socks, small, in hues of yellow, red, and white. Some were solid, while others boasted a delightful em-lang of colors, adorned with whimsical cartoon motifs. Zhang Tan selected 2 pairs, to which the vendor, a middle-aged woman, remarked, 10 yuan for 5 pairs. Upon hearing this, Huang Mimi glanced over with curiosity and inquired, "What's this, Zhang Tan? Are you buying little socks?" "Those are for children." "I am aware they are for children," he replied, choosing 5 pairs of varying colors, each embellished with cartoon designs. But Zhang Tan, are you truly purchasing socks meant for children? Who will wear them? Huang Mimi asked, her curiosity piqued. That was a rather astute question, of course. They were intended for a child. Huang Mimi scrutinized him for a considerable moment before asking, You don't actually have a child, do you? Do you really have a child? Which girlfriend bore you one? Zhang Tan, disinterested in her speculations, turned to the vendor and said, I'll take these 5 pairs. Please pack them in a bag for me. As they departed the small shop, Huang Mimi, more animated than ever, pressed on, Zhang Tan. You can't possibly be becoming a father, right? That must be why you've changed so much. Yes, it must be that way. Having a family, becoming a father. A sense of responsibility emerges and a person transforms. Zhang Tan, increasingly bemused by her flights of fancy, interjected, I do not have a child. These are for a little friend at the academy. Several times, Xiaobai has visited my home, and upon removing her shoes, I noticed her socks had holes. Seeing the little socks at the stall reminded me of her, so I bought them on a whim, 10 yuan for 5 pairs, just like indulging in an ice cream. Saving Huang Mimi's share for her. Speaking of ice cream, he promptly purchased one from a nearby shop, just one, as Huang Mimi had none. Her share had gone toward buying socks for Xiaobai. Huang Mimi paused for a moment before responding, Zhang Tan, you have become rather stingy. Chapter 20 I am uncertain why you keep staring at me. Although I possess a thick skin, I can still feel shy, Zhang Tan remarked to Huang Mimi, who was scrutinizing him intently. In truth, I would prefer to believe you have become a father, Huang Mimi chuckled, fixating on Zhang Tan's eyes. Attempting to detect any signs of deception, Zhang Tan was at a loss for words, disinterested in offering an explanation. As he turned to leave, Huang Mimi inquired, Where are you going? Back home. Not shopping anymore. No more shopping. Why are you still following me? I have a matter to attend to. All right. Can you drive me? I don't have a car. Where's your car? Zhang Tan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, where was his car? He did own one, if memory serves. It should be parked in the lot at the urban village. Zhang Tan promptly redirected himself toward the parking lot in search of his vehicle. What are you doing? Aren't you heading to the academy? Huang Mimi questioned as she followed him. Aren't you going out to handle something? I'll fetch the car to take you. I'll accompany you. In the parking lot, Zhang Tan spent several minutes locating his somewhat new SUV, which had accumulated a layer of dust from months of neglect. Your car really needs a wash, Huang Mimi remarked as she settled into the passenger seat, suddenly bending down to extract a lace lingerie from the footwell, disdainfully exclaiming, Zhang, you rogue, look at this. Zhang Tan felt embarrassed and speechless. Just throw it away. During the drive to take Huang Mimi to her errand, she incessantly chattered, mocking him. Aware of his guilt, Zhang Tan refrained from defending himself. After dropping her off, he drove to the 4S dealership and had the car thoroughly washed inside and out, which made it much more pleasing to the eye. This vehicle, when new, cost over 300,000, but having been in his possession for 6 years, it was no wonder he had neglected it, leaving it in the parking lot for half a year. Returning the car to the parking lot in the urban village, it was already evening. The sun hung low in the west, obscured by towering buildings, resembling a wound from which blood flowed, staining the city a vibrant red. The streetlights in the urban village flickered to life, casting a soft yellow glow under which various insects danced, both bothersome and teeming with vitality. A gentle evening breeze swept through the alleys, bringing a refreshing coolness and coaxing out the elderly people who had been cooped up all day. They settled on small stools at the alley's entrance, fanning themselves while engaging in idle chatter, as children scampered about, laughing joyously. The sounds of a television could be heard from nearby courtyards, blending animated shows with news broadcasts. Several large orange cats lounged atop the walls, appearing lethargic, while a few mixed-breed dogs lay on the cool stone slabs, their tails lazily swishing as they rested their chins on their paws. When strangers approached, they would lift their heads slightly to observe, before returning to their repose. Zhang Tan strolled through the narrow streets, feeling hungry, and sought out nearby eateries for a meal. There are numerous dining establishments available, offering delights such as huamen chicken, crossbridge rice noodles, spicy hot pot, snail noodles, and tea houses. Zhang Tan chose a quaint little shop named Zin Fuku, which, though modest in size, accommodates 8 tables, each seating 4. The place was impeccably clean, and currently, only 2 young women were dining. May I take your order? Inquired the waitress, who also happened to be the proprietor. Zhang Tan surveyed the menu adorning the wall, and said, Do you serve soft-boiled sugar eggs? I would like a portion. Half an hour later, Zhang Tan departed. pleasantly surprised to find that such a small establishment produced exceptionally authentic soft-boiled sugar eggs. The egg whites had set to a jelly-like consistency, and the yolks were soft and luscious. A gentle bite released a pleasantly warm yolk that lingered in his memory. Upon returning to the Little Red Horse Academy, he happened upon a middle-aged woman exiting, overhearing the doorman, oldly, greeting her. Zhang Tan glanced at his wristwatch, which indicated it was a little past 6 in the evening. Those arriving at the academy at such an early hour were typically newcomers. The middle-aged woman, whom he could only see from behind, was dressed simply, her back damp with sweat, suggesting she had exerted herself during the day. She carried a small stool and walked toward the village entrance. "Welcome back," Zhang Tan greeted Old Li, who was listening to the radio. "Ah, back again," Old Li replied. The lights in the academy yard flickered on, illuminating the teaching building, and Zhang Tan noticed teacher Xiao Lu strolling down the corridor. The staff had arrived, awaiting the children's gradual arrival. As Zhang Tan traversed the yard, filled with the incessant chirping of insects, a football bounced and rolled to his feet. Following its trajectory, he spotted a young boy in a red outfit beneath the mulberry tree, grinning widely. "Uncle, come play with me. Let us see your skills." "Are you the first to arrive again?" Zhang Tan inquired, juggling the ball with his foot. "Those kids haven't come yet," the boy replied cheerfully. The child scampered over, keenly observing Zhang Tan's ball juggling. "Your skills are quite impressive," he exclaimed. "Can you juggle?" "I can," Zhang Tan replied, passing the ball to the boy, who leapt and kicked it, sending both the ball and his shoe flying. "Oh no, what a mess. Uncle, please help me retrieve my shoe." Zhang Tan, at a loss for words, recalled the last time the boy had kicked off his shoe. He found the shoe in a sand pile and tossed it back to him, asking, "It seems your shoe is a bit large, doesn't it?" The boy, slipping on his shoes, replied, "I'm still growing. No wonder he keeps kicking off his shoes." "I'm heading home now," he announced. The boy immediately followed. "Uncle, where are you going? Are you not playing with me anymore? I haven't run yet today, so let us play some football to skip the run. I'll change my clothes and come back." Uncle. The boy followed him up the stairs, pulling a peanut from his pocket. "Here, have some." It was boiled peanuts, quite fragrant. Just as Zhang Tan opened his palm to receive them, the boy produced 2 more, then reached into his other pocket, rummaging until he pulled out a warm boiled egg and placed it in Zhang Tan's palm. "Here is an egg for you." The comforting warmth of the boiled egg was delightful. Zhang Tan inquired, "Why do you carry a boiled egg with you?" Xiaomi proudly replied, "It's a remnant from when I was munching on Mang Mang." Zhang Tan then asked, "Could you share it with me?" Xiaomi explained that she had indulged in his snacks and fruits yesterday, thus today she was treating him, having specially prepared boiled peanuts and a steamed egg. Merely bringing boiled peanuts was insufficient to convey her gratitude. She felt compelled to include a boiled egg, having stealthily brought it to the academy, saving her dinner for this occasion. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Xiaomi departed, urging Zhang Tan to change his clothes quickly so they could play football in the yard. "Wait, come back." Zhang Tan called out to the little one. "What about your paws? Come here, I have something for you." "What is it?" she asked, intrigued. Zhang Tan returned home with the chatty Xiaomi and retrieved a pair of small socks from his bag. "Here, I bought you these socks. The ones you're wearing have holes, so it's best not to wear them anymore." Xiaomi glanced down at her feet, noticing that the yellow socks did not cover her toes completely, revealing 3 out of 10. Her toes tightened in delight as she admired the new socks Zhang Tan had purchased for her. She contemplated whether to open them and try them on, but instead, she suspiciously asked, "Uncle, are you planning something for me? Don't think I'm foolish. I can be quite fierce. My aunt says I'm mischievous." Zhang Tan chuckled. "Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I simply noticed your socks were torn, so I bought you 5 pairs to try on." "Is that really okay?" she questioned. "What is wrong with that? Just put them on," he encouraged. "You truly don't have any intentions towards me? I assure you, I'm a good person." "Then why did you buy me socks?" she persisted. Sighing, Zhang Tan confessed, "Actually, I like you." "What? Mischievous?" she exclaimed. "Oh, don't hit me. It's a misunderstanding. What I meant is, I think you are adorable, and I like all cute little ones." "Do you not consider yourself cute?" Xiaomi nodded. "Do you truly think you aren't cute?" he pressed, to which she quickly shook her head. "You genuinely think you're not cute? How can that be? You must have confidence in yourself. Look in the mirror at your eyes. They are so large, like the moon." Unable to suppress her laughter, Xiaomi exclaimed, "What? I'm so cute." Indeed, it worked. There are no children in this world who believe they are unattractive. Zhang Tan smiled. "You are so adorable. Is it not natural for me to gift you socks? Besides, I'm not giving them to you for free. I have a task for you. Huh? Isn't Xiaomi your good friend? She is currently unable to find her mother and must be very sad. Could you play with her often and chat with her to lift her spirits so she isn't downcast? Xiaobai blinked her big eyes, displaying a sympathetic expression, nodding repeatedly, silently affirming her willingness to help. Then this task is entrusted to you, and as a reward, I will gift you the socks. Xiaobai finally relaxed his attitude and instinctively accepted the 5 pairs of small socks handed over by Zhang Tan. He said, Uncle, I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Thank you. You are a good person. What a fine card of kindness. I shall graciously accept it. Zhang Tan chuckled. Aren't you the one who is a bit dark? Xiaobai forced a smile and replied, I'm the one who's dark, not you, uncle. So please, do not call me that again. Xiaobai immediately vowed, I will never call you that again. If I do, I shall cease to be human. Chapter 21. Zhang Tan purchased a pair of highly elastic socks for Xiaobai, which fit her perfectly. After changing into them and discarding the torn ones, Xiaobai hesitated, unwilling to part with the damaged socks, which she tucked into her pocket, claiming they were her little treasure. Zhang Tan promptly distanced himself, having just played football. And the odor from his socks was quite pungent, an assertion Xiaobai would describe as stinking. As Xiaobai witnessed Zhang Tan exaggeratedly pinching his nose and stepping away, she erupted into laughter, resembling a goose, and raised her hand to request a wash. You can go by yourself, he replied. Xiaobai stood on a small stool beside the sink, deftly washing her socks, showcasing her familiarity with the task. Once the socks were clean, she hung them on the balcony, and together with Zhang Tan, they descended to play football. The second child to arrive at the park was the chubby Luo Zikong, the same one who had fought with Xiaobai. Eager to join, Luo Zikong hesitated, intimidated by Xiaobai's fierce demeanor. What do you want, you silly boy? Don't come over, she admonished, successfully deterring him from joining in the fun. Other children were welcome to play, but Luo Zikong was not permitted. I want to play too, he protested loudly. Xiaobai's voice rose above his, you can play with a shovel. Scram, you silly boy, you can't play. Despite his larger size, Luo Zikong found himself thoroughly intimidated by Xiaobai, overwhelmed by her commanding presence. At 7 in the evening, the staff gathered the children together for games. And Zhang Tan and Xiaobai concluded their workday, still yearning for more. Xiaobai made plans with Zhang Tan to return the following day before joining her peers for games and television. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan took a shower, and as he emerged, his phone rang, displaying a call from Tang Yu. Memories of this individual quickly flooded his mind. She was one of his former girlfriends, now an ex. He chose to ignore the call, and after a ring or two, it ended. Zhang Tan had no intention of maintaining ties with such superficial acquaintances. Instead, he resolved to reform himself and embark on a new chapter in life. Seated on the sofa, he meticulously cleared his phone contacts from memory. After completing this task, he opened his computer to review the video he had posted the previous day. At first glance, the comments section was overflowing with responses. Scanning through, he noted opinions that veered away from discussions of balconies or boundless magic. While he appreciated the film The Pursuer, the author's critique resonated with him. Upon reflection, it seemed the film was indeed rather straightforward. Thank you, author. I believe I grasped it, he mused. It appeared that viewers were more concerned with enjoyment than depth. High box office earnings were often dismissed as lacking substance, while films with depth were criticized for lacking market appeal. There was always something to discuss. The analysis was commendable, and he felt a sense of gratitude for the humor it elicited. With 321 comments, the reactions were mixed. Zhang Tan had not anticipated such a wave of positive feedback. Given the current popularity of The Pursuer, he recognized that voicing criticism might alienate a significant audience. Nevertheless, as long as his critique remained objective, he was certain it would attract a discerning group of viewers. The view count has reached 60,000, with over 500 comments, more than 1,000 likes, over 800 saves, and more than 100 shares. Overall, achieving such metrics within a mere day has surpassed Zhang Tan's expectations, and it is quite commendable. Most importantly, the account Tanwei Guanji has garnered over 4,000 followers. Many insights presented in this film analysis I have previously encountered on other websites, and I initially assumed the author had plagiarized. However, I later discovered that the author's account is also named Tanwei Guanji, indicating it is indeed the same individual. I was pleasantly surprised to find the analysis transformed into a video, offering a more detailed and comprehensive examination, which I found delightful and worthy of my attention. It appears someone has discovered his analytical article on a film review website, which serves as the foundation for this video. With this in mind, Zhang Tan opened the film review site, located the earlier review he had written, and added a note encouraging viewers to check out the more extensive analysis video available on the site. After completing these tasks, Zhang Tan began exploring the charts, examining other popular videos in the film channel to glean insights and improve his own work. He simultaneously noticed that many newly released videos had view counts in the single digits and remarkably few comments, revealing the typical state of novice creators. In contrast, his inaugural video amassed 60,000 views, likely not solely due to the quality of the content, but rather by capitalizing on trending topics. As evidenced by the current popularity of the chaser, riding the wave of a trend can elevate even the most modest of content. However, it is essential that the content possesses quality akin to a well-crafted narrative. After this brief reflection, Zhang Tan set to work on his next video, focusing on a film he had watched just yesterday, titled A Moment of Difference. This urban romance film, one of this year's popular releases, has achieved modest box office success and garnered excellent reviews, classifying it as a low-budget art film. In Huaxia, it is indeed a rarity to produce a quality urban romance film. Although numerous films have been made in this genre, truly exceptional ones are scarce, often plagued by overused tropes. Some have summarized that Huaxia's romance films exhibit two predominant themes, infidelity and abortion, as if those elements are prerequisites for depicting youth and love. Such notions are rather banal. A Moment of Difference steers clear of these pitfalls, presenting a refreshing and slightly melancholic narrative that resonates with the authentic experiences of youth and love. Zhang Tan first drafted the video script, followed by recording the content, dedicating Saturday night and all of Sunday to complete the second video, which he subsequently published on the site. Drawing from his initial experience, he refined numerous details this time around, such as crafting a more captivating content summary and selecting appropriate video tags, focusing on the minutiae. By 6 p.m., the view count for the second video surpassed 10,000, with over 100 comments, a significant improvement compared to the initial video's early performance. Progress requires patience and cannot be rushed. Zhang Tan's mindset has improved considerably since his first endeavor. He refrained from frequently refreshing the data, closing the website to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, the renowned film critic Half Immortal on Weibo is preparing new content. With over 8 million followers, he is supported by a team that produces content every 2 days, rich in both text and visuals. At this time of the year, a first draft of new content would typically have been completed. This time, however, it did not pass muster. Yang Jingxian, the Half Immortal, is known for his stringent oversight of content, possessing a keen sense of market trends and audience preferences. Initially, he managed the Weibo account single-handedly, but as it gradually gained traction and amassed a following, he formed a team to afford himself more time for contemplative creation. The longer he worked, the more he found that fresh ideas began to dwindle, demanding increasingly more time to prepare materials. In a state of distress over the content, Yang Jingxian engaged in a brainstorming session with 3 team members. With the clock ticking towards the 8 o'clock deadline for the new issue, they found themselves at an impasse, struggling to figure out how to meet the deadline. Yang Jingxian was particularly troubled, as this was the first time he had encountered such a predicament. He discreetly assessed the team, noting that their thinking had become rigid. New perspectives were urgently needed. One member suggested, "Why not use our current draft? It may lack quality, but it's better than having no content at all." Yang Jingxian was momentarily swayed. He could enforce strict standards, but time was not on their side. At that moment, another member interjected, "I came across an insightful film analysis video on the Shillili website. Could we possibly draw inspiration from it?" Yang Jingxian promptly inquired, "Which video?" The major domestic platforms, including Shillili, were all closely monitoring the film and television sections, and while the circle was neither too small nor too large, the renowned figures were well known. "Let us take a look." As for the popular creators, he dismissed the notion, deeming it futile. The speaker clarified that it was a newcomer, and this was their first video. "Is it the analysis of the chaser?" Yang Jingxian remarked, "Let us see it first." After watching half of the video, he felt increasingly tempted to adopt some of its insights, but upon completing it, he reconsidered. Time was of the essence, and he suspected that taking too much inspiration could lead to accusations of plagiarism. After much contemplation, he proposed, "Is it possible to get in touch with the creator? For this issue, we could use their content. Let us inquire what they would require in return." Zhang Tan, the creator, had not anticipated being contacted. He had prepared dinner and was about to head downstairs when he couldn't resist checking the performance of his freshly released video. To his surprise, He found an inquiry from Yang Jingxian's team. The team introduced themselves and asked if they could cite his content and what compensation would be necessary. Zhang Tan specifically sought out Yang Jingxian's Weibo, noting his impressive following of over 8 million fans, confirming his credibility. After some thought, he replied, "I greatly admire the content produced by Yang Jingxian, and I am willing to grant you the rights to republish this analysis video without any fee, provided that my authorship and up account are clearly stated in a prominent position." On the other end, the staff relayed Zhang Tan's response to Yang Jingxian, remarking, "He is quite reasonable." Yang Jingxian instructed, "Inform him that it's settled. Let us be friends. Should we need assistance in the future, we will do our utmost to help." With Zhang Tan's authorization secured, the team hurriedly set about converting the video into a visual and textual format. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jingxian remarked, "Do not hesitate. Simply reshare the video." Consequently, the latest episode of Banchiner featured a video by Zhang Tan. What transpired? Why has Banchiner chosen to share a video that is not originally crafted by themselves? Is this a gesture of goodwill? Banchiner seems to be growing increasingly indolent. The content is indeed astonishing, the voice is so warm, and the narration is quite commendable. Finally, I have come across someone knowledgeable. There are far too many individuals praising the pursuer indiscriminately. While appreciation is welcome, it must not be blind. No wonder Banchiner endorsed this video. It is truly exceptional. This is the new up master, Zhang Tan, on the Xiaomi website, whom I have seen and was intending to recommend. By 10 p.m., the viewership of Zhang Tan's video on the Xiaomi website began to soar dramatically. It must be said, the remarkable impact of a major influencer with over 8 million followers is undeniable. Even if only 500,000 viewers tuned in that night, that would still equate to 500,000 views. Weibo and the Xiaomi website are mutually compatible. When videos are reshared on Weibo, the view counts are recorded on both platforms, acknowledged by both parties. The following morning, prior to heading to work, Zhang Tan was preoccupied with this matter and opened his computer to check the statistics. Only to be astounded, the view count for the pursuer had surged to 430,000, and his follower count had skyrocketed to over 80,000. All of this transpired overnight. Moreover, he received an official message regarding recommendations, indicating that, due to his rapid data growth and commendable content quality, the Xiaomi website would feature his analysis of the pursuer on the homepage of its film and television channel. Chapter 22 Adaptation of Comics. The process of animation production is exceedingly intricate and protracted, vastly different from the shooting of live-action films and television series. In film and television, once a project is initiated, the entire crew works in unison, tirelessly day and night for several months, striving to complete the project in one vigorous push. However, animation projects unfold over an extended span of 2 to 3 years, sometimes even 4 to 5 years, resembling the meticulous craftsmanship of automobile manufacturing, where each minute detail is interconnected. Each individual is responsible for one or several aspects of the process. Upon completing their assigned tasks, their involvement in the project concludes, leaving them to await the final product for several years. The artistic component in live-action media is more pronounced, while animation leans heavily towards industrial elements. Zhang Tan currently grapples with this reality. After the completion of the script for Under Tianyu Mountain, his role is largely finished. Following the writing phase, the next steps involve drafting and production, which do not pertain to him. Zhang Tan harbors a desire to engage in the entire process and comprehend the complete workflow of animation production, yet the duration is excessively lengthy. Even if Under Tianyu Mountain is a seasonal release, the earliest he could witness the first episode online would be by the end of the year. With over 6 months still to wait, editor Luo Ming continues to oversee the subsequent stages and respond to various unforeseen changes alongside the director. He must remain with the crew. As for Zhang Tan, serving as a script assistant, he finds himself with little to occupy his time. With a lull in work, he shifts his focus to managing his public account, and over the coming period, he releases 5 film analysis videos under the title Breathtaking. Thanks to recommendations from the Xiaomi website and the consistently high quality of his videos, Zhang Tan's followers surged from 80,000 to 120,000, establishing him as a moderately popular content creator. However, he has yet to attract any advertisers. Another party has taken an interest. A real estate agency contacts Zhang Tan, inquiring whether he would consider selling his property, Xiaomi Academy. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Tan's immediate thought is not whether he is willing to sell, but rather a profound curiosity about how they acquired his phone number. "How did you obtain my contact information?" he asks. Sir, you registered an account on the XXX real estate agency website. I don't believe I provided my phone number. You may have forgotten. Uncertain. Zhang Tan does not dwell on the matter further and engages in conversation to gain a general understanding of the market, neither agreeing nor declining to sell. After hanging up, he reflects that something seems amiss. He opens the real estate account he had previously registered, which clearly does not list a phone number, leading him to suspect that the caller was not truthful. How did they know his number, and how did they become aware of his intent to sell the property? The lack of protection for personal information is disconcerting. He rises to boil water for tea and opens the office window to let in some fresh air. The green pothose he has nurtured has just been refreshed with water, vibrant and flourishing, with new shoots sprouting in recent days. The cactus, in contrast, is the least demanding, requiring no care and exuding an air of aloofness. During this period, Luo Ming spent little time in the office, mostly taking his laptop and staying with the director and other project personnel. Zhang Tan accompanied him for a few days to observe and learn. One day, as the workday neared its end, Luo Ming returned just in time and noticed Zhang Tan still present. He inquired, "Are you free? Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Zhang Tan, who had just planned to revisit the restaurant they had previously dined at, nodded in agreement and replied, "Sure. Do you enjoy seafood?" Luo Ming responded, "I quite like it. Then let us go for seafood. I know a place with excellent flavors. You can ride with me. I drove today." Luo Ming was momentarily taken aback, having always known Zhang Tan commuted by subway and presumed he lacked funds, being a recent graduate. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they placed their orders, and, midway through their meal, Luo Ming remarked, "Now that the Tianyu Mountain project is on track and the script has been polished, your workload will significantly decrease." Zhang Tan nodded and said, "Suddenly having free time is indeed somewhat disconcerting. I should be participating more in project training at this stage." Luo Ming continued, "I heard that the company is launching a new project. Would you be interested?" After finishing his mouthful, Zhang Tan picked up a napkin to wipe his lips and confidently replied, "Of course, I am interested. The company plans to adapt a comic into an anime, and they will soon be selecting individuals internally to revise the script. The leadership intends to assign this task to newcomers as a form of training. If you're interested, I can recommend you to sign up tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tan understood that such projects, involving comic adaptations, would not attract seasoned writers, making it perfectly suitable for someone at his level. Without hesitation, he said, "I would like to give it a try. Trying is all it takes. Your abilities are sufficient." Luo Ming assured him, "Thus, I will recommend you first thing tomorrow at work. It should not pose a problem. However, be prepared for competition, as there will likely be others applying. Ultimately, selection will depend on everyone's capabilities." Luo Ming comprehended the higher-ups' intention to scout new screenwriters through this small project, seeking those who could stand out. Zhang Tan filled Luo Ming's glass with juice and declared, "As long as there is an opportunity, I am unafraid of competition." Luo Ming inquired, "The comic to be adapted is titled The Flame Bearer. Have you heard of it?" Zhang Tan replied, "I have heard of it, but I have not seen it. I will study it thoroughly." After finishing their dinner, they parted ways. As Zhang Tan drove home, he passed by Chengcheng Street, which was bustling with life, filled with stylishly dressed men and women, as well as corporate professionals in formal attire returning from work. The vibrant lights and lively atmosphere stirred a desire to linger instead of heading home. Driving slowly, Zhang Tan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure at the roadside, a woman holding a small stool in one hand and a cloth bag in the other. He recognized her from a few days prior at the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy. She was Xiao Bai's aunt. However, he could not be certain it was her, as he could only see her back and had never seen her face. To date, he had not encountered Xiao Bai's uncle or aunt, as every time he had come to pick her up, it was already late at night, and he had been asleep. As he drove, he watched his aunt, who bore a resemblance to a young woman, depart. She paused in front of a jewelry store, setting down a small stool to offer shoe-shining services to passers-by. A few individuals emerged from the store to exchange a few words with her, prompting her to shift her position away from the entrance. After parking his car in the lot, Zhang Tan strolled through the alleyways, where adults and children sat beneath the streetlights, seeking respite from the heat, while small cats and dogs frolicked at their feet. Upon seeing Zhang Tan, someone greeted him warmly, saying, "Young Master Zhang has returned." Zhang Tan smiled in response, saying, "I am Zhang Tan. You may simply call me Zhang Tan." As he exchanged pleasantries and moved along, he overheard the crowd behind him murmuring about the significant changes he had undergone, speculating whether he was indeed the Zhang Tan they once knew. Chapter 23. Treasures approaching the entrance of the academy. The sound of the news broadcast emanated from the small guardhouse, where Old Li was watching television while enjoying a bowl of noodles. Ah, so Zhang Shan has returned. Where did he park? He left it in the parking lot. He should have parked inside the academy to save on parking fees. It's not safe. The children are constantly coming and going. Although the academy is spacious, parking is prohibited, a rule Zhang Shan adheres to, despite being the owner. Each time he parks inside, there's always a sense of insecurity with children running about. Uncle, come quickly. Little Bai stood beneath the mulberry tree, waving at him. Was this child specifically waiting for him? He had his suspicions. What is it? Zhang Shan inquired as he approached. Hurry, I want to watch an episode of the cartoon. Her face was alight with anticipation. Well, if you want to watch, let Teacher Lu turn on the television. Teacher Lu won't turn it on. Why not? Humph. Go ask Teacher Lu how she feels about letting the children have some fun. I'm feeling quite irritable today. What's wrong? Why are you feeling irritable again? Just a little chat, and you're already irritable? Are you a little red boy? Wah. My cricket is missing. Zhang Shan pondered for a moment before recalling that the cricket was indeed the large, dark creature Little Bai had held in the glass jar. As he returned to his room, he casually asked, Lost it? How did that happen? Little Bai trotted alongside him, whispering in her dialect, I strongly suspect that Luo Zikong. That silly boy is responsible. Zhang Shan retrieved his keys from his bag to open the door and turned to Little Bai, who stood at the entrance. Without evidence, one should not make unfounded accusations. Come in and sit for a while. Little Bai nodded, removing her little shoes and raising her tiny feet to show him. Uncle, look, I'm wearing the new socks you bought. I ran as fast as a little rabbit today. What on earth is a little rabbit? I'll wear your slippers. Zhang Shan found her small slippers. Such a little rascal. Little Bai gleefully slipped on her slippers. Zhang Shan, perplexed, set down his bag and went to wash his hands in the bathroom. As he busied himself around the house, Little Bai stood in the living room, babbling away. I'm going to take a bath now. How about you sit here by yourself? I'll prepare some snacks and turn on the television for you. What? You're going to bathe? Little Bai exclaimed, quickly shaking her head. Then I'll leave. I'm a girl. With that, she disregarded Zhang Shan's pleas to stay, leaving as if she feared he might do something untoward. This child certainly had a strong sense of caution. That was fine, Zhang Shan thought as he locked the door and emerged from his bath, only to suddenly notice a bowl of boiled peanuts sitting on the small stool in the living room. When had that been placed there? He hadn't noticed it earlier. He picked up a peanut, cracked it open, and found the plump kernel nestled inside the shell, as Little Bai would say, simply delightful. Dressed in shorts and a gray t-shirt, Zhang Shan stepped outside, and as he descended the stairs, he heard the sound of a child crying. In the academy, the sound of children weeping is hardly a rarity. Every day, one can hear the cries of little ones. However, this particular cry seemed somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to Xiao Bai. He hurried down the stairs in a hurry and, upon reaching the first floor, indeed found Xiao Bai in tears. What is the matter? Why is Xiao Bai crying? Zhang Tan inquired, astonished at how the usually strong and optimistic Xiao Bai had suddenly succumbed to tears. Xiao Bai, with tear-filled eyes, glanced at him but continued to weep in place, while Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng comforted her, with the adorably naive Meng Chengcheng silently wiping her own tears. Also shedding tears was Luo Zikong, although his cries were not as loud as Xiao Bai's this time, which was the opposite of their previous encounter. Zhang Tan speculated whether the two had quarreled again. Teacher Xiaolu explained that indeed, they had fought, and this time Xiao Bai had come out the worse, having received a beating, which was why she was so distraught. The nature of bravado may intimidate others, yet it cannot guarantee victory. As Teacher Xiaolu and others worked to resolve the situation, Zhang Tan refrained from intervening. After a while, Teacher Xiaolu approached him with the details of the incident. The root of the conflict was that Xiao Bai had lost her beloved chick, leaving only an empty bottle behind. She suspected that Luo Zikong was responsible, leading to a verbal altercation between them. Zhang Tan was at a loss for words, reminding her not to accuse someone without evidence. However, Xiao Bai could not contain herself and sought out Luo Zikong. He assumed this confrontation was the reason behind their fight. But Teacher Xiaolu clarified that they had merely exchanged harsh words without any intention of physical altercation. Xiao Bai had been proudly showcasing her new socks to everyone, which prompted Luo Zikong to make a few disparaging remarks, leading to the altercation, as Teacher Xiaolu explained. Zhang Tan was taken aback. Teacher Xiaolu elaborated that Luo Zikong had called Bai a country bumpkin, declaring her clothing to be utterly unappealing, and added. Teacher Xiaolu hesitated. What else did he say? Zhang Tan pressed. He also called Bai foolish. Foolish? Xiaobai is quite clever. She cannot read. Zhang Tan, intrigued, asked, "Is it true that Xiaobai cannot read?" Teacher Xiaolu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she cannot read. At her age, she should be in kindergarten, but she is not. And the adults at home have not taught her. Currently, she only recognizes a few characters, which she has learned here at the academy. Zhang Tan further inquired. But I often see her engrossed in picture books, hardly sleeping. Teacher Xiaolu replied, she is looking at the pictures and guessing the stories. A pang of sadness suddenly welled up within Zhang Tan. How should this matter be addressed? Both parties were at fault and would face a consequence, standing in silence against the wall to reflect. Zhang Tan chose not to comment. He was not well versed in disciplining children and decided to leave it to teacher Xiaolu and her colleagues, since Xiaobai was to be punished by standing tonight. Zhang Tan refrained from descending again to check on the children and instead immersed himself in the series The Flame Bearer, starting from the very first episode. The following day at work, Luo Ming endorsed him, and Zhang Tan resolved to strive earnestly to become a writer for The Flame Bearer. Given the project's relative simplicity, he would undertake the task alone without forming a team of writers. Comics possess their own unique language, just as animations do. Zhang Tan is tasked with transforming the comic into an animation, necessitating a streamlining and condensing of the plot. However, his guiding principle remains to preserve the original style as much as possible, ensuring that the main storyline remains unchanged. The comic has already proven its market viability by carving a niche for itself. Overly drastic alterations would be counterproductive and could diminish the original's allure. Throughout the day, Zhang Tan immersed himself in contemplation of the comic in his office, only beginning to put pen to paper as the workday drew to a close. While driving home, he intended to retreat to his room to write in solitude. Upon entering the school grounds, he heard a voice call out, "Uncle," and turned to see Xiaobai, accompanied by a modestly dressed middle-aged woman who had a small stool and a cloth bag at her feet. "Xiaobai, it's quite early," Zhang Tan remarked. The child's eyes were red and slightly swollen. "You must be Xiaobai's aunt," he inquired, recalling that her aunt was named Ma Lanhua according to Xiaobai's file. "Yes, I am Xiaobai's aunt." "Hello, teacher. I came to apologize because my little boy got into a fight yesterday." Ma Lanhua's face was adorned with a warm smile, her wrinkles and creases emerging as she spoke. Xiaobai's Mandarin likely mirrored her aunt's, with a distinct Sichuan accent. Zhang Tan observed Xiaobai, who pouted and lowered her head in silence. Both children were at fault yesterday, so it's not entirely Xiaobai's fault. Nevertheless, fighting is unacceptable. There are many ways to resolve conflicts, and we ought to choose better alternatives, correct? Indeed, you are absolutely right, teacher, Ma Lanhua nodded vigorously, noticing Xiaobai's silence. She gently tapped the child's head and said, "You little rascal, what do you say? The teacher is asking you, aren't you?" Xiaobai, cradling her head in her hands, replied meekly, "All right." Ma Lanhua glared at her. "All right? What do you mean by all right?" "The teacher is asking if that is correct." Xiaobai continued to hug her head, puffing out her cheeks, and weakly uttered, "It's true." Ma Lanhua retorted angrily, "What do you mean it's true? Just answer the teacher and apologize." "Uncle, I was wrong. Fighting is not my forte," Xiaobai declared. Her aunt, clearly displeased, responded, "You little tyke. You think fighting is not your forte? When did you come to that realization? Who could you possibly fight, dogs or cats in the alley?" Xiaobai, indignant, replied, "Both cats and dogs are my good friends. Why would I fight with them? Who are you friends with? You're filthy. If you keep involving those cats and dogs, you'll be in for it. Threatening a 4-year-old girl is hardly commendable behavior. Say that again and see what happens. I really like my aunt." Ma Lanhua shot her a glare with those ghostly eyes. "You're a handful." Chapter 24, a gift from grandmother when aunt criticized her as having a ghostly appearance. Little Bai felt quite indignant, her expression radiating displeasure. Had it been anyone else, she would have surely protested vehemently. If it were Luo Zikong, a scuffle would undoubtedly have ensued. Despite having been reduced to tears by Luo Zikong just the previous night, she was adamant about asserting her stance. "What? Are you questioning my resolve?" Ma Lanhua, well aware of Little Bai's temperament, observed her puffed-up cheeks and narrowed eyes, returning the glare with a frown. It was remarkable how such a small child could exhibit such a fierce spirit at merely 4.5 years old. What would happen as she grew older? Would she not become even more defiant? Little Bai pouted defiantly, asserting, "I am not spoiled. Not spoiled. I am as innocent as the delicate tassels of sweet corn." Oh, so well behaved. Such a silly child, claiming to be as innocent as the sweet corn tassels. Indeed, quite spoiled. Zhang Tan, noticing Little Bai's distress, interjected to defend her. Unbeknownst to him, quarrels with Aunt were a common occurrence in Little Bai's household. He remarked to Malinois, Little Bai is quite obedient and sensible, after all. She is just a child and requires gentle guidance. Malinois glared at Little Bai but smiled radiantly at Zhang Tan, saying, You are absolutely right, teacher. Our Little Bai only needs a bit of discipline to understand. That has always been our way of teaching. Zhang Tan glanced down at Little Bai, who was secretly making faces and sticking out her tongue at her aunt. Upon being caught, she quickly feigned innocence, her big eyes wide open and her small lips puckered, revealing a set of pristine little teeth. If this was not the behavior of a well-behaved child, then one could hardly imagine what it would be. Zhang Tan stifled a laugh and continued to speak with Malinois. Little Bai has acknowledged her mistake and apologized. When Luo Zikong arrives, he too will offer his apologies. Making mistakes is not fearsome. Recognizing them is what makes a child commendable. Little Bai wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously. I am indeed very well behaved. Yes, teacher is right. My Little Bai can be mischievous, but she does not deny her faults. Zhang Tan concurred, praising Little Bai. He noticed her enthusiastic nodding, especially in response to the compliments directed at her, which seemed to bolster her confidence. As Malinois entrusted Little Bai to Zhang Tan's care, she began to leave but was halted by Little Bai tugging at her pants, muttering discontentedly. You're such a troublesome child, Malinois said, exasperated. Little Bai quietly murmured. Chanting children are always like this. Malinois, not catching her words, smiled sweetly at Zhang Tan and said, Teacher, I would like to ask for your assistance. She glanced down at Little Bai and proceeded to explain her request. Last night, in a bout of playfulness, Little Bai had sprayed Luo Zikong with her water gun, which was subsequently confiscated. This water gun was a precious gift from her grandmother, and she cherished it dearly, insisting on sleeping with it every night. After a night filled with tears and protests, Malinois implored, Teacher, could you possibly return the water gun to her? Having finished her plea, she gently tapped Little Bai's head, prompting Little Bai to immediately chime in, Uncle, please be kind. How effortlessly those words flowed. Zhang Tan pondered, no wonder your eyes are swollen. Could it be due to a restless night and tears shed? Unbeknownst to him, the small water gun had been confiscated, since both children had already faced consequences. And the little water gun held special significance for Xiaobai. Zhang Tan took the initiative to agree to its return. Overjoyed, Xiaobai praised Zhang Tan as a good person, having bestowed upon him several good person cards in the past. As Zhang Tan acquiesced, Ma Lanhua prepared to leave. I must be off now. I've wasted enough time. Xiaobai, you silly child, should you engage in another fight, I shall spank you so hard that you'll understand why flowers bloom red. But I'm still just a child, quite obedient. I promise I won't fight again. Xiaobai hastily assured her, swearing that if she fought again, she would cease to be human. Ma Lanhua felt a slight sense of relief, yet recalled that this child had recently been in 2 scuffles, the last of which had left her face bruised, infuriating her. During that incident, Xiaobai had also fervently promised to behave. You foolish child, if you dare fight again, I shall confront you myself and see who emerges victorious. Xiaobai quickly waved her hands, swearing she would be exceptionally well behaved. Ma Lanhua couldn't engage in a fight with Xiaobai just yet. She would have to follow through later. After issuing her threats, she departed. Xiaobai watched her retreating figure, mumbling to herself. Zhang Tan caught snippets of her murmurs. Something about Ma Lanhua and flowers blooming in the wind and rain. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He couldn't quite recall where he had heard it, but the melody lingered in his memory. It was a children's song, the complete version being Ma Lanhua. Ma Lanhua, unafraid of wind and rain, please bloom without delay. He was certain that Xiaobai had just been humming this tune, and her aunt's name was indeed Ma Lanhua. How amusing. Speaking ill behind one's back, she was evidently a restless child at heart, oblivious to his revelation. Xiaobai giggled and rummaged in her pockets again, this time producing an egg to offer Zhang Tan. Is this another one you saved? Zhang Tan inquired, recalling a similar incident. Xiaobai nodded with a beaming smile, eager to place it in his hand. With the small water gun's fate secured, her earlier gloom lifted, revealing her optimistic and resilient spirit. Zhang Tan hesitated to accept the egg, feeling it inappropriate to partake in a child's nutrition meant for growth. The sentiment was what mattered. Such gestures were rare. At that moment, the schoolyard was devoid of others, and Xiaobai trailed behind Zhang Tan, chattering away. Once her aunt departed, it seemed as if a spell had been broken. She became exceedingly lively. She recounted how precious her water gun was, having protected her throughout her growth, and expressed her aspiration to become a rabbit police officer to safeguard herself and her grandmother from harm. Indeed, Xiaobai. It is wonderful that you have a dream at such a young age. If you become a police officer in the future, you will undoubtedly be a good one. Zhang Tan praised her, which delighted the little girl, who seemed to embody the spirit of a rabbit police officer already. Why a rabbit police officer? Zhang Tan then noticed the two words rabbit preceding police. How charming. Little Bai shook her head with pride, particularly pleased with the rabbit police. When teacher Xiaolu arrived, Zhang Tan took back the small water gun from Little Bai. She eagerly explored her surroundings, treasure-like, fastening the water gun to her waist, brimming with confidence as she dashed into the courtyard to resume her soccer game. Uncle, come and play, she called out. Xiaomi has arrived. You play with her. I have matters to attend to. Are you looking to earn money? Then go earn it. Children need not worry about such things. They are free to enjoy life. That evening, upon hearing Zhang Tan mention work, Little Bai refrained from seeking him out, a stark contrast to her usual routine of knocking on his door daily, even if merely to glance at his little slippers. Zhang Tan spent the night adapting 2 episodes of The Torchbearer. When time grew late, he set down his pen, stretched, and took a stroll downstairs, discovering the children already nestled in their dormitory on the 2nd floor, preparing for slumber. To his astonishment, he found Little Bai lying obediently on her bed, already fast asleep and breathing softly, a picture of tranquility. Meanwhile, most of the other children remained reluctant to sleep. Even the usual night owls had succumbed to slumber early this time. Zhang Tan recalled what Malinhua had said that evening. Little Bai had cried all night due to the absence of her water gun, resulting in swollen eyes. It was evident she was utterly exhausted today, a departure from her usual spirited demeanor. He observed the sleeping Little Bai, her chin pointed, appearing slightly thinner. Her face darkened from frequent outdoor soccer play. It was no wonder she was tanned. Her eyes indeed bore the signs of swelling. With the small water gun peeking from her pocket, concerned she might turn and be uncomfortable, Zhang Tan contemplated removing the water gun and placing it beside her pillow. However, as soon as his hand brushed against the water gun, Little Bai grasped his hand tightly. Zhang Tan began to explain, but noticed that Little Bai remained with her eyes closed, her rhythmic breathing indicating she was in a dream. Yet, as he looked down, he saw her right hand firmly clasping his. Realizing this, he gently released his grip, withdrawing his hand from her palm. Little Bai then relaxed, her small hand resting atop the water gun, continuing her peaceful slumber. Clearly, this little water gun held great significance for her. Chapter 25, the screenplay. Zhang Tan found himself effortlessly adept at crafting screenplays. Before his journey across time, he had penned numerous scripts, some of which had garnered acclaim. The adaptation of The Lantern Bearer posed little challenge for him. Rather, the time spent reading the comic was more arduous. When Luo Ming assisted him in registering for the project, the team had allotted 5 days for completion. However, just 2 days later, he received the abrupt notification that the deadline was moved forward by a day, leaving Zhang Tan with merely 2 days to complete a script that was only 1/3 finished. Is there enough time? Luo Ming inquired, upon learning of the situation. These days, I have no pressing matters. Focus solely on your screenplay. It's perfectly fine if you don't come to the office. Just manage your own schedule. Upon receiving this news, Luo Ming promptly checked on Zhang Tan's progress and, upon discovering the insufficient time, graciously assured him that he would not assign any other tasks, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the screenplay. He even encouraged Zhang Tan to reach out with any writing queries at any hour. Zhang Tan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, to which Luo Ming replied, "It's partially my fault. I should have informed you sooner. The project had already been underway for several days, and others had begun writing, which put you at a disadvantage right from the start." Zhang Tan quickly countered, "You cannot blame yourself for this. I am simply grateful for your support." In pursuit of completing the screenplay, Zhang Tan immersed himself in his work day and night, declining invitations from Jiang Rong and the football tournament hosted by Xiaobai. Ultimately, after 2 intense days, he managed to finish the script. With a profound sigh of relief, he printed out the manuscript the following day, ready to submit it to the Lantern Bearer project team. Just then, Luo Ming returned and, noticing the neatly bound stack of A4 paper in Zhang Tan's hands, immediately deduced that it was the screenplay. Calculating the date, he realized today was the submission deadline. "Have you finished it?" Luo Ming inquired. Zhang Tan handed the script to him, saying, "I completed it last night. If you have a moment, could you please review it? You possess the talent. Adapting scripts is certainly within your capabilities. However, as this is your first solo endeavor, this project holds significant importance for you. So I'd like to take a look first." Luo Ming casually set his bag on the table and sat down, hastily flipping through the script. Usually, he would brew a pot of tea and peruse the news, but today, all those rituals were cast aside. As he read, he did not lift his gaze from the pages, saying to Zhang Tan, "You should have shown this to me last night. It would have afforded us more time for thorough review." Zhang Tan replied, "I only finished it after 10 last night, and I didn't want to disturb your sleep." Disturb? Not at all. I was still helping my daughter with her homework at that hour. Reading a script is far less taxing than that. He then asked, "If I recall correctly, the submission is due by 10 a.m. today, right? It's currently 8:30, giving us an hour and a half. So there is no rush. Let me read through it before we discuss it. After investing so much time, we shouldn't hurry through this last hour and a half." Seeing Luo Ming engrossed in the script, Zhang Tan took the initiative to brew him a cup of Lushan cloud mist tea, gently placing it beside him. Without looking up, Luo Ming instinctively lifted the teacup and savored a few sips. He read swiftly, and after approximately half an hour, he exhaled deeply, set the script down, rubbed his tired eyes, and remarked, "This is splendidly written. There are just a few minor issues here, and here." Zhang Tan immediately seated himself before the computer, diligently revising the script for half an hour until it was entirely completed. After the two of them cross-checked it and confirmed its accuracy, they proceeded to print a fresh copy. Zhang Tan let out a sigh of relief as he glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was 9:30. "There is still half an hour. I'll take it over now," he remarked. "Wait," Luo Ming called out to him. "Give me the script. I will submit it." Although they didn't rely on connections, they certainly couldn't afford to be outdone in front of those who did. He took a few swift sips from his teacup, seized the script, and hurried out the door. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he knocked on the office of the director for the Torchbearer project. "Ah, Luo Laosher. Are you here to lend a hand?" The director greeted him, his gaze falling on the script in Luo Ming's hand, smiling as he did so. Luo Ming plopped down into the chair at the desk and pushed the script forward, saying, "I'm getting on in years and can't juggle 2 projects anymore. Although the script for Tianyu Mountain is finished, there are still numerous pressing matters at hand. Didn't I mention Zhang Tan to you last time? He pinned this." "Oh." The director picked up the script, glanced at the cover, and casually flipped through the pages. "Isn't it sufficient to submit it to the review team? Why hand it directly to me?" Luo Ming chuckled. "Don't feign ignorance. There are countless submissions. Once Zhang Tan's script is submitted, who knows if there will be any follow-up. By giving the script to you, I'm not suggesting you take any shortcuts. I merely hope you acknowledge Zhang Tan in this script. Do take a moment to peruse it. Or perhaps pass it along to your review team, so they might give it the consideration it deserves. I have read through it, and objectively speaking, it is truly excellent. Even if I were to write it, I doubt I could surpass it. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Luo Laosher, you are our golden pen. What young talent could possibly compare?" Luo Ming smiled quietly, having achieved his objective by delivering the script. "I won't disturb Director Li any longer. I'll take my leave." After Luo Ming departed, Director Li reopened Zhang Tan's script. After an indeterminate amount of time, he called for someone to collect the script and inquired, "How many scripts have we received?" The staff member replied, 13. "Oh, with this one, that makes 14. Such a substantial number?" In truth, there were 21 applicants. The remaining few couldn't submit in time due to their schedules. Director Li was somewhat taken aback. No wonder Luo Ming personally delivered the script. With so many writers engaged in a mere comic adaptation project, he felt a weight in his heart. These 14 scripts represented not just written works, but the dreams of 14 young individuals. Rather than directly selecting Zhang Tan's script simply because it was delivered by Luo Ming, he instructed the staff to conduct an internal screening, retaining 5 scripts to present to the script evaluation team for their assessment. Upon returning to his office after submitting the script, Luo Ming informed Zhang Tan that he could arrange his time freely today. Staying in the office or going home was entirely up to him. "You've been quite busy these past few days. Take a moment to relax and balance work with leisure." After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Tan chose to remain in the office. As noon approached, Jiang Rong called him, cryptically inviting him to a meal, as if she had stumbled upon something precious. "Did you write a script titled Torchbearer?" "Eh? How did you know?" Suddenly, it occurred to me that the script had been submitted to the evaluation committee for review. "Bingo! Is it fate that your script happened to be assigned to me?" "Haha." Zhang sighed and immediately remarked, "In that case, I cannot invite you to dinner." "What does that mean? Are you really being so stingy?" Jiang Rong's tone turned slightly unfriendly. "Do not be upset. It is not about being stingy, but rather a concern that others might accuse me of bribing you. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Rong decisively replied, I do not agree. Let us go. I crave the Japanese cuisine downstairs. Chapter 26. The Fish Banquet. Upon submitting the script for the lantern bearer, the results were announced the following day. Out of 5 scripts, 3 were selected, and the project team decided to interview all 3 screenwriters concurrently. Zhang Tan's script was among the chosen, allowing him to progress to the next stage, which brought him a sense of relief. To be candid, adapting a comic leaves little room for creative expression. The storyline is largely predefined, and significant alterations would transform adaptation into a complete rewrite. Since the changes made were merely minor adjustments, it would be unreasonable to claim that Zhang Tan's script was vastly superior to the others. Its uniqueness lay primarily in the structural framework and intricate details, one being macro, the other micro, while the essence of the original work remained preserved. In the days spent diligently working on the script, Zhang Tan was consumed by his tasks, both at work and after hours. It was only when he nearly completed his workload that he realized Xiaobai had not appeared for some time. Typically, she would visit him daily, often accompanied by her small child. Even if she didn't come to see him, her little one never failed to drop by. Having prepared dinner, he was about to indulge when the thought of Xiaobai crossed his mind. He set aside his utensils, donned his shoes, and stepped outside, making his way to the activity area on the first floor. The time was now 6:30 in the evening, and the brilliant hues of the setting sun bathed the courtyard in a warm glow, casting scattered shadows from the trees as little insects began to emerge. A few teachers and children were present in the school, but not in great numbers. Zhang Tan spotted Luo Zikong sliding down the slide and inquired if he had seen Xiaobai. Since their last altercation, they had exchanged apologies and appeared to have reconciled, coexisting peacefully thereafter. Luo Zikong pointed toward the courtyard, mentioning that Xiaola Jiao was playing soccer. Observing his somewhat forlorn expression, it seemed he longed to join in, but had been rebuffed. It struck Zhang Tan as rather pitiful. Soccer, traditionally a game for boys, had been commandeered by Xiaobai, who was not allowing this young lad to participate, a situation that seemed quite unreasonable. In the courtyard, Zhang Tan found Xiaobai, who was busy excavating sand with Xiaomi, filling a red plastic bucket to the brim. They were engrossed in their task, and the setting sun elongated their shadows, creating a golden outline around them. The soccer ball lay discarded nearby. What are you up to? Zhang Tan approached and inquired. Xiaobai, crouched in the sandpit, raised her head upon hearing his voice. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Oh ho, uncle. Our uncle has come. Xiaomi, shyly glancing in his direction, offered a timid smile but remained silent. Unlike Xiaobai, who was exuberant and bold, Xiaomi was more reserved, often smiling shyly whenever she encountered Zhang Tan. She had exchanged few words with him, responding softly to even the simplest of questions. Initially, Zhang Tan had assumed his affability was strong, particularly after quickly bonding with Xiaobai, but it became evident with Xiaomi that it was Xiaobai who accentuated his charm. Xiaomi, clutching the small bucket with both hands, puffed as she trudged toward the far end of the sandpit. However, the bucket, laden with sand, soon became cumbersome, and after taking a few steps, she turned back to call out to Xiaobai in a feeble voice, The rabbit police are coming. Xiaobai immediately stood up, clapped her small hands, and ran over, exclaiming with enthusiasm as she struggled to drag a little bucket behind her while calling for Zhang Tan to come closer. Do you need assistance? Zhang Tan inquired, extending his hand to help. The 2 children were perspiring, and if it weren't for their radiant smiles, Zhang Tan might have thought they were being subjected to laborious toil. What do you want? Xiaobai replied, a touch displeased. What's wrong? I was just offering to help. Zhang Tan responded, I noticed you were having difficulty. Would you like me to carry it for you? Xiaobai set down the bucket filled with sand, paused to catch her breath, and retorted, Uncle, do you look down upon children? What does that even mean? I was merely being kind. Zhang Tan waved his hand dismissively, clarifying he meant no offense. If she did not wish for his help, he would respect her wishes. Satisfied with his demeanor, Xiaobai nodded and declared that he could be a guest today. She then bent down to examine the bucket and whispered a few words to Xiaomi. Zhang Tan overheard her exclaim, Wow, there is so much sand in this bucket, it could tire anyone out. The 2 then collaborated to drag the bucket along. Zhang Tan followed behind, observing their bustling activity and contemplating leaving, but Xiaobai insisted he accompany them, promising him something wonderful. Perhaps they had indeed unearthed diamonds while digging for sand. What wonderful thing? Zhang Tan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not diamonds, but a sumptuous dinner. Xiaobai beamed, pointing at the delectable spread laid out on the ground, her smile radiant with pride. Zhang Tan mused, merely looking at the feast was enough to satiate him. Have you eaten yet, uncle? Xiaobai asked. Not yet. Instantly, she joyfully invited. Then you must try this. There's plenty to eat. Xiaomi stood by, beaming with delight. Seemingly never having witnessed Xiaobai so joyous, resembling a weasel that had stolen a chicken, her face brimming with anticipation. Zhang Tan felt a headache coming on. The lavish dinner before him was composed of mounds of sand. Some of it was simply sand mixed together, while other portions contained stones and bits of weeds. To his astonishment, even Xiaobai's glass bottle had been transformed into a dish. Xiaobai ceremoniously introduced the dish featuring the glass bottle, proclaiming it to be the favorite of the fish, insisting that Zhang Tan must squat down to taste it. As he crouched to inspect, he gasped, "Indeed." It was what the fish adored, for the bottle contained 2 earthworms. The worms had been unearthed during their sand digging, and while Xiaomi hesitated to grab them, Xiaobai, with her boldness, had caught them barehanded and placed them in the glass bottle. "Uncle, you must try it," Xiaobai enthusiastically urged. "Is this what children's games entail?" It was undeniably absurd, and Zhang Tan chuckled awkwardly, politely declining, stating he had already eaten. "You're lying. Just a moment ago, you said you hadn't tea eaten." Xiaobai sharply recalled his earlier admission, questioning why he would claim to have eaten now that she presented her fish banquet. "Do you look down on babies?" Zhang Tan sighed with a hint of exasperation as he observed the exuberance of Xiaobai and the subtly fervent enthusiasm of Xiaomi. To his surprise, she produced 2 twigs, claiming they were chopsticks, and handed them to Xiaobai, who then insisted on placing them into Zhang Tan's hands, urging him to finish his meal. Holding the twigs, he glanced at the eager faces of the children and then at the fish banquet laid out in the sandpit, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to partake. He feigned illness, lamenting, "Oh dear, I have a terrible headache. I've been so busy with work lately." To his astonishment, Xiaobai playfully tapped his head, exclaiming that it was quite large. This unexpected comment left Zhang Tan uncertain whether it was a compliment or a slight. Unable to refuse their hospitality, he pretended to enjoy the meal, even letting out a belch for effect. "All right, I'm full now. I must return to work. Farewell," he declared, casually discarding the chopsticks as he attempted to make his escape. However, he was blissfully naive to think a single meal would suffice. Xiaobai, clutching his trousers, would not permit his departure, insisting, "But this was made by Xiaobai and Xiaomi, right here." She pulled him to another spot, where an even more lavish spread awaited. Xiaomi gazed at him with hopeful eyes, eagerly awaiting his approval. Chapter 27. The malevolent glass bottle. The feast that Little White prepared was aptly named the Fish Delight, while the meal prepared by Little Rice was called the Whisker Rice. Upon noticing some whiskers among the sand, Zhang Tan speculated the name of the dish derived from these peculiar plants. Indeed, Little White confirmed that the whiskers were from the tips of corn stalks, which she had specially brought from home. The sand mixed with the whiskers created an exquisite flavor. After indulging in Little White's Fish Delight, Zhang Tan felt compelled to partake in Little Rice's Whisker Rice, lest he provoke tears from her. Gritting his teeth, he once again feasted under Little Rice's expectant gaze. "Is it delicious?" Little White inquired with hopeful eyes. "Is it delicious?" Little Rice echoed softly. Zhang Tan nodded vigorously, his mouth full, rendering him speechless until he finally managed to swallow and asked, "Why did you both cook for me today?" He mused inwardly, questioning why they had focused their attention on him instead of their other acquaintances, like teacher Xiao Lu or Old Li. Even Luo Zikong, who was eager to join, was excluded, especially Little White. How naive she was to squander such an opportunity for revenge. "Thank you," Little White expressed, grateful for Zhang Tan retrieving her water gun. "Well, that reason is acceptable," Zhang Tan acknowledged, glancing at Little Rice, who seemed to be on the verge of bursting from the Whisker Rice. It was only polite to offer some rationale for their actions. "Thank you," Little Rice murmured shyly, her gaze lowered. Little White interjected, clarifying that it was to express gratitude for the uncle taking her in. Zhang Tan affectionately patted their little heads, although the meal was difficult to digest. The sentiment was heartwarming. If only he could appreciate their kindness without having to eat, he would be even happier. "I'm full. Thank you both," Zhang Tan declared, preparing to set down his chopsticks when he hesitantly asked, "May I put them down now?" Both Little White and Little Rice nodded in affirmation, prompting Zhang Tan to breathe a sigh of relief as he finally laid down his chopsticks. "Are you really full, uncle?" Little White asked with concern. "Indeed, I am quite full, to the point of discomfort," Zhang Tan replied. Little White and Little Rice exchanged gleeful glances before waving him off, saying, "If you're full, you can go play now." Zhang Tan was taken aback by their tone and attitude, almost offended. Did they truly regard him as a mere child? "Thank you," he said, rising to leave, his thoughts drifting to the actual delectable dishes waiting for him at home, now regrettably cold. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Zhang Tan froze in place, feeling utterly embarrassed as Little White and Little Rice stared at his belly, then glanced up at his face. They quickly exchanged whispers, grabbed a bucket, and resolved to fetch another scoop of sand to prepare something tasty for him, clearly perceiving that he had not eaten enough. Little White even declared that she would showcase her culinary skills by making fish delight stir-fried with long worms. Zhang Tan, feeling the urgency to escape, hurriedly departed, keeping an eye out to report to teacher Xiao Lu, mentioning that the two children had snuck back into the yard to play with sand and should be brought back to engage in proper games. After finishing his meal and dismantling the bridge, he finally returned home with a sense of relief. As anticipated, the food he had prepared had grown cold. But given that it was summer, a cold meal was of little concern. Initially, he intended to inquire if Xiaobai wished to have some. Yet he found himself unexpectedly subjected to an extravagant feast against his will. The su-su air rice was tolerable, but the fish banquet truly left Zhang Tan devoid of appetite. The thought of the earthworms in the glass jar was particularly disconcerting, especially since he had consumed some. A wave of nausea surged through his throat, making the bowl of his homemade pasta nearly unbearable. He felt as though he were consuming earthworms, those two wriggling creatures. Ugh! Zhang Tan retrieved a chilled can of beer from the refrigerator, tore it open, and took several hearty gulps to quell the discomfort, pushing the nauseating sensation back down. After a while, he managed to regain his composure and return to the dining table, prepared to continue his meal, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. His hand trembled as he grasped the chopsticks, causing them to clatter onto the table. What a misfortune! What a fright for a 22-year-old young man. Images of Xiaobai, standing outside with a fish banquet in hand, and Xiaomi, with her su-su air rice, flooded his mind. Two little ones with angelic wings sprouting from their backs and horns adorning their heads. Such a beautiful, yet daunting image that he dared not ponder further. The knocking persisted. Zhang Tan reassured himself that having reported to Teacher Lu, it could not possibly be Xiaobai and Xiaomi. They must have been apprehended. Surely, Teacher Lu possessed enough discernment to handle the situation. Who is it? Zhang Tan steadied his emotions and rose to open the door. Zhang Tan, it's me. Eh? Haha. It's Aunt Huang. I knew it couldn't be Xiaobai or Xiaomi. They must have been managed by Teacher Lu. Coming. Zhang Tan's voice involuntarily rose a few octaves, as a weight lifted from his chest, much like the heavy stones used for mixing sand. Aunt Huang. Ah. Upon opening the door, his spirits soared, for standing there was indeed Aunt Huang. However, glancing down, he was taken aback. Two little ones remained, their cheerful faces gazing up at him. Zhang Tan's stomach instinctively tightened with apprehension, yet thankfully, they had not brought the food along. Unaware of the underlying concerns, Aunt Huang smiled and said, Zhang Tan, Xiaobai and Xiaomi wish to express their gratitude to you. Her smile brimmed with pride and satisfaction, for her little charges were so considerate, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. Xiaobai, Xiaomi, don't you have something to say to your brother? Now is the time. Thank you, uncle. Xiaobai spoke first, though she had intended to call him brother. The term uncle slipped out instead. Thank you, uncle. Xiaomi echoed. Ah, even the well-behaved children have begun to misbehave. Aunt Huang kindly elaborated on their reasons for gratitude, and Zhang Tan listened with a smile. Having already heard the tale once before. Come in and have a seat, he invited. No. All right, the two voices chimed in unison, with Xiaobai being the one who said all right. As she stepped forward, Aunt Huang grasped her little arm, holding her in place. With a smile, Aunt Huang turned to Zhang Tan and remarked, if they want tea, said, then the evening's study session has commenced. I shall take them downstairs. As Xiaobai and Xiaomi prepared to depart, Xiaobai suddenly produced a glass bottle from behind, filled to the brim with sand. Oh no, the nefarious glass bottle. Zhang Tan's pupils constricted in alarm, fearing the worst. However, it seemed there were no earthworms inside. The bottle was merely filled with sand, and a delicate little yellow flower adorned its mouth. Here, uncle, this is for you. Xiaobai presented the glass bottle to him. Aunt Huang's heart swelled with joy. What a lovely little yellow flower. Remarkably, the glass bottle had been transformed into a vase. Zhang Tan waved his hand, acknowledging the sentiment but declining the vase. Xiaobai was insistent, and Aunt Huang interceded on her behalf, urging Zhang Tan to accept the gift, reminding him that it was not a valuable item, but rather a child's heartfelt gesture. Reluctantly, Zhang Tan acquiesced. But then he heard a statement from Xiaobai that sent a shiver down his spine. This is the fish that dances on top of the sparrow. and the sparrow is in the sand, rearing the white ones. Clang! Zhang Tan lost his grip, and the glass bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, scattering sand everywhere. To his horror, 2 earthworms crawled out, sending a wave of revulsion through him as he internally exclaimed, "You little rascal." Chapter 28. The bonus of beauty. The moon hung gracefully upon the branches of the mulberry tree, swaying gently in the breeze. It was already past midnight, and the weary adults, returning from their night shifts, gradually arrived at the Little Red Horse Academy to collect their children. Despite their fatigued bodies, their faces radiated joy, their eyes shimmering with light. The arduous day had finally come to a close, and the moments spent with their children constituted the happiest part of their day. The academy was enveloped in a serene stillness, with little insects chirping softly among the grass, while a cicada, having mysteriously arrived at the mulberry tree, lethargically plucked at its strings. After bidding farewell to the last child, Little Bai boldly locked up the academy and returned to his post for a well-deserved rest. The next day, Zhang Tan received a notification that the manga author had arrived, eager to discuss with the 3 shortlisted screenwriters. The Flame Bearer was an exhilarating manga, yet the author was a petite beauty, quite kawaii. Perhaps it was her charm that contributed to their delightful conversation, ultimately leading to his selection. The other 2 candidates, though youthful, lacked the same appeal. One was named Su Jian, and the other, Lu Zhigua. Su Jian was handsome but rather short, standing at approximately 170 centimeters. While Lu Zhigua could hardly be described as handsome, at around 175 centimeters, he had already begun to show signs of weight gain, likely exceeding 175 pounds. Upon learning of the outcome and Zhang Tan's selection, Lu Zhigua displayed clear discontent, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction, hastily offering congratulations before departing. Su Jian remained behind to engage in a few cordial exchanges with Zhang Tan, exhibiting a more composed demeanor. Zhang Tan held a favorable impression of Su Jian, finding him reminiscent of his former self. As for Lu Zhigua, Zhang Tan also regarded him positively, choosing not to sever ties due to his displeasure. Successfully securing the role of screenwriter for The Flame Bearer marked a significant milestone in Zhang Tan's career. He had previously mentioned to Jiang Rong and Di Chao that a reassignment from the script evaluation team was trivial, hardly warranting a celebratory meal. However, this achievement truly merited such an occasion. Since Luo Ming and Jiang Rong were unfamiliar with each other, Zhang Tan ultimately decided to host separate gatherings, beginning with Luo Ming, to express his gratitude for his assistance. For Zhang Tan, Luo Ming was both a mentor and a friend, devoid of any pretentiousness, and he had always looked out for him. Without Luo Ming's support, securing the Flame Bearer might have remained elusive. That evening, the 2 enjoyed some wine together. However, Luo Ming's tolerance was limited, and after a few glasses of red wine, he began to feel the effects. Zhang Tan, who had once reveled in drinking, possessed a formidable capacity for alcohol. Had he not chosen to moderate his intake, his refrigerator would likely be stocked with an abundance of chilled beer essential for summer. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Tan called for a designated driver for himself and for Luo Ming, who waved his hand dismissively, insisting he did not need one. One must not drive after drinking, especially since Luo Ming appeared somewhat inebriated. Zhang Tan was resolute in ensuring he would not drive and insisted on a designated driver. Luo Ming continued to protest. "No, my wife is on her way. She will drive." Perhaps this is the inherent limitation of a single person's plight. How lamentable. Indeed, it was not long before Luo Ming's wife arrived. This was the first time Zhang Tan had met her. She was a gentle woman who had taken a taxi on her own. Upon noticing Luo Ming's inebriated state, she expressed no resentment whatsoever. From her handbag, she produced 2 bottles of kudzu root detox drink, first offering one to Zhang Tan before uncapping the other for Luo Ming. "Sister-in-law, I truly apologize for getting teacher Luo drunk," Zhang Tan remarked. She smiled in response, saying, "Today is a celebration in your honor. I insisted he indulge." Zhang Tan was taken aback, pondering why Luo Ming, who usually abstained, had let loose this time. He assisted Luo Ming into the car, watching as his sister-in-law drove away, before he too entered a vehicle, which was then driven back to the urban village by a designated driver. After parking the car and settling the driver's fee, Zhang Tan walked back to the academy. Elderly people were seated in the alley, enjoying the cool breeze and engaging in conversation, while children frolicked nearby with kittens and puppies. A little boy dashed towards him, colliding with his legs and landing on the ground. Zhang Tan helped him up and, upon lifting his gaze, noticed a tea house nearby. The tea house buzzed with life, the rich dialect of Pujiang resonating from within as patrons sipped tea, chatted, and played cards, revealing a more grounded facet of Pujiang. With the strong scent of alcohol still lingering on him, he decided to enter and ordered a pot of tea. Just as he settled down, someone called his name, turning. He was pleasantly surprised to see Huang Mimi. She approached, exclaiming, "It's really you, Zhang Tan." Pouring himself a cup of tea, Zhang Tan found it quite hot. Yet his thirst compelled him to down it in one go. "You seem quite astonished," he commented. Huang Mimi replied, "You never used to frequent places like this. Bars were your battlefield." Battlefield? Zhang Tan was at a loss for words. "Are those your friends?" he inquired, noticing two girls and a man seated at Huang Mimi's table. His casual question was met with her defensive demeanor as she cautioned him, "Don't try to flirt. I want to introduce you." What an absurdity. Zhang Tan waved her off, feeling somewhat hurt and reluctant to converse with the perpetrator of his discomfort. After Huang Mimi returned to her friends, Zhang Tan finished half a pot of tea, waved goodbye, and departed. "Oldly, it's me. Please open the door," Zhang Tan called out as he arrived at the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy. It was now 9 p.m., and the children had all returned, prompting Oldly to lock the academy's gates to prevent any unauthorized entries. "Oh, young Master Zhang is back," Oldly exclaimed, opening the door for him before retreating to the guard booth. He soon re-emerged, presenting Zhang Tan with a tote bag containing a blue lunchbox. "I made cold noodles myself. Do give it a try, young Master Zhang." Zhang Tan recalled that Oldly used to run a noodle shop, renowned for its cold noodles, a specialty from his wife's Korean heritage from northeast China. Unfortunately, cold noodles had little recognition in Pujiang, often mistaken for merely cold mixed noodles, due to poor management. The noodle shop ultimately closed, leading Oldly to take up the role of a guard at the academy. "I want to be polite. I'll take it home to savor." "Thank you." Zhang Tan graciously accepted the offering and brought it home. Upon opening the container, his appetite surged. At the bottom lay cold noodles, topped with an array of delicacies including crispy fried shrimp, slices of watermelon, beef, squid, and spicy kimchi, with a gentle coolness still wafting from it. Though he yearned to indulge, having just finished dinner left no room for more. And the late hour raised concerns about gaining weight. He decided to place the meal in the refrigerator for later, intending to savor it the following morning. After a refreshing shower, he was about to open his computer to watch videos when he recalled the items in his bag. He stepped outside and found Xiaomi nestled among a cluster of children, where Chengcheng was animatedly narrating a story. Her voice, sweet and innocent, struggled with coherence. Yet she managed to weave tales, much like a little frog imitating a honking jeep. "Xiaobai, come here," Zhang Tan called from the periphery of the children. "What is it?" Xiaobai glanced at him, responding disinterestedly, clearly more captivated by Chengcheng's storytelling than by Zhang Tan's presence. "Xiaobai, come over for a moment. I have something for you." Reluctantly, Xiaobai approached, her impatience evident as she queried, "What is it?" "I'm busy." How swiftly a child can turn. Just yesterday, they shared a delightful bond, coaxing her to partake in a feast of fish and delicious treats. Yet today, she acted as if he were a mere stranger. "Are you free? Come to my house. I have something for you." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately shook her head, asserting she had no time, for she was occupied. She pointed at the dolls around her, explaining that they were all lined up to share stories with her, with Chengcheng followed by Xiaoqian, and then. Zhang Tan was taken aback. "Everyone wants to tell you a story? Is that so? Do you hold court like a queen, with all these children queuing to regale you with tales?" Xiaobai regarded him with a puzzled expression, seemingly perplexed by his astonishment. Considering Zhang Tan's earnest invitation, she recalled that it had been a few days since she last visited her little friend. Thus, she begrudgingly consented to accompany him, stipulating that she would only sit for a brief while and take a quick look, as she had to return soon. After all, stories awaited her. Chapter 29. Your presence is also noted. What's going on? You speak first. Having finally invited Xiaobai to his home, this fellow could hardly contain his curiosity. Previously, she had always taken the initiative to visit Zhang Tan, yet today she seemed rather indifferent. Are women truly so capricious? Zhang Tan chose not to dwell on her demeanor. Instead, he produced a gift box and said, "Look, this is for you." Upon hearing of a gift, Xiaobai's displeasure vanished, replaced by a beaming smile, akin to a delighted goose. She eagerly tore open the box and revealed a glass bottle. Zhang Tan inquired, "Do you like it?" "It's for you." Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, cradling the bottle with great affection, yet she hesitated to accept it, feeling a pang of reluctance as she offered it back to him. "What's the matter?" "It's a gift for you." Are you trying to trick me? I can be quite fierce, you know. Her distrust was palpable, reminiscent of the last time he treated her to a meal, when she had boasted about her occasional mischievousness to intimidate him. Zhang Tan clarified. I accidentally broke your glass bottle yesterday, so I got you a replacement. Please keep it. Hearing this, Xiaomi's countenance brightened, and she joyfully embraced the bottle once more, exclaiming, Thank you. You are such a good person. Yet another good deed card to add to his growing collection. Xiaomi's original glass bottle was merely a container for apple preserves, now rendered insignificant compared to the one Zhang Tan gifted her. This new bottle boasted a large mouth, a clasp, and a handle, designed for ease of carrying. It was originally intended for brewing liquor, plum wine, grape wine, or ginseng wine, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Unable to contain her delight, Xiaomi expressed her concern, asking Zhang Tan if he had eaten yet. He replied affirmatively but cautioned her, just don't put earthworms in it. All right. To be honest, he felt a bit squeamish about those creatures, while the young girl before him seemed to be an earthworm conqueror, fearless as she effortlessly captured them. Would you like to have fish stir-fried tomorrow? I can prepare it for you, Xiaobai offered enthusiastically, revealing her culinary prowess. It seemed she couldn't go a day without cooking her signature dish. Thank you, but let us not dwell on that. Please, do not put earthworms in the glass bottle. I had nightmares about it last night. What are you implying? Are you trying to crawl into my thoughts? I'm uncertain of your intentions. Is there something in your mouth? Yes. What about? Never mind. Giggling, Xiaobai appeared utterly delighted. Are you happy that I had a nightmare? I advise you to be kind, dear Xiaobai. I'm not laughing at you. Yet you're smiling so broadly, claiming you're not laughing at me. Do you think I'm easily deceived? Perhaps aware that her acting skills were lacking, Xiaobai admitted, Uncle, I also had a nightmare. Is that true? Indeed. What did you dream about? Was it also about earthworms? In an effort to play along with her act, Zhang Tan suppressed his discomfort. Xiaobai nodded and mentioned something about fish. What did you dream of the earthworms doing? Fishing, of course. Indeed, in her dreams, she was once again attacking earthworms, which truly seemed unfortunate for the worms. Have you caught anything? Fishing is my forte, she replied, visibly miffed by Zhang Tan's skeptical demeanor. Impressive. How many have you caught? Malinois. What? I asked how many, and you mentioned your aunt's name. Malinois blooms 21 times, 21 fish caught. This response seemed rather dismissive, Zhang Tan thought, pondering how she could consistently joke about her aunt without fearing repercussions. What kind of fish did you catch? Zhang Tan pressed on. Perhaps he had asked too much, causing the little girl to become somewhat displeased. After a brief moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure if she simply hadn't dreamed of that part or if she was unable to conjure a response on the spot. Uncle, why don't you tell us? You were there too. Huh? Zhang Tan was filled with questions. The little girl playfully poked his belly with her tiny finger and said, When I was fishing. You were there too. You were the one pretending to catch fish. You should say what kind of fish you caught. Zhang Tan. Uncle, do tell. Zhang Tan insisted he didn't know, denying his presence at that moment. It's your dream. I wouldn't know what happened if I was there. Silly. The little girl murmured softly. Zhang Tan was infuriated. How could it be that one could not narrate their own dream and instead expect others to do so, if they couldn't articulate it? They called someone else silly. He reminded her that it was time to head back, as the other children were waiting in line to share their stories, which was a clear indication for her to leave promptly. However, the little girl who had previously been eager to just sit around now hesitated to depart, having discovered a comic book on the sofa. What is this? She asked curiously, her eyes sparkling as she embraced the comic. This is a signed collector's edition of The Flame Bearer from the original author. Doesn't it have words? It's a comic. A comic? What is that? It's akin to a picture book. Like Windmill. Something like that. The little girl decided to stay, engrossed in the comic, continuously inquiring about the story within. Zhang Tan asked, Why aren't you attending kindergarten? What? She replied, puzzled, lifting her head. I mean, at 4.5, you could be in kindergarten. Why aren't you going? No money, my aunt is quite stingy. As she spoke, she began to sing. Malinois, Malinois, unafraid of wind and rain. Zhang Tan speculated that she must have endured quite a bit of hardship. This song seemed to evoke a certain mischief. So what do you do during the day? Zhang Tan asked, curious about her daily activities if she wasn't attending classes. I take naps, uncle. What does this mean? She said, pointing at a scene in the comic. The traditional method of storytelling through pictures fell short, as this was not a simple children's picture book, but a comic, laden with words that made reading quite challenging. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Tan went to open it and found it was Xiaomi. I stood there at a loss for words as I encountered Zhang Tan, my face flushed with nervousness. Zhang Tan revealed a broad smile, displaying 8 gleaming teeth in an effort to appear more amiable and approachable. I presume you were looking for Xiaobai, am I correct? Zhang Tan inquired. I nodded repeatedly in affirmation. Turning to call out, Zhang Tan shouted, Xiaobai, Xiaomi is looking for you. Unmoved. Xiaobai remained seated on the sofa, casually responding, let her come in. Zhang Tan conveyed the message, but an unsettling thought crossed his mind. It seemed as though he was merely acting as Xiaobai's attendant. Instead of entering, I stood at the doorway and raised my voice, announcing that Chengcheng was crying. In an instant, Xiaobai sprang from the sofa and hurriedly exited, seeking to comfort Chengcheng. Zhang Tan, perplexed by the reason behind Chengcheng's tears and fearing a potential quarrel, followed suit. Fortunately, it was neither an argument nor a fight. Chengcheng simply yearned for her father. Teacher Lu Xiao was unable to console her, leaving only Xiaobai to provide comfort. Chapter 30. We have suffered long enough. The comic The Lantern Bearers has completed its first season and is currently serializing its second. The script that Zhang Tan previously submitted pertains to the first season, and preparations for the second season are now underway. After confirming his role as a screenwriter, Director Lee from the project team summoned him once again, and the two engaged in an extensive conversation. Observing Zhang Tan's youthful visage and his confident discourse, Director Lee's lingering doubts were finally dispelled, and he came to genuinely acknowledge Zhang Tan's capabilities. Having secured the screenwriting position for The Lantern Bearers, Zhang Tan felt a tinge of unease and sought counsel from Luo Ming and Old Lu, the head of the script evaluation team, who both assured him of his talent. Their discussion today further solidified his belief in Zhang Tan's true abilities. The young man was unperturbed and boldly expressed his thoughts, exuding confidence without arrogance. In the afternoon, Director Lee invited Zhang Tan and the original comic creator for a discussion regarding the script. Before parting, the original creator, a charming young lady, handed Zhang Tan the outline for the second season's storyline. As it had yet to be illustrated, it contained only rudimentary textual descriptions, necessitating ongoing communication between him and her for its realization. Their conversation concluded as the workday drew to a close. Zhang Tan, please see Xiao Song out, Director Lee instructed. No need. It's quite all right, Zhang Tan replied. Xiao Song's full name was Songwen. Miss Song, please don't hesitate. It's no trouble at all, Zhang Tan said as he escorted her to the door, and they entered the elevator together. In the elevator, just the two of them, after a brief silence. Songwen looked up at Zhang Tan and said, from now on, please don't call me Miss Song. Just call me Xiaowen. Zhang Tan nodded, sure. Songwen inquired, Zhang Tan, did you join the Puzheng film studio right after graduation? How long have you been working? Zhang Tan gazed at the ascending floor numbers and replied, I just graduated this year. Ah? Songwen appeared quite surprised, then smiled. You seem very mature and composed. Though she appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, her actual age was 24. Her petite stature gave her a cute and youthful appearance that belied her age. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Zhang Tan held the door for Songwen, who thanked him as they arrived at the underground parking lot. Just before getting into her car, she added, let us add each other on WeChat. I'll need to trouble you with the comic for some time. I'll scan you, Zhang Tan said, taking out his phone to scan Songwen's QR code. After adding each other, they bid farewell. Upon returning to the office, Luo Ming had come back and, seeing him, asked, how was your meeting with the director today? It went quite well. The comic creator was here this afternoon as well. Zhang Tan responded, that is good to hear. Every beginning is challenging, Luo Ming remarked. You don't need to move now. You can work here from now on. After becoming the screenwriter for The Lantern Bearers, Zhang Tan naturally ceased to be Luo Ming's assistant and would follow the customary procedure of joining the project team's office. Much like Luo Ming, who spent most of his time at the project team and only occasionally returned to this office. Sounds good, Zhang Tan replied without hesitation, happily accepting the arrangement as he needed a consistent workspace. After work, on his way home, Zhang Tan parked his car in a shopping mall lot on Xichang Street, took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and prepared to purchase some groceries. A few days ago, I savored a bowl of cold noodles gifted by Old Lee, and I found myself longing for that exquisite flavor. Therefore, I resolved to procure some ingredients to prepare cold noodles myself. The supermarket offered pre-packaged cold noodles, reminiscent of instant noodles, which could be simply soaked at home for consumption. However, Zhang Tan was acutely aware that such a flavor could never compare to authentic cold noodles. The difference was stark. He decided to make them from scratch, purchasing a bag of cold noodle strands, along with ingredients such as garlic, sugar, beef, shrimp, and tomatoes. His shopping bag was brimming. After settling the bill and preparing to leave, he heard someone calling his name. Turning towards the source of the voice in the checkout line, he spotted a round, cheerful face. It was Huang Mimi. "Zhang Tan, you're grocery shopping too?" she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. This girl had a curious demeanor, oscillating between warmth and a guarded disposition, as if she were a friend one moment and a stranger the next. Zhang Tan, of course, did not wish to engage in petty grievances with her. Lifting his shopping bag slightly, he replied, "I'm preparing dinner. What about you?" Huang Mimi, visibly surprised, remarked, "I didn't expect you could cook. You've changed." Zhang Tan felt somewhat self-conscious, as her comment drew the attention of the many people waiting to check out, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly and hasten his departure. Yet, he heard her call out again. "Wait up, Zhang Tan." This girl had purchased an array of items, and Zhang Tan surmised she sought his assistance in carrying her burdens. He was mistaken. Despite the numerous items, Huang Mimi managed to carry them all on her own, though it appeared quite laborious for her. Zhang Tan, feeling compelled, asked, "Would you like me to help you with some of that?" Just then, a package tumbled to the ground near his feet. Without hesitation, he bent down to retrieve it, his expression momentarily stiffening as he attempted to appear nonchalant while returning it to Huang Mimi's arms. "Haha," Huang Mimi chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Just help me carry it. I can hardly manage." Zhang Tan willingly took 2 watermelons, asserting, "These are heavy. I'll handle them. It's better you carry the lighter items." Huang Mimi laughed. "Oh my, what is this?" After helping her load her car, she inquired, "We're having a reunion this weekend with our middle school classmates. Will you join us?" "Middle school classmates?" Zhang Tan mused, his memory clouded. "Ah, yes, but not everyone will attend. Just a few of us who were close. If you come, there will be 8 of us, and plenty of lovely ladies." Zhang Tan, lacking interest, waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would not go. He and Huang Mimi had been classmates in both elementary and middle school. While she continued to maintain frequent contact with their peers, he, on the other hand, had drifted apart. With a multitude of friends and companions, he found little common ground with his old classmates. Furthermore, the dynamics of elementary and middle school differed vastly from those of high school and college. At that age, one's worldview had yet to fully crystallize, and now they belonged to entirely different circles. Would they still converse about trivial matters such as who urinated the farthest or who wore a bra? The likelihood of meaningful conversation seemed minimal, while Huang Mimi maintained her ties with them. His sudden re-entry into their lives after nearly 8 years raised the question of what they would discuss. Upon returning to the academy, Zhang Tan took a moment to scan the courtyard, but to his surprise, he did not see Xiaobai. He raised his wrist to glance at his watch. It was nearly 6:30, a time when the young boy would typically have arrived, often spending his time playing football. Xiaobai had come, but it was unclear where he had scurried off to. Behind him, Lao Li remarked. Zhang Tan turned back with a smile, thinking to himself that Lao Li was like a worm in his belly, for he had merely paused to look around. And yet Lao Li knew exactly what he was searching for. Not spotting Xiaobai on the ground floor, Zhang Tan did not particularly seek him out, as he still needed to prepare a meal to appease his hunger. Eating was of utmost importance. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed a child sitting at the stairway's entrance, clutching the fish-belly glass jar he had gifted her. She was busily shelling peanuts, utterly absorbed in her task. Reminiscent of a little hamster, her small mouth animated. The ground was strewn with peanut shells, indicating she had been at it for a while. Zhang Tan's arrival went unnoticed by her, as her attention was solely fixed on the half-filled jar of peanuts. "Why aren't you playing football?" "So this is where you've been all along, preoccupied with your peanuts. No wonder you haven't had time to play," Zhang Tan chuckled. Xiaobai, holding a peanut poised to pop into her mouth, paused at his words, her large eyes darting around before recognizing Zhang Tan. She grabbed a handful of peanuts, beaming with delight, and exclaimed, "Uncle, why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you." Chapter 31. The poor do not speak in code. Zhang Tan accepted the peanuts handed to him by Xiaobai and inquired, "Are you waiting for me?" Xiaobai nodded vigorously, her small lips busy as she bit open a peanut that had taken a moment to soften. With a swift slurp, the peanut was gone, leaving the shell discarded on the ground. "What is the matter? Are you waiting for something?" Zhang Tan asked as he passed by her, placing a shopping bag on the floor to retrieve his keys and unlock the door. Xiaobai stood up, brushed off the peanut shells from her clothes, patted her little bottom, and hugged a glass bottle shaped like a fish, trailing behind Zhang Tan as she exclaimed, "I wanted to chat with you." With a click, The door swung open, and Zhang Tan paused, looking down at Xiaobai, and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Just chatting," she replied, scratching her head. "Oh, you could have just said chat instead of making me think it was some serious business," Zhang Tan chuckled. "Come on in. Here are your little slippers." "My little slippers are even cuter now." Xiaobai praised her footwear. Zhang Tan chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond, unless perhaps the slippers had magically come to life. "Uncle, can you pass me the broom? I want to sweep up the peanut shells." Xiaobai remained at the doorway. "I'll handle the cleaning," Zhang Tan offered. "It was me who made the mess," she insisted. "All right then." Appreciating her sense of responsibility, Zhang Tan fetched a broom and a dustbin. Xiaobai deftly swept the scattered peanut shells into the bin, her motions efficient and practiced, suggesting she was no stranger to such chores at home. Once the area was tidied, Xiaobai finally entered, embracing the fish-shaped glass bottle once more. She admired her little slippers for a moment before following Zhang Tan into the kitchen, curious to watch him prepare dinner. "Uncle, did you not eat yet?" Zhang Tan retrieved the ingredients he had purchased, preparing to make cold noodles. "Not yet. I'm making dinner now. Have you eaten?" It was a mere formality. The children always ate before arriving at the academy, as Little Red Horse Academy did not provide meals. "I'm already full." Xiaobai patted her little belly. "Here, have some peanuts." She reached into the jar and handed a few to Zhang Tan. Wiping his hands, Zhang Tan accepted them, peeling one to taste. It was boiled peanut seasoned with salt, incredibly fragrant. "Delicious. Did you eat so many peanuts after your meal?" he asked. "I had peanuts for dinner." "What?" Zhang Tan inquired. Only then realizing that the half jar of peanuts Xiaobai clutched was her entire dinner for the evening. "Doesn't your aunt make you dinner?" Zhang Tan expressed his indignation, having never encountered such neglect for a child, with dinner replaced by a mere half jar of peanuts. Xiaobai peeled another peanut and replied, "My aunt and uncle had a quarrel, so she didn't make dinner." With a sigh, Zhang Tan took the fish-shaped glass bottle from Xiaobai and said, "Stop eating that. I'll prepare dinner for us to share. I'm full already. Then go play soccer for a while. You'll soon feel hungry." Xiaobai did not join the football match. Instead, she found herself in the kitchen, observing Zhang Tan as he prepared a meal, assisting him by handing over ingredients and offering her help, and it must be said, she was quite adept at it. The cold noodles appeared simple, yet were rather intricate, primarily due to the complexity of the cold noodle soup, which was pivotal to its deliciousness. "Have the garlic cloves been washed?" Zhang Tan inquired. "Coming right up," Xiaobai responded, as she stood on a small stool, diligently washing the garlic. Zhang Tan crushed 6 cloves of garlic, minced them finely, and combined them with sugar, rice vinegar, salt, MSG, and beef powder. He then extracted juice from a pear, offering the refreshing liquid to Xiaobai, who was parched, while mixing the pear flesh into the minced garlic. Stirring it thoroughly, he poured in the beef broth, and after letting it steep for about 10 minutes, filtered it through a fine mesh, discarding the residue, thus completing the cold noodle soup which he placed in the refrigerator to chill. Next came the preparation of accompaniments, including large shrimp, beef, and squid. "Have the tomatoes been washed?" Zhang Tan asked, glancing back at Xiaobai, who was busy cleaning the tomatoes while he sliced the beef. All right. No need to rush. This is my forte," Xiaobai declared, swiftly turning off the faucet, hopping down from the stool, and presenting the vibrant red tomatoes. Zhang Tan took them, rinsed the knife, and began to chop the tomatoes. Xiaobai stood by his side, peering up curiously. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" "No, it will be ready shortly," he replied. Xiaobai acknowledged with an "oh," and began to wander about behind him, standing on her tiptoes to sneak a look at the shrimp frying in the pot, her little nose twitching at the delicious aroma. Approximately 5 minutes later, the beautifully fragrant cold noodles were ready, and Zhang Tan felt a sense of accomplishment. He took a couple of photos with his phone before serving the dish at the dining table, setting out 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks, one bowl large and the other small, one pair of chopsticks long and the other short. Considering that Xiaobai might find the chopsticks cumbersome, he also prepared a fork. Xiaobai climbed back onto the small stool, gently turned on the faucet, allowing a stream of water the width of the chopsticks to flow, quickly adjusting it to a finer trickle, just a thread. She washed her little hands beneath it, turned it off tightly, dried her hands on her clothes, and, steadying herself against the sink, hopped down from the stool. As she passed the dining table, she took a quick glance, giggling foolishly, and made her way to the living room. In the living room, she found her usual small stool and squatted down, hugging a glass jar filled with fish belly to her chest. Zhang Tan assumed she was fetching the jar but was surprised when the little one did not return. Instead, she walked straight to the door, gently placing the jar on the ground, bending down to change her shoes, seemingly preparing to go out. Puzzled, he asked, Xiaobai, where are you going? While changing her shoes, she opened the door, looking up with a bewildered expression. I'm going home. Her little face bore a curious look, as if questioning why he would ask. Wasn't it obvious? Bye, uncle, you must be very hungry. Hurry and eat. It's tough to have an empty stomach, she said, her tummy rumbling incessantly. Without waiting for Zhang Tan's response, she picked up the jar again, exited, turned back, stood on her tiptoes, twisted the doorknob, flashed a bright smile showing her tiny white teeth, and casually closed the door behind her. Zhang Tan, no, that. He hurriedly caught up and opened the door, only to see Xiaobai already at the corner of the stairs, cradling a glass bottle in his arms, the lid unscrewed, having just grabbed a peanut and brought it to his mouth. Xiaobai, don't go, let's have dinner together. Huh? Xiaobai looked up in surprise, the peanut still unbitten in his mouth. Dinner is ready. Why are you leaving? The sound of the peanut being crushed echoed as Xiaobai chewed, wiping his small mouth. The poor don't speak in riddles. I have no money, he replied. Zhang Tan chuckled. Who said I wanted your money? I don't want any money. Xiaobai reiterated. I really have no money. The impoverished truly do not speak in riddles. Zhang Tan said, I said I don't want your money. What could a child like you possibly have? Come on, don't you want to eat prawns? At the mention of prawns, Xiaobai couldn't help but swallow, unable to resist the allure, his little head nodding uncontrollably, while his stubborn little mouth declared, What do you want to stay for? Zhang Tan asked. What do you mean by staying? I called you over for dinner. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Xiaobai patted the glass bottle in his arms and said, Peanuts are really delicious. Zhang Tan thought to himself, no wonder you were so thin, although you were 4.5. You hardly look older than 3.5. Snacks are fine, but they cannot replace meals, otherwise, children will not grow properly. Xiaobai hesitated, putting the peanut shells into his pocket. Isn't this not good? Zhang Tan noticed the child's interest and approached him, gently patting his little head. You worked hard earlier, helping us prepare dinner, so you are not a guest. Come on, I can't finish it all by myself. As he spoke, he took Xiaobai's small hand and led him back. Xiaobai still uneasily said, But I really have no money. Zhang Tan replied, You already paid by helping out, so there's no need for any more money. As he led him back, Xiaobai muttered, hesitating and confused, and by the time she realized it, Oh, I'm already back in the living room. Then let's eat. Chapter 32. I only eat a little spicy. Zhang Tan took the glass jar filled with fish belly from Xiaobai and placed it on the coffee table. Come, let us proceed to the dining room. Dinner is ready. Xiaobai stood there, grinning foolishly. Is that not inappropriate? Observing her demeanor, reminiscent of a bashful bride, Zhang Tan couldn't help but laugh, gently guiding her towards the dining area. What could be inappropriate? We have prepared so much together. I cannot consume it all by myself. Would you kindly lend a hand? As they approached the dining table, Xiaobai's gaze fell upon a generous bowl of cold noodles, artfully adorned with 3 golden fried prawns and several slices of beef, brimming to the brim. The sight of such culinary delight made her swallow hard, and her unguarded thoughts burst forth. Heavenly dish. So fragrant. Zhang Tan urged, winky face, quickly, take a seat and indulge as you wish. Under his warm hospitality, Xiaobai, albeit with some reluctance, settled at the table. A blissful expression graced her face upon seeing the cold noodles, yet when she caught Zhang Tan's gaze, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Zhang Tan was taken aback. What had transpired? Was this truly the same Xiaobai who had once pursued him, calling him P-Black, and fiercely clashing with Luo Zikong? She had grown shy. Xiaobai, please sit here. Do not be so formal. I am not being formal with you. Zhang Tan glanced at the small bowl before him, and then at the large bowl in front of Xiaobai. Should he remind her? After all, that small bowl was meant for her. A child certainly did not require such a large serving. However, considering she was a guest, he silently fetched another large bowl to replace his own small one. He served Xiaobai half a bowl, carefully placing prawns, beef, and squid onto her plate, inquiring, Do you eat chili? What? Just a little bit. Then allow me to add some spicy kimchi for you to try. It is quite hot. He sampled the cold noodles himself, and while they did not quite match the exquisite flavors from Old Lee's place, they were nonetheless commendable. Go on, eat, he encouraged. Noticing Xiaobai merely gazing at him, her chopsticks unmoving, Xiaobai smiled broadly. Thank you, uncle. I shall eat now. Do enjoy. Seeing Xiaobai adeptly wield her chopsticks to scoop up a large prawn, she took a gentle bite. Is it delicious? Zhang Tan inquired. Without hesitation, Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Delightful. What does that mean? It is extraordinarily delicious. I am glad you enjoy it. Observing her relish in the prawns, Zhang Tan offered her two from his bowl. However, when he looked up, he found Xiaobai gazing at him, her chopsticks still. What is the matter? Why have you stopped eating? He asked, in silence. She picked up one prawn and returned it to his bowl. This is for you. Zhang Tan insisted, yet, I do not require it. Unfazed. Xiaobai picked up another prawn and returned it to him. Uncle, you should eat. You have yet to try the mang mang. Do you not enjoy it? I have already eaten mang mang and am not hungry. You merely had some peanuts. That hardly counts as dinner, Zhang Tan pointed out, revealing his own disinterest in prawns. Originally intended to persuade Xiaobai to enjoy a few more, it unexpectedly turned into a rather serious admonishment from the child. The essence of her lesson was clear. If one does not appreciate something, why purchase it? It is a waste, especially when such delicacies come at a high price. To Zhang Tan's surprise, Xiaobai was fully aware of the costliness of the prawns. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had heard it from her aunt. As their uncle had celebrated his birthday not long ago, during which the family purchased prawns for the first time. Only on such special occasions could one indulge in such luxuries, undoubtedly expensive. Zhang Tan humbly accepted the lesson. I will be more mindful in the future, but Xiaobai. Since we have already bought them, you should indulge. Xiaobai modestly nodded, saying she would lend a hand. Before finishing, she earnestly advised. Let us not repeat this in the future. Understood, I will remember. This little one is truly amusing. Once she blissfully devoured the prawns. Zhang Tan added 2 generous slices of beef to her bowl. Indeed, Xiaobai paused her chopsticks, gazing at him. Why are you not eating, uncle? Zhang Tan replied. I have already consumed 3 pieces. If I eat more, I might gain weight, and I am a tad concerned. Would you help me with it? Xiaobai scrutinized Zhang Tan seriously, then glanced down at herself, her slender arms and legs. In her round little belly, do you wish for Xiaobai to become a foolish child like Luo Zikong? Zhang Tan was both amused and exasperated. That was not my intention. Then what do you mean? You are a bit slender. You should eat more meat. I'm not slender. I am beautifully plump. And what do you mean by that? It means nothing. You are indeed quite well behaved. My reluctance to partake is simply due to concerns about gaining weight. I shall indulge in other foods. Uncle, you are a bit overweight. Persuading Xiaobai to eat vegetables is quite challenging. One must concoct various reasons. And there is a risk of self-harm. Zhang Tan dared not insist further and focused on his own meal. He observed Xiaobai first enjoying 2 prawns, followed by the beef, and then swiftly finishing a bite of spicy cabbage. Uncle, shall I have some more vegetable leaves? Is that acceptable? Certainly. What are vegetable leaves? Xiaobai pointed to the spicy cabbage on the dining table, indicating this. Zhang Tan added a bit more spicy cabbage to her plate and tasted some himself. It was indeed quite spicy. Shortly after, Xiaobai inquired again, Uncle, should I have more vegetable leaves? Are you not finding it too spicy? Zhang Tan asked with concern, as he was hesitant to consume more. It's delightful. What does that mean? Xiaobai, accustomed to his naive expression, explained, it means it is delicious. Then I shall serve you some more. Zhang Tan brought the spicy cabbage closer to her and poured her a glass of icy pear juice to soothe the heat. Before long, Xiaobai finished the spicy cabbage and reached for another helping herself. Zhang Tan, still worried, asked, Are you truly not finding it spicy? Eating too much might upset your stomach. Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly. Hee, then I shall not eat any more. Zhang Tan reassured her. It is not that I wish to prevent you from eating. I am merely concerned about your stomach. It is not spicy at all. Just a little more. Just a little more. Haraha. Oh, what happened? I bit my lip. Let me see. Little Bai devoured her food too quickly and accidentally bit her own lip, causing a trickle of blood to emerge. Oh dear, I feel utterly unfortunate. Do not fret too much. It is merely a minor abrasion, yet you must refrain from consuming anything spicy. Upon hearing this, Little Bai resolutely declared, I knew it. I'm indeed feeling unfortunate. Here, have some chilled pear juice. The incident of biting her lip marked a turning point, after which Little Bai became exceedingly cautious while eating. Her fighting spirit diminished by 20%. Together, they polished off all the cold noodles, leaving not a single strand behind. Zhang Tan observed Little Bai, who lay on the floor with her bloated belly, and then glanced at the empty dish on the coffee table that had once been filled with spicy pickled cabbage. All devoured by this young one who claimed to eat only a little spice, even at merely 4.5 years old. This child from Sichuan seemed innately adept at handling spice, outshining Zhang Tan by leaps and bounds. Noticing Little Bai lying motionless on the floor, Zhang Tan, filled with concern, inquired, Little Bai, are you all right? Is your stomach hurting? Little Bai's stomach was fine. She merely needed to relieve herself. Zhang Tan. He escorted Little Bai to the restroom, and before long, melodious singing wafted out from within. This little rascal was singing. Initially, she crooned a familiar old tune, The Melon Flower, followed by a new song, which shared a commonality with the melon flower. Both were rather mischievous. I live on the Lust Plateau. My dad is my mom's cousin. Before they were together, they were secretly involved, and before they knew it, I came into being. This was the exuberance of indulging in food and the relief of nature's call, a testament to her whimsical learning. Chapter 33. I am not the Sea King. After enjoying dinner, Xiaobai took care of her business and emerged from the restroom, excited to share her decision with Zhang Tan. She intended to leave a glass jar filled with fish and half a jar of peanuts at his place as a token of gratitude for treating her to dinner. She immediately praised Zhang Tan's cooking skills, declaring that his noodles were the best she had ever tasted, particularly with the addition of the crispy fish. She even classified the shrimp among the fish category, indicating her fondness for meaty dishes. With the wisdom of a little adult, she expressed her surprise at Zhang Tan's talents, questioning whether this was indeed his forte. Zhang Tan, somewhat proud, replied, I have many strengths. This is merely one of them. Tell me, isn't this a true feast of fish? Xiaobai nodded and confidently asserted that her cooking was equally commendable, reminding him that he had eaten his fill that day. Not at all. Zhang Tan thought to himself, recalling that he had not eaten enough and had even discarded the pasta, only to succumb to hunger in the middle of the night and nibble on 2 pieces of bread before falling asleep. He had nearly been impulsive enough to sneak downstairs that night to deflate the football, ensuring Xiaobai would have no game to play the following day. As a means of venting his frustrations, I'm off to play with my friends now. Goodbye, uncle, she exclaimed. All right, farewell then. Do you need me to wash the dishes? I can manage on my own. Oh, that's wonderful. As Zhang Tan escorted her to the door, he felt compelled to remind her, Xiaobai, what is it? If you ever skip dinner or feel hungry, you can always come to me, all right? Isn't that reasonable? We're practically family. Practically family? What do you mean? I mean we needn't be so formal. Oh, understood. Thank you. Uncle, you are truly a good person. When I grow up and earn money, I will take care of you. Such ambition. But really, it's just a meal. It hardly warrants such a hefty price. That night, Xiaobai exhibited the boundless energy characteristic of a child well-fed, resisting the call of sleep and remaining lively until 1 a.m. When her aunt finally took her away, it seemed only her aunt could manage her exuberance. In the following period, Zhang Tan busied himself with the scriptwriting for the 2nd season of The Flame Bearers. This endeavor was not solely his responsibility. Songwon was also involved. They engaged in continuous discussions, and after more than a week of collaboration, they finally completed the script. Upon presenting it to Director Lee, they received his approval, marking the conclusion of their scriptwriting efforts. To express her gratitude, Songwon treated him to dinner. Thank you for assisting me with the script. It was originally my task. And I appreciate your help, she expressed. Though Zhang Tan's role had merely involved adapting her comic, the 2nd season had evolved into a collaborative effort, effectively making him a co-author. It's all for work. My name will be on the script. Although his name would not appear in the comic, it would be credited in the animation screenplay section, regardless of the circumstances. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for imparting an abundance of knowledge during our time together. Your prowess is truly remarkable. As the two dined, engaging in lively conversation, Songwon suggested a stroll by the seaside. The restaurant where they had enjoyed their meal was nestled along the coast. And as the clock approached 7 in the evening, the shoreline came alive with a kaleidoscope of lights, while the distant sound of a ship's horn mingled with the cool ocean breeze. The atmosphere was tinged with romance as Songwon alternated between drawing closer to him and maintaining distance, their arms brushing against one another on several occasions. After walking for a while, Zhang Tan's phone rang, and he discreetly released a breath of relief. All right, I will be home in half an hour, he said. Once the call ended, he turned to the already prepared Songwon and said, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to at home. Let me escort you back. Having heard Zhang Tan mention a 30-minute return, Songwon realized that such a time frame would not suffice for him to drop her off, especially since she had driven herself. Regretfully, she insisted on returning alone. While driving home, Zhang Tan received another call from an unfamiliar number, the same one that had just rung. He chose to ignore it. And after a moment of silence, the call ended, followed by a notification of a new message. Still, he paid it no mind until he arrived home, at which point he opened it to read, Zhang Tan, are you unwell? What was that nonsensical talk during the call? Moreover, why have you been avoiding my calls and neglecting my messages? You haven't contacted me since returning to Pujiang. This was from a girl named Tang Yu. But Zhang Tan dismissed it and deleted the message after reading. Coincidentally, he received a text from Songwen, informing him that she had arrived home. He replied briefly, then set his phone aside. He had sensed her interest in him more clearly as their interactions progressed. Earlier, he had deliberately taken the call as an excuse to leave, fearing that the situation might spiral out of control, especially since her arm had brushed against his multiple times. He was no longer the same Zhang Tan. He could not adopt the stance of being indifferent, nonchalant, or irresponsible. He would certainly not become a heartbreaker. So if he did not share the same feelings as the girl, he believed it wise to refrain from any overtures, stifling any budding affection at its inception as a responsible course of action for both parties. Fortunately, the script for the lamp-bearer had been fully written, and his future interactions with Songwen would diminish. During this period, his account on the Shili Li video platform had garnered over 100,000 followers, and he had produced 7 videos, drawing attention with his professional commentary. He selected a film, settled into the couch to unwind, and after watching, pondered how to narrate it. He then sat at his desk and began crafting the video script, laboring for an hour until it was nearly 11 o'clock. Upon glancing downstairs, he saw Xiaobai nestled in her small bed, fast asleep, a tiny water gun tucked beside her. This little one had been restless the previous night due to overeating, and as she recounted the following day, her aunt, Ma Lanhua, had given her a good talking to, leading her to behave more appropriately in the days that followed. Departing from the children's dormitory, he made his way to the first floor. Although Xiaobai was already asleep, others remained present. A slightly plump woman was reading a storybook to her daughter, narrating tales with gentle enthusiasm. Just then, the little girl rose from her small stool and tugged at her mother's hand, urging her to play on the slide. The mother, bearing a black backpack, accompanied her, stifling several yawns that hinted at her exhaustion. After working late into the night and still needing to care for the little ones, Zhang sighed, feeling utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. He recalled the name of a small child, Shen Lulu, who at 3.5 years old, was among the youngest girls in the kindergarten. Full of life and mischief, she was one of the most boisterous children. It was also common to see her trailing behind Xiaobai, much like Chengcheng, serving as one of Xiaobai's little shadows. A colorful ball rolled down the slide and landed at Zhang's feet. Just as he was about to quietly walk away, he found himself compelled to pick it up. And Shen Lulu also noticed him, joyfully calling out in her sweet little voice, "Ha!" Boss Zhang Chapter 34, A Night at the Academy. Zhang Tan's side. The nickname Boss Zhang had recently spread throughout the academy, reportedly originating from the ever-innocent Xiaobai. Just as before, the moniker Pierre He had been coined when Zhang Tan inadvertently hindered Xiaobai's pursuit of Xiaomi. It was a title bestowed upon him in secrecy. Similarly, Boss Zhang emerged from an incident involving a cold noodle dish, a fact he only discovered after the name caught on. Xiaobai staunchly denied any involvement, despite the entire academy knowing she was the source, as she was the only one to use such a term. Even after reconciling with Zhang Tan, she refused to own up to it. When questioned about her new nickname, her face would assume an expression of innocence, claiming ignorance, insisting she was just a child who knew nothing. Though Pierre He had caused Zhang Tan some embarrassment, he found himself perplexed by the nature of Boss Zhang, whether it was intended as a compliment or a slight. Regardless, he could not shake the feeling of discomfort that accompanied it. The title, after all, was rather unflattering. Habitually, he reached out to tug at Shen Yolio's pigtails, only to abruptly recall her mother's presence. His hand, poised to playfully tease, instead found its way to gently pat her head. "Has your mother come to take you home? It's time to stop playing with the ball and head back." As he approached, he noticed Shen Yolio's mother appeared weary, her complexion pale. Concerned, he inquired, "Liolio's mother, are you feeling unwell?" This was his first encounter with Shen Liolio's mother, who stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, with a slightly plump figure and single eyelids akin to her daughter's. "I'm fine, thank you." "And you are?" she responded. Shen Lulu, clutching her ball, enthusiastically introduced Zhang Tan to her mother, oblivious to the details of his name, gender, age, or occupation. Zhang Tan felt compelled to introduce himself. "I am Zhang Tan. I only arrived earlier this month, so you may not have met me yet." "Oh, hello. I'm Lulu's mother, Zhu Xiaojing," she replied. Zhang Tan advised Shen Lulu to return home with her mother promptly, bidding farewell to the mother and daughter duo. Despite having already taken a nap, Shen Lulu was bursting with energy, unwilling to leave the academy. She bounced around, playing with the ball, sliding down the slide, clutching her picture book, and murmuring to her stuffed animals, seemingly unable to pause, as if wound up like a toy. In contrast, her mother's face grew paler, her brow furrowed intermittently, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen, appearing reluctant to move. Eventually, she sat down, retrieving a thermos from her bag to sip warm water. Watching Shinlulu play while reminding her not to stray from her line of sight. "Mom, look. The pony is so cute. I want you to sit on it." Shinlulu gleefully waved at her. In front of her child, Zhu Xiaojing managed to smile. "Lulu, play by yourself for a bit. Let mommy rest." After a short while of independent play, Shinlulu returned, tugging at her mother's hand, pleading for her to join in. "Lulu, shall we go home?" "It's getting late," Zhu Xiaojing said, her discomfort intensifying, longing only to lie down and rest. "Just a little longer, please." Zhang Tan returned to his room, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and lay down on the bed. The window was not tightly shut, and the incessant chirping of cicadas from the mulberry tree was quite bothersome. He rose to close the window and happened to catch sight of Shinlulu, holding her mother's hand, skipping joyfully into the courtyard, finally ready to return home after playing to her heart's content. As they reached the entrance of the school, Zhu Xiaojing stopped, clutching her stomach and squatting on the ground. From a distance, it was hard to see clearly, but Oldly from the guard booth hurried out to speak with her. Zhang Tan quickly descended the stairs, finding not only Oldly but also Teacher Lu. Upon seeing him, Zhu Xiaojing felt a bit embarrassed. Oldly beckoned Zhang Tan aside, instructing him to leave the matter to Teacher Lu. Zhang Tan surmised that she was likely suffering from menstrual cramps, exacerbated by late-night work. Teacher Lu took her back to the room for a brief rest. And when she reemerged, Zhang Tan had brought along the indignant Shinlulu, who was still eager to play and reluctant to go home, but settled down after her pigtail was tugged. Zhang Tan offered to drive them back, knowing Zhu Xiaojing had arrived on an electric bike, which she could not ride in her current state. To avoid any awkwardness, he invited Teacher Lu along, and they departed together, the round trip taking over half an hour. During their journey, they learned that Zhu Xiaojing was a journalist, having just started her job 3 months prior and still in her probationary period, eager to secure her position. She often worked late, while her husband had relocated for work, now over 200 kilometers away in Yuhang, returning only on weekends. During the day, Shinlulu stayed at kindergarten, and in the evenings, she was brought to the Little Red Horse Academy. Upon returning to the academy, Zhang Tan discovered that Xiaobai had already been picked up by her aunt, prompting him to retire for the night as it was nearing midnight and he had work the next day. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by the sound of a child's crying, staring at the dimly lit ceiling in a daze, the cries still echoing in his ears. The shadows of the trees danced outside the window in the gentle breeze, creating an unsettling atmosphere. It was not a dream. Someone was indeed crying at night. Zhang Tan listened for a moment from his bed and discerned that the cries were coming from downstairs, from a little girl. He picked up his phone from the nightstand. It was 3:30 a.m., and at this hour, the only little girl at the academy was Xiaomi. The crying persisted for a while without ceasing. Zhang Tan turned on his bedside lamp, changed his clothes, grabbed his phone, activated the flashlight function, and opened the door. The motion sensor light in the hallway flickered to life, revealing an empty second-floor dormitory. All the children had left. The cries echoed from the staff dormitory and down the corridor. As the lights in the corridor illuminated in response to the sobbing, it seemed that Teacher Lu was the one staying behind with Xiaomi. Perhaps the child had had a nightmare that frightened her into tears. Concerned, Zhang Tan prepared to knock on the door when, just then, the door swung open. Teacher Lu emerged in her pajamas, her hair disheveled and her eyes still heavy with sleep. Startled to see someone standing in the hallway, she let out a terrified scream. It's me, Zhang Tan." "Teacher Lu, don't be afraid," he quickly reassured her. He had been startled himself by her piercing scream, and in that moment, Xiaomi's cries also paused. Ms. Xiao Lu hesitantly inquired. Zhang Tan stepped forward, allowing her to discern more clearly. "It is I, Zhang Tan. I heard Xiaomi's cries and came down to see what was amiss. Is she having a nightmare?" Ms. Xiao Lu exhaled deeply, startled by Zhang Tan's sudden appearance, and then awkwardly glanced at her own attire. "I apologize. Xiaomi has been tormented by nightmares and is crying quite sorrowfully, which must have disturbed you." "No worries. What are you up to?" Zhang Tan asked. Ms. Xiao Lu replied. "Xiaomi's doll is in the children's dormitory. It was left to her by her mother, and she is now weeping for it. Would you like me to assist you?" "No, it's all right. You should rest. I will take good care of Xiaomi very well. I shall return to my room then." Noticing Ms. Xiao Lu's evident embarrassment, Zhang Tan thought to himself, girls often wish to appear their best in front of others, not wanting their bare, unadorned selves to be seen. "Wait a moment, please." Ms. Xiao Lu called out to the departing Zhang Tan, a hint of shyness in her voice. Could you accompany me to the dormitory to find Xiaomi's doll? I am a bit frightened. Zhang Tan glanced at the spacious, vacant dormitory, peering inside. It resembled a black void, indeed a frightening sight at such a late hour. He found the switch on the wall and turned on all the lights before calling Miss Xiaolu to enter and locate Xiaomi's doll. It was a small girl's toy, rather worn, yet it was Xiaomi's treasure. After turning off the lights again and closing the door, he escorted Ms. Xiaolu back to the dormitory, only to find that, at some point, Xiaomi had emerged. Clad in a blue and white striped pajamas, standing at the entrance, crying helplessly. Ms. Xiaolu rushed to her, embracing her tenderly, and waved goodbye to Zhang Tan as they entered the room. Chapter 35. Payday. Zhang Tan currently spends his mornings with the project team and returns to the office in the afternoon. There isn't much else for him to do, as the production studio typically refrains from assigning him additional tasks while he is engaged with the group. The mornings with the team are rather leisurely. Director Lee has even instructed him to manage his time freely, implying that his attendance is optional. Nevertheless, Zhang Tan is mindful of the impression he leaves as a newcomer. He aims to avoid appearing indolent, and instead wishes to convey diligence and a thirst for knowledge. Furthermore, he genuinely desires to comprehend the intricate process of anime production. Observing from the periphery is entirely different from being actively involved. Upon waking from his midday slumber, he finds the atmosphere serene, punctuated only by the hum of the air conditioning. Habitually, he glances towards the corner opposite him, only to find it empty. Luo Ming has yet to return for lunch today. Stretching his limbs, he rises from the foldable bed, tidies up his belongings, and heads to the restroom to splash some water on his face, refreshing himself. He strolls through the hall, where various activities are underway. Some are drawing, others are crafting 3D models, and still others are meticulously creating anime figurines. Zhang Tan finds himself captivated and pauses to observe. Is it appealing? Suddenly, the producer looks up and cheerfully inquires. Zhang Tan responds, expressing his admiration for the craftsmanship. The individual before him is Lu Dan, a designer of figurines with whom Zhang Tan is acquainted. In his hands, Lu Dan holds an unfinished anime character, a grotesque yet aesthetically captivating figure that has already begun to reveal its menacing charm, which piqued Zhang Tan's interest. Lu's workspace is cluttered with numerous figurines, some completed, others in various stages of production, and some deemed failures. They range from humanoid forms to animals, showcasing an array of designs from the adorable to the fearsome. With a sigh, Lu Dan tosses the nearly finished, fearsome figurine onto his desk. Curiosity gets the better of Zhang Tan, and he asks, "What's wrong? Is it damaged?" Lu Dan nods, indicating several flaws in the creation. "If I hadn't pointed them out, you might never have noticed. Surely, it can still be salvaged?" Lu Dan gazes at him and, with a wistful sigh, remarks, "Had I never seen the sun, perhaps I could endure the darkness." Zhang Tan feels a chill run down his spine at Lu's pretentious demeanor. "Would you like it? I can give it to you," Lu Dan offers, extending the figurine towards Zhang Tan. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Zhang Tan protests. "Not at all. Take it. Otherwise, I would have to destroy it anyway." Zhang Tan accepts the small figurine, which fits perfectly in the palm of his hand. "What character is this from?" he inquires. Lu Dan rummages through the multitude of figurines on his desk and replies, "It's my own design." "Impressive. Thank you. I'll be on my way." "Hey, Zhang Tan. Come back here." Lu Dan calls out mysteriously, glancing around as if ensuring no one is eavesdropping. Zhang Tan raises an eyebrow, perplexed. Once more, Lu Dan checks their surroundings, confirming their privacy. He bends down and retrieves a bag, from which he clandestinely produces an exceedingly alluring figurine, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Tan with a mischievous grin. "Isn't it exquisite?" Zhang Tan could not help but acknowledge the undeniable allure of the situation. Lu Dan, upon hearing this, expressed his satisfaction with an air of pride. "This is my Alice. You are the second man to behold her true form." "Oh, is that so? Really? I have never shown her to any other man. I feel so honored." Lu Dan scrutinized him for a moment, ensuring he was not being sarcastic, before contentedly revealing her in full splendor. "Isn't she perfect?" Zhang Tan replied, "Perfection indeed. Her name is Alice. With such a visage, she appears to have Eastern features." "Why then a foreign name?" Lu Dan seemed momentarily taken aback, as though he had not contemplated this query. "You raise a valid point. Perhaps I ought to bestow upon her a name reflective of our culture." "Zhang Tan, as a screenwriter, you are adept at naming. Do you have any recommendations?" "The name should possess historical significance and depth, not something like Zihan." After a brief contemplation, Zhang Tan spoke, I do have a knack for naming. Observe her. Draped in a phoenix robe, exuding elegance, her figure is striking, seemingly aloof, yet her gaze is imbued with compassion, clearly a friend to humanity. A name particularly suited to her comes to mind. Lu Don's interest was piqued. What name? Phoenix Sister. After bestowing the moniker of Phoenix Sister upon Lu Don's muse, Zhang Tan returned to his office, closed the door, and suppressed a chuckle. He placed the grotesque and terrifying figurine upon his desk, alongside another gift that accompanied the naming of Alice. This second figurine depicted another voluptuous female character with an elongated form, clad in black leggings accentuating her slender waist, a prominent bosom, and a captivatingly beautiful visage, her gaze defiant, draped in a black cloak, wielding a long blade, both alluring and perilous. He admired the figurines for a while until a knock on the door interrupted him, prompting him to hastily stow them away. Should anyone catch him reveling in such provocative figurines, he would surely be deemed a deviant. Come in. Entering was Lu Don. Zhang Tan. I find the name Phoenix Sister splendid. Now that she has a name, we still need a character profile. Do you have the time to craft one? Zhang Tan, recalling the character from memory, began to speak. She is independent, confident, and passionate about learning, having taught herself English. After dismissing Lu Don, Zhang Tan finally resolved to attend to some serious work, but just as he opened his email, an exhilarating message caught his attention. Payroll. Reflecting on his tenure at Pujung Film Studio, which had exceeded a month, he opened the payroll document, filled with numerous entries: basic salary, project bonuses 1 and 2, monthly rewards, total earnings, housing provident fund, pension fund. Zhang Tan swiftly focused on the basic salary section, 8,000. This was no surprise, as it had been agreed upon his hiring. This basic salary was rather modest in the bustling city of Pujang. However, the project bonus left Zhang Tan pleasantly astonished. Project bonus 1, 7,800. This was the bonus for the Tianyu Mountain project, for which Zhang Tan had penned a pet character and assisted Luo Ming in writing several episodes of the script. To receive a bonus of 7,800 yuan surpassed his expectations. The substantial amount is not merely a figure, but rather the project bonus of 30,000, attributed to the endeavor titled The Lantern Bearer. Zhang Tan meticulously counted the zeros, confirming the total as a neat 30,000. The monthly reward amounted to 4,800, and this month, Zhang Tan was honored as an outstanding employee, thus receiving the highest tier of the monthly bonus. Consequently, during his inaugural month at the Pujang Film Studio, his total earnings reached 5,600. After preparing another cup of tea and playing a more vigorous piece of music to elevate his spirits, Zhang Tan gradually regained his composure. Firstly, this salary is incomparable to what he earned before his journey through time, when he no longer received a fixed salary, but rather earned commissions based on the projects he undertook. Once a script was adapted into a film, the box office revenue would be divided according to a prearranged percentage. He had also penned television dramas, where remuneration was based on a per-episode fee rather than commission. After his initial nomination for Best Screenwriter, he earned 200,000 for each episode of his television scripts, culminating in an annual income exceeding 10 million. Both screenwriters and authors engage in the art of language, yet the financial rewards within the screenwriting industry significantly surpass those in literary fields. On average, screenwriters represent the highest earning demographic within the realm of literature. In light of this, a monthly salary exceeding 50,000 seems rather modest. Moreover, the reason Zhang Tan achieved over 50,000 this month was due to his work on 2 projects, particularly The Lantern Bearer, which contributed 30,000 to his earnings. While this figure appears substantial, it is, in reality, quite limited. He penned over 20 episodes for a mere 30,000. This outcome is naturally influenced by Zhang Tan's reputation, as well as the fact that the project is an adaptation from a comic, which entails a lower degree of complexity and, consequently, a reduced screenwriter's fee. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tan recognizes that as a screenwriter, his financial prospects are intricately tied to the projects he undertakes. Without projects, a monthly salary of 8,000 would render life in Pujang quite challenging. Chapter 36. Do not disturb the drunkard. As the workday came to a close, Zhang Tan was preparing to leave when Luo Ming hurriedly arrived. You're still here. Just the person I wanted to see. Have you received your salary today? Is what you want to discuss related to the salary? Zhang inquired. I received the email, Luo replied. Before he could continue, Lu Don abruptly entered, saw Luo Ming, and awkwardly retreated. I'll send you the materials via WeChat. There's no rush. Take your time. Luo Ming said before hastily departing to pick up his daughter from school. With the weekend approaching, he planned to take his wife and child on a holiday to an island. Once Luo Ming was gone, Zhang Tan changed the water for the pot hose and lucky bamboo in the office, locked the door, and left. Lu Dan, who had come looking for him, was already gone, leaving Zhang unaware of the matter. Upon exiting the production studio, he spotted someone waiting. Jiang Rong. Come on, it's payday. Let's go out for dinner. Do we really have to? Another meal out? Zhang replied, feigning reluctance. Don't be stingy. It's on me. What about He Chao? He Chao has a girlfriend. He is not like us, single dogs. After dinner, when Jiang Rong offered to pay, Zhang Tan quickly interjected, how much do you even make? Though Jiang Rong came from a wealthy family and drove a luxury car, her salary was surprisingly low, less than Zhang's basic wage. How about we hit a bar? Jiang Rong suggested eagerly as they left the restaurant, her playful spirit reminiscent of Zhang's own. Let us skip it. I have things to attend to. Zhang was not fond of bars, having had a regrettable experience there before. Curiously, Jiang Rong asked, is your life just work and home now? Have you settled down? Is there a child at home? Zhang chuckled. I not only have one child, but many, dozens, in fact. I have to care for them daily, leaving me no time for leisure. Jiang Rong rolled her eyes and waved him off. Go home, you homebody. Zhang smiled and bid her farewell. Hey you. Jiang Rong was taken aback to see Zhang Tan turn and leave without hesitation. Was she really that unappealing? Upon returning to the urban village, he parked the car and walked back to the Little Red Horse Academy. As he strolled along the outer wall, he heard the giggles of children. Looking around, he saw no one, yet the laughter was clear, seemingly emanating from within the academy. Upon closer inspection, he spotted two little ones at the foot of the wall, cleverly hidden behind a row of sycamore trees. The children were stifling their laughter with their hands, trying not to make too much noise, but their glee was unmistakable. What are you two doing here? Aren't you afraid of mosquito bites? Zhang asked, noticing a short-haired boy, Xiaobai, and a bouncy girl with pigtails, Shenlulu. The academy's wall bordered the bustling West Chang'an Street, adorned with tall, lush sycamore trees that provided ample concealment for the small children, making them hard to spot in the dimming light. Uncle, good uncle, the two children exclaimed, excitedly bouncing at having been discovered. The children playing hide and seek, upon being discovered, invariably exhibit the utmost excitement at that very moment. Zhang Tan urged them to return promptly, cautioning against lingering beneath the trees at night due to the abundance of mosquitoes. Uncle, look at that peculiar fellow, Xiaobai whispered, pointing to a group of three young men not far behind. Zhang Tan turned to see the individual Xiaobai referred to as strange. They staggered as they walked and shouted boisterously, a strong scent of alcohol wafting toward him as they approached. It was evident that these three had just emerged from a bar, clearly inebriated. This path often saw drunken patrons spilling out from the bar as night fell. Quickly, let us return. If they hear you calling them strange, they might become quite irate. They won't catch me. Escaping is my forte, she retorted playfully. Then allow me to catch you, and see if you can flee. Zhang Tan veered into the Little Red Horse Academy, just in time to witness Xiaobai dragging Shenlulu as they dashed into the building. They were remarkably swift. Oldly chuckled. Xiaobai often hides beneath the trees to observe inebriated individuals. Zhang Tan remarked, she is quite brave. Does she not fear the drunken antics of those men? Children can be just as unpredictable. Oldly nodded. I shall be more vigilant in the future, ensuring she refrains from such behavior. It is unsafe beneath the trees at night, with so many mosquitoes about. Indeed, summer brings an abundance of mosquitoes, particularly under the trees. I will keep a close watch on Xiaobai. As she leads, her presence will largely deter such activities. Before your arrival, Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng were here. But when teacher Xiao Lu came calling, those two little ones departed, leaving only Xiaobai and Shenlulu. Lulu, that mischievous child, may very well be more rambunctious than Xiaobai in the future. Indeed, Shenlulu is quite the troublemaker. Zhang Tan was merely teasing Xiaobai, harboring no intention of capturing her, and returned home. No sooner had he entered than a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found Xiaobai standing there. Uncle, I run swiftly, don't I? Xiaobai proudly inquired, asserting that the uncle who wished to catch her could only eat her dust. Indeed, you are quite fast. Goose, 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 I run like the wind, she exclaimed. The wind referred to a serpent, as Zhang Tan discovered online. Come in and have a seat. All right. Just as she slipped off her little shoes to enter, a thought struck her, and she asked warily, Uncle, have you been drinking? Not at all. Then I shall come in. Uncle, here, have a treat. Xiaobai changed into her slippers and handed Zhang Tan a glass jar filled with candied fruits. Deliciously sweet. Zhang Tan remarked, pinching one and asking, "Do you enjoy these?" Xiaobai nodded, plucking one for herself and savoring it with her eyes squinting in delight. As if they were laughing. Her smile was irresistibly charming and sweet, her eyes resembling two crescent moons. Were one to witness her in a fit of rage, they would surely think her a sweet girl, exuding an enchanting sweetness. "Thank you, uncle. No need to be frugal. Indulge yourself as you like. I have more. I will prepare some for you in a moment." These candied fruits were a gift from Zhang Tan to Xiaobai, reciprocating her previous gesture of sharing half a jar of salted peanuts with him. The candied fruit is exceptionally sweet. Zhang Tan sighed and poured himself a glass of water. Then inquired of Xiaobai, "Would you like some water?" Xiaobai nodded and asked if she could go to the kitchen to drink. "Of course. Is your water in the kitchen?" With that, Xiaobai dashed to the kitchen, stood on a small stool, and turned on the faucet, drinking directly from it. "Wait, don't drink that." Zhang Tan quickly lifted Xiaobai down and placed her on the floor, saying, "Do not drink this water. It is unboiled, and it could upset your stomach." But Xiaobai was accustomed to drinking this way at home, without any fuss. Zhang Tan turned off the faucet and led her out of the kitchen, retrieving a can of bear-shaped beverage from the refrigerator and opening it for her. "Drink this." He had intended to advise her against drinking water in such a manner in the future, but he refrained, realizing that it might be futile given Xiaobai's home circumstances. He would need to discuss it with her aunt instead. "Another bear!" Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, embracing the drink. Children adore bear-shaped beverages. She took a sip through the straw, smacked her lips, squinted her big eyes, and repeatedly declared it delicious. After several sips, she stumbled over to Zhang Tan, giggling, and wrapped her arms around his leg, exclaiming, "I'm tipsy." "I'm a silly goose," Zhang Tan replied. "What are you doing?" "Being tipsy means you might throw up, you know," Xiaobai cheerfully retorted. "I was just kidding, uncle." Honk honk honk. Amused, Zhang Tan cautioned her, "You little rascal, pretending to be drunk. Let me tell you. Do not provoke those drunkards on the street. They can be violent, and even children can be aggressive. You must be careful." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's little face tightened with seriousness as she nodded and said, "Yes, my uncle is just as cunning." Chapter 37. Saving a Zhang Tan had never met Xiaobai's uncle, but had heard her mention him a few times, recalling that he seemed to have a fondness for alcohol. Previously, Xiaobai had been quite concerned about whether he had been drinking, even fleeing once upon hearing that he had indulged. Hearing her speak of him again, Zhang Tan couldn't help but inquire cautiously, "Has your uncle ever struck you when inebriated?" Xiaobai replied boldly, "Strike me? Nonsense. I am quite fierce." With that, she let out exaggerated growls, mimicking a ferocious dog, biting at the air as if to demonstrate her formidable nature, far fiercer than any drunken individual who would dare to lay a hand on her. Even the air would be torn to shreds, not a jest. After her display of ferocity, Xiaobai paused, asking Zhang Tan if she seemed fierce. "Indeed, you are exceedingly fierce," Zhang Tan replied, eager to flatter her, thinking to himself how adorably fierce she was. Pleased with his response and her own performance, Xiaobai recounted how she had intimidated many who sought to bully her, including her uncle. Once, after she had frightened him into shrieks, he no longer dared to provoke her and even affectionately referred to her as Spicy Girl. Clutching a bottle of bear-shaped drink, Xiaobai hesitated to take a sip, scrutinizing the bottle and asking Zhang Tan if it was expensive. He answered, 5 yuan per bottle. "Too pricey," she declared resolutely. "Do you know how much 5 yuan is? My aunt needs to polish shoes twice to earn that amount." Xiaobai's response left Zhang Tan at a loss for words. "I won't drink it," she said, returning the bear drink to him. "Why not? Don't you like it?" he countered, noting how she had savored it moments ago. "I'll drink it tomorrow," she decided, having deemed the bear drink too costly, reasoning that her aunt would have to polish shoes twice to afford a single bottle. With less than half consumed, she placed it back in the fridge to save for her next visit. Zhang Tan informed her that there were more drinks in the refrigerator, and finishing this one in one go would be perfectly fine. However, Xiaobai was reluctant, having never tasted anything so luxurious. She reminisced about the time her aunt sneaked into a KFC to retrieve leftover hamburgers and cola, which became the most delightful beverage she had ever experienced. Unsure of how to respond, Zhang Tan affectionately patted her little head, placing the remaining half bottle of bear drink in the fridge and labeling it with a sticker bearing Xiaobai's name. "What do you do, uncle?" Xiaobai asked curiously after closing the fridge, marveling at the abundance of bear drinks and expressing envy over their apparent wealth. Zhang Tan replied that he was a storyteller, a term she did not comprehend. With a face full of admiration, Xiaobai exclaimed, "No wonder your tale of the windmill was so enchanting. When I grow up, I want to be a storyteller too. What is your dream? To be a storyteller like me?" Zhang Tan inquired. Children of her age were beginning to grasp their ambitions, yearning to become scientists, doctors, or police officers. Yet, Xiaobai seemed to forget her earlier aspiration, declaring instead, "My dream is to grow up quickly." To grow up quickly? This is not merely a dream. A dream signifies who you aspire to become in the future. For instance, a teacher or a police officer. Little Bai expressed her desire to grow up to be a police officer. Zhang Tan, choosing not to quibble over whether the title was police uncle or police aunt, simply acknowledged that she wished to join the ranks of law enforcement. Before Zhang Tan could inquire further, Little Bai excitedly elaborated that as a police officer, she would possess a gun to protect good people, safeguard her grandmother, defend herself, and prevent anyone from bullying them. Moreover, she proudly declared that she would be exceedingly fierce, stating that her aunt believed she was cut out for this role. Seemingly tapping into Little Bai's interests, she eagerly engaged Zhang Tan in a lively discussion about police work. Although her knowledge was rather limited, with Zhang Tan enlightening her along the way. After a lengthy conversation about police matters, Zhang Tan invited Little Bai to sit on the sofa, as they were about to watch a movie. At the mention of the film, Little Bai suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Lulu is still outside. She dashed to the door, flung it open, but upon not finding Shen Lulu, she hurried outside, only to discover a small child sitting on the stairs, her back turned to the door, seemingly bored. Zhang Tan welcomed Shen Lulu into the house, casting a bemused glance at Little Bai, who was giggling awkwardly. It turned out that the two children had snuck into the teaching building together and had come to the third floor as guests. However, Shen Lulu had never been there before and felt a bit apprehensive, thus asking Little Bai to scout ahead. Unfortunately, Little Bai had forgotten her, leaving Shen Lulu sitting alone on the stairs for quite some time, nearly dozing off. Shen Lulu was lively and mischievous, daring enough to accompany Little Bai to observe a drunken man, which Xiaomi and Chengcheng would not have dared to do. Zhang Tan reassured her. "Make yourself at home." Shen Lulu tilted her head and nodded, responding, "I won't be polite." "Good uncle, hurry, the children want to watch an episode of a cartoon." Indeed, she was not shy about it. Zhang Tan, initially intending to watch a popular movie, now had to concede to the children's wishes and select a cartoon instead. He arranged for the two little girls to sit comfortably on the sofa and prepared some fruit for them to enjoy. Shen Lulu nestled on the couch, small and delicate, resembling a baby hamster. She glanced at the fruit beside her, then at Zhang Tan, and finally at Little Bai, licking her lips, torn between wanting to eat and feeling hesitant to reach for it. It was only when she saw Little Bai grab a grape that she quickly scrambled up, seized two grapes, held one in her hand, and popped the other into her mouth, snuggling back into the sofa, her little feet shaking with excitement. As the cartoon began to play, Little Bai rose from the sofa and approached Zhang Tan, whispering that she wanted to fetch her drink to share with Lulu. "You won't even drink it yourself, yet you're offering it to Lulu?" Zhang Tan questioned. "She doesn't have a dad," Little Bai mischievously replied. "Who told you Lulu doesn't have a dad? He's just away for work." However, Zhang Tan chose not to argue, retrieving the half bottle of juice she had saved and presenting it alongside a new bottle. "This one is yours, keep drinking, and this one is for Lulu," he instructed. Little Bai paused for a moment, deep in thought, and ultimately decided against refusing. After all, it would feel incomplete to watch a cartoon without munching on something. Two young children nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon, while Zhang Tan sat nearby, perusing a book. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Zhang Tan, it's me. Is Little Bai here?" Upon hearing the voice, Little Bai was startled. She recognized the voice of the kind-hearted director. "Oh no, oh no," she exclaimed in a hushed tone. Shen Lulu also recognized the voice and joined in the alarm. "Oh no, oh no. What should we do? Are we in trouble?" Zhang Tan felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Such grave words seemed excessive. The director was so warm and amiable. How could she possibly be a threat? He wondered why they were so fearful of her. "Should we hide?" Zhang Tan inquired. Little Bai immediately lay flat on the sofa, squeezing into the farthest corner. Observing this, Shen Lulu quickly joined her, burying her head as if she were a baby ostrich. Remarkably, given their small stature, it was indeed difficult to spot them nestled within the sofa. Moreover, due to the angle at the door, Aunt Huang failed to notice them when she entered. However, as soon as Aunt Huang departed, Little Bai and Shen Lulu scrambled off the sofa, abandoning the cartoon in haste, eager to rectify their oversight. "We'll come back tomorrow, Uncle. Goodbye." The two little ones, hand in hand, exited the house, not forgetting to wave with their free hand at the host, ensuring to schedule their timely return for the following day. Chapter 38. A Path to Prosperity. The following day was Saturday. At 7 in the morning, the alarm clock remained silent, yet Zhang Tan awoke naturally. Outside, the cicadas on the mulberry tree chirped, heralding a day bathed in sunshine. After refreshing himself, Zhang Tan donned a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved athletic shirt, running 10 laps around the courtyard before venturing out to procure breakfast. The streets bustled with traffic, showing no signs of diminished activity despite it being the weekend. Numerous mobile breakfast stalls lined the Chengcheng street, as the exorbitant rent for permanent establishments rendered them unattainable. However, the demand from commuters was substantial, resulting in the proliferation of these transient breakfast vendors. Most of the proprietors hailed from the urban villages, preparing meals in their shops before wheeling them out onto the streets. Zhang Tan returned home with breakfast purchased from a local vendor, only to find the guard kiosk tightly shut. Oldly had yet to arrive for duty. Ascending to the second floor, he encountered teacher Xiao Lu as she stepped out. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, she instinctively assessed her appearance, realizing she was unadorned and had not anticipated encountering Zhang Tan at this hour. Typically, he would already be at work, but then it dawned on her that today was Saturday. With a sigh, she lamented her unkempt appearance each time they crossed paths. She seemed to be without makeup, appearing rather plain. "I bought breakfast for you and Xiaomi," Zhang Tan announced, distributing 2 portions of the meal to teacher Xiao Lu. Surprised by the thoughtful gesture, she exclaimed, "Oh, thank you, thank you. How much do I owe you? I shall repay you." Since Xiaomi resided at the academy overnight, she would only partake in breakfast there before the police officers arrived to escort her away, returning her in the evening. "It's my treat." "You've worked hard this week," Zhang Tan insisted. "Not at all. It's my duty," Xiao Lu replied, though the week had indeed been taxing. As caring for Xiaomi was no small feat, it was that Xiaomi was unruly. Rather, she missed her mother and would awaken crying every night. "Is Xiaomi still asleep?" Zhang Tan inquired. "She is still in a deep slumber," Xiao Lu confirmed. "She woke up crying again last night." Zhang Tan sighed, expressing, "I truly appreciate your efforts." This week, it was Xiao Lu's turn to stay at the academy to care for Xiaomi. Next week, another would take over. And since it was additional work, there would be a bonus involved. "None at all," Xiao Lu replied, her heart aching for Xiaomi, who at merely 4 years old had lost both parents, a truly pitiable situation, though she felt the fatigue from sleepless nights. Zhang Tan's concern instantly melted away any lingering grievances she held. "Please go have your breakfast. If Xiaomi awakens, there may not be time left," she urged. "All right. Thank you," Zhang Tan acknowledged. "From now on, just call me Zhang Tan," he added. As he ascended the stairs, Xiao Lu murmured softly, "All right, Zhang Tan." Upon returning home, Zhang Tan set the breakfast on the dining table, washed his hands, and turned on the television in the living room to catch the morning news. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he took a shower, changed his clothes, turned off the television, and returned to his desk. He powered on his computer and perused the news a bit longer before opening a document on his desktop titled Advertising Copy. This document detailed an introduction to a new entrepreneurial loan financial product being launched by a bank, along with the requirements for the advertising copy. Yesterday, as he was leaving work, Luo Ming encountered Zhang Tan and shared some information with him. A certain bank has launched a financial product called entrepreneurial loan and is now seeking to create an advertisement, necessitating the composition of a compelling copy. It is quite common for full-time screenwriters to take on freelance projects during their spare time, allowing them to earn additional income to support their households. Not every full-time screenwriter can secure a position in a major enterprise like Pujung Film Studio. In many entertainment companies, projects are limited, and full-time screenwriters often receive only a basic salary. Having worked in the industry for many years, Luo Ming has built a network, enabling him to take on more lucrative projects outside of his regular job. This time, he was engaged with Under Tianyu Mountain, and with a family vacation planned for the weekend, he passed the opportunity to Zhang Tan. The remuneration was set at 10,000. With the copy expected to be around 1,000 words, designed as a narrative-driven emotional advertisement targeting a youthful audience. Zhang Tan had never crafted an advertisement copy before, so he diligently searched online for examples. In essence, the task involved writing a brief story with a surprising twist at the end, incorporating the advertisement seamlessly. Compared to traditional advertisements, this form of copy not only incurs lower costs, but also proves to be highly effective among specific demographics. Internet advertising copy emerged later, initially appearing in newspapers. However, as advertisements became ubiquitous in print, readers now skimmed through them while seeking news, leading to a decline in young readership, prompting a shift to the digital realm. After browsing through several examples of advertising copy, Zhang Tan inadvertently found himself engrossed in entertainment news, only realizing he had strayed from his task nearly half an hour later. He quickly closed the web page and refocused as the deadline loomed on Monday. Crafting a story was straightforward for Zhang Tan. He simply needed to fill in the 8 essential elements with relevant content. Within 10 minutes of contemplation, he confidently began to write. The first time I was about to kiss her, she suddenly said, "Wait a moment." I was puzzled about what she intended to do, only to see her pull 3 candies from her pocket, those round, bear-shaped ones that came in strawberry, apple, and lychee flavors. She asked me to choose one. I pointed to the lychee-flavored candy and inquired about her intentions. Without uttering a word, she swiftly unwrapped it, popped it into her mouth, and then, on tiptoe, leaned in for a kiss. We kissed, enveloped in the sweet essence of lychee. Later, she confided in me that life is long, and she lacked the confidence that I would remember her. However, since I liked lychee-flavored candies, she resolved that I would remember our kiss as a lychee flavor, ensuring that whenever I tasted lychee, I would think of her. Now that we have parted ways, I find that every time I savor something lychee-flavored, memories of her flood back. Eventually, I could no longer suppress my feelings and decided to seek her out. After some inquiries, I learned that she had secured a stable job after graduation but left it years later to open her own candy shop, achieving a modest fortune. One day, I finally found her, and my opening line was, "Do you remember the taste of that lychee candy?" With tears in her eyes, she told me she had never forgotten. Otherwise, she would not have opened a candy shop. I was profoundly moved and asked her, "So where did you get the funds to start your business after you resigned?" She stated, "I have a friend who introduced me to the entrepreneurial loan product from Bear Bank. His name is Manager Lou. You can reach him at 138 XXXXXXXX. For any entrepreneurial endeavors, look no further than him." Chapter 39. A new project. As a new week commenced, Zhang Tan arrived at the office, tending to the plants and brewing tea, awaiting the arrival of Luo Ming. The written content was commendable, and the recipient expressed satisfaction. Luo Ming mentioned the advertisement copy crafted over the weekend. Zhang Tan lifted the kettle, filled his thermos, and remarked with a smile, "It's quite simple. Were it left to me, I would be at a loss. I have outgrown that age." "You are overly modest, Teacher Luo," replied his companion. After some light conversation, Luo Ming departed with his thermos for the Tianyu Mountain project team. Zhang Tan tidied up, gathered his laptop and teacup, and proceeded to the Torchbearers project team, where a morning meeting awaited him. Directed by Li Dao, the meeting involved progress reports from various team leaders. When it was Zhang Tan's turn, he hesitated momentarily before stating, "I have nothing significant to report. There are no revisions needed for the script." Li Dao nodded, offering no further comment. Once the meeting concluded, Zhang Tan meandered through the project team, engaging in discussions with the original illustrators regarding their work. He leisurely returned to his office, observing his colleagues bustling about while he felt akin to a retired individual with little to occupy his time. Taking a seat, he opened his laptop and began composing a video script, updating the latest film commentary. After nearly a month of accumulation, the Tanwei Guanji account had garnered 150,000 followers, with 10 videos produced, averaging one every 3 days, a commendable pace, yet still met with daily requests for more. In recent days, his evenings for film viewing had been curtailed, as Xiaomi incessantly brought Shen Lulu to watch animated features. The 2 mischievous children tiptoed around, terrified yet unable to resist the allure of mischief, disregarding the principal's admonitions. In contrast, when Xiaomi and Meng Chengcheng were involved, they exhibited a fearfulness that perfectly illustrated the adage, "The bold thrive while the timid perish." Xiaobai and Shen Lulu reveled in their animated treats, snacks, and beverages, fidgeting with excitement. Zhang Tan's latest video centered on a film set to release within the year. Unlike the earlier chase, this film had garnered scathing reviews. With a dismal rating of merely 3 points, paradoxically, it achieved over 400 million in box office revenue, leaving many detractors astounded. After watching the film, Zhang Tan was genuinely taken aback. He had witnessed poor films before, but this one was unparalleled in its lack of quality, falling short even in comparison to the animations enjoyed by Xiaobai and Xiaomi. It lacked fundamental cinematic principles, resembling more a PowerPoint presentation than a coherent film. Notably, however, it excelled in one aspect. Its target audience was distinctly defined. Critics labeling it a bad film were not mistaken. It indeed was dreadful. Yet it was not intended for their gaze, but rather for its dedicated fan base. In this regard, the film surpassed many other poorly received works. While those films faltered in both box office and critical reception, this one at least profited financially. Zhang Tan critiqued the film, addressing its shortcomings, yet he also acknowledged its merits, 3 points of strength, a clear positioning that surpassed that of many self-important directors. He pondered whether this analysis would incite yet another wave of heated discussion or even backlash, reminiscent of the commentary surrounding Chase. The office momentarily fell into silence, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboards. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt peered inside. Upon spotting Zhang Tan, he remarked, "You're here." Zhang Tan promptly stood up, exclaiming, "Team leader." This was Feng Dong, Zhang Tan's superior, overseeing the 3rd screenwriting group at Puzheng Film Studio. "Busy?" Feng Dong inquired, surveying the office. It used to feel rather desolate when only Luo Ming was around, which was quite disheartening. Now that you've added some flowers and greenery, it appears much more inviting. Zhang Tan responded with a smile, "I enjoy tending to these plants. For those of us engaged in literary work, our eyes tire easily. It's soothing to gaze upon greenery." Feng Dong nodded approvingly and, noticing Zhang Tan still standing, urged, "Please, sit down. I came to discuss something with you." Only after Feng Dong took a seat did Zhang Tan follow suit. Feng Dong asked, "How is the project The Lamp Bearer progressing?" Uncertain of the reason for his superior's visit, Zhang Tan replied candidly, "The scripts for the first 2 seasons have been completed and signed off by Director Li. Currently, I don't have much to do there." Although it is generally considered taboo in the workplace to admit to having idle time, Zhang Tan felt compelled to speak truthfully. He understood that without projects, there would be no bonuses, and at his young age, he required ample opportunities for growth and refinement, rather than languishing in complacency. Feng Dong remarked, "Director Li has praised you several times, commending your youthful ideas and talent. Luo Ming has also spoken highly of you. They both have great confidence in your abilities." Zhang Tan humbly acknowledged the compliments, secretly speculating whether his superior was about to impose additional responsibilities upon him. Feng Dong continued, "The company is launching a new project, and after consideration, I would like to recommend you to represent our group." Zhang Tan thought to himself, as expected, "What kind of project?" Feng Dong elaborated, "Next year marks the 50th anniversary of Puzheng Television Station, and they wish to produce an animated film for the occasion." Zhang Tan had never encountered such a request before and inquired, "What are the specific requirements?" Feng Dong explained, "Puzheng Television Station and our film studio share a close relationship and have always regarded each other as sibling institutions. Animation is one of our studio's trademarks, which is why the station has chosen to create an animated feature. The requirement is that the protagonist must be the station's mascot." He then tested Zhang Tan's knowledge. "Do you know what the mascot of Puzheng Television Station is?" "A panda named Chi-Chi," Zhang Tan answered without hesitation, silently thanking his young visitors, Xiaomi and Lulu, who had been watching animated series from the station at his home. Although he had not watched them closely, he had caught glimpses of the chubby panda named Chi-Chi frequently appearing on screen. Feng Dong confirmed, "Indeed, it is a little panda called Chi-Chi. The station's requirement is to create a feature-length animated film centered around Chi-Chi." Zhang Tan queried, "What is the purpose of this animated film? Is it for the anniversary celebration or for market reasons?" Feng Dong replied, "It is an opportunity to promote the television station through the anniversary." Zhang Tan nodded in understanding as Feng Dong continued to elaborate in detail. Finally, he stated, "If you agree, preparations must commence immediately. Today is Monday, and by Wednesday, I expect to see the story synopsis and outline." Such a splendid opportunity was not one Zhang Tan would decline. "I will submit my work punctually on Wednesday," he assured. "Very well. Make sure to put in your best effort. I shall not disturb you further," Feng Dong replied before departing. Once alone, Zhang Tan found himself deep in thought, reflecting on Feng Dong's words and organizing his ideas. Online, he discovered the mascot of Puzheng Television, a plump and endearing little panda named Chi-Chi, which reminded him of the Kung Fu Panda he had watched in a previous life. "Kung Fu Panda? Little Bai?" He muttered, shaking his head as he tried to dismiss the thought. He could not fathom how he had associated Kung Fu Panda with Little Bai, for they were entirely different. Little Bai was slender and sprightly, in stark contrast to the clumsy demeanor of the panda. Upon returning home, as Zhang Tan stood at the door, fumbling with his keys, he heard footsteps and cheerful laughter behind him. Without needing to turn around, he could surmise that it was none other than Little Bai. When he finally looked back, his eyes widened in utter astonishment as he exclaimed, "Little Bai, Where are your clothes? Why are you running around bare-chested? Chapter 40. The Unlucky Bear Little White. Zhang Tan exclaimed, covering his face in exasperation. What are you doing? I'm just here. Little White chirped back, completely oblivious to the irritation in Zhang Tan's voice. Where's your clothing? I'm asking you. I took it off, she replied nonchalantly. Why on earth would you do that? Hurry up and put something on. My clothes are dirty, she protested. I washed them. Little White exclaimed defiantly, flitting about in front of Zhang Tan without a hint of embarrassment. Zhang Tan was at a loss for words. This little one was parading around bare-chested, proudly displaying her round little belly. Your clothes are dirty? Where exactly? You still need to wear something outside. How can a girl run around without clothes? Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Tan's words seemed to strike a chord with Little White, who pondered for a moment, then stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Where are you going? Zhang Tan called after her. Get dressed before you run off. I know. I'm going to put on my clothes. Little White shouted back, disappearing in a flash at the staircase. Zhang Tan, feeling slightly uneasy, followed her down, only to see Little White enter Teacher Lu's dormitory. Teacher Lu's voice floated out, clearly having discovered Little White's escapade of running about without clothes. She was bound to receive a reprimand. Realizing Teacher Lu was present, Zhang Tan decided against following and returned home. After a while, there was a knock at the door. It was Little White, finally dressed, albeit in attire far too large for her, giving her the appearance of a performer ready for a comedic act. Seeing Zhang Tan scrutinizing her, Little White beamed. Xiaomi said I look stunning. Xiaomi is merely flattering you, Zhang Tan replied. Whose clothes are these? I'm wearing Teacher Lu's, Little White said, slipping off her slippers as she entered. These were indeed Teacher Lu's clothes, which were meant for Little White to wear while waiting for her own to dry. But this energetic child could hardly remain still, especially upon seeing Zhang Tan's return. Teacher Lu, in exasperation, had to find something of her own for Little White to wear. How did your clothes get dirty? Zhang Tan inquired. Little White rambled on about how she had fallen in the sandpit. Earlier that evening, a brief rain shower had filled the sandpit with water, and in her tumble, she had gotten her clothes soiled, necessitating their removal for washing. She had stood on a small stool under the faucet to wash them herself, then hung them up in Teacher Lu's dormitory. With no other clothes available, she had no choice but to remain indoors. The dormitory lacked a television, other children, picture books, or even a football, nothing at all. This made Little White feel as though she were imprisoned, and she kept devising ways to escape. When Zhang Tan returned, she just happened to spot him and followed closely behind, leading to the earlier scene. You are quite something, Zhang Tan remarked, shaking his head. In the future, you mustn't go outside without clothes, do you understand? It's far too embarrassing. Little White, still somewhat clueless, nodded, her small hands rummaging through her pockets until she pulled out a steamed egg and offered it to Zhang Tan. Is this what you saved from dinner? Zhang Tan asked. Little White nodded enthusiastically. How did you know? I guessed. You eat it. I've already had my dinner, and I'm full. This is for you, uncle. Xiaobai placed the egg on the table and dashed away. Zhang Tan sighed as he watched Xiaobai's figure disappear at the doorway, shaking his head with a wry smile. He held the warm, steamed egg in his hand, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. He gathered a few small breads, a tiny jar of cookies, and 2 bottles of bear-shaped drinks into a bag, then approached the door of Teacher Xiao Lu on the 2nd floor. Just as he was about to knock, he heard Aunt Huang's voice behind him. Zhang Tan? Zhang Tan turned around. Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang looked somewhat perplexed and asked, Is this Teacher Xiao Lu's dormitory? Are you looking for her? Yes, I'm looking for Xiaobai, Zhang Tan replied. Aunt Huang's expression grew even more peculiar. It was unusual for Xiaobai to be in Teacher Xiao Lu's room. Xiaobai was either playing on the 1st floor or running around in the yard. I really am looking for Xiaobai, Zhang Tan added, sensing Aunt Huang's discomfort. Oh, hee. Don't hee me. I'm genuinely looking for Xiaobai. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. To prove his innocence, Zhang Tan knocked on the door, and soon Teacher Xiao Lu answered. Is Xiaobai here? Please call her. To his surprise, Teacher Xiao Lu replied, Xiaobai is not here. Zhang Tan was taken aback. But just now, wasn't Xiaobai in your room drying clothes? He glanced at Aunt Huang, who smiled knowingly, as if to say, I understand. Then she walked away. What? Xiaobai was just here. She had her clothes washed and was drying them in the room. However, after changing her clothes, she had gone out to play. Meanwhile, as Principal Huang arrived on the 1st floor, she spotted Xiaobai casually draping her arm over another child. She thought, indeed, Zhang Tan was lying. Xiaobai was clearly right there. Xiaobai, how many times have I told you not to do this? You look ridiculous. Xiaobai quickly withdrew her hand, chuckling sheepishly, and obediently responded, I understand. Xiaomi and Shun Lulu also stood by, obediently with their hands at their sides. What kind of outfit are you wearing? It looks so oversized. Xiaobai instantly beamed with pride, saying, It's fabulously pretty. The principal oversees children but does not dictate their attire. Thus, she merely inquired out of curiosity, casting a few more glances. As Xiaobai watched Principal Huang leave, she proudly told Xiaomi and Shenlulu, The principal always looks at me. Shenlulu flattered her. Xiaobai, you look fabulously pretty. Xiaobai, in her innocent delight, was overjoyed. This little girl truly believed that wearing teacher Xiaolu's clothes made her look fabulous, to the extent that she introduced and boasted about her beautiful attire to everyone. On Wednesday, Zhang Tan finally completed the outline for his new project, printed it in the office, and submitted it to Feng Dong for review. Is it finished? Was it smooth sailing? Feng Dong inquired. Anyone who had interacted with Zhang Tan praised his talent. Otherwise, Feng Dong would not have recommended him to represent the screenwriting team for submissions. Over the past few days, Feng Dong had high hopes for Zhang Tan, speculating on the kind of screenplay he would write. However, when he received the moderately thick stack of paper, 3 bold black characters caught his eye, leaving him astonished. Unlucky bear? In black and white, the words unlucky bear indeed stood out. It seemed almost surreal. Feng Dong lifted his gaze towards Zhang Tan, pondering whether he had mistakenly received the wrong script. After all, how could one possibly draft a script about an unlucky bear for such a momentous occasion? The Pujiang TV station was celebrating its 50th anniversary, a jubilant event. Yet here was a script about an unlucky bear, seemingly a mockery of the occasion. However, Zhang Tan nodded, shattering Feng Dong's hope. No, there was no mistake. The script was indeed about the unlucky bear, prepared for the 50th anniversary of Pujiang TV station. Years of life experience allowed him to maintain a stoic expression, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Was this a youthful folly? Arrogance, a high self-regard? Always striving to be unconventional. He refrained from expressing his frustration and looked at Zhang Tan, awaiting an explanation. Zhang Tan said, Team leader. Although the title is Unlucky Bear, the content is undoubtedly celebratory. Hearing this, Feng Dong's expression normalized. His earlier anxiety subsided. Upon reflection, it was clear that Zhang Tan would not jest with him. Listening to his words, he grasped the essence of the script. The storyline was quite simple. It narrated the amusing adventures of Chi-Chi, who traveled from the distant mountains of Sichuan to the bustling city of Pujiang. In crafting Chi-Chi's character, Zhang Tan adhered to the basic framework provided by Pujiang TV station, enriching and elaborating on it significantly. Much like writing a character sketch for Feng Jia, he composed a brief biography for Chi-Chi, detailing its background, growth experiences, hobbies, personality traits, and significant life events. This chubby little panda bore a robust appearance but consistently managed to bungle everything in a bumbling manner. It was curious, competitive, and delightfully vain, often teasing others. With a sunny disposition, it adored life, wealth, and silly laughter. P.S. How reminiscent of Doudou. Additionally, it harbored a passion for parachuting, diving, mountaineering, joyriding, boxing, basketball, and skiing. Its signature move was a roar, and it had quite a few friends, a small lizard, a male penguin, its girlfriend, a puppy, and a little boy. Zhang Tan also presented Feng Dong with the scripts for the first 5 episodes. Each episode lasted under 3 minutes, and the scripts were succinct. The first episode depicted Chi-Chi parachuting from an airplane. Initially, it was all about showing off, brimming with self-satisfaction. However, as it prepared to deploy the parachute, it discovered that it had forgotten to wear a parachute. Instead, it carried its backpack filled with snacks. After much effort, it found an umbrella, which it used to make a precarious landing, narrowly escaping disaster. Zhang Tan observed as Feng Dong flipped through the pages, noticing a gradual smile forming on his face. He felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this would be acceptable after all. Chapter 41. Do you know what kind of bird you are? Having finally persevered through the script of The Unfortunate Bear, Feng Dong exhaled deeply, gently casting the script onto his desk, where it slid to the other end, within Zhang Tan's reach. Leaning back in his executive chair, Feng Dong rubbed his eyes and glanced at a lucky bamboo plant on the desk, enveloped in contemplative silence. Zhang Tan offered no further elucidation, remaining quietly seated, awaiting the team leader's reflections. As a seasoned screenwriter, the group leader required no additional explanation, having reviewed the initial episodes. He grasped the essence and style of the entire narrative. After a brief pause, Feng Dong turned to Zhang Tan and remarked, 8 individuals are writing scripts for this project. with each group recommending one. Once your script is submitted, it represents not only yourself but also our screenwriting team. Do you understand? Zhang Tan replied. I am aware. The unfortunate bear has been thoroughly contemplated, and I believe it poses no issues. Feng Dong, having reached clarity in his thoughts, responded. I cannot predict the fate of your script. It might falter at the very first hurdle or stand out due to its uniqueness. Celebrating the 50th anniversary. Transforming the mascot into an unfortunate bear requires not only confidence from the production house but also an open-minded acceptance from the television station. What do you mean, group leader? Zhang Tan inquired. Feng Dong concluded, let us submit this. After all, what other choice do we have? We cannot simply refrain from submitting a script from our group. This seemed to be a declaration not just to Zhang Tan, but also an affirmation to himself. Indeed, what was the use of lingering doubts when there were no alternative options? The only course was to present Zhang Tan's The Unfortunate Bear. The script will be with me. I will submit it shortly, Feng Dong stated. Thank you, group leader, Zhang Tan replied. After Zhang Tan departed, Feng Dong straightened his posture. Reaching for the script that lay at the edge of his desk, casually flipping through its pages. This Zhang Tan truly dares to write. Is he not afraid of failing even at my scrutiny? He mused, seemingly bolstering his own confidence as he reread the script, focusing solely on its merits. Once satisfied, he stood, took a hearty sip of tea, exited his office, and approached the supervisor to submit the script. At 2 p.m, the supervisor convened a meeting with the heads of the screenwriting teams to collectively discuss the scripts. Each script was anonymized, concealing the authors' identities. Feng Dong was the first to arrive at the conference room, where a stack of manuscript papers awaited him. Flipping through, he discovered the 8 scripts under review. Upon reaching the penultimate script, The Unfortunate Bear, a jolt of apprehension coursed through him as he pondered how it would be received. Once all 8 heads of screenwriting teams had assembled, the supervisor remarked, Please hold on. I have also summoned Old Lu from the evaluation team. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Lu arrived, and the personnel were complete. The supervisor proceeded to underscore the significance of this project, emphasizing that the Puzheng Film Studio and Puzheng Television Station were sister entities, and that special care was required to honor their collaboration. As General Manager Ma has stated, we cannot profit from this project, but we must strive to create a masterpiece. At present, there are 8 scripts at hand, and the purpose of gathering everyone is to engage in discussion, ultimately selecting 3 for further negotiations with their authors, from which 2 will be submitted to the television station. The supervisor glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, Let us first review the scripts. We will go through them one by one in half an hour. The meeting room, initially filled with chatter, soon fell silent as everyone focused on the scripts, leaving only the sound of pages turning. Meanwhile, Zhang Tan had handed his script to Feng Dong, preoccupied with this matter and unable to attend to anything else. In the afternoon, Jiang Rong dropped by and shared some news. Old Lu, the head of the script evaluation group, had gone to assess the scripts and informed her of his departure. Old Lu was approachable and connected well with the younger generation, which made Jiang Rong believe that there was indeed a possibility for her. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Tan had also submitted a script for the competition. Upon hearing this, she felt a mix of envy and admiration, lamenting that although they were classmates, she was still in elementary school while Zhang Tan had already graduated from university. She resolved to speak with Old Lu later, hoping to gain some practical experience and to escape the constant teasing during evaluation meetings, where he always pointed out numerous issues. As Zhang Tan learned that the script evaluations were taking place in the afternoon, he felt a surge of anticipation, wondering whether results would emerge today. He waited anxiously throughout the afternoon. As the clock struck 5:30, signaling the end of the workday, he thought the results might be postponed until tomorrow. Just then, Feng Dong called, asking him to come over. Zhang Tan understood that this meant results were in, and he approached Feng Dong's office with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Feng Dong stood by the window, sipping tea from a gray thermos while gazing out at the bustling traffic below. You're here? Please, have a seat, he said, yet he remained standing, pacing in front of the window, weary from sitting all afternoon. Team leader? Zhang Tan inquired. We evaluated your scripts this afternoon and selected 2, one of which is yours. Feng Dong replied casually, his previous anxiety seemingly dissipated. Zhang Tan tightened his hands at his sides into fists before releasing them after a moment. Feng Dong continued. Tomorrow at 9:30, you will meet with the supervisor, possibly to discuss matters with Puzheng Television. Whether your script is ultimately selected depends on their response, so be well prepared. Zhang Tan nodded in understanding. The The company had chosen 2 scripts to give the television station some options, indicating that the other selected script would likely differ in style from Unlucky Bear. Thank you, team leader. I will be ready, Zhang Tan affirmed. All right. Go back and work hard. You're doing quite well. As Zhang Tan drove down Xichongan Street, he noticed a small electric scooter turning into the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy, where it came to a stop. On the scooter sat a portly man in dress pants and a white shirt, gently tending to a little girl with a small ladybug backpack, who looked adorably on the verge of tears, none other than Chengcheng. Don't cry, sweetheart. Hurry inside. It's hot outside, and Daddy has to go to work, her father said tenderly, wiping the sweat from her forehead, while his own face glistened with perspiration, the back of his white shirt soaked. The car drove away, making its way to the underground parking lot of the urban village, while Zhang Tan walked through the alleys back to the academy. Ascending the stairs, I intentionally paused at the activity area, where the children were joyfully engaged in play. Xiaobai was exuberantly calling out for anyone to join her as her little chick. What a curious scene. Zhang Tan had initially planned merely to take a glance and move on, but upon hearing the commotion, he halted to witness the children participating in a game of eagle and chicks. This time, however, Xiaobai was not the eagle but rather the mother hen, safeguarding her chicks. Meanwhile, Chengcheng, who had just arrived at the academy, stood alone in a daze, as Xiaobai recruited her little chicks. She simultaneously instructed Chengcheng on how to embody the eagle. So, it appeared that they intended for Chengcheng to take on the role of the eagle? Was this an endeavor to exhaust her? With her timid and naive disposition, who could she possibly catch besides her own little tail? You must be fierce, understand? Xiaobai imparted her wisdom, asserting that regardless of whether one played the eagle or not, children should adopt a fierce demeanor to deter others from bullying them. Chengcheng gazed at her blankly, as if deciphering an ancient script. Do you understand? Chengcheng, speak up, do not be a coward. Just nod your head. At last, Chengcheng timidly nodded, her eyes reflecting trepidation as she clutched Xiaobai's garment. Xiaobai gently pried her small hand away, encouraging her, do not merely chase after me. Do you wish to devour me? I am the mother hen. Do you know what you are? You are the eagle. The little chicks behind her chimed in with curiosity, questioning how such a petite eagle could possibly contend with them. Xiaobai turned around with a fierce expression, loudly proclaiming in the local dialect, you silly little ones. Do you not comprehend? This is the baby eagle. Even the great eagle was once a baby eagle. If you desire a grand eagle, I shall summon the headmistress. She will be the great eagle and feast upon you. Would you like that? Are you afraid? Instantly, the little chicks fell silent, before resuming their chatter, though none dared to question the size of Chengcheng, the tiny eagle, any further. Zhang Tan found the scene amusing. Yet his stomach growled in hunger, prompting him to retreat to his room to prepare dinner. Chapter 42. The choice this evening was originally designated for updating the breathtaking account. Yet in preparation for tomorrow's interview, Zhang Tan had no choice but to postpone it. Remarkably, Xiaobai did not drop by this night. After an exhilarating game of eagle catching the chicks, the unfortunate consequence was that Chengcheng wet the bed. It was Chengcheng who wet the bed, not Xiaobai. As Chengcheng was captured by Xiaobai to play the role of the eagle, despite her utmost efforts, she failed to catch a single chick. The chicks were thoroughly protected by Xiaobai, leaving Chengcheng utterly outmatched. Had it not been for Xiaobai's leniency in betraying the chicks, Chengcheng would have been at it until the break of dawn. The children, having played with great fervor, found themselves in quite the predicament. As for Xiaobai, he appeared to be in good spirits, likely exhausted from the day's activities, opting to retire to bed with the little ones instead of lingering in the reading area with picture books. The following day at work, Zhang Tan was informed by a staff member to report to the conference room at 9:30 as the supervisor was seeking him. True to his routine, he watered the flowers, brewed some tea, and enjoyed a cup before steadily making his way to the conference room. Upon entering, he found a solitary figure seated with their back to him, engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing the door open, the individual turned, and their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. Zhang Tan was the first to recover. Nodding with a smile, hello, Su Jian. The person seated across from him was indeed Su Jian, who had previously collaborated with Zhang Tan on the Torchbearer project. Su Jian's expression was one of astonishment. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. As he discerned the situation, a sense of foreboding crept in. What were the odds of encountering Zhang Tan here? He queried, Zhang Tan, I didn't expect it to be you. Did you write the Unlucky Bear? He raised the document in his hand, which was indeed the script just distributed by the staff, including Zhang Tan's The Unlucky Bear alongside his own. Yes, The other one is yours, isn't it? Zhang Tan replied. Su Jian felt a jolt of realization. Had the Torchbearer project concluded? Why had they now become rivals? Was there an intent to eliminate both? That seemed excessive. Su Jian, unwilling to relent, asked, by the way, have you finished Torchbearer? The writing portion is complete, Zhang Tan replied. Su Jian engaged in idle chatter with Zhang Tan, his thoughts drifting to the unlucky bear. The concept of this script diverged completely from his own, representing two distinctly different styles. He pondered which style the television executives would favor, considering that this was the 50th anniversary of the network. Surely no one would choose the unlucky bear. It was simply too inauspicious, a style that clashed. Su Jian's confidence began to restore itself. Before long, the supervisor from the writing department arrived to discuss the scripts and subsequently summoned the head of the animation division, Yang Sanlin. Let us go. Yang Sanlin instructed after exchanging a few words. The supervisor then informed Zhang Tan and Su Jian that they would next be visiting the head of the Pujiang television station. Both the Pujiang Film Studio and the Pujiang television station were state-owned enterprises, overseen by the publicity department of Pujiang City, and were located within the JA district. A mere 15-minute drive apart. Accompanying Zhang Tan and Su Jian were the writing department supervisor, the head of the animation division, the public relations director, and an animation director. The company arranged for transportation to take everyone to the television station. Upon arriving at the building, they found some individuals already waiting. After confirming their identities, they were escorted to the elevator and ascended to the 16th floor, entering the conference room. Within the room stood or sat 6 individuals, a mix of men and women. The one occupying the main seat was a woman who appeared to be no older than 30. After the introductions, it became clear that she was the project manager for the animation initiative at the television station, referred to by Yang Sanlin as Director Wang. It was evident that the department heads were already acquainted, engaging in light-hearted banter, while Zhang Tan and Su Jian exchanged glances, both feeling out of the loop, as if they were merely there to fill a space. Once the pleasantries concluded and they settled into their seats, the attendees began introducing themselves. The others greeted Zhang Tan and Su Jian with pleasantries, acknowledging their talents. 2 scripts had been sent to the television station the previous evening. Thus everyone present had reviewed them. When Yang Sanlin inquired if there were any preferences among the 2 scripts, Zhang Tan could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Su Jian retrieved his laptop from his bag, opened a blank document, and poised his fingers over the keyboard, silently observing the proceedings, seemingly ready to jot down notes. They are all quite good, Director Wang remarked with a smile. Zhang Tan immediately noticed Su Jian randomly pressing a few letters on the document, LKJH, before hastily deleting them. Especially unlucky bear, Director Wang remarked, glancing at Zhang Tan, while Yang Sanlin also cast a sidelong look in his direction. Su Jian's fingers lightly tapped the keyboard, but nothing materialized. Yang Sanlin suggested, how about we have Zhang Tan and Su Jian present their concepts for the scripts? Director Wang, you can listen to the writer's ideas to make a selection. That sounds good, Director Wang replied. Yang Sanlin promptly instructed Zhang Tan to begin the introduction while he stood up, retrieving the printed and bound scripts from his bag to distribute to the others. Observing this, Su Jian quickly rose to assist. Zhang Tan stood, but Director Wang said, no need to stand. You can present while seated. Standing allows for a louder voice, Zhang Tan replied, starting to outline the concept for Unlucky Bear. After he concluded, it was Su Jian's turn. Following their presentations, the attendees posed questions, some concerning Unlucky Bear and others regarding Su Jian's Chi-Chi's marvelous adventures. Let us discuss, Director Wang suggested. Please proceed. She added as she and her colleagues left the conference room to confer in an adjacent office. What are the collective opinions? She inquired. Both scripts are quite good. We can select one from either, came the response. Is everyone in agreement? Yes, indeed. Director Wang then asked, which of the 2 should we choose? Let us hear everyone's thoughts. I believe Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures aligns better with our needs. I also lean towards Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures. Let us go with Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures. Unlucky Bear is intriguing, but carries a greater risk. Definitely Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures. If it were not for the anniversary celebration, I would have chosen Unlucky Bear, among the 6 individuals, excluding Director Wang. All favored Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures. Director Wang remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After more than 10 minutes, she returned to the conference room with her team. Yang Sanlin inquired, Director, have you made a decision? Yes, we have chosen. Su Jian closed the web page and summoned the blank document, his gaze fixed upon the computer screen. His fingers poised above the keyboard, awaiting the opportunity to transcribe something. Zhang Tan cast a glance at Su Jian's document, devoid of any text, before shifting her attention to Director Wang. With her ear-length bob and a tailored light blue women's suit, she exuded an impression of sharpness and efficiency. "We shall select Unlucky Bear," she declared. Yang Sen's gaze traversed past Su Jian, who was intently focused on the screen, landing on Zhang Tan with an expression that was partly surprised, but predominantly one of relief. For him, whether it was Unlucky Bear or Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures, both scripts belonged to the production studio. And the choice was inconsequential as long as a selection was made. The paramount objective was to secure the project. Among them, Su Jian appeared to be the most disheartened. "Zhang Tan, you must expedite the subsequent script. It is essential that you invest sincere effort, for I have placed my bets on you," Director Wang remarked, half in jest. Earlier, the others had opted for Chi-Chi's Marvelous Adventures, while she alone had expressed a preference for Unlucky Bear. "I shall not disappoint you," Zhang Tan assured confidently. Chapter 43. My Willingness. Zhang Tan successfully secured the anniversary project for Pujiang Television Station, prompting the head of the animation department to promptly establish a project team. The accompanying director, Li Liang, assumed full responsibility for the endeavor, while Zhang Tan took on the role of screenwriter. Two significant tasks loomed before him. First, to finalize the team members and establish a solid foundation, and second, to expedite the script's development. The script submitted by Zhang Tan comprised a story outline, character designs, and the plot for the first 5 episodes, while the subsequent narratives remained unwritten. With the project titled Unlucky Bear now confirmed, it was imperative to swiftly finalize the remaining script. Otherwise, the entire project would stall. Unlike Under Tianyu Mountain with its chief editor Luo Ming, or The Flamekeeper, which was adapted from a comic, Unlucky Bear was entirely original, with Zhang Tan serving as the chief editor. Although he drew inspiration from a similar tale he had encountered in a past life, he could not recall the plot, merely recognizing the conceptual framework. Thus, he needed to craft the remaining storylines from his own imagination. The head of the screenwriters urged Zhang Tan to quickly assemble his writing team, granting him the liberty to choose members as long as he could persuade them. Upon returning to his office, he was summoned by Feng Dong, who insisted that he must prioritize selecting individuals from the third screenwriting group, emphasizing that the good water should not flow to outsiders. Unlucky Bear was designed as a small theater-style animation, with each episode featuring a relatively independent storyline, lacking deep interconnections, instead woven together by the misadventures of the titular bear. To ensure a steady stream of humor in every episode, Zhang Tan recognized that he would require assistance. It was impossible to accomplish such a feat alone. "I wish to recruit 4 individuals, one of whom I hope to invite is Su Jian," Zhang Tan expressed. However, Su Jian did not belong to the third screenwriting group, thus failing to meet the team leader's requirements. "I will select the remaining 3 from the group," he added. Feng Dong looked at him in surprise and remarked, "Isn't Su Jian the one competing against you this time? You both went to the television station together. Would he even agree to collaborate with you?" Zhang Tan replied, "Let us give it a try." Although Su Jian's style and Chi-Chi's wonders starkly contrasted with Unlucky Bear, they shared a common thread of humor. Having read his script, Zhang Tan found it both amusing and engaging. Thus, he saw no issues in having him contribute to Unlucky Bear. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Dong acquiesced, saying, "As long as you can convince him." Upon exiting the team leader's office, Zhang Tan discovered Luo Ming had returned and was perusing the script for Unlucky Bear. Upon seeing him, Luo Ming expressed his delight, saying, "I just heard the news. Congratulations, Zhang Tan. I never anticipated your rapid progress." He had previously been unaware of Zhang Tan's participation in the television station's project competition. It was only at noon that rumors circulated about a new talent from the third screenwriting group, Zhang Tan, securing a key project for the company. Upon learning this, Luo Ming hurried back to the office to ascertain the situation. "I hadn't returned these past few days, so I didn't mention it. I lacked confidence, thinking I was merely filling a quota. I never expected to succeed," Zhang Tan explained. Luo Ming chuckled. "You must have faith in yourself. I am genuinely pleased. Knowing you could rise, I simply didn't anticipate it happening so swiftly. It brings me honor as well." The former project assistant's burgeoning success reflected positively upon him, filling him with pride. "I never knew you had a talent for writing humorous scripts. It contrasts with the person I thought I knew." Zhang Tan chuckled. "Isn't it said that everyone has a whimsical side buried deep within? Writing Unlucky Bear is merely fulfilling a personal aspiration. We ought to form a screenwriting team, right? Writing an extensive script alone is not only exhausting, but also lacks sufficient ideas. 3 ordinary minds can rival 1 genius. We need more people. Be bold and request assistance from the team leader. It had already been decided to establish the group, comprising 5 members, including himself. Oh, that's splendid. Have any candidates been chosen? Not yet. Do you have any recommendations? Zhang Tan had only been there a short while, and since the screenwriters frequently collaborated without a common workspace, he had yet to familiarize himself with all the writers in the 3 groups, let alone discern their individual traits. Luo Ming pondered for a moment and replied, in terms of style, there are a few suitable candidates. Lu Shi and Jia Yulin would be quite fitting. You might want to inquire with them. Zhang Tan quickly recalled these 2 individuals. Lu Shi was a young man who had been with the Pujing film studio for 3 years, while Jia Yulin, in his 30s, was an experienced screenwriter who had been there for over a decade. Although he had not interacted with either of them, it was of little consequence. Luo Ming and Zhang Tan conversed for quite some time until he was called away. Just as Zhang Tan settled down, Lu Dan arrived, with no other agenda. He had come to congratulate Zhang Tan on securing a significant project for the company. I initially intended to ask you to craft a backstory for Feng Jie, but it seems you are far too busy now. Never mind, I shall handle it myself. After spending so much time with you screenwriters, I've absorbed quite a bit. He continued, by the way, I have a new figurine to show you, Feng Jie's sister. Lu Dan was quite enamored with female figurines, and Zhang Tan couldn't help but mischievously speculate that he might even collect inflatable dolls. After bidding farewell to Lu Dan, Zhang Tan ascended the stairs to the 8th floor, where he found the head of the script evaluation team, Old Lu. Old Lu, shrewd and calculating, greeted him with a smile. Here to poach someone, are we? Who's caught your eye? Zhang Tan placed a canister of tea leaves on Old Lu's desk, grinning. This year's freshly picked tea, Lushan Yunwu. Please give it a try. Old Lu had a penchant for tea. Ah, a canister of tea, and a person choose one. I would like Jiang Rong. Indeed. Jiang Rong was vivacious and full of creative ideas, making her an excellent candidate for the unlucky bear riding team. Old Lu picked up the phone on his desk, but then set it down again. Forget it. I shall fetch her myself. He stood up, opened the office door, and called out, Jiang Rong, come here. From a distance, Jiang Rong's voice chimed. Coming, she soon entered. Boss, what do you need? Oh, Zhang Tan. What brings you here? Old Lu, busy sampling the Lushan Yunwu tea that Zhang Tan had brought, encouraged Zhang Tan to converse with Jiang Rong. I am willing, Jiang Rong declared without hesitation, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination, as if the next step was to exchange rings. Old Lu, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. These youngsters were eager to escape, leaving him, the team leader, in a rather precarious position. He felt they ought to be a bit more coy, allowing him to earn another canister of tea. Exiting Old Lu's office, Zhang Tan was taken aback by the crowd gathered outside. What is this all about? Amidst the lively chatter, someone remarked, Zhang Tan, I heard you secured the television station's project? Is that true? How impressive. What is the title of the drama? After work. Jiang Rong invited everyone to dinner to express her gratitude towards Zhang Tan for recognizing her talents. Upon learning that Zhang Tan had won her over with merely a jar of tea leaves, she resolved to confront him and seek an explanation. Accompanying them were He Chao and others. After dining, the group proceeded to karaoke. Jiang Rong finally had her wish fulfilled, having invited Zhang Tan to sing several times, albeit unsuccessfully until now. Jiang Rong possesses a remarkable singing voice, and Zhang Tan is no slouch either. Amidst the playful encouragement of the crowd, the two performed a duet titled Ayo Wa Chu. As they returned to the Little Red Horse Academy, the bustling and lively West Chang'an Street fell into a serene silence. The academy was ablaze with light, and the ancient tree in the courtyard concealed countless cicadas, whose melodic chirping filled the warm evening air. In a secluded corner beneath the tree, nameless insects joined in, refusing to be outdone. This symphony of nature rendered the academy even more tranquil, inviting a sense of calm to the heart. As the night wore on and the clock struck 10, the children concluded their activities for the evening and obediently returned to their dormitories to prepare for bed. Just as Zhang Tan was about to ascend the stairs, he spotted Xiao Bai standing at the classroom door, one hand clutching a picture book while the other waved at him like a beckoning fortune cat. With her distinctive Sichuan accent, she called out, Hey there, uncle. Come on over and share some tales. Chapter 44. Chengcheng, do not weep. Why are you awake at this late hour? Zhang Tan inquired. Xiao Bai replied, just chatting, you know. Zhang Tan, perplexed, asked, what do you mean? Xiao Bai rephrased. Just blowing off steam. Zhang Tan was even more baffled. He had heard of the phrase just chatting, but the term blowing off steam was utterly foreign to him. Sighing in frustration, Xiaobai's temper flared, her small voice rising. It simply means chatting. She then muttered something about Habao. Feeling aggrieved, Zhang Tan retorted. You raise your voice just to chat with me. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai reflected on her impatience with those who lack understanding and chuckled. Uncle, you really ought to study diligently. At your age, you still don't grasp what a child says? Even that silly Chengcheng can comprehend. Of course. Xiaobai only selected favorable comparisons. Her Sichuan dialect was only understood by the somewhat clueless Meng Chengcheng, while the mischievous Shen Lu remained utterly confused and required translation. Zhang Tan had not anticipated that, after being so impressive at work, he would return to the academy and be reprimanded by a 4.5-year-old for his lack of knowledge, as if questioning his own learning abilities. It was quite late. Why linger for such trivial matters? He urged her to retire for the night. Seizing Xiaobai, he attempted to usher her away. Xiaobai resisted, clinging to the classroom door, exclaiming, Why should I go? What do you want, uncle? Zhang Tan was at a loss for words, urging her to sleep. As if trying to herd a little pig into a pen. Considering her tendency to wander late into the night, he decided not to press further. Since you refuse to sleep, I shall take my leave. It is too late for me to continue this conversation. Xiaobai followed closely behind him. Uncle, what did you do today? I had a quarrel with Luo Zikong, that silly boy, and I won. Ha ha ha. Why is Luo Zikong always so foolish? Did you eat well today? As the topic of food arose, Xiaobai suddenly remembered something and dashed off. When Zhang Tan opened the door, the energetic Xiaobai rushed in, cradling a glass jar resembling a fish's belly. Uncle, look at my prized possession, she exclaimed, presenting the jar like a treasure. Have you finished your candied fruits? What is inside? Zhang Tan examined it closely and discovered a cicada. Ha ha ha. Xiaobai laughed, imitating the cicada's call. This lazy one was caught by me. Isn't it my specialty? Zhang Tan and Xiaobai entered the house, shutting the door behind them and turning on the air conditioning. You caught this. Have you been climbing trees again? Xiaobai quickly shook her head. She had been strictly forbidden from climbing trees, a command not issued by Zhang Tan, whose authority seemed negligible, but rather by Aunt Huang, who alone could instill a sense of fear in her. Even teacher Lu fell short. This lazy one fell to the ground. I caught it. Am I not impressive? Xiaobai proclaimed with pride. Zhang Tan casually praised a few things, but in his heart, he pondered why he had such an affinity for capturing small insects, having previously filled a glass jar with candied fruits, followed by cicadas, dragonflies, earthworms, gold beetles, and mosquitoes. He opened the television for Xiaobai, allowing her to comfortably settle on the sofa while he went to bathe, feeling sticky and uncomfortable from the sweat on his body. Sitting upright, Xiaobai clasped the fish-belly glass jar with both hands and declared, Uncle, you go take your bath. Xiaobai will not steal your things. Zhang Tan, rendered speechless, opened the refrigerator, handed her a bottle of bear-shaped beverage with a straw, and said, I certainly know you wouldn't steal. You are a good child. Enjoy this while I wash up. Although her eyes were glued to the bear-shaped bottle, Xiaobai politely replied, Isn't this a bit too much? Zhang Tan reassured her by placing it in her arms, saying, I made some money today. It's my treat. Xiaobai happily accepted it, her brows lifting in delight. And then she enviously remarked, Uncle, you've earned money again. Making money is your forte. Oh, just a bit careless. I suppose I am somewhat exceptional. Zhang Tan replied modestly. Upon entering the bathroom, Xiaobai glanced around, even peeking beneath the sofa but finding no one else present. She then nestled comfortably on the sofa. Clutching her bear beverage, her eyes fixed on the cartoon on the television, her spirits soaring. Her little feet began to dance with excitement as she sipped the drink. Humming a tune, Tang Xing rides a horse, dong, 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 followed closely by Sun Wukong. When Zhang Tan emerged from the bathroom, Xiaobai had already progressed to singing The Old Witch, Truly Wicked, Deceived Tang Xing, and the Eight Monsters. She remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Tan's presence. Lost in her own narrative. What are you singing? Zhang Tan inquired. The sudden voice startled Xiaobai, causing her to jump. Oh, you scared me. I'm sorry. I forgive you. This bear drink is really delicious. My grandmother taught me this song. Would you like to learn? Xiaobai offered. Intrigued, Zhang Tan encouraged, sing it for me. Taking a deep breath and filling her belly with bear drink, Xiaobai stood up straight from the sofa and earnestly began to sing. Tang Xing rides a horse, dong, 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 followed closely by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs fast, followed by Zhu Beiji. Upon finishing, Xiaobai unabashedly asked, So, do you believe this is my strong suit now? Impressive, Indeed, it is your forte, Zhang Tan praised. Your singing is quite remarkable, the rhythm is excellent. And it truly resonates. Flattered by his compliment, Xiaobai burst into delighted laughter. Zhang Tan encouraged her to sing 2 more songs of her choosing, which were Jumping in Mud Puddles and I Love to Bounce. Although the song selections were not particularly noteworthy, her singing was genuinely excellent, leading Zhang Tan to believe that this might indeed be Xiaobai's strong point. Uncle, you've praised me. Once you do, I will take my leave, she declared. After receiving his compliments, Xiaobai smiled contentedly before promptly rising and waving goodbye. She left without a moment's hesitation. Aren't you going to sit a while longer? Uncle, it's time to sleep. Goodbye, see you next year. You mean tomorrow, right? All right. You forgot your glass bottle. It's a gift from the lazy one for you. Thank you for the little bear. I have no money, so I'm giving you my beloved lazy one. Little Bai waved goodbye, departing without hesitation. Zhang sighed, holding the glass bottle containing a cicada, pondering its purpose. Should I release it? If I do, will Little Bai cry? Little Bai did not weep. At 11 o'clock that night, Chengcheng lay on her small bed, sobbing quietly. Every night at this hour, she would wake, anticipating her father's arrival. Over time, she had developed a biological clock, waking at the appointed time without needing a teacher's reminder. However, today, upon waking and finding no sign of her father, she could not hold back her tears. Little Bai wandered from the first floor to the second, discovering Chengcheng in tears, and stayed to comfort her like an elder sister. At 11:30, Chengcheng's father still had not arrived, but Little Bai's aunt came to take her home. Unsettled about Chengcheng, Little Bai urged her aunt to wait until Chengcheng's father arrived before they left. Malinois had been busy all day and was quite fatigued. Wishing to return home to sleep early, tugging at Little Bai to go. Wait for Chengcheng's father. Little Bai pleaded loudly, her feet planted firmly on the ground. Unwilling to leave. Yet, being small and lacking strength, she was dragged along, stumbling. Let us go home early, how tiring. Wait for Chengcheng's father. He will be here soon. What nonsense. You worry too much, you silly child. How am I a silly child? If you're not, then who is? Luo Zikong is the silly one. You are too. Cursed be your temper. What do you mean by that? You're making me furious. Are you itching to argue? Do you want me to make you regret it? Chengcheng's cries grew louder. Little Bai was pulled to the dorm door, noticing Chengcheng looking her way, heartbroken. She quickly waved, saying, Chengcheng, goodbye. See you next year. Will you let me make you a little eagle again? Don't cry. Your father is coming. I've seen him. Little Bai, you should go home. I will take care of Chengcheng. The voice belonged to Jiang Bin, the oldest boy in the school, aged 8. Little Bai had already walked away, her voice drifting back. All right, thank you. Chapter 45. The boss. The clamor from the second floor was distressing. Chengcheng was weeping inconsolably. Zhang Tan, hearing her cries from the third floor, stepped out to investigate. Just then, he spotted Xiaobai running briskly alongside her and, exiting the academy, turning a corner, and vanishing into the night beyond the walls. What could be the cause of such sorrow? Zhang Tan inquired. Chengcheng was known for her tears, yet her usual whimpers were replaced by the heart-wrenching wails of the moment. Her father hasn't arrived yet, explained teacher Xiao Lu. The absence of Xiaobai was a contributing factor. Had she been present, Chengcheng would likely have fared much better. Jiang Bin stayed close to Chengcheng, gently wiping her tears, occasionally patting her head and back, concerned that she might choke on her sobs, thus fulfilling the role of a diligent older brother. Ding ding ding, the chimes of midnight resonated through the academy as Chengcheng's father, hurriedly approached, weary and winded. Upon seeing Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu present, and his daughter obediently watching television, he exhaled deeply with relief. From a distance of 5 or 6 meters, he busily bowed in apology to Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu, explaining the delay due to work obligations. Daddy, upon hearing his voice and spotting him, Chengcheng's sadness evaporated, and she joyfully called out, rushing into his embrace. Guangxin, discarding his work bag, laboriously crouched down to envelop her in his arms. His face, marked by sweat and grime, radiating with joy, fatigue washed away in an instant. Have you been a good girl? He asked. I cried, Chengcheng replied, nuzzling into her father's embrace, wiping his brow. Guangxin smiled as he held her close, affectionately ruffling her hair, expressing gratitude towards Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu. I'll take Chengcheng home now. Thank you both. You're too kind. Goodbye, Chengcheng. With some effort, Guangxin bent down to retrieve his work bag, cradling Chengcheng as he regaled her with stories on their way out. Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu watched them mount their electric scooter, disappearing into the night. Now, The academy was left with just two children. One was Xiaomi, who had already fallen asleep in teacher Xiao Lu's room, and the other was the academy's oldest boy, 8-year-old Zhang Bin. Noticing Zhang Tan and teacher Xiao Lu's gaze upon him, he clenched his palms and declared, "Teachers, you should go to sleep. I'm not afraid. I can wait for my dad here by myself." "But that won't he do?" teacher Xiao Lu replied. Zhang Bin's father typically arrived around 11 o'clock. Yet today he was over an hour late, even later than Chengcheng's father. "You should rest, teacher Xiao Lu." "I'll stay here with Zhang Bin," Zhang Tan suggested. Noting the late hour and the fatigue evident on teacher Xiao Lu's face after a long evening, teacher Xiao Lu firmly refused. Zhang Tan was her superior, and it was her duty to remain. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the electric scooter's horn echoed in the courtyard. Zhang Bin sprang to his feet, peering out the window, joyfully exclaiming, "Teacher, my dad is here. I'm off. Goodbye." He dashed down the stairs with great speed. "Slow down. Don't fall," teacher Xiao Lu cautioned, her concern palpable. Zhang Tan met Zhang Bin's father for the first time. He was a slender man, donned in a safety helmet and dressed in a blue and white vest, resembling the attire of the designated driver who had brought him home that day. After finally ensuring the safety of all the children, the evening's duties at the academy came to a close, and Zhang Tan exchanged goodnights with teacher Xiao Lu. The following morning, as Zhang Tan prepared for work, he suddenly noticed a glass bottle on the coffee table in the living room, within which lay a dark little creature, a cicada. After a moment's contemplation, disregarding his concern about whether Xiaobai might cry, he released the cicada from its confinement. He worried that if it remained trapped in the bottle all day, it might perish. The cicada fluttered its wings and took flight, only to drop to the ground momentarily before soaring again, tracing a crooked path through the air before landing on the mulberry tree outside the balcony. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Tan discovered that someone had arrived even earlier, Jiang Rong. "Boss, you're here. I've prepared tea for you. Please enjoy," she cheerfully offered. "What is this?" Zhang Tan inquired, puzzled. "Haha, I'm now part of the crew for Unlucky Bear. I'm no longer in the evaluation team, so I thought it best to work alongside you for convenience," Jiang Rong explained. Zhang Tan observed that she had already made herself at home, finding her place in the 25-square-meter office designed for 4 people. "You needn't worry. I've spoken with teacher Luo. He knows I'm here," she reassured him. Zhang Tan was momentarily taken aback. "Your connections are quite impressive." "Oh, it's nothing much," she replied with a chuckle. "Please, just call me Zhang Tan instead of boss." Before long, Luo Ming arrived and, upon seeing Jiang Rong, remarked with a smile that the office had finally received a fresh influx of talent, implying that Zhang Tan was no longer considered new, having been there for less than a month. He handed Jiang Rong the outline and scripts for the initial episodes of Unlucky Bear for her to study. Zhang Tan then excused himself to find Su Jian, a member of the second screenwriting team located on the 10th floor. This was Zhang Tan's first visit to the 10th floor, which housed both the first and second screenwriting teams, while he was stationed on the 9th floor, where the third and fourth teams were situated. And the script evaluation group occupied the 8th floor, with various project teams below. "Hello, may I ask where Su Jian is seated?" Zhang Tan inquired of a nearby female colleague. She scrutinized him curiously, noting the name tag hanging from his chest. "Oh, you must be Zhang Tan. Su Jian is over there, by the window," she replied, seemingly familiar with him. Zhang Tan thanked her and proceeded, soon locating Su Jian at the window seat. Wearing headphones and typing away at his computer, seemingly engrossed in music and oblivious to Zhang Tan's arrival, a male colleague seated opposite Su Jian nudged his computer and gestured towards Zhang Tan behind him. Su Jian removed his headphones, turned around, and was taken aback. Zhang Tan, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Were you looking for me?" Zhang Tan smiled. "Yes, do you have a moment? I'd like to chat." After a brief hesitation, Su Jian set down his headphones and stood, saying, "Let's head to the meeting room." He was uncertain about what Zhang Tan wished to discuss with him, especially after having bested him in a competition just the day before. It seemed unlikely that he was there merely to gloat. He held a rather favorable impression of Zhang Tan. When he learned that Zhang Tan was inviting him to join the screenwriting team, Su Jian was taken aback. Taking a moment to regain his composure and confirm that Zhang Tan was not jesting. "Why me?" Su Jian inquired. Zhang Tan replied, "With so many humorous segments and plots in Qiqishan Qimiao, even slight modifications could seamlessly integrate into Unlucky Bear. This indicates that your style is well suited for Unlucky Bear. Let's collaborate. This is a lengthy production, and I cannot manage it alone. I urgently need someone with creativity and a sense of humor." Su Jian pondered for quite some time before ultimately agreeing. He had invested considerable effort into Chengcheng Miao, and it would be a pity to let it go to waste. Prepare yourself, and come by tomorrow, Zhang Tan suggested. No need. I will come by this afternoon, as I have no other commitments here. Having successfully persuaded Su Jian, whom he most desired to invite, Zhang Tan still required 2 additional members. The previous day, Luo Ming had recommended Lu Shi and Jia Yulin, both from the same group. Returning to the 9th floor, Zhang Tan sought out Lu Shi first. Lu Shi was quite surprised by the invitation, as their interactions had been minimal prior to this. Yet he found no reason to decline. Only Jia Yulin remained, but he was not in the office. I just saw him, remarked a colleague from Jia Yulin's office. Why not give him a call? Zhang Tan acquired Jia Yulin's number and, upon dialing, explained his purpose. I'm sorry, but I don't have time. Please find someone else, Jia Yulin responded over the phone. Zhang Tan did not relent and continued to extend the invitation, but Jia Yulin remained resolute. With no other option, Zhang Tan expressed his regret and decided to seek other candidates. Just as he departed, Jia Yulin returned to the office. Old Jia, someone was looking for you. That newcomer, Zhang Tan, seems to have invited you to join the Unlucky Bear crew, a colleague informed him. Jia Yulin chuckled. I already declined. I haven't finished my current projects. Chapter 46. Arrogance. After Jia Yulin declined, Zhang Tan sought another individual from Group 3, thereby officially assembling the creative team for the Unlucky Bear. The first order of business post-formation was to convene a small meeting to clarify certain matters. In the afternoon, Zhang Tan met with Director Li Liang, and the two engaged in extensive discussions. The paramount task at hand was to expedite the scriptwriting process, aiming to craft a narrative encompassing 50 episodes. A responsibility entrusted to Zhang Tan. Li Liang began to establish the project team, recognizing that he required a multitude of personnel. A serialized animation typically involves between 50 to 100 individuals, and for larger projects, this number can exceed 300. It was crucial for Li Liang to find suitable candidates who could harmonize effectively, making Zhang Tan's role within the writing team considerably less arduous. Currently, The Unlucky Bear is set to produce 50 episodes with a total investment of 50 million yuan. As for the potential for a 51st episode, that remains uncertain and will depend on the program's reception. Following his conversation with Zhang Tan, Li Liang proceeded to the writers' team to meet with the other members. With such a significant undertaking, the project's inception rested heavily on the shoulders of these 5 individuals. Although Zhang Tan had previously worked on numerous large-scale film projects, this was his inaugural venture into animation. He understood that, despite being entrusted with a project of this magnitude, the higher-ups likely harbored reservations due to his youth. Managing a budget of 50 million yuan was no trivial matter. Drawing from his experience, he took the initiative that very afternoon to report to the leaders, starting with Feng Dong and subsequently addressing the head of the writing team. It was merely the first day, and there was little to report. Yet he conveyed the establishment of the writing group and outlined his work plan. At this juncture, the content of the report was less significant than the act of reporting itself, instilling confidence in the leadership and assuring them of his capability. This is why some individuals in the workplace often frequent their superiors' offices, reporting on matters both great and small. While some may perceive this behavior as sycophantic or indicative of a lack of responsibility, such proactive individuals often earn the esteem of their leaders. Leaders appreciate being informed about their team's daily activities, alleviating concerns about potential missteps. Luo Ming, who made a special trip after work to advise Zhang Tan, encouraged him to report diligently on every detail, assuring him it would yield positive outcomes. Upon returning home that evening, Zhang Tan retrieved his suit and dress shirt in preparation for the official signing ceremony for the Unlucky Bear scheduled for the following day. A grand event was anticipated, with numerous media representatives in attendance. As the lead writer, his presence was essential, necessitating formal attire. He noticed that his clothing was somewhat wrinkled and intended to iron it, but could not locate his iron. Thus, he planned to head to the shopping mall on Xiaomi Street to purchase one. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Xiaobai ascending, with Ming Chengcheng following closely behind her. "Uncle, have you eaten?" she inquired, her greeting steeped in rustic charm. "I have. How about you?" he responded. "I have as well." "Uncle, are you heading out?" It appeared that Xiaobai was indeed looking for him. "I'm going to the mall to buy something. I'll be back shortly." "The mall?" Xiaobai's eyes lit up. "Yes. What's the matter?" Little Bai approached him with hopeful eyes and inquired, "Uncle, would you take me to the mall?" Without hesitation, Zhang Tan declined. "Not at all. We are not familiar enough for that, Little Bai. Imagine how it would sound if the boss took his kindergarten students shopping." What would the parents think? And what about the young ladies in the mall? I would certainly never receive notes from them again. Hearing Zhang Tan's refusal, Little Bai pouted. Why not take me? I'm very well behaved. It is study time now. Go find your teacher and stop wandering around. What if you lead Chengcheng astray? Zhang Tan admonished as he swiftly exited the courtyard. Upon glancing back, he saw Little Bai and Ming Chengcheng standing in the corridor, hand in hand, gazing in his direction. Less than 5 minutes' walk from the school, there stood a large shopping mall. Zhang Tan bought an iron, and upon discovering a food stall, he filled a paper bag with chicken strips and cold beef, along with a box of bear-shaped drinks, returning home laden with goods. Yet he had not received any notes from the young ladies. Upon returning to the school, he did not encounter Little Bai, leaving him uncertain of her whereabouts. However, he was unconcerned, knowing she would soon find him, as if she were a little puppy capable of sensing his return. Sure enough, Little Bai appeared, accompanied by Ming Chengcheng. The little girl looked timid, as if Zhang Tan were a villain, lingering behind Little Bai and hiding half of her small frame. Oh dear, uncle, did the police send you back? Little Bai exclaimed gleefully. Did they not allow you into the mall? Zhang Tan chose not to engage with the little one, welcoming them inside instead. I returned after buying my things, he explained. What? You must be joking. The little one replied, astonished, for a trip to the mall was always a grand adventure. Hardly something one could complete in less than half a day. Would you like to watch some television? Zhang Tan asked. Little Bai rummaged through her pockets, producing a candy and mysteriously offering it to Zhang Tan, saying, Uncle, have a candy. If it's sweet, you must call for your mother. Thank you. But I prefer not to eat sweets, he replied. How silly. Little Bai murmured softly. Doesn't he know that candy is the best treat in the world? Not wanting to press the matter, she returned the candy to her pocket and stated, Uncle, please give Chengcheng a warm welcome. Ah, welcome Chengcheng? She has never been to your house, Zhang Tan chuckled. Uncertain of the children's game, he still smiled and addressed Ming Chengcheng. Chengcheng, welcome to my home. Please make yourself comfortable. Chengcheng stared at him blankly, offering no response. She smelled delightful, reminiscent of a small melon hanging from a vine. Zhang Tan. Little Bai patted her head and said, Chengcheng, don't be shy. Uncle is welcoming you. Move around. Don't freeze up. Despite her encouragement, it appeared that Ming Chengcheng had resolved to remain still, utterly transfixed, a look of astonishment adorning her face. Zhang Tan took out the freshly purchased cold beef and chicken strips, placing them on the coffee table, and called over 2 little friends to partake. Xiaobai circled around the table, and upon inquiring about the food, gulped several times, chuckling nervously. Xiaobai has no money. Zhang Tan fetched 2 cans of bear drink, helped to tear them open, inserted straws, and after a moment's thought, retrieved another can for himself. Xiaobai's gaze was captivated by the bear design on the can, recognizing it as the incredibly delicious bear drink, and he quickly swallowed again, stressing, I truly have no money. Oh, please don't be like this. Rather than addressing Zhang Tan, it felt more like a self-affirmation. No need for money, it's my treat, Xiaobai said mischievously, elongating his words. That's not good, right? Zhang Tan, now somewhat familiar with Xiaobai's style, refrained from further banter and boldly declared, I earned some money today, so I'm treating you all. Xiaobai delighted in this proclamation, brimming with envy. How did you earn money again, uncle? You're amazing. Come, don't be shy. Let us make a toast. Zhang Tan lifted the bear drink, handing 1 can to Xiaobai and another to Ming Chengcheng, grasping their little hands to clink them together. Cheers. Xiaobai corrected him. That's not a cup, it's a bottle. Cheers with bottles, all right. You're right. Cheers with bottles. Chengcheng, you drink too. Ming Chengcheng held the bear drink, timidly gazing at him, and finally spoke, her voice so soft it was barely audible above the cicadas outside, only comparable to a whisper. I also have no money. Ah. Instead of speaking in proper Mandarin, she imitated Xiaobai's Sichuan accent. Zhang Tan turned to Xiaobai, saying, Xiaobai, talk to Chengcheng, encourage her. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Encourage her. He pinched Ming Chengcheng's chubby cheeks playfully and said, You silly girl. You don't know how delicious bear is. Just take a sip, and you'll be calling for your mommy. Chapter 47. Contract signing. The bear beverage is undoubtedly delicious. There is no question about it. Yet Ming Chengcheng did not find it so delightful as to exclaim for her mother. She murmured, Wow, wow. Zhang sighed, perceiving that her astonishment lacked fervor, clearly an expression of mere compliance. However, it seemed out of character for Ming Chengcheng to resort to such pleasantries. The somewhat dazed Xiaoxiang was suddenly interjected with a statement that felt incongruous, sounding more like something Xiaobai would say, undoubtedly learned from her. Xiaobai and Ming Chengcheng were whispering to each other, discussing the flavor of the bear beverage, while Zhang stood up to unpack the iron he had just purchased. He plugged it in and laid his suit on the desk, preparing to press it flat. "What are you doing?" A curious voice came from behind. It was Xiaobai, observing him intently. "I'm ironing clothes," Zhang replied. The suit was quickly pressed and hung on a hanger, and he spread out a white shirt. "Why do you need to iron your clothes?" Xiaobai continued to inquire, her curiosity evident. "It's not just ironing. It's about making the clothes look neat," Zhang explained. Xiaobai responded with an "oh," before requesting if she could also get her clothes ironed once he was finished, as she wished to appear cuter. "I can iron your clothes. Just bring them tomorrow," Zhang agreed. "The clothes are small. It won't be much trouble," he added. "Today, not tomorrow," Xiaobai insisted, preparing to remove her red outfit right then and there. Zhang was taken aback and hurriedly interjected, Wait, don't do that." He feared misunderstandings that could lead to complications. "What's wrong? Don't you want to help me iron my clothes?" Xiaobai maintained her intention to undress, while Zhang gently took her hands away, wishing to alleviate the tension. "If you take off your clothes, you'll be left bare. That's not appropriate," he cautioned. "I can," Xiaobai retorted. "No, you cannot." "I can." "You cannot." Xiaobai became exasperated. "You said you'd help me iron my clothes. Don't go back on your word." "Are you bullying me?" Zhang protested. "How could I dare? You're the little queen now. I'll do whatever you say, just don't take off your clothes, or I'll be in deep trouble." As they remained at an impasse, a giggle erupted from Chengcheng, who had been watching them from the sofa. She smiled briefly. But when Zhang and Xiaobai turned to her, she appeared lost in thought again, resembling a dazed little melon. It seemed she was merely seeking attention. But it caught Xiaobai's notice. The impetuous child rushed over to Chengcheng, intent on undressing her, thinking that if she couldn't get her clothes ironed, then perhaps Chengcheng could be next. Zhang hurried to intervene once more. Xiaobai, now irate, took Chengcheng by the hand and declared, "I'm not playing with you anymore." Good riddance, Zhang thought, not attempting to keep them from leaving. Xiaobai escorted Chengcheng, changing into smaller shoes before exiting. Upon seeing Zhang close the door, she ruffled her hair and muttered, "Why didn't you say Xiaobai shouldn't leave?" Beside her, the little melon Chengcheng chimed in. "The bear beverage is really tasty." "Ah, you silly child. If it's so delicious, why don't you call for your mother?" The two of them each held a can of bear-shaped beverage, savoring it with delight, seated on the steps at the entrance. The signing ceremony for the Unfortunate Bear project was taking place at the Pujiang television station. Zhang Tan had driven there early, arriving precisely at 8 o'clock, with the event set to commence at 8:58, leaving nearly an hour to spare. The event was hosted by Pujiang Television, with the public relations department of the production company assisting. Familiar faces from the PR department were visible, though their names eluded him. Belonging to that category of acquaintances recognized with a nod. Suddenly, a person sprang out beside him, greeting him with a radiant smile. It was Jiang Rong. She was clad in a tailored black suit, looking quite mature and sophisticated. "You look dashing, boss," she remarked, surveying Zhang Tan with bright eyes, almost not recognizing him a moment prior. Zhang Tan was also in a black suit, paired with a white shirt and a blue and white striped tie. "Isn't that a necessity?" Jiang Rong waited for a moment and asked, "Is that all? Huh? Aren't you going to return the compliment? Don't you think I look lovely?" Zhang Tan replied with a slight frown. He noted a resemblance to Xiaobai. That little one wanted to iron his own clothes upon seeing him do so, believing it would make him more adorable. "Look, Su Jian has arrived." Zhang Tan waved to Su Jian, who had just come in, inviting him to join. Today, all members of the screenwriting team were present. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with personnel from both the television station and the production company gathering. The two entities were brother units with a long-standing amicable relationship, thus the prominent figures from both sides would be participating in this project signing ceremony. Zhang Tan spotted Feng Dong and then saw Minister Yang from the animation department accompanying a familiar middle-aged man. Su Jian reminded him that the senior party official from the production company, Director Lin Hongyi. Oh, Zhang Tan realized it was his first time encountering the real person. He had only seen photos of Director Lin on the production company's official website, hence the familiarity. As Zhang Tan observed, Minister Yang suddenly pointed at him, prompting Director Lin to look in his direction. With graying temples and a square face, Director Lin was tall and robust, exuding vitality despite his age. Minister Yang waved at Zhang Tan, and Jiang Rong urged, "Boss, Minister Yang is signaling for you to meet the director. Go on." Zhang Tan cleared his throat and approached. "Director, this is Zhang Tan, the lead screenwriter for this project." Minister Yang introduced him to Director Lin. Director Lin appraised Zhang Tan and boomed, a fine young man. The production company needs individuals like you. Zhang Tan engaged in conversation with him for a while, but when someone from the television station approached to greet the director, he discreetly stepped aside. Minister Yang nodded at him, indicating that he had performed well. Not long after Lin Hongyi's arrival, the director of the television station also made his entrance. They were nearly of the same age and stature, exchanging pleasantries. Zhang Tan noticed Director Wang standing nearby. Their eyes met, and he smiled, giving a nod. At 8:50, everyone settled into their seats. A considerable number of media representatives arrived, their cameras and equipment poised. As Puzhong Television is part of the media industry, they had numerous acquaintances within the circle, and their invitations were met with respect, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand movie premiere. At 8:58, Lin Hongyi and others emerged from backstage, taking their places at the elegantly adorned podium. The signing ceremony was presided over by Director Wang, whose full name Zhang Tan learned was Wang Jin upon hearing her self-introduction. The signing segment was relatively straightforward. The leaders from both sides delivered speeches, followed by the signing between the deputy factory director and the counterpart's deputy director, concluding with a commemorative photograph. After the signing concluded, a press conference ensued, wherein Lin Hongyi and the others refrained from participating, leaving Minister Yang, Director Wang, and Director Li Liang to engage with the media. The journalists pressed forward, and Zhang Tan, who had initially occupied a front-row seat, humbly retreated to the back. Observing the lively scene through the crowd, Jiang Rong approached him, her gaze fixed on the bustling activity ahead, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Boss, our status as screenwriters is rather lacking. As the primary authors of the story, we are not even on stage." Zhang Tan remained rather unperturbed. "It's not that our status as screenwriters is diminished. It's simply that we lack a project worthy of presentation." Jiang Rong turned to him, somewhat astonished, surprised by his clarity of mind during such a momentous occasion. "Boss, tell me, don't you think I'm beautiful?" Chapter 48. I want to climb a tree for several consecutive days. Zhang Tan had been following the news of the unfortunate bear online. In summary, after a few attempts, it had vanished. An animated series, devoid of any celebrity involvement, struggles immensely to maintain its media presence. Quite by chance, he stumbled upon a promotional article regarding a bank's entrepreneurial loan, indeed, one he had previously pinned. According to Luo Ming, this article had been disseminated across various online forums, relying on the self-propagation by netizens, yielding quite a satisfactory effect, albeit with a considerable amount of criticism. Upon logging into a frequently visited forum, Zhang Tan discovered that the criticisms were abundant. The coarse individuals had sullied a beautiful love story with their vulgarity. He chose to ignore it, closing the forum. After all, criticism could be viewed as a form of achievement. The unfortunate bear project was in full swing, with the project team convening brief meetings every morning to report on their progress. Zhang Tan, leading the screenwriting team, was diligently crafting the script, and the progress was promising. Within 3 days, they had completed half of it. The script for Unfortunate Bear was relatively easy to write, with each episode lasting no more than 3 minutes and each story being self-contained. Those versed in crafting narratives found it to be an efficient endeavor. Zhang Tan's career seemed to have officially found its footing and was beginning to flourish. Upon hearing about his significant project, Aunt Huang prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate his success. After work, Zhang Tan purchased some modest gifts and, under the cloak of night, made his way to Aunt Huang's home. Uncle Huang was engaged in a game of chess with Huang Mimi. The clattering of pieces against the wooden board echoed loudly, exuding a vigorous atmosphere, while Uncle Huang sat opposite, deep in contemplation. Upon Zhang Tan's arrival, Huang Mimi exclaimed, Come, let me pour you a cup of tea." Uncle Huang hastily rose, but Huang Mimi seized him, assertively stating, "Finish this game first." Uncle Huang admonished her, "Zhang Tan is here." Huang Mimi waved at Zhang Tan. "So what if he is here?" "Yes, just Zhang Tan. Make yourself at home. Feel free to do as you wish." She then turned back to Uncle Huang. "Don't even think about escaping, or you can concede and settle the money you owe from earlier." Their spirited banter nearly jeopardized their father-daughter bond over a mere 1,000 yuan. Aunt Huang, busy in the kitchen, emerged wielding a spatula, scolding, "Are you all so idle? One of you come in and wash the vegetables." "Dad, you go," Huang Mimi urged Uncle Huang. He adamantly refused, providing a rather reasonable excuse. "I'm drenched in sweat from losing. I need a moment to recover." "You go." Indeed, his reasoning held merit. "If you lose and don't pay, then you should help Mom with dinner," Huang Mimi suggested, which was equally sensible. "Our Mom," Uncle Huang retorted angrily. Huang Mimi quickly evaded, My mom, my mom. Ha ha ha. Neither was willing to assist in the kitchen, and observing this, Zhang Tan rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the kitchen. Just as he reached the doorway, a booming voice called out, "Where are you?" Moments later, An Huang emerged, spatula in hand, startling Zhang Tan, as the greasy utensil nearly brushed against his face, evoking memories of ancient tortures where red-hot iron was pressed against one's skin. An Huang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, quickly replacing her serious expression with a warm smile, transforming back into the amiable Principal Huang. Zhang Tan, urging her to sit, said, "You needn't assist here, Lao Wang, come over." Uncle Huang replied, "What's up? Washing vegetables. What do you mean? Are you coming or not?" Sensing his wife's rising temper, Uncle Huang dared not refuse. After all, having a quarrel with his daughter was one thing, but turning against his wife would leave him without a foothold in the family. Come, come, come. Huang Mimi called out to his retreating figure. "You owe me 1,000 yuan, make a note of it." Uncle Huang muttered under his breath about being an unfilial daughter, shaking his head in resignation, as his status diminished further with 2 women in the household. "Zhang Tan, are you coming?" Huang Mimi had her sights set on him. "Chess. Yes, it's quite simple. You know how to play, right? Shall we have a game?" "Sure," Zhang Tan replied. Huang Mimi promptly smiled and urged him to take a seat, diligently setting up the chess pieces without requiring Zhang Tan's assistance. "As our guest, you may make the first move," she said. Zhang Tan, not one to be polite, advanced a pawn. A small step forward for the pawn, a giant leap for civility. Huang Mimi raised an eyebrow and suddenly excused herself. "Wait a moment. I need to use the restroom." Upon returning, Huang Mimi casually remarked, "How about we add a wager to make it more interesting, 100 per game? I hear you've secured a significant project. You wouldn't mind losing, would you?" With such a proposition laid out, Zhang Tan found it hard to decline and consented readily. 2 minutes later, he suffered a crushing defeat. This is illogical, Zhang Tan pondered. Though he wasn't a chess master, he was certainly competent. However, the loss came far too swiftly. Huang Mimi, adding salt to the wound, quipped, "My dad's worst game lasted over 3 minutes." And Zhang Tan scrutinized Huang Mimi's round face, noticing it had become even fuller since her return from a trip. The sight of her face stirred memories of the past. This young woman's greatest talent was not merely her appetite, but her prowess in chess. He remembered how she had attended special training sessions, dominating her peers throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Realizing this, Zhang Tan no longer doubted himself, regaining his confidence. He boldly retrieved his wallet and slapped a 100 yuan bill onto the table, mirroring Huang Mimi's earlier assertiveness. Huang Mimi beamed. "So straightforward? Here, take this. Perhaps you'll win the next round." Just then, Uncle Huang emerged with a dish. Witnessing Huang Mimi's mischief against him and Zhang Tan, he exposed her cunning intent. Warning Zhang Tan, "Don't fall for her tricks. This girl has deceived me into losing 10 games without realizing it." Furious, Huang Mimi retorted, "What have I deceived you about? Did I cause you to lose? Isn't it merely a matter of skill? We are all adults. Don't we have our own judgments?" Uncle Huang, left speechless, silently retreated to the kitchen to continue his work where he felt more suited. "Zhang Tan, let us play again." Zhang Tan, now wary, replied, No, I'm not your match. I'm done." Zhang Tan expressed his reluctance to join the table, deeming the financial loss trivial, yet recognizing the detrimental impact on confidence. Knowing he would face defeat, he still felt compelled to participate, devoid of any masochistic tendencies. Fortunately, dinner was ready. Everyone washed their hands and gathered to eat as Zhang Tan introduced the Unlucky Bear project. En Huang was elated for him. Her spirits lifted as she continuously served him dishes. After the meal, the responsibility of washing the dishes fell upon the fortunate Huang Mimi. Aunt Huang and Zhang Tan returned to the academy, and upon noticing this, Uncle Huang, concerned about potential pressure at home, decided to wander around the village, leaving Huang Mimi to sigh in solitude. Upon arriving at the academy and passing through the courtyard, Zhang Tan suddenly paused, instructing Aunt Huang to head back while he took a stroll in the yard. As he watched her depart, he meandered beneath a row of sycamore trees along the wall and addressed the dimly lit corner, stating, "Come out, for I have already seen you." The cicadas in the trees chirped melodiously, while the little insects in the corner joined in a soft hum, and the atmosphere quieted for a brief moment before a small, childish voice chimed in. "Which one did you see?" The thick Sichuan dialect truly tested Zhang Tan's intellect. "I see you, little white ash flower. What mischief are you up to this time?" Little Bai emerged from beneath the sycamore tree, grinning like a goose, and curiously inquired, How did you know I was here, uncle? First, tell me what you were doing here. Little Bai lifted her head, surveying the nearby mulberry tree, and hopefully replied, I want to climb the tree. Chapter 49. Advertising. Xiaobai expressed her desire to ascend the tree, not as a query or a command, but as a simple declaration. Upon uttering her intent, she wrapped her arms around the trunk, preparing to climb. She was resolute. This was no trivial pursuit. Zhang Tan observed as she nimbly employed both hands and feet to ascend. Though not quite as adept as a monkey, she certainly matched the agility of a young one, her movements betraying a history of climbing experience. Isn't this a bit reckless, Xiaobai? It's quite dangerous, Zhang Tan remarked, feeling an urge to pluck her from her precarious perch. Yet, understanding her domineering yet endearing nature, he feared her wrath, and perhaps a playful bite would ensue. This is my forte, with claws and all. Danger is thrilling, Xiaobai puffed, her determination unabated. Why do you wish to climb the tree? Zhang Tan inquired, leveling his gaze at her, who had already reached a considerable height. Just for fun, she replied, implying her intention was purely whimsical, following her heart wherever it led. Embarking on a spontaneous adventure. This is unwise, Xiaobai. The darkness descends, and the tree becomes perilous. Moreover, your clothes are getting dirty, Zhang Tan cautioned, poised to intervene as she seemed to slip beyond his control. Come on, uncle, there is no danger up here, Xiaobai insisted, unrelenting in her climb, and even attempting to coax him to join her. As she neared her goal, Zhang Tan decisively intervened, capturing her before she could reach the top. What are you doing? Don't touch me, Xiaobai protested, flailing in discontent as her efforts were thwarted. Her fierce glare at Zhang Tan suggested she was ready to pounce and retaliate. Instinctively, Zhang Tan shielded himself with his briefcase, a meager barrier against the spirited pup. Do not climb. It's dangerous. You're still just a child. Xiaobai seethed, her eyes blazing with indignation. You're making me so angry, she exclaimed, demanding he move aside. Zhang Tan, unfazed, chuckled amiably. No need to be upset. How about watching cartoons at my place? I have some bear drinks waiting for you. Her interest piqued. Xiaobai softened slightly but still shook her head in refusal. What is this? You don't enjoy cartoons? I do, she admitted. And you don't like bear drinks? I do like them. Then why the shake of your head? The bear drink is delightful, but I have no money. What good is it? I'll treat you. It's free. Xiaobai shook her head once more, silent, as she sidled back to the tree, intent on another attempt to climb. Zhang Tan blocked her path again. Forget the tree. I can take you for bear drinks and cartoons. Doesn't tea that sound appealing? Xiaobai circumvented him, exasperated. What is appealing about it? I've told you I have no money. Her fiery demeanor was challenging. Even a simple offer of a drink incited her ire. As she resumed her ascent, Zhang Tan decided to summon Teacher Lu for assistance. From a distance, Teacher Lu called out to halt her, but Zhang Tan quickly intervened. Be careful not to startle her. She might fall. Indeed, Teacher Lu acknowledged, hastening toward the scene. However, Xiaobai, having sensed her approach, summoned all her strength to hasten her climb. Though she was swift, she was ultimately intercepted by Teacher Lu, who seized her and carried her back down, insisting she return to the classroom. Xiaobai was taken away, and Zhang Tan watched her and Teacher Xiao Lu leave, feeling a sense of accomplishment for having averted a potential incident. Upon returning home, Zhang Tan refreshed himself, feeling significantly invigorated. Just as he settled on the sofa, preparing to watch a film, he suddenly recalled that his public account had not been updated for several days. He braced himself for the inevitable backlash. Upon opening the video website, he noticed over 50 unread messages in the upper right corner of his account, all urging him to update and inquiring about the lack of new content. Among them, one message stood out. It was from Li Rue, the planning manager of Yonglong Entertainment Company, expressing a desire to discuss a collaboration and inviting him to connect on WeChat. Yonglong Entertainment Company? A planning manager? Zhang Tan pondered for a moment without rushing to make a decision, continuing to browse through the other messages. Once he had read them all, he returned to the intriguing one. If it wasn't a scam, it likely pertained to advertising opportunities. He opened his account, astonished to find his follower count had reached 160,000, indicating a considerable advertising potential. Most importantly, he was operating a professional film and television account, while the other party claimed to represent an entertainment company, which, by its name, was likely involved in the film industry. When he registered the Xiaoyu account, he had stayed up late creating videos with the hope of attracting advertisers. And now it seemed that opportunity had finally arrived. Zhang Tan searched for Yonglong Entertainment Company online, and to his surprise, he found it existed. Upon visiting their official website, he discovered that they were quite a sizable entity, engaged in film and television production. Perusing their list of released works, he recognized one film he had seen and had heard of two others. This was a legitimate company with substantial capabilities. He sent a request to add Li Rue on WeChat, and within a minute, it was accepted. Hello, are you the upmaster of Tanwig Weji? I am Li Rue, the planning manager of Yonglong Entertainment Company. Zhang Tan did not respond immediately. Instead, he browsed through the other party's moments, discovering numerous posts related to film and television, including photos with celebrities. Although he understood that if the other party were a fraud, their moments would likely be meticulously curated, making it difficult to discern any flaws, he still found himself inclined to trust them a little more. Hello, Manager Li, my name is Zhang Tan. What can I do for you? The other party succinctly stated their intentions, aligning perfectly with Zhang Tan's assumptions. They wished to place advertisements on his public account. Mr. Zhang, are you available for a phone call? We can discuss the details. Zhang Tan took the initiative to initiate a voice call, noting that the other person's voice suggested they were relatively young. After a conversation lasting over 10 minutes, they agreed to meet the following evening at 7 p.m. in a CAF on Chengcheng Street. Specifically, Yonglong Entertainment Company had produced a film titled Tomorrow SU, which was set to be released soon, and they were eager to promote it through Zhang Tan's platform. Zhang Tan conducted an online search for the film Li Rue mentioned. It was a youthful romantic drama produced by Yonglong Entertainment Company, boasting an investment of 80 million yuan, with well-known actors and a reputable director. Wondering how the meeting would unfold was futile. Zhang Tan closed the webpage and began preparing for a new video. Regardless of whether the advertisement materialized, it was clear that as long as he had followers, advertisers would seek him out, illuminating a promising financial future. Zhang Tan, invigorated and busy, heard a knock at the door. It was most likely his friend Xiaomi, who often visited in the evening. Opening the door and looking down, he was indeed greeted by Xiaomi. Uncle, here are some fries for you, she said, handing him a small paper bag filled with a handful of fries. Are these for me? Oh, thank you, he replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, fearing Xiaomi might have come to confront him for reporting to Teacher Lu. With a spirit of reciprocation, Zhang Tan's enthusiasm grew upon seeing Xiaomi. Come in, have a seat. Where did you get these? He inquired. Isn't Mo Yuqian supposed to be the one bringing them? Xiaobai, however, did not step inside and simply stuffed the fries into Zhang Tan's hand. These are from Chengcheng's dad, she explained. Chengcheng's dad? Zhang Tan exclaimed, surprised, noticing Xiaobai's expression of innocent amusement, prompting him to ask in a playful tone. What does that mean? Perhaps the light-hearted banter had bridged their connection, as Xiaobai giggled and clarified. It just means dad. Dad, I thought it was some strange uncle. He jested. Did Chengcheng's father just drop them off? Xiaobai nodded, confirming that Chengcheng's father had picked up the child and left behind the fries and chicken wings. We already devoured the wings, she added candidly, implying there was no chance of sharing those. Zhang Tan glanced at the clock. It was already 10 p.m. Did you eat yet? He asked. You should eat, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's face fell slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. I brought these for you. Just eat them. I will, of course. I adore fries, he assured her. Xiaobai's mood brightened instantly, and she twirled around his feet in delight, leaving him bemused by her whimsical behavior. Take your time eating. I must be off now. Bye, she exclaimed. Come in and sit for a while. Zhang Tan hesitated to offer her a drink, fearing it might have the opposite effect. Bye. Xiaobai waved her tiny hand elegantly, departing without a care. Chapter 50. Chengcheng donned a white princess dress, while Xiaobai bounced down the stairs in a blue sports outfit, her cheerful footsteps awakening the corridor's lights. Upon reaching the corner, she glanced up and smiled at Zhang Tan before skipping away, vanishing from sight. Today marked the first time Zhang Tan had witnessed her smile. After a brief moment, ensuring that Xiaobai would not return, he closed the door and sat at his desk, extracting a still-warm fry from a small packet. Savoring its delightful flavor, Zhang Tan found himself devoid of the inclination to create a video. This modest packet of fries captured all his attention and mood. Before him lay the window, through which he heard voices outside. Zhang Tan observed a portly man leading a little girl away. The man turned and waved, saying, Goodbye. Xiaobai, see you tomorrow. I'll take Chengcheng home now. You should head home early too. It was Meng Chengcheng and her father. Had they not already left? How were they still here? Xiaobai had mentioned that Chengcheng's father had brought fries and chicken wings, taking her away, and then she had delivered fries. However, It appeared that Meng Chengcheng and her father had just departed, having lingered downstairs all along. Today, Meng Chengcheng wore a white princess dress, resembling a little princess, her smile radiant as she clung closely to her father, resembling a budding flower in the evening. Zhang Tan watched as they disappeared beneath the streetlight at the entrance of the Little Red Horse Academy, wrapping up the unfinished fries to save for later. He retrieved a watermelon and a cantaloupe from the refrigerator, cut them into small pieces in the kitchen, packed them in disposable containers, and prepared 3 fruit forks before stepping out. The first floor was brightly lit, yet tranquil, as the children had already retreated to their rooms for the night. However, Zhang Tan was aware that one little one remained. In a corner of the reading area, he discovered Xiaobai, engrossed in a picture book. Upon hearing his footsteps, Xiaobai looked up, surprised to see Zhang Tan, and exclaimed, "Uncle, why aren't you asleep yet?" Zhang Tan sat beside her on the small stools, opting instead to sit on the floor, opening the fruit containers. "Have some watermelon and cantaloupe. And don't say you have no money. I'm treating you. I finished your fries, which were particularly delicious." Xiaobai stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. Zhang Tan returned her gaze for a few moments in silence. Children need not dwell on thoughts like adults. Surely, she felt thirsty after eating fries. As for him, he was quite parched. He took a fruit fork, pierced a piece of watermelon, and offered it to Xiaobai. "Here, take it." Xiaobai placed her picture book on her lap, gripping the fruit fork with her right hand while her left hand supported the fruit to prevent any juice from dripping onto the floor. Zhang Tan chuckled, "Look at you. The little one eating watermelon." Xiaobai raised her eyebrows. "Uncle? Did you just say little one?" No, I didn't say anything of the sort. I was merely stating that we both enjoy watermelon." "Humph. Uncle, read me The Windmill." Zhang Tan noticed that the book resting on her lap was indeed the tale of Arthur the Field Mouse. Again, this same picture book. "Do you really like this book? I've seen you with Arthur the Field Mouse many times." Xiaobai nodded, affirming her fondness for it. Zhang Tan removed the picture book from her lap, flipping to the page she was reading, and began to narrate. One day, the field mice spotted Ah Fu sitting there in a daze, gazing at the vast prairie. They inquired, "Ah Fu, why are you not working again? What are you up to?" Ah Fu replied, "I am collecting colors." The other field mice asked, "What colors are you collecting?" The little white mouse, munching on watermelon, interjected, "The green of the prairie." Zhang Tan praised her, "Little white, you are truly clever, indeed." Ah Fu is collecting the green of the prairie. The other field mice queried, "Why do you need to collect green? Isn't it right in front of you?" "There's no need for collection." Little White chimed in again, "Because winter is gray." "Why collect the green of the prairie?" "Because winter is gray." "Oh, have you seen this episode?" "I guessed it." Little White giggled, her little feet swinging momentarily, clearly pleased with herself, but then she wondered if Uncle was merely teasing her. Leaning closer to the picture book to see what it said, "What does the book say?" Zhang Tan pointed out, "These words here, winter is gray, do they not align with what you just said?" Little White pondered for a long moment, then nodded earnestly, "Yes, indeed. This is my forte." Zhang Tan, seeing her put on an act, stifled a laugh, directing her gaze back to the book, which stated, Ah Fu said, "Because there is no food in winter." "Little White, aren't you illiterate? How has this become your forte? You should be modest, dear." He knew well that Little White usually guessed the content of picture books through images or relied on other children to narrate. "What are you laughing at?" Little White, with a serious expression, scrutinized him, seemingly having caught Zhang Tan in a moment of mirth. Zhang Tan quickly adopted a solemn demeanor, vehemently denying, "No, absolutely not. I'm not laughing." "Really not laughing?" "Truly not. What would I laugh about? How would I know what you find amusing? Are you laughing at my illiteracy?" Zhang Tan swore to the heavens, "I assure you, I am not. Why would I laugh at that? You are still a child, just 4 years old. It is completely normal not to know how to read. Many children are illiterate. As you grow, you will learn." "Is that true?" "Indeed. Are you teasing Little White?" "Teasing you? You nearly made me laugh." "I am truly not teasing you. How about this? I can teach you to read." "Why? Why what? Why teach me to read when you are not my good friend?" "Oh, so we are not good friends after all?" I feel like crying. Perhaps noticing Zhang Tan's expression falter, Little White added, "You are too grown up. All my good friends are younglings. What are you? Do your friends have to be tiny? Am I not acceptable at this size? What am I? I am a person. Can't you see I am a grown person?" Let us continue reading the picture book. The two continued to enjoy their watermelon while listening to the story unfolding in the book, during which Teacher Lu arrived. Noticed Zhang Tan and Little White engrossed in conversation and quietly retreated. In the stillness of midnight, As the clock struck 12, Xiaobai stifled a yawn. Zhang, placing the illustrated book aside, remarked, "You must be tired. Perhaps you should retreat to the dormitory for a brief rest." Xiaobai shook her head, her gaze drifting towards the doorway. Her aunt was approaching. Indeed, within moments, her aunt emerged from the shadows of the night, only to vanish again, accompanied by a newfound little friend. As they walked through the desolate alley, the dim glow of the street lamp cast a soft light upon the cobbled path. Xiaobai hurriedly scampered, her short legs moving swiftly, occasionally breaking into a light jog to keep pace with her aunt. "Aunt, are you tired today?" asked Malanhua. Grasping her small hand, her focus fixed ahead, eager to return home. "Claw? Why do you ask that?" Her aunt replied. "Just showing concern. Aren't you feeling well?" "You silly child, I know you too well. What mischief are you plotting? Has your claw fallen silent? Did I hit the mark, you silly child?" "I'm fuming with indignation." "Speak again." "Like Chengcheng on horseback, followed by Sun Wukong." "And now you're singing?" "Aunt." Today Chengcheng wore a princess dress. She looked so lovely. "Stop with the frivolities. Let us return home for some rest." Xiaobai fell silent, the only sound accompanying them being the rhythm of their footsteps. After a while, she inquired again, "Aunt, are you tired today?" "Enough. Speak plainly." Lo Zikong said my clothes were meant for spring, but it is summer now. I complained about the heat. I used to smell as sweet as Chengcheng. But now, after sweating, I've turned foul. "Oh, indeed. You're still in long sleeves. When we get home, I shall find you some summer attire." "Huh. There's a princess dress." Enough of that. Chapter 51. The Great Thief. The following evening, Xiaobai donned her vibrant red attire once more. Unlike the previous day, her sleeves were rolled up, yet the young girl still found herself perspiring profusely due to the heat. Her penchant for running about soon transformed her from pleasantly fragrant to decidedly odorous. To avert further unpleasantness, she remained indoors, seated beneath the air conditioning, perusing picture books or engaging in games and songs with her peers. Alas, playing football was out of the question, a lamentable loss. The sun had yet to set, casting a golden glow across the summer evening sky, the horizon painted with resplendent hues. The Xiaohongma Academy, nestled amidst lush greenery, was alive with the rustling of trees and the melodious chirping of unseen birds hidden among the leaves, creating a picturesque scene perfect for children to frolic and laugh. However, Xiaobai was confined to her home, seeking out Zhang Tan, only to find no one answering his door. He had not yet returned. After work, Zhang Tan, as per their arrangement, met with Li Rui from Yonglong Entertainment at a CAF on Xichang Street. He arrived 10 minutes early, having just settled into a seat when a young man approached him. Inquiring, "Are you Mr. Zhang Tan?" Zhang Tan assessed his interlocutor, a man likely under 30, of unremarkable stature and appearance, sporting black-rimmed glasses and carrying a black leather bag. He rose to greet him. "I am indeed. You must be Manager Li?" "Yes, that is correct. I am Li Rui. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zhang," he replied, taking a seat. "You appear quite youthful. Your videos are impressive," Li Rui remarked. Zhang Tan ordered 2 cups of coffee, and they proceeded to discuss the potential collaboration. Without unnecessary preamble, Li Rui presented an offer for a sponsored segment advertisement, proposing a fee of 30,000 for a series of 5 installments. Although Zhang Tan had never engaged in advertising, he had done his research and had expectations. Li Rui's offer was reasonable, yet not particularly high. After some negotiation, they settled on a total of 40,000 for the 5 installments of the sponsored segment, which would promote the upcoming film Tomorrow's You, set to release during the latter half of the summer block. Li Rui retrieved a contract from his briefcase, and they signed it on the spot before he departed. Sponsored segments are but one form of advertisement, with many varieties available, including end credits, ads, and dedicated video content for Tomorrow's You, serving as indirect promotions. However, Zhang Tan was aware of his standing as a minor content creator. He understood that advertisers would not place significant emphasis on him, and securing any advertisement was a commendable achievement. Comparatively, Li Rui's offer bore sincerity. Should the effectiveness of these 5 segments prove fruitful, deeper collaborations might ensue. The initial payment of 30,000 would be transferred, with the remaining 20,000 to be settled upon the conclusion of the 5 installments. The stipulation was clear. The subsequent 5 videos must be completed within a fortnight. Zhang Tan typically produced 1 video every 3 days, but due to the recent commencement of the Unlucky Bear project, he anticipated some delays. Fortunately, the scriptwriting had entered a productive phase, with collaborative efforts from 5 individuals alleviating the burden on him alone, allowing him to manage his time effectively. Having earned some money, Zhang Tan treated himself to a case of bear-shaped beverages. Upon returning to the urban village and parking his vehicle, he encountered Huang Mimi on her way home. The young lady was dressed quite formally in a tailored blazer and a fitted skirt. She first greeted Zhang Tan. Then her gaze shifted downwards to the teddy bear beverage he was holding, a comically oversized bear that was both endearing and slightly embarrassing. Huang Mimi immediately displayed an expression of disdain, and Zhang Tan fancied he heard a peculiar sound of disapproval escape her lips. No more alcohol? Switch to teddy bears? Huang Mimi inquired. I drink occasionally. Mainly, it's for the children, Zhang Tan clarified. Oh, what nonsense. Can't an adult man enjoy a teddy bear drink? Xiaobai likes it. She retorted. Xiaobai. Huang Mimi exclaimed, her surprise evident, followed by a dismissive pout. She presumed Zhang Tan was unaware of the animosity that existed between him and Xiaobai, mentioning how Zhang Tan had even been bitten by her. Would he truly buy a teddy bear drink for her? Zhang Tan, interpreting her expression and recalling the incident of purchasing children's socks previously, surmised that in Huang Mimi's eyes, he had become somewhat of a weirdo. He chose to forego further explanation. Let's go, he said. Clicking her heels, Huang Mimi followed closely, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Tan. Guess who I ran into today? Who? Take a wild guess. I, huh? But you ran into me. Boring. Noticing Zhang Tan's disinterest in guessing, she reluctantly divulged. It was Tangyu. Tangyu? Zhang Tan pondered, recalling the numerous text messages and calls he had received from her, having only replied to a few texts while never answering her calls. What is the matter? Remember her now? Isn't she your ex-girlfriend? Huang Mimi pressed eagerly. As you said, she is an ex. What more is there to discuss? Let us not gossip. Let us go goodbye. Oh, and a small suggestion. Refrain from wearing that short skirt. It makes your backside appear rather large. Huang Mimi froze, tilting her head to assess her own figure, but could only see a glimpse of it. It does seem quite prominent, she admitted, hastening to catch up with Zhang Tan. A prominent figure is quite attractive, she insisted. Ugh, how vulgar. Zhang Tan retorted, his distaste evident. Zhang Tan, she called, but he had already quickened his pace to escape the conversation. Upon returning to the academy, he was greeted by a chorus of young voices playing games in the classroom. Although he did not find Xiaobai, her joyful call resonated amidst the crowd, revealing her presence. Back at home, Zhang Tan unpacked the entire box of teddy bear drinks and placed them in the refrigerator. After showering and changing, he settled back at his desk, immersing himself in video creation. The pressure fueled his motivation. Otherwise, he might have procrastinated yet again. At 10:30 in the evening, he shut down his computer and decided to take a stroll downstairs, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xiaobai, only to learn that she had already gone to sleep. With Xiaobai, the steadfast occupant, absent for the night, the first floor felt desolate, as the children had either been picked up or were sleeping upstairs. As Zhang Tan wandered into the yard, a plump man appeared, his yellowed white shirt stretched tightly over his frame, clearly too small. Hello, Mr. Zhang, he greeted. Zhang Tan recognized him as Meng Guangxin, Meng Chengcheng's father. Hello, here to pick up Chengcheng? You're a bit early today. I finished my tasks. So I got off early, Meng Guangxin replied. Are you on the night shift? Night shift? No, I work from 9 to 5, he chuckled. But this overtime is absolutely insane. It's not a 9 to 9 but rather a 0 to 7. Zhang Tan smiled faintly, diverting the conversation. Chengcheng is asleep. You should go check on her. All right, goodbye, Director Zhang. Farewell. Zhang Tan watched him enter the building, noticing his back drenched in sweat, clinging to his skin. Before long, Meng Guangxin emerged, cradling Chengcheng, the little girl adorned in a lovely princess dress, nestled in her father's embrace, resembling a contented kitten in a deep slumber. Zhang Tan was well aware of this dress. The entire Little Red Horse Academy's teachers and children recognized it. On her first day, she had attracted quite a crowd, with little girls expressing envy and little boys admiring her charm, while teachers praised her adorableness. The bashful Meng Chengcheng had been sporting rosy cheeks these past few days, her eyes sparkling with delight, and she exuded a delightful fragrance, akin to a blossoming cantaloupe. Meng Guangxin silently smiled at Zhang Tan as he gradually departed the academy. Cradling Meng Chengcheng. Chapter 52. Oh, how delightful. As the clock approached midnight, Xiaobai was picked up by her aunt. In a fit of petulance, she refused to speak to her aunt. For the previous day, her aunt had promised her a summer outfit, which never materialized, merely a jest at her expense. Upon returning home, Xiaobai immediately retreated to the bathroom, where she remained for an extended period. Malinois called out, Xiaobai, what are you doing in there? I'm just bathing, came the reply. Have you been in there for ages? What sort of face do you have to take so long? I'm just bathing, and you have something to say about it? Will you come out already? I'm telling you to come out. Just bathing. Little rascal. Come out now. On Chengcheng's horse. Thump, thump. Following him is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs fast. Behind him is Zhu Beiji. Why are you singing now? Little rascal, come out. I live on the Lust Plateau. My dad is my mom's cousin, and before they even got together, they were secretly involved, and oops, here I am. With a loud bang, Malinois forcibly opened the bathroom door. She found Xiaobai crouched on the floor playing with water and shouted furiously, "You little rascal. What on earth are you singing? Look at you, washing up like a ghost while secretly playing with water. Is your bottom itchy?" In a flash, Xiaobai skillfully slipped out from under her aunt's arm. Darting up to her little bed, curling up in the corner, and brandishing her small water gun menacingly at her aunt. "Don't provoke me. My little water gun is quite intimidating." There was no doubt about it. The water gun was indeed filled. And should her aunt truly cross her, Xiaobai would not hesitate to fire. Past incidents had proven this, for though she often faced repercussions, she remained undeterred, ready to drench her adversaries. The water gun, a cherished gift from her grandmother, was meant for her protection. Thus, when faced with any troublesome figures, she was always quick to draw it. Her aunt caught up and declared loudly, "Oh, so you're aiming that little water gun at me, are you? Do you want to shoot me? If you do, I'll smack your bottom 10 times. Xiaobai retorted fiercely, "Stay away, and I won't shoot you." Her aunt was infuriated. "You little rascal, you're making me see red." Xiaobai defiantly replied, "I'm the one who is seeing red. You're playing with water and think you have a reason to be angry?" Xiaobai's eyes darted around, seemingly realizing she had no grounds for complaint. "Oh, aunt, listen closely. Uncle is snoring." Malinois didn't need to strain her ears. The snoring was thunderous enough for anyone to hear. "That's a pig. What to do? What to do? Uncle is snoring. Shouldn't we sleep? Goodness. It's so late. Let us sleep now. Wait a moment. What is it? Do you want to fight? I'll knock the brains out of that pig for you. Here's the summer outfit you asked for. Don't you dare call me an old hag again, or your bottom will pay the price." What? I have a new outfit?" The elegant swan, with an exuberant spirit, leapt up with glee, her laughter echoing like the call of a goose. Malin, with a teasing smile, handed her a neatly folded garment, playfully chiding, "You may deny it, but you truly are a simpleton. Your demeanor is the very definition of foolishness." Delighted, the swan admired her new attire, readily accepting the labels of foolish and simpleton. Her aunt continued, "I have prepared several outfits for you." Instantly invigorated, the swan inquired eagerly, "Where are they?" "They are hidden away." "Are there any princess dresses?" "None." "Why not?" "Simply because there are none." "Let me see." "Not a chance. I'll show them to you when you are ready to wear them." "Auntie, you are stunning." "You're just full of nonsense." "How can you call me nonsense when I compliment you? If I offer you clothes, you say I'm stunning. If I withhold them, I'm a mean aunt. Isn't that contradictory? Say what you will, I am not nonsense." She was uninterested in bantering with her aunt. Her thoughts solely focused on the garment in her hands. It was a short-sleeved shirt, a vibrant red and white, adorned with the large numbers 33 and the characters for Messi. The swan examined it closely, sensing something amiss. She hopped down from her little bed, following her aunt, and asked, "Auntie, why does this look like a boy's shirt?" "Who said this is a boy's shirt?" The swan, not easily deceived, confidently asserted, "This is clearly a boy's shirt." "I am a girl. How could you confuse it?" Her aunt replied, "Where's the mistake? You are just a child. There is no need to differentiate between boys' and girls' clothing. Your hair is like a boy's." The swan touched her hair, which was indeed short, unlike that of her friends Chengcheng, Xiaomi, and Lulu, but she was undeniably a girl. "I sweat to urinate, so I am a girl. This shirt is for boys." "Auntie, what shall we do?" Impatiently, her aunt retorted, "Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I will take it back." As she reached for the shirt, the swan quickly scampered away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "I'm just expressing my thoughts." "Honestly, you are so unkind. You just said I was stunning, and now you say I'm unkind. You are so contradictory. Go to sleep. Hurry and lie down." "Why should I sleep now? I want to admire my new shirt." "Enough of that. It is already 1 o'clock. Auntie, why isn't there a princess dress?" Malin did not respond, but turned off the light with a decisive click, making the swan stomp her feet in frustration. Dawn is approaching. The rooster will crow soon. Malin, equally vexed, protested from her bed. "Sleep. I have work to do tomorrow. You have no idea of my troubles." "I am not at ease either. I am busy." "What are you busy with?" I. Come now, what are you busy with?" "I am busy counting stars." "That is nonsense. How could you possibly be busy with that?" "Stop talking. and he needs to sleep. And why do you say I am spoiled? It is you who is spoiled. Why am I spoiled? Never mind. I wish to sleep now. Then why do you insist on calling me spoiled? If you do not sleep soon, beware of the little ghost seeking you. The little ghost is just like me, a child, and we are good friends. I fear nothing. If she comes for you, what will you do? You, with your dark demeanor, must be asking for a reprimand. So, why do you claim that I am spoiled? Speak up. In the darkness, Malin's fury ignited like a ghostly flame as she seized Xiaobai unexpectedly. Xiaobai, indignant, exclaimed, "Why did you not announce your approach? You caught me off guard. What nonsense!" Pia pia pia, she delivered 3 swift slaps to Xiaobai's bottom. Xiaobai silently endured the punishment, only expressing her frustration afterward with a string of complaints. As sleepiness enveloped her, Xiaobai, who had been so lively over a mere garment, finally fell into tranquility. Chapter 53. The display of pride as dawn broke on the following day. Xiaobai's uncle Annette rose early, for the construction site commenced its work at 6 every morning. Ma Lanhua prepared breakfast, steamed buns and noodles, placing them on the dining table, covered with a food lid. Before stepping out, she approached Xiaobai's small bed and gently pinched her cheek. The little one was in a deep slumber, oblivious to her presence. Ma Lanhua pinched her again. Xiaobai opened her eyes to see her aunt, and, in a state of annoyance, mumbled, "What is it? Little rascal. We are off to work. You must behave and stay at home. Do you understand?" "Got it," she replied lazily, still enjoying the comfort of her bed. "I'm still a child. We're leaving now. Don't sleep any longer. Come have breakfast. There are buns and noodles, and we'll have the same for lunch." Soon, the sound of the door closing echoed through the house, leaving it in a sudden hush. Xiaobai turned over and resumed her peaceful slumber. This was her daily routine. Her uncle and aunt would work during the day while she remained home alone, only venturing outside in the evening when they returned. For Xiaobai, the day truly began after dusk. The daytime was monotonous and exceedingly dull. However, on this particular day, she felt no tedium, for she had new clothes. Countless times she pranced before the mirror, unable to resist admiring her reflection, giggling to herself, and emitting playful honks like a goose. At the Pujiang Film Studio, another routine morning meeting concluded, and Director Li called Zhang Tan aside. "Wang Jun from the television station has asked us to wait a moment. She wishes to discuss the project as progress." Wang Jun is the director at Pujiang Television. "Very well," Zhang Tan replied, returning to his office to organize the day's tasks before heading to the television station with Director Li. "The script will be completed by next Wednesday," Zhang Tan announced. "Is it really that quick?" Wang Jun inquired. "It's merely the script. The subsequent production processes will consume much more time," Zhang Tan clarified. Li Liang interjected, "Indeed. As you know, the first 10 episodes are already confirmed, and a team is currently at work. We will advance in groups of 10 episodes, which means the first 10 could be completed by the end of the year. The plot of Unlucky Bear is straightforward, and the characters are uncomplicated, making production relatively easy." Wang Jun nodded, saying little else. After grasping the situation, she concluded that the television station would assign personnel to the project team, after which she would not involve herself further, lacking the time or energy for such oversight. Although Director Li was somewhat surprised, he found it unsurprising. It was common for investors to send representatives into the production team. Today, Zhang Tan finished work early, stopping by the market to buy ingredients for dinner. He recalled the delicious cold noodles he had made last time and decided to replicate the dish, hoping to refine his skills further. Upon entering the school, he hesitated to let old Li see the ingredients for the cold noodles. Otherwise, upon discovering his fondness for them, he would surely bring more next time. "Uncle, uncle." As soon as he entered the school, Xiaobai spotted him. This spirited girl bounced over, her face aglow with joy, smiling silently. Zhang Tan sensed an unusual difference in her companion, yet she could not pinpoint the alteration until Xiaobai tugged at her attire. It dawned on her. She exclaimed in delight, "You're wearing new clothes today? How adorable." Today, Xiaobai had finally abandoned her usual ensemble for a red and white football jersey, emblazoned with a prominent number 33 and the name Messi. Zhang Tan recognized it as the home kit of a certain English Premier League team. Yet the name Messi seemed out of place. After all, how had he come to be associated with it? Moreover, the number 33 was evidently not that of a first-string player. Zhang Tan surmised that it must be a counterfeit jersey, a product of unscrupulous merchants eager to profit from the uninformed. She chose not to voice her thoughts. The jersey appeared somewhat oversized on Xiaobai, draping loosely and reaching down to her thighs, rendering her both endearing and diminutive, akin to a little sister who had stealthily donned her brother's attire. Furthermore, The garment bore signs of wear. The number 33 showed some signs of fading. "It's so cool," Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around the courtyard like a liberated little sparrow. "Uncle, come play with me." She retrieved a football, summoning all her strength to kick it towards Zhang Tan. Following the ball's trajectory, Zhang Tan deftly flicked it with her toes, juggling it a few times before returning it with a slight force. Xiaobai, eyes fixed on the approaching ball, exerted herself, striking a pose before sending the football soaring into the air. Zhang Tan and Xiaobai lifted their gazes, tracking the flight of the ball, which eventually landed outside the school gate. "You kicked it with such power, Xiaobai?" Xiaobai, somewhat proud, exclaimed with delight, her feet seemingly propelled by wheels as she dashed outside, calling out, "Chase! That's my ball." A few middle school students, returning from school, fortuitously intercepted the football. Xiaobai stood anxiously outside the iron gate, declaring, "That's mine." "You're so small. Can you even play football?" one curious boy remarked, glancing at Xiaobai and discussing her jersey with his companions. "A claw. That's my specialty," Xiaobai retorted playfully. "Ha ha ha, little sister. If you call me brother, I'll give it back to you." "Chase, give me my ball. Call me brother. I'll tell your teacher." "Go ahead and tell. I'm leaving now." With that, he attempted to take the football away. Xiaobai, in a panic, turned to Zhang Tan, who stood a few meters away. Upon noticing the commotion, Zhang Tan instructed, "Throw the ball back in." Seeing an adult present, the boys refrained from teasing Xiaobai further and tossed the football back. As they departed, one called out, "Little one, let us play football next time." Xiaobai perked up at this remark. "All right, are you my rival now?" In addition to arranging fights, she was now scheduling matches. Zhang Tan called her back, reminding her that they were merely jesting. She took it too seriously. Even if it were genuine, given her small stature, the football field posed considerable danger. She might get knocked over. Luo Zikong arrived, prompting Xiaobai to let out a disdainful huff from a distance. Zhang Tan remarked, "You may go and play with Luo Zikong. I must return to prepare dinner." However, Xiaobai had no intention of seeking out Luo Zikong. Clutching a football, she trailed closely behind Zhang Tan, bombarding him with questions. "Have you not eaten yet? What do you plan to eat? Is there any gaga?" She followed him all the way to his doorstep, where Zhang Tan invited her in, yet she darted away. Though not far, as she settled in the yard, leaning beneath the kitchen window. There, she swayed and played with the ball, her little head held high, continuing her chatter with Zhang Tan until other children arrived, prompting her departure, just as she had done upon encountering Zhang Tan. Xiaobai was now proudly showcasing her attire to every child who entered the schoolyard. Luo Zikong, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Your clothes are too big." Xiaobai, with a haughty snort, retorted that this way she could wear them until she was 5. Luo Zikong countered, "Your outfit belongs to a boy. You are a silly child." Xiaobai instantly struck back, and Luo Zikong, realizing he was no match for this spirited girl, retreated, unable to contend with this feisty Chengdu lass. Then, Xiaomi and Xin Liuli arrived, along with the recently notable Ming Chengcheng, who graced the scene in a princess-like tutu dress, captivating the admiration of all the children. Yet today, another little one fancied herself a princess, Xiaobai, despite donning a sports jersey. After all, even princesses are allowed to be whimsical. What was wrong with a love for football? Under Xiaobai's leadership, the 3 children dashed around the yard, sharing their exuberance with every child they encountered, every teacher, and even the tiny insects hidden among the trees and grass. Ultimately, they gathered beneath the sycamore tree, peering through the iron fence at passers-by on the street, engaging in their daily amusements. Chapter 54. Weeping Zhang Tan was preparing cold noodles for dinner this evening. The golden rays of the setting sun poured into the Little Red Horse Academy, illuminating his window within arm's reach. He turned off the air conditioning and opened the window. The evening temperature had dropped significantly, and the mulberry tree swayed gently in the breeze, its palm-sized leaves rustling melodiously, caressed by the refreshing evening air. From his vantage point at the kitchen window, he could see Xiaobai and a few others standing beneath the sycamore tree. Although he could not hear their chattering, their animated gestures hinted at their lively conversation. The children, merely 3 to 4 years of age, brimmed with curiosity about the world around them, particularly the vibrant sights and sounds of West Chang'an Street, which offered an abundance of wonders. The sight of a passing Siberian husky could incite their enthusiastic exclamations. Had the dog not been leashed, they might have attempted to engage it in conversation through the iron railing on this delightful evening. A gleaming yellow Lamborghini that cruised by could elicit their critiques, as they collectively questioned the aesthetics of such an ostentatious vehicle. Had Zhang Tan been privy to their discussion, he would have found the content far more entertaining than the mundane evening news on the living room television. He had purchased 2 packets of cold noodles. Recalling that he and Xiaobai had devoured an entire packet during her last visit, which had sufficed perfectly, he retrieved 1 packet from the refrigerator, opened it, and submerged it in cold water to soak. Xiaobai had relished the cold noodles during her previous visit, even joyfully singing after enjoying her meal. Zhang Tan decided to soak the entire packet in preparation for her return. Considering Shen Lulu and the others, he thought it prudent to invite Shen Lulu, Meng Chengcheng, and Xiaomi as well, ensuring no one felt excluded. Thus, he reopened the refrigerator, extracted the 2nd packet, and submerged it alongside the first. Even if the children could not finish their meal, any leftovers could be preserved in the freezer, as cold noodles gain flavor after being frozen for some time. The noodles required soaking in cold water for over 10 minutes. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Tan began preparing the cold noodle soup. As before, he combined white sugar, rice vinegar, crystal pear, and beef broth to create the soup. Once completed, it was time to prepare the accompanying ingredients. Having served seafood during Xiaobai's last visit, he opted for a different type of seafood this time. While he busied himself in the kitchen, he glanced out at the sycamore tree and noticed several elementary school students, backpacks in tow, conversing with Xiaobai. Suddenly, Xiaobai turned and ran off, prompting a few boys outside the wall to laugh and point at her. Observing this, Shenlulu chased after Xiaobai, while Xiaomi and Chengcheng followed at a slightly slower pace. As the group of schoolchildren began to drift away along the wall, Xiaobai dashed out of the building and called out to them from the gate. Oldly, stationed at the guardhouse, emerged to speak with the children, shooing them away before returning to the academy with an excited Xiaobai in tow. Zhang Tan sensed something amiss. Xiaobai appeared overly agitated and seemed to be wiping away tears. He washed his hands, hurriedly left the house, descended the stairs, and arrived at the entrance of the school, where he found Xiaobai in tears, comforted by Oldly, while Chengcheng, Lulu, and Xiaomi surrounded her. What happened? Zhang Tan inquired with curiosity. Did those elementary school students bully Xiaobai? I shall confront them. The group of children had not ventured far, and Oldly, noticing Zhang Tan's intent to pursue, quickly interjected, No, Zhang Xiao, it's not that, it's something else. Zhang Tan paused and asked, What is it? Xiaobai lifted her hand to wipe her tears, silently weeping. Oldly suggested, Come, let us sit in the security booth. He led Xiaobai to the booth, with the other 3 children naturally following. Observing Xiaobai's tear-streaked face, Zhang Tan took out a tissue to wipe her face. The young girl took the tissue from him and wiped her face haphazardly, ceasing her tears, although her expression remained somewhat serious. What is going on? Zhang Tan asked playfully in a Sichuan dialect, successfully capturing Xiaobai's attention, yet she pursed her lips and remained silent. What a stubborn little girl. Oldly beckoned Zhang Tan aside to explain the earlier incident. The elementary school students had passed by the wall and recognized the jersey Xiaobai was wearing, one of them claiming it belonged to his younger brother. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? That jersey was a gift from Xiaobai's aunt. Zhang Tan glanced at the 3 children watching television, and as Xiaobai looked over, he smiled at her, earning a charming eye roll in return. Oldly whispered, I also suspect it was a mistake, but that child insisted. The jersey Xiaobai wore was evidently old and belonged to a boy. He had inquired with the student and learned they had initially purchased it for a Messi jersey, which bore Messi's name. However, upon bringing it home, they discovered it was not the Messi of La Liga, but rather the one from the English Premier League, from the factory. Zhang Tan chuckled. What factory has a Messi? Then he paused, realizing there indeed was one. He took out his phone to check, and indeed, there was a goalkeeper named Messi, wearing the number 33 jersey. Speechless. What unscrupulous merchants! Such a misrepresented jersey, unique and unmatched, would always draw laughter from others, which is why the other child recognized Xiaobai's attire immediately. If the jersey belongs to them, how did it end up with Xiaobai? Zhang Tan asked, did that child want to reclaim it? Oldly shook his head, saying, Not quite. They had donated that jersey to the donation box. Zhang Tan instantly grasped the situation. The old clothing, no longer worn, had been discarded into the donation box, and Xiaobai's aunt must have taken it from there. Seeing that Zhang Tan understood, Oldly refrained from further elaboration, glancing at Xiaobai, whose oversized jersey made her appear even smaller, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. Zhang Tan composed himself and asked, So what was Xiaobai intending to do earlier? Oldly replied, Perhaps she wanted to argue. I didn't inquire further. Zhang Tan stated, No need to ask. Let this matter pass. Understood. Zhang Tan rubbed his face, donned a cheerful expression, and approached Xiaobai and the others, asking, Is the television interesting? Xiaobai remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the television. Lu cast a glance at him, then at Xiaobai, opting to follow suit in silence, even letting out a haughty hum, exuding an air of unawareness. The other children mirrored this behavior. Zhang sighed, feeling a lack of leadership. As the leader of our 5-member scriptwriting group, could I at least receive some respect? Undeterred, he continued, would you like to come to my house as guests? Absolutely. Lulu responded eagerly, her little feet swaying back and forth. She had previously visited Zhang's home and was quite bold. Xiaomi and Chengcheng had also been there, although they were more reserved and timid. After Lulu's enthusiastic agreement, she noticed Xiaobai and the others remained silent, prompting her to add, hee, the little baby is too scared to go alone. Zhang understood that if Xiaobai remained quiet, the other 3 children would not agree either, as he was the adorable yet domineering Xiaobai. Zhang called out his name. Only then did Xiaobai turn to him, his small face tightly set. What for? To visit my home, Zhang replied. What for? Xiaobai repeated. I earned some money today and made my favorite cold noodles. I would love for you to try them. Are you interested? Chapter 55. Are you free this weekend? When Zhang Tan mentioned that he had prepared cold noodles and invited everyone to taste them, little Shen Liuli was positively bubbling with excitement, unable to remain still. Her small bottom wriggling on the chair as she eagerly gazed at Xiaobai, seemingly wishing to pry open her mouth to promise on her behalf. Ultimately, Xiaobai followed Zhang Tan home as a guest. They set the table for the 4 little friends, each with their own small bowl. Chengcheng, unable to wield chopsticks, was provided with a tiny fork. She bowed her head, nearly burying her face in her bowl. Zhang Tan brought forth the prepared cold noodles, urging, Chengcheng, adjust your little face a bit. He filled each of the 4 bowls. Shen Liuli chimed in softly, could I have some meat, please? I want meat certainly. Zhang Tan responded, placing 3 generous slices of beef into her bowl. Was that satisfactory? Shen Liuli appeared content, replying, let us leave it at this for now. If you want more, just let me know. No need to be polite. You're not being polite, baby. Indeed, Shen Liuli was quite unreserved. This little girl was far bolder than both Xiaomi and Chengcheng, matching Xiaobai in spirit, though lacking her maturity, blissfully innocent and naive. In truth, Zhang Tan's words were also directed at Chengcheng and Xiaomi, as these 2 little friends were particularly polite. Do you want to eat shrimp? Zhang Tan inquired of Meng Chengcheng. Confused, Meng Chengcheng was nudged by Xiaobai. Don't be a dullard. It was only then that Meng Chengcheng snapped to attention, first nodding, then shaking her head, whispering, am I going to make you go broke? Zhang Tan could only reiterate his bold excuse, no way, I earned money today. At last, Chengcheng consented to have a bit of shrimp. And what about Xiaomi? How about some beef and shrimp for you? All right, Xiaomi replied meekly. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Tan placed 3 large shrimp into her bowl, adding, actually, I'm quite young. You can call me brother if you wish. Yet, this statement was ignored by the children, who continued to address him as they pleased. When it came to Xiaobai, her mood was quite sour, her face glum. She accepted whatever Zhang Tan offered her, speaking little, only reminding him when Meng Chengcheng appeared lost in thought. Since the children had already dined, they soon found themselves unable to eat much more, leaving nearly half of the cold noodles untouched. Zhang Tan packed the leftovers into a container and placed them in the refrigerator, promising the children they would return tomorrow evening. Come, if you don't. You're a little dog. With boundless energy, Shen Liuli, having eaten her fill, could not remain idle, bustling about the house until Xiaobai subdued her, shooing her outside to play with the other children on the first floor. Xiaobai also intended to leave, but Zhang Tan urged her to stay. What do you want to do? Xiaobai, unafraid of him after their time together, knew he was a good man, albeit a bit eccentric. In a gentle tone, Zhang Tan said, that little boy from today made a mistake. Don't be angry anymore. Xiaobai, intrigued, asked, which little boy? The one who passed by the school gate, carrying a backpack. Oh, that silly boy. His mistake? He mistook your clothes. Oh. Xiaobai appeared disinclined to engage in conversation, leaving Zhang Tan uncertain whether she was indifferent or simply wished to avoid further dialogue. The last time he had volunteered to teach her literacy, the little girl had declared that they were not good friends and had declined his offer, which had been rather disheartening. It was likely that her reluctance to confide in him stemmed from the same sentiment. After more than a month of acquaintance, Zhang Tan had come to know Xiaobai better than any other child in the entire academy. Despite her tender age of 4.5, she possessed a remarkable depth of understanding. For instance, whenever she visited his home, she would invariably bring along small tokens, boiled peanuts, candies, eggs, or even little toys like Ding Ding the cat, earthworms, and cicadas. Upon reflection, It dawned on him that perhaps she had purposefully brought these items for him, rather than merely possessing them. Zhang Tan offered a few more words, yet he could not ascertain if Xiaobai had truly absorbed anything he said. It was time to return and seek out her friends to play. Goodbye, Uncle Xiaobai declared as she rose to leave, changing into her small shoes at the door. She happened to catch a glimpse of herself in the full-length mirror by the entrance. Curiously, she scrutinized her reflection and suddenly inquired of Zhang Tan, "Uncle, why did they throw away their clothes?" Zhang Tan was momentarily puzzled. Why would they discard such nice clothes? Xiaobai reiterated, pointing at the size 33 jersey she was wearing. Zhang Tan then understood that he had misspoken. Xiaobai had already concluded that the garment was unwanted by others. They made a mistake. This isn't their clothing. Exactly. Xiaobai exclaimed with excitement. This shirt was picked up by my aunt. I know that already. You seem quite knowledgeable, he remarked. Xiaobai continued her inquiry. Uncle, why did they throw away this shirt? It's perfectly good. Why would anyone dispose of it? Zhang Tan pondered for a moment before responding. It's because they have grown up. This shirt was once worn by them as children, and as they matured, it no longer fit. However, since the clothing is still in good condition, they choose to give it to children in need. He added, just like you, at 4.5 years old, when you turn 5. Many of the clothes you currently wear will no longer fit. They will be too small. What will happen to those clothes? Xiaobai readily interjected. They'll be given to other little friends to wear. Precisely. They'll be given to other 3- or 4-year-old children like Chengcheng, Lulu, and Xiaomi. They will fit them perfectly. Oh, right. Without Xiaomi, just Chengcheng and Lulu. Look around my home. This sofa, this television, this stool and chair, all were once used by someone else, yet they are still quite lovely, aren't they? I enjoy using them very much. Don't you think so? These pieces of furniture had all been moved from the old Zhang family residence, remnants of the past. Xiaobai surveyed her surroundings, beginning to grasp the concept. Weren't they picked up by my aunt? Zhang Tan clarified. Of course not. They were donated. Do you know what donating means? I mentioned to Minnie that I possess a splendid garment, which my little one can no longer wear. I inquired if anyone with children might find it useful. Coincidentally, your aunt heard this and mentioned that she has a little girl, Xiaobai, who is 4.5, and she could wear it. They entrusted it to your aunt, emphasizing the importance of cherishing this piece, which is as good as new. Zhang Tan elaborated a great deal, convincing even himself, but Xiaobai, with a skeptical gaze, questioned, Uncle, are you trying to deceive me? You seem suspicious, she remarked. Zhang Tan, visibly disheartened, replied, Why would I cry? I'm merely feeling a pang of sorrow. What kind of pain? She asked. Heartache. For what reason? Your words have left me quite saddened. What did I say? You called me suspicious. I was just speaking casually. Is it permissible to speak so lightly? Goose, goose, goose. Upon seeing Xiaobai finally smile, Zhang Tan felt a weight lift from his heart, only to hear her say, I think you are deceiving children. Zhang Tan swore, I would never do such a thing. How about this weekend? Are you free? I'll take you to see how others donate clothes. Would you like to join? The little one animatedly described the scene, creating a vivid picture. Yes, that sounds precisely the place. Is it fun? Absolutely delightful. Do you wish to come? What about my aunt? I will speak with her. Oh, then it's settled. I am quite busy, you know. Ah, busy with what? Counting stars. You jest. There are so many stars, I can't keep track. Then this weekend, do not count stars. Make some time for an outing. We'll first visit the clothing donation center, and there will be delightful drinks and treats. Why are you so kind to me? Ah, do you think I find you adorable? Zhang Tan chuckled at Xiaobai's resolute expression, conceding, Indeed, I find you exceedingly charming. All right, Xiaobai cheerfully responded, but then added, Let me think about it. After seeing her off, Zhang Tan tidied the dining table and reflected on their earlier conversation, gaining insight into why Xiaobai had cried. It was not due to wearing someone else's old clothes, but rather because she was distressed over the thought of someone discarding such a fine garment. Why would anyone throw away such a beautiful piece? This realization tugged at his heartstrings. The day after tomorrow is the weekend. He must carefully plan an enjoyable outing for her. Although the little girl had not explicitly agreed, her response typically indicates acquiescence. If she sees his earnest planning, she will likely accept it. However, the first step is to persuade Xiaobai's aunt, Malinhua. How could she possibly trust a stranger to take Xiaobai away? Surely, she must devise a plan to alleviate her concerns. After pondering for a considerable time, Zhang suddenly burst into a silent laugh, realizing how it felt as though he were attempting to steal Xiaobai. Chapter 56. Encountering a young lady after escorting the 4 children downstairs, Zhang Tan busied himself with tidying up the dishes before finally completing the video he had been working on. He added Li Rui as a friend on WeChat and received a promotional message from him, which he promptly shared for review. Ding! A message arrived on WeChat. Li Rui, the advertisement is fine, but I have some suggestions. Zhang Tan, please, go ahead. Li Rui, don't you think the critique in this episode is a bit too harsh? Zhang Tan was taken aback, puzzled by Li Rui's unexpected query. Li Rui then sent another message. Li Rui, we need to make some adjustments. What had initially been a collaborative tone had now escalated into a demand. Zhang Tan shared the completed video with him merely to confirm the advertisement's placement, not to seek his opinions on the video itself. The approach to creating the video and its content was his prerogative. He could disregard Li Rui's input just as easily as he could dismiss the company president of Yonglong Entertainment. However, rather than outright rejecting Li Rui's request, Zhang Tan inquired, how should it be altered? After a brief silence, Li Rui responded, evidently having contemplated the matter. Li Rui, you mentioned 3 negative points. The second and third should be removed. In this episode, Zhang Tan analyzed a business war film released last year. With the video lasting 20 minutes, 10 minutes devoted to its shortcomings and the following 10 to its merits. Traditionally, the criticisms amounted to 3 points. Yet now Li Rui insisted he eliminate 2 of them. Which is preferable, 3 points or 1? Even a child knows the answer. Moreover, he had initially stated he would simply make adjustments. Why had it suddenly morphed into 2 removals? Did he perceive Zhang Tan as naive, or perhaps too lenient? Regardless of where Li Rui wanted him to amend or delete content, Zhang Tan couldn't fathom why he should be concerned about it. Li Rui sent another message to clarify. Li Rui, pay attention to the film's producer, it's our boss. Zhang Tan, it's your boss, not mine. Besides, I am not criticizing for the sake of criticism. I present facts, highlighting both strengths and weaknesses, which cannot be classified as negative news. He replied directly, very well. I shall proceed with the advertisement as is. With that, he ceased further communication with Li Rui and uploaded the video to the Shilili website. After a short while, having likely come across Zhang Tan's newly posted video, Li Rui sent another message, his tone urgent. Zhang Tan opened it to find, you didn't make any changes? Zhang Tan replied, thank you for your suggestions, but I believe this approach is superior. I am responsible for the content of the video and have a keen understanding of market preferences. In the words of a child, back off, you silly. Li Rui did not respond further, leaving Zhang Tan unsure whether he was annoyed or simply upset. Ignoring the matter, Zhang Tan prepared for bed, the hour already having struck 11. However, before retiring, he decided to check on the children downstairs. And Huang was also present. And Zhang Tan urged her to return home for some rest. Her age warranted consideration for her health. Yet Aunt Huang replied that age did not hinder her ability to sleep, cheerfully returning to the office instead. Next week, a new child would be joining the kindergarten. While 2 others had completed their withdrawal procedures, Zhang Tan arrived at the office, signed his name, and engaged in a brief chat with Aunt Huang. He then made his way to the second-floor dormitory, where he found Xiaobai peacefully asleep. Encountering Chengcheng's father, he watched as the man took Chengcheng away. Just as he was about to turn back, a faint voice suddenly emerged from behind. My Chengcheng is gone. Zhang Tan turned to see Xiaobai, who had just risen from her little bed, moving almost silently. Her hair was a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest in a mulberry tree, and her Chengcheng was like the little bird that had just flown away. Chengcheng has gone home with her father, Zhang Tan explained. Xiaobai just awakened, bore a melancholic expression, appearing dazed, as the spirited little sprite within her remained in slumber, yet to awaken. With a soft, helpless tone, she inquired, will Chengcheng not come back? Uncertain of her feelings, Zhang Tan hastily crouched down, hesitating momentarily out of fear of repercussions. However, seeing Xiaobai's distressed state, he gathered his courage and embraced her. Small and soft, she was indeed a tiny child. He reassured her that Chengcheng would return the next day, that she had merely gone home with her father. Xiaobai did not retaliate. Instead, after a short while, she pushed him away, freeing herself from his embrace. She mentioned that Xiao Ling and Wenwen had bid her farewell and would not be returning. Xiao Ling and Wenwen were 2 children who had completed their departure procedures that day. Xiao Ling's parents were leaving Pujiang to return to their hometown, while Wenwen no longer needed to attend the Little Red Horse Academy as his grandmother was coming to Pujiang to care for him. Sensing Xiaobai's sorrow, Zhang Tan pondered how to console her when Xiaobai suddenly pointed behind him, exclaiming, Uncle, there is someone over there. Turning around, Zhang Tan noticed a figure outside the wall, leaning against it, seemingly unwell. Indeed, there was a person in distress. What's wrong? What happened? Xiaobai echoed his words, adding her own inquiry, what's going on? Though she asked, the little girl had already dashed over. Wait, Xiaobai, don't run. Zhang Tan called as he hurried after her. They stood by the wall, peering through the iron bars at the person on the opposite side of the street, who had their head bowed, long hair obscuring their face, emanating a strong scent of alcohol and vomit. Xiaobai leaned forward, but hesitated to draw too near. After a moment, she lifted her small face and declared to Zhang Tan, it's a big sister. Indeed, it was a young woman, clearly intoxicated. Directly across the street lay the bustling Chengcheng street, lined with bars, where it was common for inebriated patrons to collapse on the roadside. This girl appeared to be one among that number. Zhang Tan glanced around, noticing two men not far away, frequently casting glances in their direction. They were certainly not companions of this girl, as even Xiaobai could discern. The little girl, somehow producing a small water gun, raised it with a nervous demeanor and asked Zhang Tan, those two bad guys, uncle, what should we do? Then, perhaps recalling that she was just a small child, she added, uncle, you go. Just as she had once encouraged Laoli to give Zhang Tan a good talking to, now she was urging him to confront the perceived threat. However, she soon recalled that the gentleman had treated her kindly, having just treated her to cold noodles that evening, and thus inquired with concern, will you be harmed, uncle? Zhang Tan sighed. I initially thought nothing of it, but your words have made me somewhat anxious. She had been drinking. What should we do about the gentleman? Little Bai added, emboldened, taking a step closer and poking him gently, yet receiving no reaction. With a sudden gasp, Little Bai jumped back, startled like a frightened rabbit, retreating behind Zhang Tan and clutching his trousers, revealing only half of her little head. The girl slumped in the corner had vomited, oh, such a substantial amount. More than what Little Bai, Chengcheng, Lulu, and Xiaomi had consumed combined. A pungent, sour odor wafted through the air, and Zhang Tan longed to call Laoli to come and take a whiff. We must go to her aid, he insisted. Little Bai dashed back into the building, demonstrating her kind-hearted nature, truly a good child with aspirations of becoming a policeman. Where are you going, Little Bai? Zhang Tan called after her retreating figure. To get my baby cup to give her some water, Little Bai replied as she rushed inside, while Zhang Tan moved toward the entrance to summon Lao Li for assistance in carrying the girl. Exiting the campus, they circled around the outer wall. The inebriated girl still lay in the corner, but now there were others nearby. Two men who had been lingering not far off stood beside her. Zhang Tan barked, leave. The men glanced around nervously and retorted, mind your own business. Undeterred, Zhang Tan advanced toward them, his fierce gaze unwavering, while Lao Li tried to pull him back, unsuccessfully. There's a police booth just 50 meters ahead. Do you really think you can carry her away? At this, their expressions faltered. Lao Li produced his phone, stating, I'm recording you. The men shot him a resentful glare before begrudgingly turning away. As they watched the two disappear from view, Lao Li approached the incapacitated girl, lamenting, whose daughter is this? To be in such a state, alone, nearly ruining her life. Since we've encountered her, we ought to lend a hand and escort her to the academy, Zhang Tan proposed. Indeed, Lao Li agreed. They assisted the girl to her feet and headed toward the academy. She murmured a few incoherent words and weakly struggled, still exhibiting a hint of awareness. Lao Li reassured her, do not worry, we are good people. Perhaps she heard him, for she opened her eyes, gazing blearily at the two before quietly allowing herself to be led away. Upon entering the academy, Little Bai rushed in, clutching her water cup. Does the young lady want some water? Zhang Tan interjected, wait a moment, let us first help her inside. What is this? Teacher Xiaolu had also arrived. A girl who collapsed by the roadside. We do not know her, Zhang Tan replied. Is there a place for her? Yes, to the dormitory on the second floor. Teacher Xiaolu guided them to a room on the second floor. There were several dormitories, each teacher having their own space, gently assisting the individual onto the bed. Teacher Xiaolu took a seat at the edge, tending to her by brushing aside the hair that obscured her face, revealing a youthful and beautiful visage. Oldly brought in warm water and offered a towel, while Teacher Xiaolu carefully wiped the girl's face. Xiaobai stood at the bedside, inquiring, would you like some water? Although it was uncertain whether the girl on the bed heard her, she weakly uttered a single word, water. Look at that. Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, extending her baby cup. Here, have some. The girl, without even glancing, took Xiaobai's cup and gulped down nearly half of its contents, clearly parched. After drinking, She regained some clarity and surveyed her surroundings. Although Zhang Tan and Old Li were present, the sight of teacher Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai provided her with a semblance of reassurance. Recognizing the situation, Zhang Tan and Old Li discreetly excused themselves. Teacher Xiao Lu offered comforting words, while Xiao Bai stood quietly by, her mere presence instilling a sense of security, as the presence of a child often signifies a safe environment. After a little over 10 minutes, teacher Xiao Lu emerged with Xiao Bai. Zhang Tan, who had been waiting outside the door, asked, "How is she?" "She has fallen asleep," Xiao Bai eagerly responded. Zhang Tan praised her for her attentiveness and for bringing the water. Proudly, Xiao Bai declared, "This is my forte." Indeed, caring for others had become one of her strengths. Teacher Xiao Lu noted that the girl was asleep and likely would not awaken for the remainder of the night. Zhang Tan arranged for another female teacher to stay overnight in the dormitory to watch over her, as teacher Xiao Lu had to tend to Xiaomi. Finally, he turned to Xiao Bai and said, "Your aunt has arrived. It's time to go home." Ma Lanhua had just arrived 5 minutes prior and was waiting on the first floor. Zhang Tan entrusted Xiao Bai to her, saying today, Xiao Bai performed exceptionally well. He praised her for being the first to notice the inebriated woman, as well as for her efforts in providing water and care, causing the little one to stand a bit taller in pride. On the way home, her aunt expressed with pride, "You've done quite well, my clever child." "What?" Xiao Bai tilted her head, puzzled, for such compliments were rare from her aunt. "Boss Zhang told me you helped a drunken sister." Xiao Bai chuckled, boasting that it was indeed her specialty, but then her expression turned sour. "And why do you call me clever child again?" "What do you mean by that?" "What do you mean? I didn't scold you." "Then why do you call me clever child?" "You call other kids clever child, don't you?" "That is not the same. I know all about it. Do you think I'm unaware?" "By the way, did anyone compliment you today?" "Yes. Many kids said I was adorable today." "That is wonderful. Did they praise your new clothes as well?" "Yes, they said I was very well behaved." As the two strolled through the quiet alley, the streetlights cast their reflections upon the walls, with only the sounds of their footsteps and conversation filling the air. Yet, upon closer listening, one could hear the faint chirping of little insects in the corners, unnoticed but joyfully alive. Suddenly, Xiao Bai exclaimed, "Aunt, Boss Zhang wants to take me out to play." "What?" Marian was taken aback, halting her steps and lowering her head to inquire of Xiao Bai. "The uncle intends to take me out for some fun." "What sort of fun? Surely it isn't mountain climbing?" "I have no idea." "You naive child, you cannot go. What if you end up being sold? Mountain climbing can be fatal." "Huh, the uncle is not that type of person." "One can know a person's circumstances but not their heart. Who can truly tell?" "What are you saying?" "I don't understand." "You are being foolish. You must not go." "Why do you call me foolish again?" "Do you wish to go?" "I do." "Foolish. Naive. Silly. How absurd." After hurling a barrage of insults, Xiao Bai was infuriated and exploded in anger. "Auntie, you are bullying me. I will not stand for this." Chapter 57. The lamp bearer commenced with an opportune moment as Malin arrived at the academy that evening, allowing Zhang Tan to discuss his plans of taking Xiao Bai out for a leisurely outing. Yet, he had not devised a way to allay her apprehensions, deciding to postpone the conversation until the following day. At dawn the next morning, while Zhang Tan was engaging in a vigorous morning jog in the courtyard, a woman clad in an apricot-colored dress hurriedly emerged from the building. She paused on the steps, casting curious glances around, her gaze resting upon the bustling Xichang street outside the academy. It was then that memories of the previous night flooded back, the realization that she had been inebriated to the point of being unable to return home. Had it not been for the kindness of a stranger, the consequences could have been dire. Her complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed as she recalled the events of the night at the bar. She had been deceived. The intricacies of human nature are often concealed. Who could have imagined that her closest confidant would conspire against her? Uncertain whether she had been drugged, she could not attribute her state solely to a lack of tolerance for alcohol. Although she had indulged in drinks before, her consumption had been minimal that night, as she had aimed to maintain control in the presence of unfamiliar men. Yet, she had ended up profoundly intoxicated, a most peculiar occurrence. Her handbag contained a plethora of missed calls and unread messages, and just as she prepared to sift through them, she was startled by the sound of footsteps emanating from the small grove to her right. She soon spotted a man clad in white athletic attire emerging, panting heavily. Upon noticing each other, she froze momentarily and instinctively shielded half of her face with her hand. She had not washed her face or brushed her teeth upon waking. Her complexion was oily, her makeup disheveled, rendering her visage unrecognizable. Zhang Tan halted his run and greeted her. "Hello. How are you feeling?" I'm all right, thank you," she replied, her voice trailing off. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, she possessed a slender figure with long legs and a noticeably ample chest. Her curious eyes surveyed Zhang Tan as she introduced herself as Li Jia, expressing her gratitude before inquiring if she might be allowed to leave. Her appearance left much to be desired. Not only was her makeup in disarray, but her face bore the remnants of sleep. And a strong odor of sweat lingered about her, which she found intolerable. All she yearned for was to depart swiftly, beautify herself, and return later in the afternoon to express her gratitude properly. However, the thought of her drunken antics from the previous night, which she presumed had been witnessed by others, caused her cheeks to flush crimson, and she could not bear to meet Zhang Tan's gaze. Zhang Tan, ever considerate, reassured her, "Please wait here for a moment," and hurried upstairs to spare her from further embarrassment. He retrieved the academy keys and opened the main gate for Li Jia, facilitating her swift exit. "Thank you so much. I will come back this afternoon to express my thanks," she said, overflowing with gratitude before hailing a cab and departing in haste. Upon returning home and completing his morning routine, Zhang Tan descended to head to work, where he encountered the sprightly Xiaomi, who had just risen. Dressed in a pink nightgown that cascaded to her calves, she appeared particularly diminutive as she bounced along the corridor, softly singing. It seemed that her spirits were exceptionally high, likely a result of a delightful night's slumber. Zhang Tan was aware of her shyness, thus he intended to ascend the stairs quietly, ensuring not to disturb her. However, the little girl still noticed him, her melodic voice abruptly ceasing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she mustered the courage to greet him. "Good morning, uncle." Little Me was looked after by the police station during the day, assigned to a nearby kindergarten, and would be returned to the academy in the evening. "Good morning, Me. Your little pajamas are absolutely adorable," Zhang Tan complimented. Little Me lowered her gaze to inspect herself, akin to a bashful mimosa, her face illuminating with a broad smile. Zhang Tan pondered whether he could bring Little Me along tomorrow. The child seemed so lonely in Pujiang, with her mother still unaccounted for. Bringing her along would also provide companionship for Xiaobai, and it would likely ease Xiaobai's aunt's concerns. However, if there were two children, he would need to find another person, perhaps Teacher Xiaolu. Teacher Xiaolu was indeed a commendable choice. Ma Lanhua was familiar with her, and her presence would undoubtedly bring reassurance. Furthermore, Teacher Xiaolu shared a good rapport with Little Me and could manage them well. The more Zhang Tan contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. With the morning being insufficient for such discussions, he resolved to elaborate to Teacher Xiaolu and Little Me later in the evening, as well as to the officers at the police station. Today, the traffic was exceedingly congested. Zhang Tan's vehicle was ensnared on Yong'an Street, advancing at a snail's pace. He could already see the production company's building within a mere 50 meters, yet judging by the current situation, it would take no less than half an hour to traverse that distance. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 7:40 a.m. He typically arrived at the office around this time when the traffic was usually smooth, leaving him perplexed at today's gridlock. It was only after 8:10 a.m. that Zhang Tan finally reached the office, hastily traversing the lobby. While waiting for the elevator, he was joined by another individual. He pressed the button for the 9th floor and inquired, "Which floor?" "5th floor, thank you," came a bright male voice. Zhang Tan turned to the source of the voice. Finding it familiar, as they exited the elevator, a flash of recognition struck him. Was this Wang Yifan? The lead actor from the production company's web series, the title of which he recalled to be Chief Jean. Just yesterday, he had heard Jiang Rong mention that the 3rd season of Chief Jean was in the works. Her curiosity was piqued due to the series being one of the production company's few popular dramas, and the director was set to be replaced. The previous director, who had helmed the last 2 seasons, was reportedly at odds with the lead actor, leading to his dismissal, while the identity of the new director remained unconfirmed. Upon returning to his office, Zhang Tan found everyone already present, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, he hurried to convene the project meeting for Unlucky Bear. Once the meeting concluded, as he conversed with the director while walking, a staff member stationed outside approached him. "Teacher Zhang, please wait a moment." The director departed first, leaving Zhang Tan to linger, recognizing the individual as someone from the previous Torchbearer project. The first episode of Torchbearer aired last night, and there is an analysis meeting scheduled for 9:30. The director asked me to inquire if you would be available to attend. Zhang Tan then recalled that Torchbearer had been released on the Pujiang Film Studio's own streaming platform, Wave Video, and the results should be available by this morning. "Of course, I will attend." "Which conference room will it be in?" Zhang Tan inquired. Although he is no longer part of the Lightbearer project, it would be inaccurate to say he has completely detached from the team. Strictly speaking, he remains a screenwriter for the project. However, due to the nature of his work, his involvement has concluded, allowing him the freedom to pursue other endeavors. In the first conference room on the 8th floor, the two ascended in the elevator. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to the director and then to the captivating gaze of the project's author, the charming young lady Songwon. Zhang Tan has arrived. Please take a seat here, the director beckoned, indicating for him to sit to his left. My sincerest apologies for keeping everyone waiting, Zhang Tan said as he settled into his chair, smiling at Songwon. It has been quite a while since we last met. Indeed. Their paths had not crossed since he departed from the project team. A radiant smile illuminated Songwon's face, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, she replied. Zhang Tan responded. Seeing you here leads me to surmise that the broadcast performance must be quite impressive. At this, everyone turned their attention to the director. Clearing his throat, the director announced. Now that we are all gathered, let us commence the meeting. Last night at 7 p.m., the first episode of Lightbearer premiered, and the results are in. The series is set to air weekly, and the project team has already progressed to the third episode, releasing them concurrently. The manga adaptation of Lightbearer has completed its first season, garnering significant attention. However, Zhang Tan was uncertain about its precise standing. Fortunately, the director elaborated further. Today marks exactly 80 days since the manga was published online, and it has amassed a staggering total of 1 billion reads. The room erupted in congratulations for Songwon, as this achievement was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, the production company would not have invested significantly in its adaptation into an anime. As Songwon graciously accepted the accolades, her gaze frequently drifted towards Zhang Tan, who, of course, extended his own congratulations. Thank you. While the readership is commendable, it still falls short when compared to other outstanding works, she humbly acknowledged. The director interjected, currently, among all online comics, Lightbearer ranks 40th. In this light, it was evident that there remains substantial room for improvement, especially considering that the leading comic has surpassed the 10 billion mark and is rapidly approaching 20 billion. Once this point was addressed, the director shifted focus to the anime's performance. Our first episode garnered a viewership of 1.8 million on its release day, placing us 25th in the overall rankings. Zhang Tan contemplated this figure. While it appeared respectable, it seemed somewhat lacking in light of the production company's expectations. Observing that neither the director nor Songwon showed any signs of concern, he patiently listened as the director continued. The overall online popularity rating stands at 20. This metric reflects the heat of online searches, with a maximum score of 100. Thus, 20 is not particularly impressive. To penetrate the top 10, we must surpass a score of 50, which seems unlikely at this juncture. The director, evidently aware of the issue, clarified, while a popularity score of 20 is subpar. We must remember that we are currently only broadcasting through our official website, utilizing a single channel. The heat has yet to build. However, at noon today, the first episode will simultaneously launch on other video platforms, which will undoubtedly elevate its popularity and significantly enhance our viewership. It appears that there is considerable potential, prompting the decision to increase investment significantly. Someone jested, let us strive together and aim to break into the top 10. Chapter 58. What's the matter? Zhang Tan. Could you please wait a moment? As the meeting concluded and Zhang Tan was about to leave, he was called back by Songwon. The onlookers, perceptive to the subtle nuances of the situation, chuckled and hastily exited the conference room, leaving the space for the two. Glancing at Songwon's sparkling, captivating eyes, Zhang Tan felt a twinge of discomfort. Being handsome could be quite troublesome. If given a second chance, he mused, he would choose buy just the cauliflower, no salt. Upon returning to the office, he found Jiang Rong and Su Jian embroiled in a heated debate over the plot, with Su Jian clearly at a disadvantage. Upon Zhang Tan's arrival, Jiang Rong momentarily released him from her scrutiny, inquiring, Boss, why did the meeting take so long today? Zhang Tan replied, We concluded the project meeting and then attended the firelighter session. Jiang Rong asked, What about firelighter? Su Jian, more inquisitive, directly queried, Have the data come in? Zhang Tan nodded, Indeed. The single-day viewership reached 1.8 million, with an online popularity score of 20. Jiang Rong remarked, The viewership is decent, but the popularity seems a tad low. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jian scoffed at her, You don't understand. The low popularity stems from the limited distribution channels. Once we expand them, the popularity will surge. The crucial figure is the single-day viewership. 1.8 million is undoubtedly impressive, indicating potential. This will be a blockbuster anime. At this juncture, he turned to Zhang Tan, enviously stating, "Team leader, your first anime is already a hit. Your path ahead will be much smoother." He reminisced about the competition he had faced with Zhang Tan over Firelighter with a sense of regret. Hearing this, Zhang Rong was happy for Zhang Tan. "Oh, I see. Boss, congratulations. Don't forget to support me wherever you go." The members of the screenwriting team offered their congratulations, although Zhang Tan was merely adapting the work. His name in the credits shimmered like a badge of honor. As the workday came to a close, Zhang Tan was the last to leave. Zhang Rong had already departed but suddenly returned, hesitatingly asking if he was available over the weekend. The film Fallen, for which he had written the screenplay, premiered at midnight, and it would be remiss of him not to watch it. Zhang Tan was taken aback. He had heard of the film, heavily promoted since the summer, and even caught glimpses of its trailers on television. The plot was as fiery as the summer weather. Nevertheless, Zhang Tan politely declined. Upon returning to Little Red Horse Academy, he noticed another woman accompanying Oldly at the guard station. "Zhang Xiao has arrived." Upon seeing Zhang Tan, Oldly stood to introduce her as the woman who had been intoxicated the previous day. Zhang Tan scrutinized her, a heart-shaped face, permed hair, and a lovely tea-colored hue. Though she seemed unfamiliar, only recalling that her name was Li Jia. He had actually seen her that morning, but she had obscured much of her face with her hand. She had come to express her gratitude, bringing along small gifts. Arriving early, she had been waiting for Zhang Tan to arrive while seated with Oldly. Earlier that morning, Li Jia had already extended her thanks. Zhang Tan engaged in a light-hearted conversation with her, deliberately avoiding any inquiries regarding her inebriation. They exchanged WeChat contacts. And just as the other party was about to depart, she suddenly recalled something and asked, "Where is that little girl from yesterday?" Zhang Tan was reminded of the small child, Xiaobai, who had offered her water the previous night. She vividly remembered the moment Xiaobai discovered her. Although she had collapsed by the roadside, she was conscious, merely unable to articulate her thoughts due to her swollen tongue. "You mean Xiaobai? She should be arriving shortly." Zhang Tan replied. It was now 6 o'clock, the time when Xiaobai typically made her way to the school. No sooner had she spoken than Oldly chuckled. "Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Here comes Xiaobai." Everyone turned to the entrance, where Xiaobai was seen clutching a blue baby cup, swaying as she looked around curiously, peering this way and that. At times, she would scurry a few steps, then suddenly squat down, her attention captivated by the tiniest insects on the ground. If it weren't for her aunt accompanying her, she would take an hour to traverse the less than 100 meters to her destination. Yesterday, she had donned a red and white jersey, while today she wore an oversized blue-striped polo shirt, the hem completely obscuring her backside, resembling a child who had pilfered in adult's attire. The previous day's jersey could have been considered suitable for a girl, yet the shirt was undeniably meant for a boy. "Xiaobai," Zhang Tan called out. Xiaobai paused, raising her little head to scan the surroundings. Her aunt gently reminded her, "Little one, where are you looking? You're at school." Only then did Xiaobai notice Zhang Tan in the booth, but instead of rushing over, she continued to gaze around, softly asking her aunt, "Aunt, what did Boss Zhang say about taking me hiking? Can I agree to that?" Her aunt cast a glance in Zhang Tan's direction and quietly replied, "You silly child. I told you so many times last night. Do you really want to go hiking? What if Boss Zhang sells you off? How would I find you?" Xiaobai pondered for a moment and nodded, "Then I won't go." It appeared she was quite eager to join, yet her aunt's depiction had instilled a sense of fear, leaving her torn between desire and apprehension. "Why do you keep calling me silly? It makes me furious," Xiaobai exclaimed, realizing her aunt's repeated teasing was indeed vexing, despite her numerous protests being in vain. "Enough of this chatter. Hurry to school. I have work to do," her aunt urged. Xiaobai strolled slowly into the school, with a hint of defiance, asking, "What?" Zhang Tan, unfazed by her demeanor, knew her well. Xiaobai embodied a delightful blend of cuteness and fierceness, and those who interacted with her understood her tough exterior masked a gentle heart. Li Jia, however, was taken aback by Xiaobai's demeanor, thinking, "What a cool little girl. How intriguing. Surely, if I pinched her cheeks, she wouldn't cry, would she? What would it take to make her cry? Do you remember this young lady?" Zhang Tan inquired. Xiaobai raised her head, scrutinizing the mischievous Li Jia, then swung her baby cup over her shoulder and walked away. Zhang Tan quickly called out to stop the departing Xiaobai. "Hey, I won't go hiking. I'm not counting any money for you." "Hiking? Counting money? I did not mean that. I was inquiring if you recognize this young lady." Xiaobai once again scrutinized Li Jia, yet she still could not recall her. However, it appeared that the latter was familiar with her. There are many who know her. Why must she know them all? Hence, Xiaobai shook her head. Li Jia smiled and said, Hello, Xiaobai. Do you remember that you brought me water to drink last night? With her gentle guidance, Xiaobai finally recalled. Her mouth agape in astonishment, before exclaiming loudly, "Oh, I see. You were the one who made that ugh-ugh-ugh sound, right? Huh, ugh-ugh-ugh." Xiaobai clutched Zhang Tan's leg, bent over, and mimicked the sound of retching repeatedly. Everyone understood it to mean vomiting. What a silly girl. Li Jia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, while Xiaobai's aunt lightly tapped her on the head, saying, "Silly girl, don't speak carelessly." "Oh dear." Xiaobai protested, cradling her head in both hands. "How am I speaking carelessly? There is a child, innocent and unfiltered, who brings joy at times and awkwardness at others." Through the introductions, Ma Lanhua became aware that the beautiful girl before her was indeed the one Xiaobai had found the previous night. Xiaobai insisted that she had discovered her, thus Ma Lanhua instinctively regarded the girl as Xiaobai's find. Xiaobai is quite impressive. She had introduced her and was ready to depart. "Wait a moment, Miss Ma. I need to discuss something with you," Zhang Tan called out to her. Ma Lanhua felt a sudden jolt of concern. Could it be that Zhang, the boss, intended to mention taking Xiaobai hiking? Her mind echoed with Xiaobai's words. What should we do? Chapter 59, Vows since last night and throughout today. Ma Lanhua has been instilling in Xiaobai the notion that one may know a person's face but not their heart. She has cautioned her vehemently against climbing the mountains with boss Zhang, insisting that such an endeavor would inevitably lead to her being sold, and worse, reduced to counting money for him. How foolish is that? Is it not utterly absurd? If she were to be sold, she would be unable to return home for the new year and miss her grandmother. Would she not weep then? Such a grave matter indeed. As they approached Xiaohongma Academy, Ma Lanhua's concern deepened, prompting her to offer Xiao by yet another round of admonitions. "Are you and Boss Zhang good friends?" Ma Lanhua inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai, with her little face set in determination, responded, "No." She had long since declared in front of Zhang Tan that they were not friends. That peculiar uncle could never be her companion. "Then why would you wish to climb the mountains with him?" Ma Lanhua pressed. "I want to," came Xiaobai's enthusiastic reply. "What? Say that again." "I want to go climbing." "With Boss Zhang?" "He can choose not to go." "If he doesn't go, will you still go?" "Yes." "You silly child. Are you out of your mind? How many times have I told you?" "A lot," Xiaobai replied. "I've made my aunt parched." "Make sure to drink some water then," Ma Lanhua retorted, though secretly relieved by her niece's slight sense of conscience. "Ah, drink some water, and then let us repeat it all again, shall we? Silly girl." Xiaobai narrowly escaped a reprimand, hastily proclaiming that she understood and would no longer wish to accompany Boss Zhang. Otherwise, she would not be human. Only then did Ma Lanhua relent. However, moments later, she was halted by Zhang Tan, who expressed his desire to take Xiaobai out to play the following day. In a daze, she found her mouth betraying her as she heard herself say yes, and to her shock, she had agreed. Agreeing, as they departed the academy. It dawned on Ma Lanhua that this was contrary to her previous insistence that Xiaobai should not spend time with Boss Zhang. After an entire night of educating her, Xiaobai had absorbed the lessons, yet she had forgotten them all. How could she have agreed? "Xiaobai, my foolish child, I am so sorry," she lamented. Filled with regret, yet she quickly concocted excuses for herself. First and foremost, they were not going hiking. They were attending a charitable fundraising event in a public place. Under the bright light of day, what could Boss Zhang possibly do? Secondly, they would not be alone. Teacher Xiao Lu and Xiaomi would also be in attendance. Lastly, Xiaobai had already consented. This silly child. Despite countless reminders to refrain from agreeing, she had readily nodded in acceptance. Treating Ma Lanhua's words as mere whispers in the wind, Ma Lanhua pondered that rather than confining Xiaobai at home, it would be better for her to accompany them and explore. It was a positive opportunity. With Boss Zhang's wealth in the expansive academy he managed, surely he would not mistreat a child. With this thought, she gradually eased her worries. Li Jia held a fondness for Xiaobai, often squatting before her and engaging her in conversation. Among the small gifts she had brought, many snacks were intended for Xiaobai: dried fruits, yogurt, and apricots. Noticing Xiaobai's humble and ill-fitting attire, she had taken a trip and returned with 3 lovely outfits for her to wear. Xiaobai hurriedly hid her small hands behind her back, refusing to accept. "This isn't good, is it?" Li Jia squatted in front of her, saying, "It's quite lovely. A charming dress for a young girl. Why are you giving me clothes?" Xiaobai inquired, her hands still firmly concealed. It was quite troublesome for her to accept gifts, a principle well instilled in this young child. "I am truly grateful to you. You provided me with water yesterday. Without your kindness, my throat might have become hoarse." and I could have fallen ill. After contemplating for a moment, Xiaobai suddenly remarked, "You shouldn't drink too much. It's not good." Li Jia felt a mix of embarrassment and warmth, responding, "Indeed, I won't drink too much. You are absolutely right. Thank you. Now, let us see if the dress fits." Despite Li Jia's attempts to persuade her, it was Zhang Tan who finally succeeded in convincing Xiaobai to try it on. Upon opening the package, one dress was a delightful pink princess gown. Zhang Tan exclaimed, "Xiaobai, this is incredible. It's a princess dress, very similar to Chengcheng's." Xiaobai's eyes sparkled, her heart brimming with unexpressed joy. Li Jia assisted her in changing into the dress, and it fit perfectly. Standing before the mirror, she admired her reflection, feeling exceedingly adorable. She was led to a full-length mirror to see herself. "How lovely," Xiaobai praised, giggling, "so very good." Her reflection was enchanting. With chubby cheeks, waving her small hands, revealing her teeth, making silly faces, and striking fierce yet endearing poses, Xiaobai was thoroughly pleased with herself. After trying on 2 more outfits, which also fit splendidly, she exclaimed, "So cute. Absolutely delightful." Turning around, she noticed, "Hey, where did the big sister go?" Li Jia had already slipped away. "Don't look at me. These aren't my clothes, nor did I gift them to you. You'll have to figure it out on your own." Zhang Tan, noticing Xiaobai's gaze, preemptively stated that she should not hand the clothes to him, as it had nothing to do with him. Understanding that it would be complicated to convince Xiaobai to accept the gifts, he resorted to a straightforward tactic. He tossed her the clothes and disappeared, leaving her to deal with it. Xiaobai opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was at a loss for words. "What should I do?" Zhang Tan suggested, "I think you should just accept them. This is a gift from the big sister. Not given without reason. You helped her last night, and she is thanking you by buying you 3 lovely dresses. Isn't that quite normal? Accept it." She earned the money. Xiaobai, troubled, ran her fingers through her hair and muttered, "So frustrating." Zhang Tan chuckled, "In reality, it's not frustrating at all. Just accept it. She is offering it to you, and if you refuse, she might feel unappreciated and might not come to see you again. Also, didn't she mention that she hopes you'll continue to look out for other sisters on the street? If you find someone like her, you could help and bring them back. You assist her, and she gives you something in return. It's all quite fair, not bribery. Rest assured, no police will come to question you." With a determined expression, Xiaobai finally managed to voice her thoughts. Zhang Tan, suppressing a laugh upon witnessing her exasperated expression, continued, "I find these 3 garments to be utterly charming, immensely delightful. The one you are currently wearing suits you perfectly. When we venture out tomorrow, you should wear this one. It is simply adorable." "Really?" "Absolutely true. How about this? You keep the clothes for now, and when your aunt arrives, you can consult her on what to do. Alternatively, you could hand them over to me for safekeeping." Xiaobai immediately clutched the clothes tightly, exclaiming, "Why should I? They are not for you, you silly goose." "How stingy," Zhang Tan remarked. "Then you should keep them safe yourself." After pondering, Xiaobai concluded that this was indeed the only option. "Xiaomi has arrived. Let us go find her." As Zhang Tan observed the school gate swing open, a police car rolled in. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai sprinted out, just in time to see Xiaomi being lifted from the police vehicle by a strikingly composed female officer. "Xiaobai," Xiaomi called out, hastening towards her for a hug. However, Xiaobai evaded the embrace, instead circling around the officer's feet, her eyes brimming with envy. At that moment, her focus was solely on the police car, not on Xiaomi. One of her aspirations was to become a police officer, and such a role necessitated a police car and a firearm. She had the latter, but now she was missing the former, right before her eyes. How could she not be thrilled? Zhang Tan explained their plans for the next day's outing to the female officer, who cautioned them to prioritize safety and granted her approval. Upon learning that Xiaobai would also be joining, Xiaomi expressed her eagerness to participate. Now, only teacher Xiao Lu remained unaccounted for. Zhang Tan watched as Xiaobai became enraptured by the police vehicle, her small hands exploring its surface, yearning to press herself against it. He turned to the officer and made one last request. "Might it be possible for that little one to sit inside the police car? I fear she is about to lose her very soul." The female officer, amused by Xiaobai's antics, replied, "All right then, come here." She opened the door, lifted Xiaobai inside, allowing her to explore and experience the surroundings. Interestingly, she and Xiaobai shared a history. It was she who had initially taken Xiaomi, resulting in Xiaobai's relentless pursuit, leading to both being affectionately dubbed as Silly Goose. Today, these 2 silly geese collaborated to fulfill a small dream for Xiaobai. Yet, dreams can be fleeting. Some children, reluctant to awaken, clung to the steering wheel, entangling themselves in the vehicle, insisting stay. What do you mean by leaving? Ultimately, Xiaobai managed to extricate herself, climbing out on her own. If she had delayed any longer, they might have taken her to the police station. Horrified at the thought, Xiaobai scrambled away. Provoking the police? That would be quite troublesome. As she watched the police car depart with a proud air, Xiaobai placed her hands on her hips, her small water gun in tow, and declared with determination, "When I grow up, I too shall drive a car." Chapter 60, The Vanity of the Doll. Xiaobai, come here. Boldly called from the guard booth. What is it? Don't forget to take your snacks. What snacks? Your snacks, which Miss Li Jia just sent you. Are they all for me? Yes, they are yours. Will you take them yourself, or do you need my assistance? Xiaomi, Xiaobai called out, asking for help. Li Jia had gifted her some snacks, including dried fruits and other delicacies. The two children carried the snacks and made their way to the classroom. At that moment, not many children had arrived yet, but Luo Zikong was there. Xiaobai waved and called out, "Guowazi, do you want to eat? Come over." Luo Zikong, plump and clearly a lover of good food, was tempted to approach, but felt a bit embarrassed. Zhang Tan, unsure how Xiaobai would tease Luo Zikong, decided to seek out teacher Xiao Lu and shared his thoughts with her, inquiring if she would be free the next day. Upon hearing this, teacher Xiao Lu appeared somewhat troubled. As Xiaobai had mentioned, she was in a relationship and had already made plans for the weekend. Zhang Tan replied, "That's all right. You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll find someone else." After pondering, he realized the only girls he knew were Huang Mimi and Jiang Rong. However, his relationship with Jiang Rong was strictly professional, lacking any personal connection. Huang Mimi, on the other hand, was different. They had grown up together and understood each other fairly well. With this in mind, he promptly called Huang Mimi. Upon learning that he would be taking Xiaobai and Xiaomi to a charity event the following day, Huang Mimi was taken aback. Has Zhang Tan truly changed? Is he really starting to take care of children? Or could it be that Xiaobai is his illegitimate daughter? Not long ago, she had seen Zhang Tan purchasing socks for children, followed by a whole box of bear-shaped drinks, all meant for kids. Does he prefer children's clothing over adult attire? Considering Zhang Tan's previous lifestyle, this transformation was astonishing, nearly causing Huang Mimi to lose her breath. Will you help, or not? Zhang Tan asked, noticing her rambling as if she were battling with the air, her thoughts scattering without end. Help? Help? I want to take responsibility for the children. Huang Mimi decided to join in. It would be her first time seeing Zhang Tan with children. He had previously avoided even stepping foot into the Little Red Horse Academy. Now, he was inviting children to play, akin to a puppy chasing after its tail, which piqued her curiosity immensely. She decided to approach Xiaobai and Xiaomi first to build rapport. Finding Xiaobai engrossed in listening to stories from other children, she tried to engage her. Unfortunately, Xiaobai was disinterested in her enthusiasm, feeling annoyed and retorting, "Who are you? What do you want?" Huang Mimi awkwardly introduced herself. "I'm the big sister accompanying you tomorrow." Finally, Xiaobai glanced at her and said, "Go away. Don't make me angry." At that moment, Xiaobai had no time to entertain Huang Mimi, as a line of children awaited their turn to share stories with her. This weekly highlight was happening tonight, and it was quite unreasonable to expect her to pay any attention to Huang Mimi. Wow, how fierce. Huang Mimi had never encountered such a fierce child before and found herself a bit bewildered. She did not fully comprehend the words of the little one. Yet by observing the expressions and gestures, she could surmise that this tiny creature was scolding her. Zhang Tan translated on the spot, erupting into laughter, reveling in her misfortune, asserting that it was only right for the little one to act thus. Did she think that the little one was so easy to engage in conversation? Did she believe that a child could afford to be less aloof simply due to their age? Did she assume that the little one lacked a distinct personality? Did she really consider herself to possess great charm? Huang Mimi felt profoundly disheartened. Observing her plight, Zhang Tan kindly introduced the little one's character, cautioning her not to provoke the duel-seeking young lady the following day, and finally invited her to sit down in his home. Upon arriving at Zhang Tan's residence, Huang Mimi surveyed her surroundings, as it was her first visit. What was this? On the bedside table rested two figurines, the very ones gifted by Lu Dan, one with a formidable visage and multiple arms, the other a voluptuous beauty. Huang Mimi fixated on the alluring female figurine and chastised Zhang Tan with a remark, "Pervert." Zhang Tan retorted, "You entered a man's bedroom without permission. You are the one spying. You are the real pervert." After a playful exchange of banter, Huang Mimi stormed off, leaving a parting remark, "I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow. Otherwise, I would be worried." That evening, Mal and Hua came to pick up the little one. Zhang Tan had been waiting, informing her that Teacher Lu would not be attending the next day, having been replaced by another girl, and that Xiaomi would also be present. Although Malinhua had more faith in Teacher Lu, she understood that the little one had mentioned Teacher Lu was preoccupied with a relationship, thus comprehending her absence. It was merely a change of personnel, and since she had already agreed, she said nothing further. Moreover, with Xiaomi's connections to the police station, Zhang Tan would dare not act recklessly. With the police station's endorsement, she felt even more at ease. After discussing the details of their outing for the following day, Malinhua departed with the little one, agreeing to leave promptly from Xiaohongma Academy at 8 a.m., with Zhang Tan driving. On the journey home, she asked, "Auntie, are you tired today?" "Why do you ask?" "Please do not inquire about my fatigue." "Why not?" "I am concerned about you." "You care about me? You must want something from me." "Not at all. You are such a child. You make me fume with annoyance. You frighten me to my very core." "Oh dear." "Auntie, the little one is leaving tomorrow. You must take care of yourself." "Where are you going? Do you not intend to return?" "I am going to have fun with Boss Zhang." "Will the little one come back?" "Yes, I will return." "I thought you intended to fly far away." "Auntie, please take care of yourself." I will, you silly child." "What did you say?" "I said you are very well behaved." "Humph. Auntie, look at the clothes I am holding. They were gifted to me by that sister I met." "What do you think?" "What do you mean?" "How about these clothes?" "They were given to me. I will keep them and wear them. This is rather unpleasant. If it's not to your liking, leave it to me, and I shall bestow it upon another." "What a peculiar situation. I was merely jesting with you. Truly, you lack a sense of humor." "Silly child. With a mischievous glint in your eye, you are quite precious." "Why do you call me silly? And why do you claim I am precious?" "Silly child, indeed precious." "I am exasperated." "Silly child, precious." "Silly child. You dear aunt are rather mischievous." "You silly child. Do not run away. I shall give you a gentle reprimand." Upon returning home, the little one, in a huff, dashed straight to the bathroom. Malin followed closely, inquiring, "What are you up to?" "Silly child? I intend to take a bath." Malin replied, "A bath? You've already bathed? Haven't you? Your antics are infuriating. I wish to bathe once more." Malin warned, "Do not play with water. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." The monk rode his horse with a rhythmic cadence, closely followed by Sun Yukong. The little one refrained from frolicking in the water and emerged from the bath promptly. Her aunt was not one to be trifled with. Her reprimands were quite painful and delivered with force. After washing up, Malin noticed the little one was restless in her small bed, refusing to sleep. "Silly child. What are you doing instead of sleeping?" "I want to admire my new clothes before I sleep," she replied. "A two-faced child. A mere toddler preening. I am quite adorable." "Dear aunt, you cannot compare." "Oh dear, you are striking indeed. Your presence turns heads as you walk down the street. As if you need to mention it." With that, Malin switched off the light, prompting the little one to protest. "Why turn off the light? I am still admiring my new clothes. Sleep now. I wish to see my new attire." "You are like a flashlight illuminating nonsense." "What? I am fierce. Do not provoke me." "You should be the one to refrain from provocation." "Silly child. My frustration is boiling over. Do not run away." Chapter 61. The little girl awakening from a restful slumber. Zhang Tan felt invigorated. The previous night, he had left the window ajar and the air conditioning off, allowing the cool breeze to filter through the verdant leaves outside. He glanced at his phone on the bedside table. It was 6:30 in the morning. Lying in bed for a moment, he contemplated the tasks that awaited him today before finally rising. Barefoot, he stepped onto the floor and crouched down to peer beneath the bed, also checking the corners of the room. Where could it be? He mused aloud. Last night, 2 crickets had chirped incessantly from beneath the bed, yet now they eluded him. Though the sound of crickets is often subtle and easily overlooked, in the stillness of the night, their calls grew increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the yard. Zhang Tan was puzzled. Who could be making noise so early in the morning? Typically, this time was tranquil, save for the gentle chirping of morning insects, with the clamor of Xichang'an Street muffled by the surrounding trees. He pushed open the glass door of the balcony and scanned the yard. Spotting a young child clad in a red and white jersey, chasing a football, kicking it with abandon, the large number 33 gleaming in the morning sun. Little Bai? Zhang Tan rubbed his bleary eyes and looked again. Indeed, it was Little Bai, not some figment of his imagination conjured from birds, insects, or fruits. How did she arrive? Did she emerge from the earth? Had she not left last night? Lost in a whirlwind of questions, Zhang Tan was startled to see Little Bai already beneath the balcony, standing at the foot of a mulberry tree, gazing up at him. Upon catching his eye, she beamed, "Boss Zhang, come down and play." "What? Boss Zhang? What a curious form of address." Zhang Tan rubbed his eyes again, scrutinizing her closely. "Is that really you, little Bai?" "What?" Little Bai responded, taken aback. "Are you little Bai?" he inquired. She cast him a sidelong glance, muttering something cryptic before turning away, dismissively returning to her football while singing loudly. Tang Xing rides a horse, dong, 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 followed closely by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong runs fast, followed by Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji has a long nose, followed by Sha Sang. Having heard her sing this song before, Zhang Tan was certain it was indeed little Bai. When had she arrived? With lingering questions, he quickly washed up, donned his sportswear, and headed to the yard for a morning jog. Bang! The football rolled towards him and stopped at his feet. Little Bai, hands on her hips, declared, "Uncle, let us play." "All right, let us play," Zhang Tan replied, lifting his foot to kick the ball. Up it soared. Oh no! Little Bai's eyes followed the trajectory of the football as it ascended, landing squarely in the branches of a tree, wedged firmly and unmoving. In an instant, she spun around, her eyes widening, glaring at Zhang Tan with a fierce intensity. Did he dare to disrupt her game by sending her football into the tree? Did he think a child could be so easily trifled with? Was she to confront him? Zhang Tan quickly realized that little Bai was not to be underestimated. Her fierce gaze and unwelcoming expression made that abundantly clear. "Do not be upset. I did not intend for this to happen. It was entirely accidental. I will retrieve it." Zhang Tan approached the camphor tree, gazing upward and noting that the football was lodged between the branches, approximately 3/4 of a meter off the ground. He contemplated finding a stick to dislodge it when Xiaobai appeared, standing at his feet and looking up with determination. "Uncle, let me demonstrate my specialty." "What?" Zhang Tan momentarily failed to grasp her intention until he observed Xiaobai eagerly preparing to embrace the tree trunk, clearly intending to climb it. Among her many talents, tree climbing was indeed one. "I am going to climb the tree," she declared. Wait, do not climb the tree. I have a better method to retrieve the football. This is my specialty." "Do not be like that. This is also my forte." "What do you mean? Your specialty?" "I mean no offense. Just accompany me to fetch a stick, and it will come down." He firmly guided Xiaobai along to find a long pole. Standing beneath the tree, he poked at it, and with a thud, the football fell to the ground. Zhang Tan looked down at Xiaobai and said, "Did you see that? This is my specialty, being tall, which you cannot match." Xiaobai opened her mouth in surprise. This particular skill, was indeed not hers, and she felt shy to boast about it. "How did you get here? Who brought you?" Zhang Tan inquired. "My aunt brought me," Xiaobai replied. Her aunt and uncle departed for work at 6 every morning, usually leaving Xiaobai at home to sleep. However, today, due to their outing, they had brought her to the academy early, and the gatekeeper, old Li, had allowed her in. The elderly gentleman had light sleep and would awaken at the slightest noise. Zhang Tan noticed a small backpack and a sky-blue water bottle abandoned in the yard, Xiaobai's possessions. "Have you had breakfast?" he asked. "Yes," she answered. It was evident that if she had not eaten, she would not possess such energy to kick the football so vigorously so early in the morning. Zhang Tan encouraged Xiaobai to play with the football while he jogged a few laps. Xiaobai refrained from calling him over to play, uncertain if he might inadvertently kick her football into the sky, as he had a tendency for mischief. One ran in circles while the other kicked the ball. "Xiaobai, how are you already here? Open the door?" Outside the wall stood Huang Mimi. Xiaobai had just kicked the ball in that direction, having forgotten her. Xiaobai grew wary upon hearing the request to open the door, scrutinizing Huang Mimi with suspicion. "What do you want?" "Open the door, Xiaobai. Let me in," Huang Mimi urged. "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiaobai questioned. After the last encounter, when she had let a stranger in, she was now determined not to do the same unless this individual also fell down. As the saying goes, the morning sets the tone for the day. After a restless night, Huang Mimi found herself thwarted by Xiaobai's vigilance. "Xiaobai, it's me, your sister Mimi. Did we not meet last night?" Huang Mimi had to reintroduce herself. Xiaobai listened intently, and her demeanor led Huang Mimi to believe that she must have recalled something. However, to her surprise, Xiaobai exclaimed, "Why are you being so mysterious? I don't know you, so what is the point of saying all this?" With that, she kicked a soccer ball and dashed off after it. Huang Mimi was left contemplating the necessity of accompanying them on this trip. Zhang Tan, open the door," Huang Mimi called out, her voice echoing. Upon hearing her, Zhang Tan approached to unlock the door but was intercepted by Xiaobai, who seemed to be pointing and chattering about something. Zhang Tan gently patted Xiaobai's head before making his way over. Today, Huang Mimi was clad in sporty attire, exuding vitality. "What brings you here so early?" "We were supposed to set off at 8, she remarked as Zhang Tan opened the door, allowing her to enter. Holding up a tote bag, she announced, "I've prepared breakfast for you all." Zhang Tan appeared pleasantly surprised. "Thank you. How considerate of you." "There's no need to thank me. You should thank my mother. She heard you were taking Xiaobai and Xiaomi out to play today and prepared all this food last night. There's breakfast as well as lunch, just in case the little ones get hungry." "Thank you, and Huang," he replied. "You can continue your run. Just come over to eat when you're ready." Huang Mimi glanced at Xiaobai, who was nearby, and said with a hint of exasperation, "So, Xiaobai, now you realize I'm a good person, right? I don't know you at all. But don't worry, I'll let you in next time." "Just don't be mad," Xiaobai replied. "Now that you've said that, how could I possibly stay mad?" Huang Mimi smiled. "I have breakfast here. Have you eaten yet? Join us. I'm already quite full." Xiaobai replied before sprinting off to chase the soccer ball again. Huang Mimi watched her run away and turned to Zhang Tan, asking, "Is Xiaomi awake yet?" "Still sleeping." Zhang Tan responded as he continued his run, completing 5 laps before calling for Xiaobai and heading back home. By then, Huang Mimi had set the breakfast on the table and was tending to Xiaomi in the upstairs dormitory, helping him wake up. The previous night, after being dismissed by Xiaobai, she had felt quite dejected, questioning her own affability. After managing to regain some confidence overnight, she was met with Xiaobai's enigmatic behavior again in the morning. This particular child seemed to be her nemesis, teasing her by not opening the door when she could have simply stated that she wouldn't tea. Fortunately, Xiaomi was quite fond of her, asking for her assistance in getting out of bed, which restored her confidence. Although Xiaomi was warm and friendly towards her, he remained reserved in Zhang Tan's presence. He sat at the dining table, upright and focused on his breakfast, only responding when asked, and even then, his voice was barely louder than the chirping of a cricket hidden away in a corner of the house. Breakfast consisted of fermented tofu noodles, scallion pancakes, glutinous rice dumplings, and egg pancakes, with sweet rice cakes and rice balls prepared for lunch, not meant for a full meal, but rather as a snack to stave off hunger. Xiaomi quietly inquired, "Where is Xiaobai? I thought she was coming too." "I came because she was coming. If she doesn't come, I wouldn't have come either." Now, as the 3 of them enjoyed their breakfast, Xiaobai's absence weighed heavily on Xiaomi's mind, leaving him uneasy. Huang Mimi surveyed her surroundings at home, searching for Xiaobai. She had just been there moments ago, but now she had vanished. Zhang Tan remarked, "She's in the bathroom." A glimmer of hope sparked in Xiaomi's eyes. With Xiaobai around, she felt less alone and considerably braver. Before long, Xiaobai finally emerged, swaying slightly. "Xiaobai?" Xiaomi exclaimed joyfully, her spirits lifted at the prospect of play. Xiaobai responded with a nod, bending down to inspect beneath the table. "What are you looking for?" Zhang Tan inquired, bemused by her choice to forego her meal in favor of peering under the table. "What does that sound like, a chicken?" Xiaobai asked curiously, tilting her head to listen. Indeed, it was the unmistakable sound of a cricket chirping. "A cricket? What is that?" Huang Mimi gazed at Zhang Tan with a puzzled expression. Although she wished to ask Xiaobai, she feared she might be ignored, so she opted to direct her question to Zhang Tan instead. Zhang Tan glanced at Xiaobai and Xiaomi, both engrossed in their inspection under the table, and answered, "It's a cricket." Suddenly, the cricket's song filled the air, and everyone heard it. Huang Mimi exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Tan, do you actually keep crickets at home? How wonderfully natural." Chapter 62, The Inner Thoughts of Xiaobai After Breakfast. Zhang Tan instructed the 3 girls to wait at the academy while he went to fetch the car. As she watched him leave, Huang Mimi cast her gaze down at the 2 little ones, who were engrossed in a lively whispering conversation, showing no inclination to engage with her. A wave of self-pity washed over Huang Mimi. She felt superfluous. Despite her eagerness to accompany the children, she found herself overlooked. With neither of them willing to chat with her, it seemed that her dreams of being the beloved older sister had been dashed. So wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in a drama or admire handsome men instead? Yet, as an adult, she knew she could not take offense with children. She must immerse herself in their world. Thus, she initiated a conversation, asking Xiaobai, "Why aren't you wearing the new clothes you received yesterday?" Last night, she had visited the academy and learned that Xiaobai had been gifted 3 new outfits. The little girl had been both excited and bashful, akin to someone winning the lottery, initially in disbelief, and once certain, feeling a mischievous fear of being discovered. Typically, children cannot wait to don their new garments and boast to everyone. However, today, Xiaobai was still clad in a size 33 jersey, which appeared oversized. As if she had secretly borrowed her older brother's attire, making her seem diminutive. Upon hearing the question, Xiaobai paused her chatter with Xiaomi, standing at Huang Mimi's feet, gazing up at her with a curious expression, and asked, "Do you think I'm not cute?" To imply a child is not adorable is akin to telling a girl she is overweight. Both are unkind assertions that Huang Mimi could not bring herself to utter. "Not at all. I find you incredibly cute." With an exaggerated laugh, Xiaobai responded, showcasing a cheeky delight. Huang Mimi then noticed the eager gaze of Xiaomi, whose large eyes sparkled with hope. "You are also very cute, Xiaomi." As a nurturing older sister figure, Huang Mimi understood what the children desired and timely delivered her compliments. Xiaomi joyfully bounced a couple of times, taking Xiaobai's hand as they skipped towards the entrance where Zhang Tan had arrived with the car. "Let's go. The car is here," Huang Mimi called out, ushering the two little ones to get in. Xiaobai adjusted her backpack and instructed Xiaomi, "You stay close to me. I will take care of you." Upon reaching the car, Huang Mimi inquired if they needed help getting in, but Xiaobai declined and climbed in by herself. Not wanting to be left behind, Xiaomi followed suit, puffing and panting as she maneuvered her way in, with the one who climbed first inadvertently pushing the other, resembling a little mountain expedition. The two children nestled in the back seat, with Xiaobai curiously surveying her surroundings. Yesterday, she had experienced riding in a police car and had stubbornly clutched the steering wheel, nearly getting apprehended by the police officer, which had frightened her immensely. Today, surely, that wouldn't happen again. Zhang Tan glanced back, exited the car, and came around to secure their seatbelts. "Uncle Paul, are you fastening me in?" she inquired, already stealthily brandishing her small water gun, aiming it at Zhang Tan. Recalling her aunt's admonition, "Buckle up for safety," Zhang Tan replied. Xiaomi nodded at Xiaobai, reflecting upon her own wealth of experiences compared to the naive innocence of the oblivious child. Daily, she traveled in police vehicles to and from kindergarten, a privilege few children could claim. Xiaobai quietly stowed her small water gun into her bag. Zhang Tan, unaware of the moment he narrowly escaped peril, closed the car door and returned to the driver's seat. Suddenly, Xiaobai rummaged through her pocket and produced a 10 yuan note, handing it to Zhang Tan with the words, "Uncle, my aunt asked me to give this to you." Zhang Tan, puzzled, inquired, "For me? 10 yuan? What for?" Xiaobai replied earnestly, "It's for taking me out to play." Understanding Xiaobai's character, Zhang Tan realized that refusing her would lead to unnecessary complications. He simply suggested she keep it and return it to him later. Xiaobai agreed, while Xiaomi, flustered, whispered that she had no money. Zhang Tan reassured her that the police officer had already covered the expenses, alleviating her worries significantly. Xiaobai continued to dig through her bag, extracting an egg and cheerfully offering it to Xiaomi, followed by another for Zhang Tan. Then, with a hopeful glance towards Huang Mimi, she placed one into her own pocket, claiming it was for herself to grow big and strong. Before Huang Mimi could express her discontent, Xiaobai produced yet another egg and handed it to her, inviting her to eat. Huang Mimi felt a tumult of emotions, half sea, half flame, realizing her position was quite low on the social hierarchy. Zhang Tan, humorously exacerbating the situation, laughed heartily. "What warm eggs, and what a warm-hearted little girl." "Xiaobai, I suspect your bag contains a chicken." Xiaobai swiftly hugged her bag closer, joyfully declaring that there were 2 chickens inside, before wrapping her arms around Xiaomi and teasingly stating, "Xiaomi feeds the chickens." Today's charity event was organized by an association known as the Weiguang Volunteer Association in collaboration with a summer camp, setting up a donation station on Jiujiang Street to collect clothing. This monthly routine was unique this time, as middle school students from the summer camp were the main contributors. Zhang Tan discovered the event online and reached out to the organizers, who readily approved his request to bring children along to participate. After a brief 15-minute drive, they arrived at the small square on Jiujiang Street, nestled among residential areas. The event had been publicized both online and offline for 3 days, and residents with donation intentions were prepared to bring items throughout the day or call the organizers for pickup. "We've arrived. Let us go," Zhang Tan announced, instinctively reaching for Xiaobai's hand. After a couple of attempts to grasp it without success, he looked down to find Xiaobai had tightly tucked her little hands behind her back, watching him warily and remaining silent, looking quite fierce. "Not letting me hold your hand?" Zhang Tan probed tentatively. "What are you doing?" "Humph." Xiaobai, displaying her pride, turned away from him to follow Huang Mimi. Once she had passed Zhang Tan, she quickly moved her hands from behind her back to cross them defiantly in front of her chest, maintaining a vigilant stance against him. "How untouchable this is." Zhang Tan mused, "If I don't hold hands, then I won't. There are countless girls wishing for my hand. I do not lack this one, little darling. Zhang Tan glanced at the obedient Xiaomi, who, frightened, quickly withdrew her small hand and ran off to find Xiaobai. Little vegetable. Zhang Tan found it quite perplexing. Why was Xiaobai so wary of him? Hadn't he bestowed her several good person cards? All verified good people. What harm could there be in holding a small hand? She even led Xiaomi astray. Huang Mei, witnessing this scene, relished in schadenfreude. Finally Zhang Tan was rejected by Xiaobai. How amusing. She tentatively reached out to grasp Xiaobai's hand, but Zhang Tan was not allowed to touch it. Could it be that she was also off limits? They were all young girls. Must they be so sensitive? What is the fuss about? Xiaobai was more direct this time, expressing her displeasure with a flurry of slaps aimed at Huang Mei's offending hand, causing her to hastily retract it, claiming it was a misunderstanding. Huang Mei was utterly flabbergasted, her mind filled with confusion. Zhang Tan could not help but chuckle at the situation. It turned out Xiaobai was not only wary of men but also of women. Huang Mei shot him a glare and concealed her hands behind her back to prevent him from grasping them, focusing instead on attending to the two little ones. Zhang Tan observed Xiaobai walking ahead. Her vigilance was indeed high. From a psychological perspective, it reflected her profound lack of security. She appeared strong on the outside, seemingly fierce, yet inwardly sensitive and fragile. He wondered what experiences had shaped her into this way, at just 4.5 years old. Zhang Tan and Huang Mei escorted the children to the venue, first liaising with the event coordinator to clarify their intentions. The coordinator, a woman in her 30s, lowered her gaze to assess the two little ones carrying backpacks, smiling as she greeted them. Welcome. I hope you find this day rewarding. Xiaomi, somewhat shy, lowered her head and remained silent, while Xiaobai responded on behalf of the children, welcome to you. The coordinator was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, saying, thank you for the warm welcome. Xiaobai, oh, a welcome to me. Thank you. Foolishly, she found herself in a daze from her own words. Zhang Tan and the others followed the arrangements, tasked with receiving donations of used clothing. The venue was divided into 8 groups, each composed of 4 individuals, 1 member of the volunteer association paired with 3 children. In Zhang Tan's group, besides the 4 of them, a young woman from the volunteer association joined. You two little darlings are so adorable, so young yet so eager to participate in charitable activities. She assumed Zhang Tan and the children were a family. One could only wonder about her perception. Huang Mei seized the opportunity to roll her eyes at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan. Oh dear, this girl seems to be displeased with him. These are all my sisters, he introduced. The volunteer girl exclaimed in surprise. 3, all 3 of them? Yes, all my sisters, Zhang Tan affirmed, pointing to Huang Mei, stating she was the eldest, then to Xiaobai as the second sister, and lastly, to Xiaomi as the youngest. The two little ones had no objections, as they could not comprehend. They were busy looking around with curiosity and excitement, while only the eldest sister had her reservations. What nonsense! I am your sister. Huang Mei protested with indignation. She is 24 years old this year, while Zhang Tan is merely 22. Who is elder, and who is younger? Zhang Tan retorted, maturity is not determined by age. You are my little sister. How shameless. Huang Mei ignored him and fetched 4 yellow vests, the working attire for this charitable event, 2 large and 2 small. The smaller ones, intended for middle school students, were still excessively large for the 2 little ones, who were merely of kindergarten age. Huang Mei approached the staff, inquiring if there were any smaller sizes available, and indeed, they brought forth 2 exceptionally tiny vests, meant for families participating as a group. Upon adorning Xiaobai and Xiaomi with these, they fit just right, and preparations were complete. At 8:30 in the morning, people began to rise and venture out, many carrying bags of clothing. Come on over, right this way. Xiaobai was undaunted, beckoning everyone, addressing the elderly as uncle and auntie, and the younger ones as brother and sister, her little voice sweet as honey. Zhang Tan had anticipated she would exhibit a domineering and adorable demeanor, scolding those who did not come, yet she turned out to be a Navi sweetheart. Initially shy and reserved, Xiaomi, upon being encouraged by Xiaobai to participate, soon grew bolder and joined in the calls. Come on, hurry over. When others delivered clothing, Xiaobai would chatter away, engaging in casual conversation, often inquiring if the garments belonged to the person as child, and if not, whose they were, and so forth. Zhang Tan, observing Huang Mei busy organizing the clothes, remarked, our group is the most successful. It's evident how crucial appearances are. Huang Mei glanced at Xiaobai and Xiaomi, proclaiming, these two are little lucky cats. Come here. However, An overly prosperous business could be a concern. Zhang Tan worried that the little ones might tire, occasionally allowing them to rest on the side, sipping on some teddy bear drinks and enjoying pastries. Thus, the morning of this Saturday slipped by unknowingly, swift yet fulfilling, as beads of sweat emerged on the foreheads of Xiaobai and Xiaomi, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. The afternoon's task involved sorting and organizing the collected clothing, a duty Zhang Tan and the others chose not to partake in, marking the conclusion of their activities. Before departing, the event coordinator, a young lady, made a point to commend the two children, acknowledging their hard work throughout the morning without a single complaint and presenting them with two pink children's straw cups. Xiaobai immediately glanced at Zhang Tan, uncertain whether to accept. Zhang Tan encouraged, "You both accomplished so much today. This is a gift from the sister, so accept it." Only then did the children graciously accept. Zhang Tan then inquired, "Are you hungry? Let us find a place to eat." Chapter 63. The performance. Upon returning to the car, Zhang Tan took the wheel, deciding where to dine for lunch, much to the acquiescence of the young ones, with Huang Mimi also entrusting him entirely. "Please set down your bags. There is no need to carry them." While seated in the car, Huang Mimi instructed the two children seated behind her. Since boarding, they had clung to their backpacks, their little feet perched on the seats, chattering animatedly to one another. For them, today was extraordinarily special. Heeding Huang Mimi's words, they relinquished their bags. Xiaobai leaned against the car window, her large eyes captivated by the world outside. "What are you looking at, Xiaobai?" Xiaomi inquired. Noticing Xiaobai's sudden silence as she fixated on the view, her curiosity piqued as she glanced outside, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Xiaobai pointed to a towering building beyond the window, exclaiming excitedly to Xiaomi, "Look at that tall building. It reaches the sky." Xiaomi nodded in agreement, but felt no thrill, for in Pujiang, skyscrapers were a common sight. Stifling a yawn, she leaned back in her seat, her eyes growing heavy as drowsiness overtook her. Eager to share her enthusiasm about a large cartoon sculpture outside, Xiaobai turned to speak to her friend, only to find her dozing off. She held her tongue, redirecting her gaze to the vibrant world beyond the glass. An array of high-rises, storefronts, and bustling pedestrians unveiled a dazzling, unfamiliar realm that left her mesmerized. Observing this, Huang Mimi asked, "Xiaobai, have you played outside before?" Xiaobai shook her head, remaining silent as she continued to gaze intently at the exterior. Huang Mimi pressed further. "Perhaps you could ask your aunt to take you out on the weekend." "But my aunt has to work to earn money," Xiaobai replied without turning around. "Do you work on weekends too?" Huang Mimi asked, perplexed. Zhang Tan, driving, cast her a glance, his eyes silently advising her to refrain from further inquiries. Huang Mimi silently mouthed an "Oh." "Sister, don't you earn money on weekends?" Xiaobai asked. Huang Mimi responded, "Weekends are for resting, just like today. These uncles and aunts are home, not working, which allows them to participate in our activities." "What?" Xiaobai exclaimed, her little face etched with confusion. Huang Mimi found her Sichuan dialect endearing, smiling as she replied, "On weekends, everyone rests at home. Didn't you know?" Xiaobai shook her head, bewildered. Huang Mimi continued, "Haven't you noticed that many children don't come to the Little Red Horse Academy on weekends? That's because their parents aren't working and can take them out to play." Xiaobai shook her head, then nodded thoughtfully. She recalled that on certain days, there were noticeably fewer children at the academy. Sometimes, Lulu and Chengcheng wouldn't come, and even Xiaomi would occasionally be absent. Tilting her head, she pondered deeply, realizing that among her friends, many had days they did not attend the academy, and some had vanished entirely, never to return. She had endured the sorrow of losing several such friends, grieving for days each time. She was unaware that true farewells never come with goodbyes. They are always silent departures. Xiaobai cradled her small head in thought, lost in contemplation for quite a while, forgetting to gaze out at the scenery beyond the window. As she pondered, she realized that among the many children in the academy, it seemed that only she and Luo Zikong attended daily. Having joined the Little Red Horse Academy for half a year, although her time there was short, she was among the few children who had been there the longest. The turnover at the Little Red Horse Academy was quite high, with fees charged weekly. A child might attend for a week only to vanish the following week. Seeing Xiaobai in a daze, Huang Mimi, concerned, inquired, "Xiaobai, what's wrong? Are you feeling sleepy?" Xiaobai looked up at her, her large eyes somewhat bewildered. After a moment of focus, she murmured, "My aunt and uncle work so hard." In her mind, her uncle and aunt worked every day, including weekends. Although she did not comprehend what weekends meant, thinking they were merely another set of weekdays, not a time for rest. Because her uncle and aunt were busy with their jobs, they naturally had no time to take her out for fun. Since arriving in the international metropolis of Pujing at the beginning of the year, her life had revolved around a monotonous routine, traveling between her rented room and the academy. During the day, she played alone in her rented space, and by evening, as the sunlight slipped away from her home, she watched the sun set beyond the mountains. With the sounds of neighbors returning home and voices drifting outside, she knew her aunt and uncle would soon be back. Then, she would prepare to attend the Little Red Horse Academy, which was her happiest moment. Her little backpack had already been packed by noon, checked countless times, and she could count the pages of the picture books within. Xiaobai leaned back in her seat, staring blankly at her children's straw cup, disinterested in the scenery outside the car window, and ignoring Huang Mimi, who was attempting to engage her in conversation. She appeared to be lost in deep thought. Zhang soon noticed the shift in Xiaobai's mood. Steering the car into the designated restaurant, he parked and announced, "All right, we've arrived. Time to eat." He opened the back door and gently lifted Xiaomi out of the car as she stirred awake in his arms. Meanwhile, Huang Mimi also tried to carry Xiaobai down, but the little girl resisted, pushing her hand away and climbing down on her own. This restaurant served authentic Pujiang cuisine. When asked what the two children wanted to eat, they both shook their heads in uncertainty, prompting Huang Mimi to order on their behalf. Aside from her prowess at chess, Huang Mimi was quite formidable when it came to eating. Her luscious figure was a testament to her frequent visits to various eateries. Xiaobai gazed at the table laden with dishes and sighed. So much food. She had never encountered such a feast. Each morning, she had consumed the buns, steamed bread, eggs, or noodles her aunt had prepared for her, while lunch consisted of leftovers from breakfast. Only at dinner would there be a bit more variety, with her aunt stir-frying 2 or 3 dishes and her uncle bringing out peanuts and a bottle of beer, sipping with delight, often teasing her and pouring her a drink. She had tasted it once, finding it utterly vile, her little face scrunching up in disgust as she stood and exclaimed an expletive, hurling the plastic cup against the wall. Her aunt scolded her uncle, who laughed heartily, finding it all amusing. It was precisely for this reason that she visited Zhang Tan's home, where the sight of a sumptuous dinner and an array of beverages and fruits prompted her to exclaim, "You really take good care of yourself." Zhang Tan replied, "Well, we have many guests. Here, before we dine, let me serve you some soup." He picked up a small bowl for Xiaobai and ladled out a bowl of Yindu fresh, the aroma wafting through the air as he stirred it with a spoon, causing the tummy of a nearby child to grumble audibly. Xiaobai, covering her little belly, chuckled shyly. Having had breakfast quite early, she was already feeling hungry. Zhang Tan served a bowl for Xiaobai, placing it before her, and then filled another bowl for Xiaomi curiously. Xiaobai peered down at the bowl and asked, "What is this?" Yindu fresh is a quintessential dish from the local cuisine of Pujiang, renowned as a representative stew. The term du in the Softwood dialect signifies stewing, boiling, or simmering, while yin refers to cured salty meat, and fresh denotes fresh meat. Thus, Yindu fresh is essentially salty meat stewed with fresh meat. Both types of meat are fatty cuts, and there may even be spare ribs. Today, however, it was emphasized that only fatty lean meat was served, considering that children might struggle with bones. The Yindu fresh prepared for Xiaobai and Xiaomi contained both meat and bamboo shoots. The meat comprised large and small pieces, with the larger being the salted variety and the smaller being fresh, each selected with care. The bamboo shoots used were spring bamboo shoots, an essential ingredient that cannot be substituted, as doing so would strip the dish of its very identity. While the name does not include spring bamboo shoots, they are, in fact, the soul of this dish, lending a delicate and tender flavor that perfectly balances the saltiness of the cured meat and the smokiness of the fresh meat. Yindu fresh is a common household dish among the locals in Pujiang, with each family having its unique recipe. Aside from the 3 main ingredients, others such as lettuce or tofu knots might also be included. Zhang Tan's grandmother used to enjoy adding lettuce, which, when cooked in the broth, became particularly delectable. The soup is slightly salty, making it ideal for replenishing salt after sweating on a hot summer day. As the enticing aroma filled the air, Xiaobai inhaled deeply, nearly drooling in anticipation. Zhang Tan was well aware that her favorite was indeed the meat, or gaga, as she affectionately termed it, always inquiring during her visits. "Are we having gaga today?" This little one was undoubtedly a carnivore at heart. "Then you should eat up quickly, but do be careful not to burn your mouth," he advised. After a busy morning, Xiaobai, feeling quite hungry, demonstrated her impressive appetite, far surpassing that of Xiaomi. There were 2 plates of honey buns, crafted into the shape of little bees, which the children especially adored. To show their affection for these treats, they devoured them entirely. Meow, meow, meow. Zhang Tan exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Mimi, whose expression changed upon realizing that he might be signaling for her to settle the bill. She quickly pretended not to see him. Ordering was acceptable, but paying? That was out of the question. At the same time, she felt a twinge of resentment. Believing she had uncovered Zhang Tan's scheme, he had deliberately asked her to order, now expecting her to pay as well. A good person may not always be clever, but a bad person is invariably full of tricks. Zhang Tan discreetly kicked her under the table, gesturing with his lips. Huang Mimi rummaged through her bag, feigning poverty, signaling that she truly had no money. Zhang Tan sighed and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Aquarium." Huang Mimi suddenly realized and began to reflect on herself. Although Zhang Tan had his flaws, particularly in matters of the heart, he remained a commendable friend, generous when treating others to meals. Despite his current misfortunes, the Zhang family had once been prominent, and a thin camel is still larger than a horse. Moreover, he had relatives in high places. She glanced at the little ones, who were drinking from their children's sippy cups, unable to contain their excitement, giggling and playing as they sipped. "Ah, Zhang Tan, I wish to visit the aquarium. Please take me." Upon hearing this, the playful Xiaobai immediately perked up, curiously gazing at Huang Mimi, then quickly averted his eyes, pretending nonchalance as he replied, "Is that appropriate? What is so exciting about the aquarium? Do you wish to eat fish?" Huang Mimi exclaimed, "The aquarium is delightful. It has dolphins, axolotls, whales, sunfish, penguins, polar bears, and chubby seals. Whatever you wish to see is there." Xiaobai, tightly clutching his sippy cup, stared intently at her before casting a furtive glance at Zhang Tan, who hesitated and said, "But we don't have time. I still need to take Xiaobai and Xiaomi home." Huang Mimi looked down, coincidentally meeting Xiaobai's gaze, and asked, "Xiaobai, don't you and Xiaomi have time?" Xiaobai, with the straw in his mouth, nodded vigorously. Huang Mimi, disappointed, replied, "Is it true you have no time? I really wish to go to the aquarium." Xiaobai quickly shook his head, pulled out the straw, and seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes, we can go." Huang Mimi, filled with delight, asked, "You have time?" Xiaobai nodded and quickly tugged at Xiaomi, urging her to speak. Xiaomi chimed in, "I have time too." Huang Mimi, amused, turned to Zhang Tan and said, "Did you hear? Both Xiaobai and Xiaomi have time." Zhang Tan replied, "Though they have time. If Xiaobai and Xiaomi do not wish to visit the aquarium, perhaps we should reconsider. Today, we are here to accompany the children." Without needing Huang Mimi to ask, Xiaobai interjected, "I like pandas, uncle." Huang Mimi then asked Xiaomi, "What about you, Xiaomi?" Xiaomi responded, "I like giraffes." Zhang Tan frowned, exchanging glances with the two little girls, puzzled by their naivete. How could there be pandas and giraffes at the aquarium? Were they drowning? Under the intense scrutiny of the three girls, he seemed to undergo a profound internal struggle before finally conceding. "Very well, let us go to the aquarium." With a thud, Xiaobai stared at him in disbelief, losing grip on his sippy cup, which fell beneath the table. He swiftly jumped down from his chair to retrieve it, then, with remarkable restraint, bounced in place for a moment, earnestly informing Huang Mimi, "Sister, the aquarium also has dogs and big cats." Earlier, when Huang Mimi had enumerated the small animals, he had wanted to interject, as those two adorable creatures were far too important to overlook. Chapter 64. "Today, I just want to be a baby." The discussion concluded, and a few individuals departed. Little Bai, cradling her small bowl and chopsticks, hopped down from the table. Zhang Tan teased, "Little Bai, what are you doing? Are you planning to take the bowl and chopsticks after finishing your meal?" With a haughty huff, Little Bai trotted over to the waitress, lifting her bowl and chopsticks to present them. "Sister, I'm done eating." The waitress appeared somewhat bewildered, questioning whether she was expected to refill the bowl. "Would you like another bowl, little one?" Little Bai shook her head. "I'm returning them to you." Zhang Tan understood then. The child had finished her meal and was independently returning her utensils. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to self-sufficiency at home. After handing her bowl and chopsticks to the waitress, Little Bai strutted with her little round belly, her gait reminiscent of a duckling. If Ma Lanhua were to see her, she would surely scold her once again. Once in the car, en route to the aquarium, Little Bai insisted on giving Zhang Tan her 10 yuan, claiming it was for her meal. Zhang Tan advised her to keep it safe and return it when necessary. It was summer, and the weather was warm. The zoo and amusement park were rather deserted, while the aquarium bustled with lively crowds. To prevent Little Bai from getting lost, Zhang Tan instinctively reached out to hold her hand, only to find it evaded him. "With so many people around, and you being so small, What would happen if you got lost? Zhang Tan explained, extending his hand once more. However, Xiaomi had already been taken away by Huang Mei. What are you doing? She exclaimed, playfully swatting at his hand, not only targeting the offending limb, but nearly striking its owner as well. Zhang Tan found himself both amused and exasperated, while Huang Mei watched the scene unfold with great interest. All right, if you don't want to be held. I want to hold you, he relented, trailing closely behind the spirited child. It was undoubtedly Little Bai's first visit to the aquarium, as she exclaimed in wonder. Her little hands clasped behind her back, head held high, gazing in awe at the myriad of aquatic life. Her small head was scarcely enough to take it all in. And she marveled at the sight before her. She seemed to have never encountered such a variety of fish before. To her, they were all simply fish, regardless of their species. After all, if they swam in water, were they not all fish? Seals were fish, tuna were fish, sharks were fish, and even octopuses were categorized as fish. Thankfully, crabs were not deemed fish, but rather creeping sea creatures. Today, Little Bai's eyes were opened wide as she beheld an astonishing array of fish, and to her surprise, she even spotted a sea snake. Isn't that a snake? Shouldn't it be at the zoo instead of here in the sea? Or did it fall into the water? Poor thing, she inquired, chasing after Zhang Tan. While Zhang Tan searched for information online, he explained to her. Then they encountered a whale. Little Bai gasped in shock, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow," as she clutched Zhang Tan's trousers tightly, clearly anxious. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tan grasped her small hand, providing her with a sense of security. Little Bai's thoughts were entirely consumed by the majestic whale, oblivious to the fact that Zhang Tan was holding her hand. As soon as she realized what was happening, Zhang Tan had already deftly slipped his hand away from hers and walked away with an air of pride. Little Bai, innocent and unsuspecting, found herself at a significant loss today. Not only had her hand been taken by the boss, but soon after, she was swept into his arms. They were to take pictures with a group of penguins, and with so many people around, Little Bai often found herself obscured from the lens. The photographer, Huang Mei, suggested that Zhang Tan lift Little Bai high for the shot. After a moment's contemplation and under the conniving guidance of the two adults, she reluctantly agreed. Thus, Zhang Tan held her aloft for the photograph, capturing a moment that would become a lasting memory. Little Me was also cradled in his embrace. The two little friends, ecstatic after their photo session, were blissfully unaware of the subtle machinations at play. They were still too young, after all. At 4 in the afternoon, the group departed the aquarium. Zhang Tan treated them to some snacks and refreshing bear-themed drinks to tide them over for their journey home. All four were heading back to the academy. Little Bai found her house empty. Her uncle and aunt were still at work. Little Me could return to the police station, but would soon have to make her way back to the Little Red Horse, wasting precious time. Zhang Tan stopped by the market on the way, preparing to cook dinner for himself that evening. Little Bai and Little Me, would you assist me in preparing dinner? He proposed. Huh? Little Bai responded, puzzled. Help me make dinner, if you please. With a soft-spoken agreement, Little Bai meekly affirmed, then gently tapped his hand. Pia there, I've tapped your hand. Just as you said. Zhang Tan locked eyes with her, bemused, and chose not to elaborate on the matter. Instead, he replied, all right then, since you've already tapped my hand, we shall prepare dinner together, and there's no turning back. Okay. Little Bai readily agreed. If one were to deem today's outing a success. It was evident that Little Bai had shed much of her wariness toward him. Just look, her little hand was held, she was embraced, and they took a photo together. I will wash the dishes, Little Me declared, a hint of pride in her voice. Impressive. Both of you little ones are quite capable, Zhang Tan remarked. Noticing the gleam of eager anticipation in Little Me's eyes, though she appeared somewhat hesitant. Understanding her unspoken desire, he extended his hand toward her, inviting her to take a turn. I want to join too. Huang Mei chimed in, eager to partake. Go away, Zhang Tan retorted, feigning annoyance. What do you mean, Zhang Tan? I want to help too. You don't wish to assist, you simply want to take a swing. Little Bai, Little Me. Look at the boss, he wants to let me help. Immediately, Little Bai sprang to her defense. Uncle, extend your hand. Little Me joined in the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Mei grasped Zhang Tan's hand and with a playful slap, exclaimed, all right, now I've helped too. Count me in for dinner. My fried rice is simply unparalleled. Having visited the aquarium, Zhang Tan had notably purchased fish for dinner. However, when Little Bai and Little Me caught sight of it, they protested vehemently, declaring they could not eat such adorable creatures. Huang Mei, swayed by her little friend's objections, abandoned her plans to cook braised fish. promptly denouncing Zhang Tan for his apparent lack of compassion in considering fish for dinner. Zhang Tan was at a loss for words as he placed the yellow croaker he had purchased into the fish tank, intending to raise it as a cherished pet. The flesh of the yellow croaker is tender and devoid of bones, making it particularly suitable for children. It was precisely this consideration that prompted Zhang Tan's purchase. However, the fate of the fish seemed to be quite fortunate. Together, the four of them collaborated to prepare a dinner that, while not lavish, was undeniably delightful. Beneath the dining table, the timely chirping of crickets filled the air, creating a rhythmic doo-doo-doo. The call of the crickets was unmistakable, prompting Little Bai to stretch her small head beneath the table, eagerly searching for the source of the sound, while Huang Mimi instinctively brought her plump thighs together. The sound was clear, yet the little creature remained elusive, leaving Zhang Tan with a sense of foreboding that it would be another night of disturbances. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of Little Bai, "Little Bai, whatever happened to that cricket you captured in a glass jar last time?" "Huh, what about your cricket?" Zhang Tan pressed further. It was lost by that fool Luo Zikong," she stammered, due to her suspicion that Luo Zikong had misplaced the cricket. Little Bai had even gotten into a scuffle with him, resulting in her defeat and tears. "However, I wasn't referring to that time. Didn't you catch another cricket afterward? Or was it a grasshopper?" Little Bai's large eyes darted around. "Handsome? Hello, uncle, you are quite handsome. How did you come to look like that?" There was no need for further inquiry. It was likely that the cricket residing at home was indeed the one captured by Little Bai, though it was unclear when this mischievous creature had been released into her household. The persistent chirping of the cricket continued, yet it remained out of sight. Zhang Tan, now resigned to the situation, called upon everyone to eat first, proposing that they would search for the cricket together after the meal. He could not allow it to take up residence in his home, marrying and raising a family, while he himself remained single. How could such a little insect precede him in life? As the sun dipped below the towering buildings, painting the sky with hues of crimson, the remnants of daylight flowed through the city while the residual warmth rapidly dissipated. The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Yet a gentle evening breeze had begun to stir within the academy, rustling the leaves and filtering the heat as it wafted through the balcony and onto the dining table. Beneath the table, the cricket's continuous chirping persisted, while outside, the mulberry and phoenix trees, along with the camphor trees, resonated with the calls of cicadas basking in the sunset, accompanied by a greater chorus of tiny insects singing joyfully in the grass and among the trees. "All right, whoever finishes last does the dishes," Zhang Tan declared, promptly setting down his bowl and chopsticks. The three girls simultaneously turned their gazes toward him, all still clutching their utensils. After a brief silence, Huang Mimi remarked, 3-1. "We've decided that whoever puts down their chopsticks first does the dishes. What do you think, Little Me?" Little Me nodded in agreement. "And you, Little Bai?" Little Bai glanced at Zhang Tan and replied, "I'm a child. I'll follow the adults. The cunning little ones never grow up." Zhang Tan retorted, unconvinced. "Is that so?" Huang Mimi laughed. "It absolutely is. 3-1. The majority rules. What else is there to say? Do the dishes." Little Bai was overjoyed, her small feet swinging beneath the table as she waved her little spoon, happily digging into the golden egg fried rice. She was indeed capable of washing dishes, often doing so at home, yet today, she simply did not wish to. Today, she simply longs to be a little baby, the carefree and joyous kind. Chapter 65. What did Boss Zhang say to you? Late at midnight, Malinois, dragging her weary body, came to pick up Xiaobai for an outing. The effects of their adventure were evident. Xiaobai specially sought out Zhang Tan to bid farewell. Indeed, it seems that whether young or old, girls often bond through leisurely outings filled with food, drawing them closer together. Xiaomi, too, had finally overcome her fear of Zhang Tan. Although she may not possess Xiaobai's boldness, she at least no longer bows her head shyly upon encountering him. Another girl who joined the excursion, Miss Huang Mimi, had also significantly altered her perception of Zhang Tan. Throughout the day, he truly surprised her. Who would have imagined that the once notorious Zhang would speak gently to children and even let one ride on his shoulders? She recalled him once expressing his disdain for children, stating that he would never want any after marriage. As the streetlights illuminated the quiet alley, Malinois strode ahead confidently, while Xiaobai tugged at her pants, taking tiny steps to keep up, occasionally raising her little head to observe her aunt, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet holding back. The journey was mostly silent until halfway through when Xiaobai could no longer contain herself. "Aunt, Pa, did you have fun today? What? Did you enjoy yourself?" "I had a blast." Malinois, well aware of the child's thoughts, playfully scolded, "You little rascal. How was your day? Did you forget about me?" "Oh, I forgot." "Paw, remove your hand from my pants, you little rascal. Even if you call me a little rascal, I won't be upset. I thank you. Who are we to each other? What did you play with? Wasn't he at an event? Did you play with Patu? Oh, it was splendid. Are you teasing me? Little rascal? You're certainly piquing my curiosity." Xiaobai immediately excitedly chattered away, recounting the day's itinerary. "Aunt, did you know? The second eel is in the sea." "Oh. What's wrong? I'm really worried about the second eel. This little rascal's still worried about the sea snake, always fearing it would drown. There are eels in the sea too. Don't worry, you won't drown." "How do you know so much, Aunt?" Xiaobai asked curiously. "There are also eels in our little river. Everyone knows, except you." "That's because all of you never told me." "Humph, you're overthinking. The whole world is not performing for you. What else? Tell me." "Oh, I saw a super huge fish." "Super huge? How big is super huge? Is it as big as your behind?" Xiaobai touched her own behind, then glanced over at Malinois, mischievously stating, "Oh, Aunt, your behind is quite large. The fish I saw was bigger than both your behind and mine combined." "How big was it?" Xiaobai spread her little hands, declaring it was even bigger, much bigger. She dashed to the streetlight, her reflection cast upon the ground, transforming her into a giant. With arms outstretched, she enveloped the entire alley in her embrace. Exclaiming that the fish was as large as this, she referred to a whale. Malonflower enthusiastically chimed in, "So big, it could devour both of us." Little White, sparkling and lively, rushed forward, wrapping her limbs around the giant's leg, shouting, "Auntie, Auntie, save me. The fish wants to eat me. I'm so scared." Malonflower nearly stumbled as she was caught off guard. Angered, she tried to pry the child away. Yet, it was futile. The little one seemed as if she were made of super glue, stuck on with glee. With all her might, she tore the little sprite away and tossed her to the ground, scolding, "You little rascal, you almost made me fall." Little White patted her bottom, getting up, and grumpily said, "Why did you throw me on the ground? Are you even a good person? Do you still love me?" "I am not a good person. Boss Zhang is the good one. He took you out to play. Boss Zhang is indeed a good person, and he shall be rewarded. What about that older sister?" "Older sister? Xiaomi is not my older sister. She is my dear." "Oh, Auntie, are you blowing your nose? Go away. I was asking about the older sister who went out to play with Boss Zhang. Is she nice?" "Oh, it's her. I almost forgot. She isn't called older sister. She's called little sister. I feel shy to call her that. Her bottom is so big, and I am so small. How could I dare to call her little sister? So what do you call her?" "Maya." "Maya? You sound like a little ruffian. I am just a child. Do not provoke me, Auntie. We must be good to each other. I have decided to treat you well." Malonflower murmured something about being precious, thinking Little White was being silly, unaware that Little White was concerned for others while she herself could not rest. "That older sister is the daughter of your kindergarten principal. Did you know?" "What? The principal's daughter?" Little White gasped. "Is someone talking about me?" Remembering how she had troubled Huang Mimi and even hit her, dread filled her heart. Would the principal seek revenge for her daughter and spank her? "If I tell you, will you listen?" "Oh dear, I think Mayo is a good person." "Did you not think she was a good person before?" "I previously thought she was just a nuisance." "Just a nuisance. I knew it. You have always been a little rascal since childhood." "Auntie, we must be good. Do not speak nonsense. What about Boss Zhang? Do you think he is good too? Or just a nuisance?" "Auntie, do I have a little brother?" "Where would you have a little brother?" "There is none." "None? Do not deceive me. None means none. Your mother and father only had you." Little White suddenly exclaimed in frustration, "Why don't I have a little brother?" "Why?" Malinois cast a dubious glance at her, saying, "You little rascal, do not raise your voice at me. You know well my capabilities." Xiaobai, undeterred, retorted in frustration, "Auntie, why won't you give me a pot?" "Why? I ask. You're infuriating me." Malinois scolded back, "You spoiled child, you silly goose. I am not your mother, so why are you shouting at me?" Suddenly, Xiaobai found herself frozen beneath the streetlight, its glow casting her shadow at her feet, reduced to mere fragments. After a few steps, Malinois noticed the absence of the little girl and turned back to find Xiaobai standing dumbfounded. "Come on, little rascal," she beckoned. Xiaobai lifted her head. Her large eyes filled with confusion, sadness, and a hint of grievance. Pouting, she scampered over, clutching her aunt's trousers again, taking small, timid steps while keeping her head down to hide her face. "What were you doing just now?" Malinois inquired. She reflected on her previous words. uncertain whether she had inadvertently hurt Xiaobai's feelings. Though she yearned to understand the little girl's emotions, the demands of her own tasks were overwhelming, leaving her utterly drained. By the time she finished her chores, the night had deepened. Xiaobai, rolling about in her small bed, giggled and chattered, no longer needing her aunt's comfort or guidance. With a soft click, Malinois turned off the light. The sounds of Xiaobai's playful movements filled the air. "Why did you turn off the light?" came the little voice. Taking a deep breath, Malinois closed her eyes, feeling an unprecedented fatigue yet an equally rare sense of relief. "To save electricity, my family is quite poor," she murmured, half asleep. Suddenly alert, she recalled Xiaobai's earlier words. "Apa, you've been with Boss Zhang, that's something." She wanted to engage Xiaobai in conversation, but her body urged her to sleep. "Good night," she softly said. "Auntie, I have something to tell you. Do you want to hear it?" Xiaobai, brimming with energy, relished the vivid memories of her day. Malinois, still drowsy, mumbled the paw. The sound of Xiaobai shifting in her bed echoed in the room. Boss Zhang held my hand. Malinois jolted awake, her voice rising. "A paw." "Boss Zhang held your hand. I didn't let him, but he was so persistent." Realizing it was merely a handhold, Malinois relaxed. "What else happened?" she inquired, but her eyelids fluttered shut once more. She felt herself floating on a cloud, enveloped in a softness she had never experienced before, as the wind whispered past her ears. A familiar little voice chimed in. "He also hugged me." Malinois felt as if she were plummeting from the clouds, her body weightless, jolted back to consciousness. "A paw? Boss Zhang hugged you?" With a sudden flick of the switch, she illuminated the room, and upon seeing Xiaobai's expression, she exclaimed in exasperation, "You little rascal! In the stillness of the night, are you engaged in frivolity?" The young child, Xiaobai, leaned against the wall, attempting to balance himself upside down, his little head resting on the bed, panting heavily. At the mention of a comment, he burst into laughter, collapsing onto his pillow, rolling over, and springing back up, brimming with energy. "Auntie, am I impressive?" "You're impressive at doing nothing. Time for bed. Then turn on the light for me." "Tell me, why does Boss Zhang hold you?" Xiaobai's big eyes darted around, and suddenly he pounced onto the blanket, covering his head with a pillow, while his little feet flailed out like a fish stranded on land, gasping for air. "What are you doing?" Malinois asked, exasperated. "I'm just shy." "Cut the nonsense. Why does Boss Zhang hold you?" Because I'm well-behaved." Malinois felt the urge to reprimand him, but restrained herself. "You're well-behaved?" "Apart from being held by Boss Zhang, what else?" "Come on, bring your silly head out." Xiaobai crawled out from under the pillow, panting as he attempted to lean against the wall again. Frustrated, Malinois got out of bed, startling Xiaobai, who toppled over, and before he could utter a sound, he was caught and playfully smacked on the bottom twice, which finally subdued him. "Cut it out. What are you talking about?" "Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang is quite the handsome fellow." "Oh, you certainly have a way with words. Everyone says Boss Zhang is handsome. I don't even know what kind of handsome he is." "Annie, what kind is he?" "The kind that resembles burnt rice." "Ha ha, you crack me up." He seized the opportunity to roll around on the bed. "Stop rolling, or you might end up under the bed where the little ghosts will take you." "You think I'm scared of ghosts?" "I'm not afraid." Malinois knew that engaging in this manner could last until dawn, so she directly asked, "Xiaobai, tell me, what has Boss Zhang done for you?" "He treated me to many delicious snacks. Very nice." "Oh, right. What about the 10 yuan I gave you? Did you give it to Boss Zhang?" Xiaobai was taken aback. "Oh no. Look at your expression. You definitely didn't give it to him." Xiaobai rummaged through his little backpack at the head of the bed, pulling out a round little stone. Malinois scolded, "What nonsense. Do you think a stone is a midnight snack?" Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly, quickly putting the stone back, then rummaged again, pulling out a small twig, which he hastily returned before finally producing a crumpled 10 yuan bill, looking as though it had suffered greatly. Malinois remarked sarcastically, "By Chuanhua, you truly live off others without giving anything back. What do you think you're doing?" Xiaobai retorted, "I was tricked. She said Boss Zhang did this, then that, and then the other, which made me forget to pay. Tomorrow, I'll make Boss Zhang some spicy chicken to thank him." "Spicy chicken? Spicy chicken. Slurp yum. What are you up to?" "Aunt, is the bang bang chicken delicious?" "The bang bang chicken you make is unparalleled. Teach me how to prepare it. I want to become unmatched too and make Luo Zikong cry." "Bowie, tell me, what else did Boss Zhang do for you?" "He hugged me." "I've told you countless times not to let him hug you. You didn't remember, did you?" "I think he is a good person." "Silly child. Is there anything else?" "I need to think." "Then think quickly." "Aunt, tell me a story, please." "Go away. Then I can't remember." No bang bang chicken for you tomorrow. I remembered, and I'm so clever. Hurry up. I was riding on Boss Zhang's neck. It was so high and so much fun. What? You rode on Boss Zhang's neck? Did he let you ride? You can say it's possible to hug a little child, but riding on the neck is reserved for very close relationships. Xiaobai laughed. I even grabbed his hair like the tassels on corn. Didn't he swat you away? I shot at him. Malinhua was taken aback and asked, Did you bring a water gun? Upon seeing Xiaobai nod, she scolded, You silly child, how much mischief have you caused? Boss Zhang must think you're a naughty little rascal. I've told you so many times to behave and not to upset Boss Zhang. Do you think your claws can speak to Ant in a stinky manner? Not at all. There must be something. I'm very well behaved. Tell me, did you take a bath today? I did. You didn't tea. I did. I'm telling you, you didn't take a bath. You smell bad. Come on. Let us take a bath. Why? I don't want to. I want to sleep. Sleep? I think you're trying to avoid it. Malinhua took Xiaobai to the bathroom, closed the door, and said it was time to wash. But Xiaobai's agitated little voice kept spilling out from the cracks of the door, clearly not bathing. Hey? Haha. What are you doing? What do you mean? Aunt, what are you doing? I'm so shy. I'm so angry I could burst. What are you doing, you naughty Malinhua? Malinhua. I'm going to compete with you, uncle. Don't sleep. Come save your little Xiaobai by giant pain. A few minutes later, Xiaobai was released, looking pitiful, muttering curses at Malinhua. But Malinhua didn't dwell on it. She checked Xiaobai thoroughly, found no marks, and felt relieved. She lay back down, turned off the light, and threatened the whimpering Xiaobai to be quiet, or she would tear her little mouth. Xiaobai, frightened, dared not make a sound. She feared Malinhua more than the little ghosts. Malinhua closed her eyes, and soon her body soared again, flying among the clouds. While Xiaobai ran on the grass below, shouting Ant, don't leave me behind. I'm a little naughty rascal. I admit my mistakes, okay? Chapter 66. The premiere's summer vacation approached its midpoint in late August. The heat intensified, and the cinematic summer season reached its zenith, nearing its conclusion. Zhang Tan's promotional efforts for the youthful romance film Tomorrow's You finally bore fruit as it premiered, catching the tail end of the season. The advertisements Zhang Tan had crafted were long completed, and Li Rui, true to his word, not only provided the agreed sum of 50,000 yuan, but also proposed a new collaboration, requesting Zhang Tan to create an analysis video for Tomorrow's You. Li Rui seemed to have overlooked Zhang Tan's previous disregard for his request for modifications. This time, the 5 promotional pieces Zhang Tan produced proved to be highly effective, yielding excellent data. Future opportunities for collaboration were anticipated. Li Rui called to express satisfaction with the results of their partnership, suggesting they could continue working together. The film premieres tomorrow. Would you be interested in attending the premiere? Li Rui extended his invitation. Zhang Tan, however, was not so naive as to believe he was being invited to walk the red carpet as a guest. The premiere would host numerous film critics, and attending in such a capacity would come with a travel stipend, albeit with the expectation of offering a few flattering remarks post-screening. The event was scheduled for tomorrow evening at 7:30 at the Pujiang Grand Theater. He was advised to remember to attend, with a ticket reserved for him. The following day, as the workday neared its end, Zhang Tan convened with the scriptwriting team. The first season of the script was approaching its conclusion, necessitating a final push for a flawless wrap-up. Whether there would be a second season remained uncertain. That would depend on the success of the current one. If it proved to be a hit, why not pursue a second season? After all, it would be foolish to overlook a lucrative opportunity. Understood, boss. Don't worry, Zhang Tan. As the completion of the script loomed, he felt as though his mind would explode, his body drained of energy. The group engaged in fervent discussions, striving to craft a lengthy script, pushing their mental limits, leaving them both physically and mentally exhausted. Once this endeavor concluded, Zhang Tan felt the need for a brief respite to recuperate. Time to clock out, he declared, closing his laptop. He drove to a quaint restaurant near the Pujiang Grand Theater for dinner, arriving at the venue half an hour early. The theater was adorned with a red carpet, and a throng of media reporters and enthusiastic fans had gathered. The film's leading actors were both rising stars, and their collaboration on this romantic film represented a mutually beneficial endeavor. Zhang Tan called Li Rui, who emerged from the theater, waving from the steps and beckoning him over. Zhang Tan circumvented the red carpet, approaching for a casual chat and receiving a movie ticket in exchange. Would you prefer to wander outside first, or shall we go in together? He asked. I think I'll take a stroll outside for now, Zhang Tan replied. All right, suit yourself, Li Rui then half-jokingly remarked. Make sure to give a good review after viewing. Of course, Zhang Tan replied, aware that pleasantries were easily exchanged. The director is not known for producing subpar films. His previous works have consistently assured quality. With over 20 minutes remaining before the premiere commenced, Li Rue inquired, "Are you going in now, or waiting a bit longer?" Zhang Tan glanced at the sky. A deep blue hue enveloped the horizon, with faint stars twinkling against the night backdrop. To the west, a luminous crescent moon hung quietly in the sky. The evening breeze caressed him, refreshing and pleasant. "I shall take a stroll outside for a while. Perhaps engage in some exercise after dinner," Zhang Tan remarked. "Very well, I shall not accompany you. I must return inside to attend to my tasks." "Go ahead and busy yourself," Li Rue said, just as he was about to turn and enter when suddenly someone called out to him. "Manager Li." Zhang Tan and Li Rue simultaneously turned toward the sound, revealing a tall man clad in a finely textured gray linen short-sleeve shirt, appearing to be in his 30s. A broad smile illuminated Li Rue's face as he hurried down the steps in a few swift strides, exclaiming cheerfully, "The great master has arrived. Thank you for your support. I was just pondering your arrival, and here you are. You extended the invitation. I had no choice but to come." The two exchanged warm pleasantries, each complimenting the other, indulging in mutual flattery. Observing their eloquence, Zhang Tan felt somewhat inadequate. Had he possessed such charisma, he would not have played a supporting role for 3 consecutive Golden Rooster Awards in a past life. With a smile, he turned to leave, while Li Rue, glancing at him without uttering a word, continued to engage enthusiastically with their guest. The visitor, noting the ticket in Li Rue's hand, casually inquired, "Who is this? Another member of our media circle?" Only then did Li Rue divert half his attention to Zhang Tan, saying, "This is Zhang Tan. Come over. Allow me to introduce you to a friend." Since the individual had shown curiosity, Li Rue was more than willing to facilitate a connection, making both parties owe him a favor. "This is Mr. Yang Jingxian, a prominent figure in film-related social media." Li Rue introduced the guest, his pride evident in his tone, as though he were speaking of himself. Zhang Tan was not surprised that Li Rue knew Yang Jingxian, given his role in a media promotion company that frequently interacted with industry professionals. Rather, he was intrigued by the unexpected connection between them. His first film video on the Xiaomi video platform, titled The Chaser, had been shared by Yang Jingxian, who boasted over 8 million followers on Weibo, significantly boosting his viewership. "Yang, it seems you are colleagues in the film media sector. This is Zhang Tan, a content creator on Xiaomi, with a fanbase in the hundreds of thousands." Li Rue introduced Zhang Tan. Although Zhang Tan's fan count was only in the tens of thousands, being referred to as having hundreds of thousands seemed almost accurate. With one being a major influencer nearing 1 million followers and the other a lesser-known figure, Li Rue presumed Yang Jingxian would hardly be interested, merely engaging in polite conversation and expanding his social circle. However, upon hearing Zhang Tan's name, Yang Jingxian interrupted, his excitement palpable. "You are Zhang Tan? The one behind Astonishing?" Realizing that Yang Jingxian remembered him, Zhang Tan responded, "Indeed, it's a pleasure to meet you here. I owe you my gratitude. When I first launched my account, your support was invaluable." Yang Jingxian replied, "It truly is you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed we had crossed paths before. You have it all wrong. I should be the one thanking you." Li Rue, perplexed, interjected, "You two know each other?" "Of course we do," Yang Jingxian affirmed. "Zhang Tan has been a tremendous help to me." "Oh, what circumstances led to this?" Li Rue inquired, perceiving Yang Jingxian's eagerness to share her thoughts on the subject. And thus he prompted her further. Yang Jingxian, indeed, spoke with great enthusiasm. "There was a particular topic I was dissatisfied with, and I struggled to produce the program. Just as I was about to send an apology to my fans, I happened upon a video by Zhang Tan that resonated deeply with me. I was compelled to reference his insights, yet found them so eloquently articulated that I could not devise my own commentary. Ultimately, I decided to directly share his video." Li Rue encouraged her, "Is that so? How was the reception after you reposted it?" Yang Jingxian glanced at Zhang Tan and replied, "The response was overwhelmingly positive. It garnered the highest viewership of any episode I've produced this year. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to Zhang Tan." Li Rue remarked, "Such an opportunity is rare. You both should engage in a thorough discussion today." Zhang Tan interjected, "You flatter me, Yang. We are merely assisting one another, fostering mutual benefit." Yang Jingxian replied, "Please refrain from calling me Yang Xian. I should be older than you. Just call me Yang Gu." The conversation effortlessly transitioned to film critiques, with an endless array of topics to explore. Li Rui appeared less occupied, keenly remaining by their side, occasionally contributing to the dialogue. As the clamor intensified in the plaza of the Grand Theater, Li Rui announced, "The lead actors have arrived." The square buzzed with excitement as fans and journalists congregated in increasing numbers. 3 luxury vehicles approached and came to a halt, from which several young men and women emerged, eliciting a chorus of shrieks and the clicking of cameras. Yang Jingxian asked Li Rui, "Could you introduce us?" Although Li Rui served as the publicity manager, he was but one among many in his role. The renowned stars were unlikely to recognize him, and he wished for someone to introduce him to the celebrities instead. Zhang Tan, standing on the steps, glanced toward the crowd and spotted a tall, radiant girl reminiscent of a summer's day. She seemed familiar, not from television, but as someone he had encountered in real life. "Who is that?" he asked Li Rui. Li Rui scrutinized her and replied, "That is Su Lan." The name Su Lan conjured an image in Zhang Tan's mind of a strikingly tall girl, bright as summer. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed her, adorned with exquisite makeup, exuding an air of sophistication. What brings her here? Is she making a cameo? She isn't in the film, is she? Indeed. She is not part of the film, but the leading lady is her close friend. Coincidentally, she is filming in Pujiang and came to show her support. The last time Zhang Tan had seen her was at their graduation gala, where she had been invited to perform. Su Lan was currently surrounded by journalists and fans, while staff members worked diligently to maintain order and escort her away. Seemingly sensing the gaze of the group on the steps, Su Lan looked up, her eyes sweeping over them before abruptly returning to rest on Zhang Tan, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 67, Spicy Chicken Ah? Su Lan is looking at us. Yang Jingxian, unable to contain his excitement, straightens his back and waves his hand with unwarranted affection. Su Lan glances at him briefly before her gaze shifts to Zhang Tan. "Do you know her?" Li Rui inquires hesitantly, directing his question towards Zhang Tan. As Zhang Tan turns to leave, he replies, "How could I possibly know a superstar? She was clearly looking at you." "Me?" Li Rui's heart races with exhilaration as he fixes his gaze on Su Lan amidst the crowd, only to witness the fans in a frenzy, nearly toppling her over. The staff swiftly forms a barrier, shielding her from their fervor. After navigating through the throng and stepping onto the red carpet, Su Lan again casts her eyes towards the spot where Zhang Tan had stood, now vacant. Zhang Tan and Yang Jingxian return to the Grand Theater, settling into their designated seats. Regrettably, their positions are quite distant from one another, with Yang Jingxian in the 9th row and Zhang Tan in the 20th, reflecting the disparity in their standing in Li Rui's eyes. Before long, Su Lan enters alongside the leading actors of the film, and Zhang Tan watches as she takes her seat in the front row. The director ascends the stage to share anecdotes about the film as production, extolling the virtues of the lead actors, which garners a round of applause. The lead actors also take the stage to express their sentiments and perspectives on their roles, following the customary format of a film premiere. As time passes, half an hour slips by, and at 8 o'clock, the host prompts the creative team to conclude their remarks, and the film finally commences. The theater accommodates 1,000 spectators, with a multitude of fans seated behind Zhang Tan. He retrieves his phone, opens WeChat, and navigates to the class group he has not checked in ages, discovering a plethora of unread messages. Starting from the most recent, he finds his classmates discussing their lives and work over a month post-graduation, with many faring quite well, of course. Those struggling would remain silent. As he scrolls back, he unexpectedly encounters his own name. "Is Zhang Tan in Pujiang?" queries a male classmate. His question goes unanswered, leading the conversation to veer off course. How did the discussion turn to me? Zhang Tan continues to scroll and stumbles upon a message. Is life on set very intense? Su Lan, I heard you're in Pujiang. Is anyone from our class in Pujiang? We could invite Su Lan out for a meal. A lively exchange ensues, with Su Lan participating as well. The consensus is that no one is in Pujiang. Then, again, is Zhang Tan in Pujiang? Perusing the chat history, Zhang Tan learns of Su Lan's filming in Pujiang and glances once more at her in the front row. He exits the WeChat group, dims his phone screen, and focuses intently on the film. Meanwhile, in Huangjia village. Is it ready? Is it ready? My paws are still not well. Xiaobai peeks out from the windowsill, observing the twilight sky, where the stars have emerged, dragging the moon into their midst, nibbling at it ever so slightly. She has visited the Little Red Horse Academy today, and she is anxious. Her friends must be missing her terribly. In a flurry, she rushes into the kitchen, exclaiming to her aunt that if she is not allowed to go to the academy soon, she will burst with impatience. It's just a matter of minutes. Ma Lanhua responds. Xiaobai stood on tiptoe, surveying the enticing bang-bang chicken prepared by her aunt, inhaling the delectable aroma with eagerness. Auntie, why isn't your bang-bang chicken ready yet? Don't be lazy. You little rascal, move aside. You're in the way. Her aunt dismissed her. And Xiaobai felt a pang of urgency. The chicken had taken a long time to cook, delaying her plans to go out and earn some money that evening. Are you capable or not? Don't boast. You little brat, there's no portion for you. Don't even think about eating. Immediately indignant, Xiaobai leaped up in protest. Why can't I eat? I've worked hard to earn it. You dare to say you've worked hard? You swung that stick and hit my hand. It hurt so much. I could just give you a smack to show you what I can do. Xiaobai quickly jumped back a few steps, fearful her aunt might hold a grudge and retaliate. Oh dear aunt, I'm truly sorry. I've apologized countless times. I didn't mean to. If I had known, I wouldn't have hit so hard. Why did you tell me to hit it so vigorously? You silly child. Did I ask you to strike my hand? Xiaobai shook her head. No, you told me to hit the rooster. Then why did you hit my hand? You little rascal, was that intentional? Last night I spanked you, and now you're getting back at me, aren't you? Aunt, I love you. Look at your backside. It's so big and beautiful. You impudent child, go away. Xiaobai chuckled nervously and wisely retreated, knowing that staying might lead to a beating. Just moments ago, she had struck Ma Lanhua's hand with a stick, infuriating her so much that she wished to give Xiaobai a good thrashing, but the opportunity eluded her. Xiaobai's attitude in admitting her fault was commendable. She always spoke sweetly, and as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, especially from a child so adept at flattery. Bang Bang Chicken, as the name suggests, requires a stick to pound the knife's back, ensuring even cuts of chicken meat. Xiaobai volunteered, raised the stick, and struck, but the first hit landed squarely on Ma Lanhua's hand, hitting a nerve. The shock of it made her jump as if she had been electrocuted. Seeing this, Xiaobai wasted no time, dropped the stick, and fled, fortunate for her speed. Otherwise, she would have surely faced punishment. Only when her aunt's anger had subsided significantly did Xiaobai return, offering profuse apologies. The recipe for Bang Bang Chicken involves first boiling the chicken until cooked, then separating it into parts: neck, rib, breast, back, thighs, and wings. The legs, wings, and breast are deboned and pounded with a rolling pin against the knife's back to create strips, hence the name Bang Bang Chicken. While the remaining parts are returned to the broth. At some point, Xiaobai reappeared, standing on her tiptoes next to Ma Lanhua, peering curiously at the freshly prepared Bang Bang Chicken on the counter. It smells so good. Move away. Your paws are too fierce. I'm a good child. This is for Boss Zhang. Then what are you doing here? I'm not eating, just taking a whiff. Do not drool in there. Ma Lanhua seized her and pushed her out of the kitchen, telling her to leave. Before long, the chicken was ready. She retrieved the chicken breast and thighs, arranged them in a bowl, and drizzled them with her secret red oil, completing the dish. Guala, what are you doing? Come here. Xiaobai peeked around the kitchen door, worried that her aunt might scold her, yet unable to suppress her curiosity. Would you like some chicken soup? I'll give you a bowl. Sit outside and enjoy it slowly. For the Bang Bang Chicken, one requires the most tender and robust parts of the chicken, such as the breast and thighs. However, Ma Lanhua could not bear to discard the leftover chicken parts like the ribs, neck, and feet. She prepared chicken soup, adding red dates, and ladled a generous bowl for Xiaobai, bringing it to the living room and placing it on the coffee table, instructing her to sip it leisurely. If you burn your mouth, I will tear your little mouth off. I understand. Ma Lanhua returned to the kitchen, packing the aromatic and visually appealing Bang Bang Chicken into a disposable container. Surely, Boss Zhang would relish it, but she was uncertain whether he could handle spicy food. She inquired with Xiaobai, who nodded enthusiastically, saying that Boss Zhang could eat spicy food like a champion, urging her to add more chili to the red oil. Aunt Xiaobai's voice echoed from the living room. What is it? Did you burn your mouth? Serves you right. I will not pity you. It's delicious. Aunt, your Bang Bang Chicken is truly outstanding. Ma Lanhua felt a sense of pride swelling within her. Hesitating for a moment, she used chopsticks to extract a piece of golden chicken breast from the disposable container and placed it in a small bowl, bringing it to the living room. Here you go. Try the Bang Bang Chicken made by your aunt. What? Am I not drinking the Bang Bang Chicken? You are having chicken soup. This is the actual Bang Bang Chicken, Xiaobai exclaimed. Did you give me a fake Bang Bang Chicken with chicken feet? What are you shouting about? If you want to drink it, I will. Ma Lanhua had packed the Bang Bang Chicken, while Xiaobai cautiously sipped her chicken soup. She took a small bowl and retrieved the boiled chicken feet from the pot, sitting beside Xiaobai to munch on them. Xiaobai immediately focused on her, licking her lips, which were covered in red oil. Wow, Aunt, it must be delicious, right? Malinhua shot her a glance, fully aware of her intentions. You want to eat? Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Malinhua handed her a chicken foot, and after a few bites, Xiaobai returned it, saying, the chicken feet are so hard to eat. Malinhua scolded. You silly child, how could boiled chicken feet taste good? All the essence has gone into the soup. Suddenly, she noticed Xiaobai lifting her bowl to pour chicken soup into Malinhua's small bowl, and she asked irritably, what are you doing, Guawa? Aunt, your chicken feet are not tasty. Just drink the chicken soup. Enough, enough. Pour it on the table, then what's wrong with your feet? Your hands can't do it? After finishing their meal, the two stepped outside and made their way to the school. Malinhua handed a tote bag to Xiaobai, reminding her, when Boss Zhang arrives, just give it to him. Thank him for taking you out and treat him to bang bang chicken, understand? Understood. Now repeat it. Your claws are as foolish as a pig's brain. I am quite clever. So what about you? Boss Zhang, enjoy the delectable chicken skewers. After savoring them, you shall become remarkable. Did I teach you to say it this way? Yes. You, indeed. You ought to express gratitude. Thank you, Boss Zhang, for taking me out to play. Although I may be a simpleton, my aunt is a kind-hearted individual, and her chicken skewers are simply exquisite. If you relish them, kindly show your appreciation. Do you remember? Remember. Repeat after me. Thank you, Boss Zhang, for taking me out to play. Although I may be a simpleton, my aunt is a kind-hearted individual, and her chicken skewers are simply exquisite. If you relish them, kindly show your appreciation. Do you remember? Remember, do not forget. Remember. Do not forget. Do not forget. Remember. Do not forget the phrase do you remember? What? Are you repeating or not? Do not repeat. Then why are you still repeating? I am so infuriated. I kicked Little Bai's bottom, and finally, Little Bai understood. Hold on tight. Ow. Little Bai clutched the tote bag tightly to her chest. Off you go. Goodbye. Aunt Little Bai excitedly ran towards the school. Do not run. Be careful not to drop the chicken skewers. Little Bai immediately halted, shifting to small, cautious steps, while joyfully shouting, Simpletons, are there any simpletons around? Chapter 68, Zhang Tan's Wang has passed away. The narrative of Tomorrow's You may not be particularly groundbreaking, yet it possesses a refreshing quality that avoids cliches. Coupled with the director's adept craftsmanship and seasoned storytelling techniques, Zhang Tan's Wang internally rated it a commendable 7.5. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the film been subpar, he would undoubtedly have faced the ire of his fans for endorsing a lackluster piece. The class WeChat group was abuzz with chatter, and someone shared breaking news about Su Lan attending the premiere of Tomorrow's You. The news was freshly minted, complete with images capturing Su Lan's recent appearance on the red carpet. The group immediately ignited with excitement as members emerged from their usual silence to express their enthusiasm. It's Tomorrow's You, a film I have been eagerly anticipating. It's finally set for release. Did Su Lan also participate in this film? She must still be at the premiere, right? Zhang Tan's Wang observed the screen discreetly, choosing not to engage. After all, no one had sought his input for quite some time. There was a peculiar thrill in eavesdropping, especially when the discussions revolved around something he was directly involved in. However, as the film reached its climax, he resolved to put away his phone, intent on watching the remainder of the movie attentively before pinning a review to provide feedback to Li Rue. Suddenly, he saw a message pop up. I'm at the scene. The film is quite excellent. If you have the time, do go and see it. The speaker was Su Lan. Zhang instinctively lifted his gaze toward the front rows. The Grand Theater had dimmed its lights, leaving only the luminous screen to illuminate the surroundings, rendering it impossible to discern the crowd, let alone locate Su Lan amidst them. With her involvement, Zhang chose to keep his phone out, continuing to glance at the screen while remaining curious about what Su Lan might discuss, wondering if she would mention having seen him. Su Lan casually chatted with the audience, recommending the film before falling silent once more. Zhang Tan's Wang tucked his phone away, leaning back in his seat, his gaze fixed ahead as the film's poignant score began to swell, evoking tears. Su Lan, seated in the front row, also reclined in her chair, seemingly absorbed in the film, though her mind appeared to wander. Zhang remained silent in the group chat, questioning whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. Surely, he was lurking in some corner of the venue. Su Lan felt a sense of recognition but also uncertainty. The transformation was so profound, and the aura so distinctly altered. When their eyes met, there was no longer the same fierce intensity or possessiveness as before, but rather a tranquil demeanor. Perhaps she had indeed mistaken him, Su Lan mused, choosing to dismiss the thought. As the premiere concluded, Zhang Tan's Wang merged with the throng exiting the venue, glancing back to see that Su Lan had already vanished. Upon returning to the Little Red Horse Academy, it was precisely 10 p.m. The teachers were urging the children to return to their dormitories and prepare for bed. Little Bai was likely among the toys, but Zhang did not make a special effort to search for her. He ascended the stairs to his home, when suddenly, he heard a small voice call out, "Shovel, shovel." The sound emanated from upstairs, and as the voice rang out, the motion-activated lights in the corridor flickered on. Turning the corner, he spotted Little Bai sitting alone at the staircase's edge, engrossed in a picture book, a tote bag resting beside her. "Good evening, Little Bai." Zhang greeted her warmly. Xiaobai suddenly lifted her head, and, upon seeing him, joyfully stood up. "Boss Zhang, you're back. I've been waiting for you." Zhang sighed. "You were waiting for me? Is there something you need?" Xiaobai picked up the handbag beside her, cradling it in her arms, and said, "I made you bang bang chicken." "What is that?" Zhang inquired as he opened the door, puzzled. Xiaobai followed closely, tilting her small head, and enunciated each syllable in Mandarin, "Bang bang chicken, wow." "That sounds delicious." "Let me see," Zhang replied. After changing their shoes, they turned on the air conditioning and closed the door. They entered the dining room, where Xiaobai placed the handbag on the table. She took out the food container and lifted the lid, instantly filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. The golden chicken was immersed in a vibrant red sauce, a feast for the senses. "Did you make this?" Zhang asked as Xiaobai climbed onto a small stool. Recalling her earlier claim, Xiaobai nodded, then shook her head. "Oh, it was made by my aunt." "Why did you make me bang bang chicken?" Zhang questioned. Xiaobai remembered her aunt's words and replied, "Thank you, Boss Zhang, for taking me out to play. Although my aunt is a bit silly, I am a good person. The bang bang chicken I made is superb, and it's for you. If you like it, just give a thumbs up, okay? Remember?" Zhang was taken aback. "Remember? Is that what you said to me?" Xiaobai nodded enthusiastically. "Why does that feel so awkward?" He pondered, wondering if he needed to interpret her words differently. "Well, think about it," Xiaobai urged, then quickly added, "Hurry up and eat. It smells so good." "All right, just a moment." Zhang went to fetch 2 bowls, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and a fork, 1 for each of them. "I'm not eating. I'm already full. It's for you," Xiaobai insisted, shaking her head at the bowls placed in front of her. "I can't finish it alone. Let us eat together. I'll have a taste first." So delicious. Your aunt is quite the chef." Delighted by the praise, Xiaobai giggled. "Though it's a bit spicy." The red oil poured over the chicken was indeed fiery, with a generous amount of chili flakes. After just 2 pieces, Zhang began to puff, searching desperately for water. Seizing the moment, Xiaobai's big eyes darted around, astonished by Zhang's reaction. She glanced at the bang bang chicken, then at the now flushed Zhang. Folding her small hands in front of her and adopting an innocent demeanor, pretending it had nothing to do with her. "Come on, let us eat together. It's too spicy for me to have much." Zhang opened a bottle of chilled soda and gulped it down, leaving Xiaobai wide-eyed in surprise. "Ah, that is much better. It's really spicy." Zhang then opened another bottle for Xiaobai, inserting a straw and placing it in front of her. "You love bang bang chicken, right? I remember you can handle spicy food." After several invitations from Zhang, Xiaobai, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, finally began to eat the bang bang chicken in her small bowl. "It's delicious," she exclaimed. "Indeed, it is delectable, almost addictive." Zhang Tan gasped for breath, tears streaming down his face from the spiciness, yet he could not bring himself to stop until he slapped his own face, frightened to continue. Xiaobai also paused. Although it was delicious, she had consumed quite a bit for dinner, and after finishing what was in her small bowl, she found herself unable to eat any more. Her garment could no longer conceal her round little belly. At her suggestion, Zhang Tan went to fetch other children to partake in the feast, but at that hour, they had all gone to bed, either fast asleep or preparing to doze off. Thus, he placed the remaining half into the refrigerator, intending to savor it for dinner the following day. "Thank you, and also to your aunt. The spicy chicken was splendid and extraordinarily delicious." Zhang Tan expressed his gratitude to the nearly incapacitated Xiaobai. Xiaobai remembered her aunt's admonition, "If it's delicious, don't forget to give it a thumbs up." Zhang Tan pressed his thumb to her forehead in approval. "Shall I compose a poem for you?" "What? A poem? A what?" "A poem, as in verses and stanzas. Not something crude." "Oh, I understand. The excrement of a little chick." While speaking, Xiaobai kept her gaze fixed on Zhang Tan's mouth and could not resist saying, "Zhang boss, your mouth is all red. What has happened to your lips?" "Huh, my mouth is red," Zhang Tan exclaimed, rushing to the mirror. Indeed, his lips were a vivid red, slightly swollen from the heat. How could they not be swollen? Even now, he was still panting, requiring frequent sips of his little bear drink. How could they add so much chili? Those Sichuan girls truly know how to pack a punch. Noticing Xiaobai's nonchalant demeanor, he begrudgingly asked, "Aren't you feeling the spice?" Xiaobai shook her head proudly, declaring, "Eating spicy food is my forte. I'm not talking about eating in general, but about handling spice. Even such a small Sichuan girl is tougher than me. Genetics truly play a vital role." Zhang Tan, overwhelmed by the heat, nestled into the sofa with Xiaobai to watch Windmill and the Pretender, reluctant to move. Chapter 69. The Ode of Zhang Tan and Xiaobai lounged on the sofa, teetering on the brink of slumber, until teacher Xiaolu knocked on the door in search of her nephew, as her aunt had arrived. Xiaobai hastily wiped her mouth with her small hands and dashed outside. As they exited the Xiahongma Academy, Malinois promptly tapped her on the back of the head, scolding, "Little Bai, how many times must I tell you not to keep running to Boss Zhang's house? Are your ears deaf to my words?" Xiaobai retorted indignantly. "Why are you hitting a child? First answer my question. Are you at Boss Zhang's house?" "Yes," she replied. "Have I not warned you? You should not always go to Boss Zhang's place. You are a girl, and he is a boy. What do you expect?" "I'm just delivering some delicious chicken," she protested. "Did you deliver it?" "Yes." "Did you say what I told you to?" "I did." "What did you say?" "Let me hear it." "Thank you, Boss Zhang, for taking me out to play. Even though my aunt is a bit silly, I am a good person. The chicken I made is superb. If you enjoy it, please give a thumbs up, remember?" Upon finishing, she noticed Malinois standing motionless, expressionless, with a rather terrifying demeanor. "What's the matter, aunt? Did you encounter a ghost?" Malinois ominously replied, "You spoiled little rascal, let me show you who's in charge. Come here and take your punishment." Just as Xiaobai attempted to flee, Malinois anticipated her move, swiftly capturing her and lifting her up to spank her. The little girl cried out, and the sound echoed through the alley, triggering a chorus of barking dogs that grew louder and more numerous, resembling a chaotic scene of thievery. "Help me, dogs. Hurry, bite Malinois, she's mean." They continued to tussle all the way home, where she was finally released. The little girl sat woefully on a stool, lost in thought, still unable to comprehend why Malinois had punished her despite her good behavior. "Aunt is indeed quite unreasonable," she mused, seizing the opportunity while her aunt entered the bathroom. Xiaobai shook her uncle awake. "Uncle, uncle." No response. Xiaobai huffed, by giant pain. "Are you asleep again?" Finally, her uncle by giant pain ceased his snoring and, groggily awakening, asked, "What is it, Xiaobai?" "Aunt hit me." "Why don't you hit her back?" "I wanted to bite her, but I can't overpower her." "Then you deserve it," he replied nonchalantly. Frustrated, Xiaobai grumbled to herself, realizing her uncle was of no help. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Malinois emerged, casting a sinister glance at Xiaobai. "What were you doing?" "I was counting stars," she stammered. "Did I hear you cursing at me?" "Absolutely not. You must have bugs in your ears. Don't speak ill of me behind my back. I am a good child." "If you are a good child, why are you pulling your uncle's hair?" Xiaobai glanced over and noticed, to her surprise, she was indeed tugging at her uncle's hair. Her uncle lay on the bed, wide-eyed, silently watching her. "Oh, hadn't you just closed your eyes to sleep?" Little Bai chuckled softly, placing her tiny hand upon her uncle's face, mimicking a gesture of rest, and said, "Uncle, quickly close your eyes and sleep. Be good." Bai Jian Pain complied and shut his eyes, yet his mouth continued to speak. "Little Bai, you little rascal, since you cannot compete with your aunt, you have come to bully me, haven't you?" "Oh, uncle, can you still talk while you sleep? Are you speaking in your dreams? How impressive." "Impressive indeed. You tugged at my hair so forcefully that it hurt and woke me up." Aunt. "Oh, Boss Zhang has given you a thumbs up." Malinois, momentarily distracted, inquired, "Did he say it tastes good?" "The is absolutely delightful," he said. "Is it spicy?" "Not spicy, that is his forte." "That's good. We shall add a bit more next time. Boss Zhang even wrote you a poem." "What? A poem? What kind of poem?" "Just a poem." "Goodness. He wouldn't be saying that the I made is a poem, would he? Is that what he meant?" "That is how he said it." Little Bai recited the poem written by Zhang. "Malinois, the you made is undoubtedly the best in the world." Malinois playfully scolded, "You silly little thing, that is poetry, not nonsense. Are you foolish?" She pouted, thinking how this Zhang, despite appearing somewhat refined, could produce such a mediocre piece of writing, something she could easily critique with her elementary education. As Little Bai departed, the night deepened, yet the Little Red Horse Academy buzzed with life. The lights at the entrance flickered on. Old Lee brought out a chair, sitting in the courtyard to enjoy the cool breeze and greet the parents arriving to pick up the children. Zhang Tan took a shower, settled at his desk, and opened his computer to search for news about Tomorrow's You. Within just over an hour, numerous commentaries had emerged. A beautifully crafted youth romance film. Tomorrow's You. I once considered ending it all until I met you, my warmth. Zhang Tan perused several articles, finding the critics rather lacking in vigor. He decided to hold his ground, planning to produce the next video on Tomorrow's You, aiming for a profound dissection of this youth romance film. He noticed several news articles mentioned Su Lan attending the premiere. In the class WeChat group, new messages flooded in as everyone eagerly discussed Su Lan's participation in Tomorrow's You, sharing multiple photos that had been promptly released by the media online. Su Lan was also present in the group, occasionally chiming in, and countless responses followed. Su Lan and Zhang Tan were classmates. She was studying directing but, by a stroke of fate, became an actress in her sophomore year, quickly rising to fame through a historical fantasy drama. Stepping into the entertainment industry, often busy filming and working, she had little time for classes, and initially, one would think they had little in common. However, Zhang Tan's reputation as a sea king suggested otherwise. To be labeled as such, regardless of one's reputation, there was one certainty. He was indeed quite adept at charming women. Su Lan, endowed with natural beauty, certainly caught Zhang Tan's attention. Such a stunning classmate. Proximity allowed him to pursue her fervently during their freshman year. Although his efforts did not bear fruit, their relationship remained closer than that of ordinary acquaintances. It was only when Zhang Tan embraced the role of a sea king that Su Lan distanced herself, relegating him to the status of a mere nodding acquaintance. Today, Zhang Tan was surprised to encounter Su Lan, even more so by her ability to recognize him amidst the crowd. He pondered whether she remembered him. His phone lay atop the bedside table as he ventured into the living room to pour a glass of warm water. Having indulged in spicy chicken for dinner, he found himself parched. After sipping a few mouthfuls, he set the majority of the glass back on the bedside table, flicked on the desk lamp, extinguished the overhead light, and reclined on his bed. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with crickets chirping and the clock on the wall ticking rhythmically. If there are no further objections, let us conclude our script discussion meeting. Meeting adjourned. Congratulations were in order for Zhang Tan and his fellow screenwriters for successfully completing a significant project. The quality of the script for Unlucky Bear was commendable, filled with humor that clearly reflected the effort invested in it. Well done, Zhang Tan. Earlier that morning, the production studio convened a discussion on the script for Unlucky Bear, collectively reviewing the first season draft recently completed by Zhang Tan and his team. In fact, the script had been distributed a day prior to the attending screenwriters, all of whom had reviewed it and provided feedback before the meeting. The version submitted for discussion was revised according to these suggestions. Among the attendees were Yang Sunlin, the head of the animation department, Li Liang, the project director, Lao Lu, the head of the script evaluation team, and Feng Dong, the leader of the third screenwriting group, along with heads from 3 other groups and several seasoned screenwriters, including Luo Ming. Such script evaluation meetings, while not entirely formalistic, often prioritized process over substance, resembling more of a casual gathering. Zhang Tan maintained a respectful demeanor, surrounded by leaders and seniors. Throughout the meeting, he diligently took notes, jotting down suggestions, and sketching a small cartoon of a white shoe, resulting in 5 pages of notes by the end. The feedback was predominantly encouraging. Many expressed optimism about Zhang Tan, acknowledging the potential of the young writer. This meeting marked a moment of recognition for him as a promising screenwriter. A recent graduate, Zhang Tan was undeterred by a lack of talent, fearing instead the inability to stand out. In the realm of screenwriting, one must not only possess writing skills, but also the ability to articulate ideas and possess emotional intelligence, traits that together could eliminate most contenders, leaving only a few highly capable individuals. After responding to everyone's comments, Zhang Tan tucked away his notebook and returned to the office. Jiang Rong awaited anxiously, and upon his arrival, inquired eagerly, "Boss, how did it go?" Without any pretense, Zhang Tan replied, "It went smoothly." "That's fantastic." Jiang Rong and Su Jian erupted with excitement, relieved that they had not encountered the dreaded client. Su Jian, observing Jiang Rong's childlike enthusiasm, chuckled. "I told you, the script discussion meeting is essentially a casual chat. It usually goes well. Look at you, all anxious, just scaring yourself." Jiang Rong remarked, "It is easy to say, but who truly knows? What if those leaders and senior colleagues find it difficult to accept Zhang Tan's youth and lack of experience?" This was her inaugural script, and the first experience always holds a special significance. Su Jian paused for a moment, acknowledging her point. He had previously attended a review meeting where a novice screenwriter had blushed under criticism, though ultimately, they succeeded after a tumultuous process. Zhang Tan interjected, "All right. Enough of this overthinking. Everyone here is quite amicable and has offered us numerous valuable suggestions. Jiang Rong, here is the notebook. Please organize the notes for everyone to review." Jiang Rong took the notebook, leafing through it until she stumbled upon a cartoonish drawing of Xiaobai's avatar. She inquired, "Boss, who is this for?" Zhang Tan hastily reclaimed the notebook, saying, "Let me handle the organization." Chapter 70. Someone is concerned about you. The script for Unlucky Bear was submitted to Pujiang television station, and it was only upon approval from the client that it would be considered the final draft. It was anticipated that feedback would not arrive until the next day at the earliest. However, unexpectedly, a call came just before the end of the workday, expressing that the script was well received and would proceed as is. Given the smooth progression of events, Zhang Tan promptly reported to Feng Dong, who then proceeded to Yang Xinlin's office to relay the news. Yang Xinlin, equally surprised, remarked, "Zhang Tan is indeed a fortunate talent. I had expected at least several rounds of revisions, yet the television station approved it in one go." While the script's difficulty was not overly taxing, capturing the essence of its charm posed a considerable challenge. Without delay, Yang Xinlin contacted Wang Jun at the television station to update her on the project's progress. Casually mentioning the script's confirmation, he noted that with the script finalized, the animation production would soon commence and invited her to visit the studio at her convenience. After cheerfully concluding the call, Yang Xinlin advised Feng Dong to find an opportunity to converse with Zhang Tan. Recognizing the young man's capabilities and emphasizing the importance of organizational support in both work and life, Feng Dong replied, "Since the script evaluation group brought him to our team, we have consistently focused on him. Both Lao Lu and Lao Luo, who have mentored him, speak very highly of his talents." After a brief conversation, Feng Dong took his leave, but Yang Xinlin suddenly called him back, inquiring, "Is Zhang Tan a member of the party?" Feng Dong hesitated before answering, "It seems not." Yang Xinlin remarked, "We must uphold the vanguard spirit of party members." Feng Dong quickly understood, "Of course. A person as outstanding as Zhang Tan must certainly be a member of our party." That evening, Zhang Tan treated the scriptwriting team to dinner. After many days of diligent effort, the project had finally reached a resolution, and he felt it essential to express gratitude for everyone's hard work. In such gatherings, abstaining from alcohol is not customary. In the spirit of celebration, they indulged a little too much. Su Jian became inebriated, and Zhang Tan himself was somewhat tipsy, as colleagues took turns toasting him. Had it not been for his strong constitution, he might have succumbed to the floor long ago. Initially intending to continue the evening's festivities after the meal, Zhang Tan reconsidered upon observing everyone's condition and decided to call it a night. No one should drive. "Let us call for designated drivers," he suggested, waving at the crowd of drivers waiting outside the restaurant. A handful of drivers rushed over. Jiang Rong, having consumed the least, was the most sober, as the others had refrained from overindulging her. In Zhang Tan's state, she took the initiative to arrange for everyone's designated drivers, ensuring they departed one by one until only Zhang Tan and she remained. "You should head back too," Zhang Tan suggested. Jiang Rong replied, "How can I rest easy with you this way? I'll take you home first." She handed the car keys to the designated driver and assisted Zhang Tan into the vehicle, asking, "Where do you live?" Zhang Tan insisted she return first, but Jiang Rong countered, "I'm already in the car." She had also arranged for a designated driver for her own vehicle, following closely behind. Xichongan Street. Zhang Tan replied, "Xichongan Street? That's quite a prestigious area. Surely you don't reside in a basement?" Jiang Rong mused, instructing the driver to proceed. By this time, it was already past 9 in the evening, and the roads were clear. After more than half an hour, as the car cruised along Xichongan Street, Jiang Rong inquired again, specifically, "Where?" Zhang Tan answered, "At the Little Red Horse Academy in Huangjia Village." Living in an urban village, indeed, however. What exactly was this Little Red Horse Academy? What a peculiar name, thought Jiang Rong. The driver followed the navigation, and the car arrived directly at the entrance of Little Red Horse Academy. Zhang Tan alighted from the vehicle, with Jiang Rong closely trailing behind. Her curiosity piqued by the brightly lit academy under the night sky. She inquired of Zhang Tan, "Boss, do you reside here? This appears to be a kindergarten." "Does it not?" Oldly emerged, exclaiming, "Oh, have you been drinking?" As he approached, the strong scent of alcohol wafted towards him, and his gaze shifted to Jiang Rong, who was unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful. Zhang Tan had previously had numerous girlfriends, frequently changing partners, but since the summer vacation began, this was the first occasion he had brought a girl home. Zhang Tan stumbled over his words, attempting to explain that he had been drinking at a work gathering. But Jiang Rong interjected, "You needn't speak. Allow me to clarify." She proceeded to explain the situation to Old Li. Old Li, realizing the circumstances, remarked that he found it surprising that Zhang Tan, who had been performing well for over a month, had drunk so much. Upon hearing it was a work dinner, he sighed in relief, fearing a relapse into old habits. "Let me handle this," Old Li said, supporting Zhang Tan as Jiang Rong followed closely behind. In the brightly lit building, a child stood in the corridor, gazing in their direction. It was Xiaobai. Old Li approached her, explaining that Zhang Tan was drunk and needed to be assisted back to his room. Jiang Rong observed Xiaobai with growing curiosity, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. As they ascended the stairs and reached the door, she suddenly remembered that this was the child drawn in her notebook. Jiang Rong was captivated by everything at Little Red Horse Academy. She had always been intrigued by Zhang Tan, yet he had kept her at arm's length, maintaining a barrier that prevented her from getting too close or probing into his life. Shrouded in mystery, she had finally breached that wall today. Old Li helped Zhang Tan into the bedroom and laid him down. Jiang Rong went to the water dispenser, pouring half a cup of hot water and half a cup of cold water, mixing them to achieve a pleasant warmth before offering it to Zhang Tan. Her gaze suddenly fell upon a figurine on the bedside table, a grotesque creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, alongside a voluptuous figure. To her surprise, the usually serious boss had such a hobby in private. Xiaobai had followed them, having changed into her little slippers at the door and curiously asked, "Uncle, are you okay?" Jiang Rong scrutinized her, puzzled about the relationship between this little girl and Zhang Tan. Old Li explained to Xiaobai that Zhang Tan had been drinking with friends and was now somewhat inebriated. Xiaobai immediately took a few steps back. But remembering that he was a good uncle, she cautiously approached the bedside, scrutinizing Zhang Tan. Noticing his drunken state and the overwhelming smell of alcohol, she pinched her nose in disdain, exclaiming, "You silly, you're so ridiculous." Jiang Rong adjusted the air conditioning, covered Zhang Tan with a blanket, and left with Old Li. "Xiaobai, you may return now. There's no need to worry. Zhang Tan will be fine after some rest." Xiaobai trailed behind them, frequently glancing back at the slumbering Zhang Tan. Upon reaching the doorway, she suddenly heard the soft clucking of a chick beneath the bed. Initially concerned about Zhang Tan being unattended, she felt a wave of reassurance. The chick, nestled under the bed, would surely take good care of the uncle. Listening to the gentle clucking, she believed he would sleep more soundly, a comforting notion imparted by her grandmother, that at night, when they drifted into slumber, the chick would vigilantly safeguard the children from the shadows. Old Li closed the door behind them and led Jiang Rong and Xiaobai downstairs. The corridor lights flickered, casting an eerie darkness that enveloped the space in silence. After a while, a small figure crept back up, triggering the motion sensor light to reveal Xiaobai. Cradling a glass bottle filled with candied fruits, she approached Zhang Tan's door, gently pushing it, yet it remained steadfast. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard nothing. After meandering about for a while, she muttered to herself, then made her way to the staircase, settling on a step to nibble on the treats within the bottle. After a brief pause, she could no longer resist the urge to dash downstairs, drawn by the joyous laughter of the children below. After whispering a few words to herself, she reluctantly returned upstairs, again pressing her ear to the door. It seemed she could hear the chick calling, but Zhang Tan's voice was absent. With a sigh, she plopped down at her doorstep, continuing to munch on the candied fruits in a state of boredom. Although she harbored a hint of worry for the intoxicated Zhang Tan, the presence of the chick within the room gave her considerable comfort. Chapter 71. Recruitment. Old Li accompanied Jiang Rong as she left the academy. Along the way, she curiously inquired, "Uncle, is this a kindergarten?" Upon descending the stairs, she observed numerous children, roughly the same age as Xiaobai, making it appear akin to a nursery. However, she wondered how a kindergarten could operate at night. Didn't these children have homes to return to? Old Li replied, "This place is called the Little Red Horse Academy, also known as the Midnight Academy. It only operates during the night." Only at night? Jiang Rong had never before encountered such a concept. Old Li chuckled. "Indeed, it operates solely at night. Look across at Xichang'an Street. So many people are working. Who takes care of their children?" "So, they leave their children here?" Jiang Rong asked. Old Li nodded. "Exactly. Is it profitable?" she inquired. "It operates at a loss," he replied. Jiang Rong gazed at the bustling Xichang'an street, realizing it was a prime location, occupying a vast area worth at least hundreds of millions. It seemed a tremendous waste to use such a valuable space for a midnight academy. Surely, even without any activity, merely collecting rent would yield substantial income. Then why do it? Old Li glanced at her knowingly, but it holds great significance, doesn't it? Jiang Rong paused for a few seconds, then hurried after Old Li, continuing to ask, how did Zhang Tan end up living here? Is this place only for taking care of children, or do they look after adults as well? Old Li laughed, of course not. This isn't hotel. The little one you met earlier, Xiaobai, is our client. And Zhang Tan? As a screenwriter accustomed to weaving tales, she had already concocted several tragic backstories for Zhang Tan in just a short span of time, one of which felt particularly plausible. Zhang Tan must be an orphan, raised in the Little Red Horse Academy, never leaving after growing up, supporting the academy with his work to prevent its closure. His orphan background explained his distant demeanor. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Xiaobai had also been assigned a backstory, perhaps as Zhang Tan's sister or, daringly, his illegitimate child. However, Old Li's words shattered her fantasies without mercy. Zhang Tan is the owner of the academy. The owner? Jiang Rong was taken aback. Despite her penchant for daydreaming and her aspirations to become the foremost screenwriter in the Chinese-speaking world, she had never imagined Zhang Tan to be the proprietor of the establishment. He hardly appeared to be a wealthy individual. Didn't he grow up here? Old Li responded with surprise. Yes, he did. This academy is his family's legacy. So he is a second-generation rich kid, Jiang Rong mused. How fitting. She was also from a wealthy background, a perfect match. She felt she understood Zhang Tan better now. And the more she learned, the more she admired him. To dedicate such a prime property not for commercial gain, but to care for a group of neglected children spoke volumes of his character. Such a man possessed remarkable responsibility, instilling a sense of security. It was no wonder that she had nearly fallen asleep against him earlier, as she indulged in her daydreams. The figure of Old Li had already accompanied her to the entrance of the academy. Old Li expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for bringing Zhang Tan back. Be cautious on your way home and return early." Jiang Rong turned her gaze towards the Little Red Horse Academy. The yard was shrouded in darkness. Yet the building radiated with brilliance. A row of small heads peeked out from the first-floor windows, chattering and scrutinizing her, whispering about her identity. Some referred to her as Zhang's wife, others as a plump friend. The innocent musings of children, she mused silently. As she glanced upward towards the third floor, where Zhang Tan's bedroom lay in utter darkness. Was that little girl by Zhang Tan's sister? Jiang Rong pondered. She had misjudged Zhang Tan's background. Surely Bai would not make the same mistake, for why else would Zhang Tan draw her in his notebook? Bai was a little friend from the academy who enjoyed playing with Zhang Tan. Old Li's words shattered her fantasies once more. She perceived Zhang Tan to be a man of many enigmas, an enigmatic figure indeed. That night, Zhang Tan slept soundly. He awoke at 5 in the morning. Roused by thirst, his throat parched and slightly sore. Just as he sought out water, he noticed a blue children's sippy cup placed by the bedside, filled with water. Bai possessed a similar cup, as did Xiaomi, and recalling that Bai had visited last night, he deduced without effort that it was she who had left it there. What a thoughtful little friend, Zhang Tan thought, as he picked up the sippy cup, opting to unscrew the lid instead of using the straw, draining the water in one go. The chirping of crickets resonated from beneath the bed. Zhang Tan had long given up searching for them, as they were adept at concealing themselves. Rising, he made his way to the bathroom, brushing his teeth and washing his face, while also cleaning Bai's sippy cup. He retrieved 3 bottles of bear-shaped drinks from the refrigerator, filling the cup to the brim, and placed it back inside, ensuring Bai would have chilled beverages upon her return that evening. He ventured into the courtyard for a light jog, though the sun had yet to rise. Its light already illuminated half the sky, painting the horizon in hues of rose. The bustling city of Pujiang was eerily quiet at that moment. The main road was devoid of the usual traffic, with streetlights still aglow. Upon arriving at the company, Zhang Tan found himself alone on the 9th floor. He opened the windows, boiled water, and tended to the plants, contemplating his work in the stillness of the early hour. The project Unlucky Bear was nearing completion, and he reflected on what the next steps might entail. Having spent nearly 2 months in this world, he had first participated in Beneath Tianyu Mountain, followed by the adaptation of The Lamp Bearer, and then took the helm of Unlucky Bear, all of which were animated works. Animation was not his true calling. His passion lay in live-action film, where his expertise truly shone. The core business of the Pujiang Film Studio revolved around animation. Excelling as one of the best in the country, while live-action films lagged significantly, with annual revenues not even reaching a tenth of that of animation. Last year, 2 live-action films were released, one with an investment of $100 million and the other with $50 million. The former flopped miserably, incurring substantial losses, while the latter yielded slight profits and garnered a favorable reputation. In terms of television series, several had been launched, but most were lukewarm, with the highest viewership likely belonging to the 3rd season of Director Gene. Chief Gene is a web series that releases a season annually, having already aired 2 seasons, with a 3rd season scheduled for this year. This series has gained some popularity, though it deviates from conventional television dramas, presenting itself as a situational comedy, with each episode lasting approximately 15 minutes and lacking narrative continuity, relying instead on humorous anecdotes and jokes. While the first 2 seasons garnered some attention, viewership significantly declined in the latter half of the 2nd season. Without a revamp, the 3rd season is poised for failure. Perhaps this is why there has been no news regarding the 3rd season, and the directors from the first 2 seasons have been dismissed in favor of new talent. In a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tan was abruptly interrupted when the office door swung open, revealing Jiang Rong, who paused upon seeing him. "Boss, you're here so early," she remarked. Zhang Tan shook off his thoughts and replied, "I went to bed early last night. Thank you for yesterday. No need for pleasantries. By the way, your living situation is quite unique. Being around children every day helps maintain a youthful spirit, which is beneficial for scriptwriting." "Really? I'm living proof." "Oh, boss. I didn't realize you were so vain." Zhang Tan stood up and stretched. "I won't chat anymore. I'm heading out for a stroll." Lu Dan had just arrived and was seated, enjoying breakfast while engrossed in a figure of Feng Jia on the table, utterly captivated. Zhang Tan recalled Lu Dan mentioning he would write a character profile for Feng Jia and inquired if he had done so. Lu Dan, with a bun in his mouth, retrieved a notebook from his bag, flipping it open to show Zhang Tan a handwritten page. "Identity, Queen of the Ancient Phoenix Kingdom." Zhang Tan felt a chill merely from reading the identity, contemplating turning away or closing his eyes to avoid contamination, yet Lu Dan gazed at him expectantly. Regretting his curiosity, Zhang Tan endured the discomfort to finish reading Feng Jia's character profile, but he could only express that her background was impressive before hastily departing. "Zhang Tan, when you have time, help create a story for Feng Jia," Lu Dan called after his retreating figure. Zhang Tan waved without responding, too hesitant to say anything further. After the script for the Unlucky Bear project concluded, the screenwriting team was disbanded immediately, leaving only Zhang Tan and Jiang Rong. Zhang Tan remained to manage the remaining tasks related to the Unlucky Bear project, while Jiang Rong stayed due to a lack of alternatives. Originally part of the script evaluation team, she couldn't return there. That would be a regression, and onlookers might mistakenly believe she had erred and been relegated to obscurity. Thus, she was permitted to continue alongside him. Meanwhile, the live-action department of Pujiang Film Studio was convening for its regular meeting. Compared to the animation division, this department had significantly fewer staff, giving it a rather desolate atmosphere. The discussion had just concluded regarding the matters of the 3rd season of Chief Gene, and Minister Zhu Ruopa felt a headache coming on. Currently, the script was still unavailable, as lead actor Wang Yifan and the new director had nearly overturned the original script, requiring a complete rewrite, which is no simple task. The foremost priority for the department was to swiftly initiate the 3rd season of Chief Gene, as delays were unacceptable. In an endeavor to craft an exceptional script, nearly all resources were devoted to assembling a team of seasoned screenwriters who tirelessly brainstormed the narrative day and night. "If there is nothing more, then you may disperse," remarked Zhu Ruopu, observing as everyone packed their belongings and departed, his mind buzzing with thoughts. A veteran of the production studio, he had spent nearly a decade in the film and television sector, initially brimming with ambition, yet upon reflection, he found little to show for his efforts. "What's the matter, He Miao?" He Miao, the head of the screenwriting department, lingered nearby, awaiting his attention. "Director, we face a grave issue in our department that requires immediate resolution," He Miao stated. "What is it?" Zhu Ruopu glanced at him, feeling somewhat irritable, as he lifted his teacup, taking a couple of sips. The cup, aged and stained with years of use, had not been replaced in over 3 years. He Miao understood the director's current distress regarding the Director Gene project. The lack of progress was drawing scrutiny from above, and the pressure was palpable. However, his own concerns could no longer be ignored and demanded a solution. Yesterday, Lao Lu was reassigned to the Director Gene writing team, leaving us with very few writers. Today, I counted and was taken aback. Including the 2 new recruits from the summer, we are down to just 4 individuals. Director, we are short-staffed in the writing department. Only 4 remaining? Zhu Ruopu appeared astonished. How could such a sizable department be reduced to merely 4 writing staff? Indeed, just 4, He Miao confirmed, listing their names. As the others had all transitioned to the Director Gene project team, Zhu Ruopu remarked, "Don't assume I'm unaware. The Director Gene team has only 5 writers. Where are the others?" He Miao replied, "This month, 3 left, and 2 voluntarily transferred to the animation department. We are now down to 9. Director, we must recruit new talent." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ruopu queried, "What suggestions do you have?" He Miao proposed, "I believe we should approach this from 2 angles. Firstly, we must recruit externally, but not newcomers. We need experienced individuals as we lack the time to train. Secondly, I recommend requesting a few personnel from the animation department." Zhu Ruopu countered, "Securing personnel may not be that simple. Yang Sunlin is quite formidable and has recently secured a significant project with Pujiang Television, making it unlikely he will part with his people." He then inquired, "Do you have someone in mind?" In the conference room, with only Zhu Ruopu and He Miao present, He Miao felt no need for discretion and responded candidly, "Minister Yang is indeed assertive, and acquiring personnel will not be an easy task. Therefore, we should not request too many, nor should we ask for key players. You just mentioned that the large project from Pujiang Television has been taken on by the animation department. I have noticed a promising newcomer, Zhang Tan, and I wish to secure him." Zhang Tan, Zhu Ruopu acknowledged, "I am aware of him. He possesses considerable talent. But can we persuade Yang Sunlin to release him?" He Miao shrugged and replied, "If Zhang Tan is not available, then what purpose do the other newcomers serve? Our division requires individuals who are ready to contribute immediately. We do not have the time or the platform to nurture novices. If Minister Yang is unwilling to part with anyone, I believe we should directly communicate this to our superiors. Should there be such a divide between our 2 departments? They possess 4 writing teams, while we have only 1. Zhu Ruopu considered this statement to be quite reasonable. Nodding in agreement, he remarked, "You must first communicate with Zhang Tan. Only if he expresses a personal willingness can we proceed with recruitment." He Miao replied cheerfully, "Indeed, I will seek him out shortly. However, Minister, in order to attract talent, it may be necessary to enhance the compensation. Please handle it within a reasonable range." Chapter 72, The Master of Incitement in the Office. Zhang Tan was engaged in a discussion about the script with Jiang Rong. Since joining the Unfortunate Bear screenwriting team, she had experienced rapid growth. Yet she still grappled with numerous petty flaws, common pitfalls for novice screenwriters. The head of the script review panel, Old Liu, had previously provided astute feedback, noting that while Jiang Rong possessed a lively imagination and a unique thought process, she often exhibited a lack of meticulousness and a shaky foundation in her craft. It was no surprise, given that she had studied English at university, which bore no relation to screenwriting. It remained a mystery how she had secured a position at the Pujiang Film Studio. "I recall mentioning during the writing of Little Mud's adventures that you should avoid play within a play. How could you have fallen into this trap again?" Zhang Tan questioned. "Where's the play within a play?" Jiang Rong responded, puzzled. "Isn't it right here?" Zhang Tan pointed out. "Storytelling? Doesn't that count?" Jiang Rong pondered. Yes. Yes, it does. In her script, the protagonist narrated a story to others, followed by a segment that detailed the content of that story. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Rong invited the visitor in, and a middle-aged man she did not recognize entered the office. "Is Zhang Tan here?" he inquired. "That's me," Zhang Tan replied, looking up. "Hello, I'm He Miao, the supervisor of the screenwriting department." The man introduced himself. The film department's screenwriting division. Not the animation department, Zhang Tan noted, slightly taken aback. Why would someone from the film department be seeking her out? "What brings you here?" He Miao glanced at Jiang Rong, who, quick-witted as ever, seized the opportunity to excuse herself and discreetly closed the office door behind her. What could the film department's screenwriting supervisor want with Zhang Tan? The look on Zhang Tan's face indicated that she was unfamiliar with him, suggesting they had not crossed paths before. Jiang Rong's mind raced with possibilities. In the office, He Miao addressed the matter directly, outlining his intentions. Zhang Tan was surprised that her thoughts had aligned so fortuitously with this unexpected visit, sparing her the arduous task of contemplating a departmental transfer. Later that afternoon, as the workday neared its end, Feng Dong approached Zhang Tan for a conversation. As soon as she settled into his office, he stated plainly, "The film department is interested in recruiting you. Have you agreed?" He had just received word from Yang Sunlin that the film department had requested Zhang Tan, and he was directed to discuss her intentions. Zhang Tan surmised that higher-ups had already reached an understanding, and she replied straightforwardly, "I would like to give it a try." Feng Dong offered her some counsel, but Zhang Tan was resolute. With a sigh, she articulated, "Since you have made up your mind, I certainly respect your wishes. I agree to your move to the film department. Minister Yang has indicated that he will honor your decision, if you choose to stay. We will focus on nurturing your development." Inwardly, Feng Dong thought, "I was just about to promote you to party member, and now you wish to depart." He held Zhang Tan in high regard. Yet since the higher-ups had already communicated their intentions, and Zhang Tan herself was amenable to the change, further discussion seemed futile. While he recognized her potential, it was her future that they valued, and her departure would not undermine the foundation of the animation editorial department. Zhang Tan expressed his gratitude profusely. Upon returning to the office after leaving, he found that it was already past the closing hour, yet Zhang Rong remained present. She inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" Indeed, there was a matter Zhang Tan wished to discuss. "I had a premonition. Please go on." "I am preparing to transfer to the film department." "Oh, what? Transferring to the film department? Have you been reassigned? Did you offend someone?" "I have offended no one. This is my own decision." "Was it he Miao who came to see you this morning regarding this?" "Yes, compared to animation, I am more eager to explore film. However, the film department is rather weak. How can it possibly rival the animation department? That is merely an internal assessment. Broaden your perspective. When considering the national market, the potential for film and animation is unmistakably evident. After I leave, the team leader will assign you a mentor. Be sure to learn diligently under their guidance." Zhang Rong appeared dejected, and Zhang Tan found himself at a loss for words. After bidding farewell, he drove home. Passing through a narrow alley, he spotted the Xinfu Kofu restaurant and recalled the poached sugar eggs he had enjoyed last time, prompting him to venture inside. The establishment was modest, hosting only one other patron, a woman with her back turned toward the entrance. "Boss, I would like a bowl of poached sugar eggs," Zhang Tan requested. Upon hearing his voice, the woman abruptly turned around, revealing her identity. "Zhang Tan, and what a coincidence to see you here. Come, join me." It was Huang Mimi. Zhang Tan took a seat across from her and asked, "What brings you out to dine? Did An Huang refuse to cook? Or were you cast out?" Huang Mimi shot him a glance and replied, "You hit the nail on the head. I was retaliated against, and to avoid further trouble, I had to sneak out to satisfy my hunger." "Haha, let me guess. Did you win a considerable sum from Uncle Huang again?" Huang Mimi exclaimed, "Impressive, Zhang Tan. You truly can read my mind. You must be the worm in my belly. How revolting. Let us get you out of here. Are you still eating? Ha ha ha, do you always indulge in such sweet dishes? Perhaps you should diversify your palate." Zhang Tan could not disclose that he had been suffering from excessive fire lately after indulging in the spicy chicken that Xiaobai had brought him. After finishing their dinner, Zhang Tan ordered 2 additional portions to take away. "For Xiaobai?" Huang Mimi asked curiously. "The portions were too small, as a person of my stature. I wouldn't be satisfied with just that, so I'll eat more at home." "You're kidding, right? I assure you, it would be embarrassing to eat alone here. 3 bowls would just make me seem like a pig." "Hey, then you truly are a pig. No matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. 3 bowls feel like nothing. What about you? I've heard that just drinking cold water makes you gain weight." Haha, Huang Mimi gritted her teeth in frustration. Indeed. She was the type who could gain weight merely by drinking cold water. Yet, her appetite was insatiable. If she didn't eat, she would feel dizzy and faint. Huang Mimi entered a nearby tea house and invited Zhang Tan to join her for a pot of tea, but he declined, stating he wanted to return home to enjoy his poached sugar eggs while they were still warm. Upon returning to the academy, before even stepping inside, the boisterous voice of Xiaobai echoed through the air. This girl from Sichuan was embroiled in a quarrel. Her opponent was utterly overwhelmed, retreating in disarray, lips pursed, on the verge of tears. It was none other than the unfortunate Luo Zikong. Teacher Xiaolu stepped in to mediate, separating the two to prevent further conflict. Although physically apart, Xiaobai's fervor remained unabated as she continued to reprimand Luo Zikong with a fierce demeanor. "Call me sister. If you do, I might let you off," Xiaobai declared whimsically. "You are only 4 years old." Luo Zikong shouted in indignation. A mere 4-year-old demanding a 5-year-old to address her as sister. Was it as if Liang Jingru had bestowed upon her 5 courage gems? "I am 4.5. Hurry up and call me sister," Xiaobai retorted loudly. The distinction between 4 years and 4.5 is significant. Over 100 days, indeed. Luo Zikong's face flushed with anger, tears streaming down as his fury escalated. Xiaobai, you are such a silly child. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback by his insult, perplexed. How could this silly child dare to call her silly? Even Luo Zikong had fallen under Xiaobai's spell. The children who spent time with Xiaobai had all picked up a few phrases in Sichuan dialect. Meng Chengcheng could manage it, as could Shenlulu, Xiaomi. And Xiaoqian, even her sworn rival, Luo Zikong, was no exception. Shenlulu, fanning the flames, urged, Xiaobai, quickly call him silly. You are a girl. You must not lose. This silly child. Teacher Xiao Lu pinched her cheek, admonishing her not to revel in the chaos, and instructed Xiaobai to cease the quarrel and refrain from name-calling, for she had already brought Luo Zikong to tears. One must learn the virtue of mercy from a young age. Xiaobai, seemingly unwilling to let Luo Zikong off the hook, pressed on, asserting, Luo Zikong is merely a crybaby. After crying, one becomes stronger. She proclaimed her own resilience, boasting of her current prowess, declaring that no one could reduce her to tears as long as she chose not to cry. Even a beating would not suffice. Teacher Xiaolu took Xiaobai away, while another teacher comforted Luo Zikong. Why have I lost again? Wu, he lamented, wiping his tears as he recounted his defeat in the argument, sorrow welling up within him. The teacher opened her mouth to speak but held back, knowing he had never truly emerged victorious in a quarrel. As a teacher, one must embody kindness. So she suppressed the urge to deliver a final blow. Xiaobai, don't go, let us have a rematch. Luo Zikong called out. Was his humiliation not enough? The small teacher felt a pang of sympathy for him. Reflecting on the earlier quarrel, Luo Zikong recalled how Xiaobai had bested him effortlessly, his mind swirling in confusion. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. His thoughts exploded like a tangled mass, light thoughts rising, heavy thoughts sinking. Suddenly, clarity struck him like a bolt of lightning, and a myriad of insults flooded his mind. How splendid they were. Why hadn't he thought of them earlier? If only he had. Xiaobai would have been the one to shed tears. Now, he was the one crying. I cannot accept this. The more I think about it, the more discontent I feel. Xiaobai, don't leave. Let us start over. You are so pitiful, Luo Zikong. A voice emerged softly behind Luo Zikong, without needing to turn around. He instinctively knew who it was, and in a fit of anger, he shouted, Lulu, you little rascal. Immediately, Shenlulu darted to his side, seeking refuge behind the teacher, her small face peeking out. This was a much safer way to converse with Luo Zikong, for she lacked the martial prowess of Xiaobai and could only rely on her wit. Teacher Xiaoman, Luo Zikong is scolding me, Shenlulu reported. Teacher Xiaoman felt exhausted dealing with her. She was utterly incorrigible, a loyal follower of Xiaobai, always carrying her fan, adept at stirring up trouble. The urge to reprimand her was strong, yet she found her somewhat endearing, thinking to herself, this little one is just a child, I shall let it be. Shenlulu, articulate and sharp-tongued, managed to leave Luo Zikong momentarily speechless, causing his mind to swirl in confusion. He could not even outwit a 3-year-old, or perhaps a 3.5-year-old at most. Xiaobai, under the stern orders of teacher Xiaolu, was sent to the courtyard for reflection. However, she was rather pleased with this, as it allowed her to roam freely in the yard, observing her surroundings and contemplating climbing a tree. Yet, before she could ascend, she had other matters to attend to. She dashed to the window on the second floor, tilting her head upward, and shouted, Xiaomi, don't cry anymore. I've already scolded that foolish Luo Zikong for you. He was crying like a baby, huh? Zhang appeared beside her, inquiring, why is Xiaomi crying? Xiaobai recounted the tale, explaining that Luo Zikong had told Xiaomi that her mother no longer wanted her, which had made her weep. Just thinking about it makes me so furious, Xiaobai muttered, still simmering with indignation. Shenlulu, appearing as if from nowhere, joined the scene. Luo Zikong had something to say about Xiaobai, but she didn't cry, for Xiaobai is a strong little girl. He also had words for Lulu. Yet she did not weep, for Lulu is a resilient little pomegranate. Chapter 73. I have grown fond of you, little Shun Liuli reported to her teacher that Luo Zikong had said she had no mother, yet she did not weep, for she was a resilient little pomegranate. When she made this declaration, her voice rang out with conviction. Zhang Tan observed her, pondering whether this child was rather obstinate. If her mother were to hear such a statement, surely she would deliver a stern reprimand for daring to claim she lacked a mother. Zhang Tan gently reminded her, your mother will come to pick you up shortly. Surprised, Shun Liuli paused, uncertainty flickering across her face, before she awkwardly chuckled and, mimicking a frog, hopped away while exclaiming, I have a mother. I always had a mother. I am so happy. Little Bai muttered to herself, referring to her as a naive simpleton. She stood below, calling up to Xiaomi on the second floor, proclaiming that she had avenged her by making the bothersome Luo Zikong weep. And now he was hiding in teacher Xiaoman's embrace, sobbing. However, no matter how loudly Little Bai shouted, Xiaomi offered no response. Little Bai's voice grew hoarse. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Liuli had reappeared, having stealthily returned, unnoticed even by Zhang Tan. As her loyal follower, she felt compelled to contribute, calling out a few times, claiming exhaustion and that she was nearly spent. Xiaomi Little Bai shouted again, asserting that one must rely on oneself, for Liuli was utterly unreliable. Xiaomi. The plane is taking off. Curious, Shen Liuli inquired, Little Bai, why is the plane taking off? Can Xiaomi fly a plane? Little Bai retorted, exasperated. How should I know? Zhang Tan advised, stop shouting. Xiaomi is not ignoring you. She simply cannot hear you. You should go up and speak to her. Immediately. Little Bai dashed into the building, disregarding teacher Xiao Lu's prohibition, and ascended to the second floor with Shen Liuli. Upon reaching the dormitory, they found it empty. A staff member informed them that Xiaomi was in the principal's office. Little Bai led Shen Liuli there, and indeed, they discovered Xiaomi in tears, cradled by the principal, who was comforting her. Please, stop crying, Little Bai urged. That fool Luo Zikong has been scolded to tears by me. Would you like to see him? Shen Liuli chimed in, Luo Zikong, that fool, was also scolded to tears by me. Her statement was somewhat misleading. Luo Zikong had not been scolded to tears, but rather incensed by her words. The three children huddled together, whispering comforting words to one another, with the solace of peers. Xiaomi gradually regained her composure, halting her tears. Little Bai took Xiaomi by the hand, declaring they were off to play. While Shen Liuli trailed behind like a devoted shadow, Aunt Huang watched the trio depart, reflecting on Little Bai's remarkable strength. Interestingly, Luo Zikong had used similar words to describe Little Bai, yet she had not cried, while Xiaomi had sobbed uncontrollably. It was imperative to find an opportunity to educate Luo Zikong on the impropriety of mocking children for lacking a mother. Such behavior was exceedingly rude and required immediate correction. Due to the nature of the circumstances, the proportion of children from single-parent families in the Little Red Horse Kindergarten was significantly higher than that in ordinary preschools. Aunt Huang aspired to provide these children with a relatively free and joyous environment, ensuring they would no longer endure such hurt. She rose from her seat and departed the office, intent on checking on Luo Zikong, wishing to engage in a conversation with this chubby boy. Among the most mischievous in the academy were he and Xiao Bai, while Shen Lulu was known for her incendiary nature. Without a spark, she could not ignite the flames. Upon locating Luo Zikong, the most boisterous of the children was found weeping, nestled in teacher Xiaoman's embrace, murmuring, Why? Why? And Huang was perplexed by the source of his tears, but then recalled Xiao Bai's earlier words. She had scolded Luo Zikong, avenging Xiaomi. Soon after, she remembered Yolyo's remark. She too had admonished Luo Zikong in retaliation for Xiaomi. Ah, how curious that both children had reduced Luo Zikong to tears. No wonder he had yet to cease crying, outlasting even Xiaomi's sobs. Alas, it was quite a headache. When would these two children reconcile? The sole silver lining was that there had been no fighting this time, as the teachers had taken preventive measures. Meanwhile, at Xiao Bai's side, three little ones arrived at Zhang Tan's home. Zhang Tan opened the door and said, Ah, you've come. Please, come in. He retrieved 3 pairs of small slippers from the shoe rack. Why are there so many? Xiao Bai asked in astonishment. Zhang Tan replied, I bought them for you, since there are 3 of you. He had purchased 5 pairs specifically for the children. But there are 4 of us, including you, uncle. You are a person duck, Shen Lulu chimed in. Zhang Tan fixed a gaze upon the little pomegranate, pondering whether she was insulting him. He hoped she wouldn't realize he was onto her, or else she would be in trouble. Regrettably, Shen Liu's innocent demeanor did not convey malice. She truly appeared oblivious. Come in and take a seat. I've prepared some soft-boiled eggs for you to try, Zhang Tan said, pouring the 2 packages of soft-boiled eggs into bowls, dividing them into 3 portions, and inviting Xiao Bai, Xiaomi, and Shen Lulu to partake. This isn't good, is it? Xiao Bai hesitated. Xiaomi nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments. Only Shen Lulu was unreserved. Following the enticing aroma like a dog, she eagerly approached the table. Xiao Bai pulled her back, and she earnestly informed her, I want to eat. I just want to smell. Zhang Tan wickedly stirred the soft-boiled eggs with a spoon, causing Shen Liu's eyes to widen, her tongue to lick her lips, and her restlessness to escalate. It smells delightful. Come and have a taste, Zhang Tan urged again. This isn't good, is it? Xiao Bai reiterated. This isn't good, Xiaomi echoed. Is it good, or not? Shen Lulu inquired, yearning to declare it delicious, yet being the youngest, she lacked the authority to voice her opinion. Thus she merely fanned the flames of enthusiasm from behind. It was evident that the trio held differing opinions. Some children were eager to partake, while others remained hesitant. Zhang Tan adopted a strategy of division, swiftly isolating them. In a moment of distraction, Lulu discovered her little feet had a mind of their own, standing upon the chair. In another instant of bewilderment, she realized her small hands were also acting independently, grasping a spoon. Then, in yet another moment of daze, her tiny hand brought the soft-boiled egg to her mouth. Finally, in one last moment of stupor, her little mouth had swallowed the soft-boiled egg whole. "How frightening!" she exclaimed. "Why is this happening? What is this? Why am I like this? Look at you, in such a state," Zhang Tan remarked, echoing the words of the esteemed Lu Sun. "Since you've come this far, why not indulge in a taste before departing? What harm could it do? It's quite delightful." With a hint of temptation, Zhang Tan coaxed the children. After taking a sip, Shun Lioli exclaimed, "Oh my heavens, this is absolutely exquisite." Her delight was palpable, and she was utterly captivated. Though she still feigned a cry for help, inadvertently drawing Xiaobai and Xiaomi into her enchantment. Zhang Tan observed the three little ones relishing their boiled sugar hard eggs with a smile, contemplating their escape from his grasp. Once they finished, Xiaobai insisted on expressing her gratitude to Zhang Tan by performing a dance. He welcomed her exuberantly. Noting that a bit of exercise after a hearty meal is quite beneficial, Xiaomi quietly chimed in, suggesting she could sing. To which Zhang Tan also extended a warm invitation. Lioli glanced at her two companions, deciding to show her support by cheering them on during their performances. The trio reveled in the joys brought by Zhang Tan, completely forgetting their earlier unpleasantness with Luo Zikong. As the clock struck 10, teacher Xiaolu arrived to collect them. Farewell. Xiaobai and Zhang Tan exchanged goodbyes. As they reached the door, the three donned their little shoes and prepared to leave. Xiaobai waved for Zhang Tan to crouch down, eager to share a secret. "What is it?" Zhang Tan obliged, leaning in closer. Xiaobai, with a hint of milk fragrance surrounding her, whispered sweetly into his ear, "Boss Zhang, I think I like you a little." With a giggle, she dashed away, leaving a trail of laughter behind. To his astonishment, the first confession in this world had come from a mere 4.5-year-old girl. The once mighty Sea King found himself humbled, prompting Zhang Tan to reflect on his life choices. He had fallen rather far from grace. Back in her second-floor dormitory, Xiaobai called for Xiaomi to sleep and gently urged Shin Yuli onto her small bed before turning to head downstairs. "Xiaobai." A little girl clutching a teddy bear propped herself up in bed, softly called out. Xiaobai paused and approached her bedside. "What is it, Chengcheng? Where have you been? I couldn't find you," Meng Chengcheng pouted, looking quite forlorn. "Oh dear, I completely forgot to take you along. I'm so sorry. I was with the uncle. Would you like to hear a story, Xiaobai?" "Yes, please. I'll tell you one. You need to go to sleep first." Determined, Meng Chengcheng insisted on narrating a story before she would settle down. With the teacher's approval, the two friends nestled closely, one sharing and the other listening. Although Meng Chengcheng often struggled with her words in the presence of strangers, she was quite articulate with familiar faces, ranking among the best storytellers in the academy. Her remarkable ability to recount tales without needing a picture book set her apart. She could recall any story she had heard or read. After ensuring Chengcheng was comfortably lying down with her eyes closed, Xiaobai exited the dormitory. Teacher Xiaolu inquired, "Xiaobai, aren't you going to sleep?" Xiaobai shook his head, remaining silent as he descended the staircase alone. Upon reaching the reading area on the first floor, he skillfully located the hungry little caterpillar amidst the rows of bookshelves, retreating to a corner to continue his arduous exploration of this intricate picture book.